The late summer night wind swept over the summit of Mount Tai carrying a hint of chill. Li Wei sat on the stone railing of the winding observation deck, the cool rock beneath him. He had drunk half a bottle of mineral water, the remaining half already cold. The bottle cap was open and the night breeze stirred the water's surface, creating tiny ripples. In the distance a small shop's light was still on its dim yellow glow, outlining the silhouette of a middle-aged man bending over to restock shelves. He wore a faded dark blue windbreaker, the cuffs frayed and his hiking pants bulged slightly at the knees, deformed from long wear. His backpack lay at his feet, its zipper half open, revealing a crumpled sun hat. He clutched his phone in his palm, the screen dark. He would light it up from time to time, checking for messages. None. The events of half a month ago still lingered in his mind. He had worked at a media company for nearly a year, 6 months as an intern, then a full-time employee. But when a project went wrong, all the blame fell on him. The supervisor remained silent during the meeting. Afterwards HR called him in and advised him to resign voluntarily. He didn't argue or make a scene, he signed the papers and left. When he walked out of the office building that day, the sun was blazing. The glare from the glass curtain wall was blinding. He squinted up at the sky, thinking to himself, this job is not worth it anyway. All I did was take the blame for others. I've practically become a professional scapegoat. But when he truly had time to idle, everything felt wrong. He came to climb Mount Tai to clear his mind. He thought he could exhaust himself by climbing to the top, leaving no energy to think about anything else. Now sitting here, the night breeze blew and his mind became clearer instead. Clearer in a way that was hard to bear. The shop door opened a crack and the owner stepped out holding a can of hot drink. He walked over, handed the can to Li Wei and said, "Young man, it's cold at night. Have something warm to drink." Li Wei looked up at him and reached out to take it. The metal can was still hot to the touch. He didn't say anything, just softly thanked him. The owner nodded, turned back into the shop and turned off the light, leaving only an emergency light casting a faint glow. The lock clicked shut. Li Wei held the warm drink, his gaze fixed on the dark shadowy forest below. The stars in the sky were dense and clear, one next to the other. But as he looked, it felt empty, like gazing at rows of lit windows in empty rooms. He took a sip. It was cloyingly sweet with too much creamer. Still he slowly finished it, not a drop left. Just then a strange sound came from the sky. At first it was a streak of light swiftly cutting across the heavens like a lit match. He looked up thinking it was an aircraft. But then another streak appeared and another one after another, all falling toward the ground, each with a different trajectory. He stood up. Those weren't ordinary meteors. The color of the light trails was wrong, a faint blue glow. Some even changed direction mid-flight, as if drawn crookedly on paper with a pen. Most alarming of all, a particularly thick beam of light slammed into the hillside nearby. There was a dull thud, the ground trembled and a few pieces of gravel rolled down with a clatter. His heart began to race. 30 meters away below the slope a patch of grass was scorched. In the middle lay a dark fist-sized object, irregularly shaped with cracks on its surface. Something seemed to be wriggling inside, a light slowly crawling. He hesitated for a few seconds. By all rights he should notify the management or call for help. But the shop was already closed and the phone signal was intermittent. He just wanted to know what it was. Not for adventure nor the fantasy of finding a treasure. Pure curiosity. Who had ever seen a meteor that could change direction? Who had ever seen a stone that kept glowing after landing? He walked down the slope. His foot slipped on a patch of wet moss and he lunged forward, catching himself with his hands. The palm of his hand was scraped, stinging slightly. But he ignored it and continued downward. The closer he got, the brighter the object became. The air felt strange, like the oppressive stillness before a summer storm. His ears were ringing, the wind seemed to have died down. He stopped 3 meters away. The stone on the ground lay quietly, but the cracks on its surface grew more numerous and the light inside flowed faster, like veins pulsing with a luminous liquid instead of blood. He crouched down. Without gloves or tools he reached out, his right hand fingertips creeping forward inch by inch. The tips touched the edge. In that instant the entire stone burst into a blinding light. A jade-green radiance shot up like boiling water poured onto snow, engulfing him in an instant. He tried to pull his hand back, but his arm was paralyzed. His legs were frozen, he couldn't even blink. His skin began to burn, not the heat of the sun but a penetrating warmth that seeped in from the outside. A sharp piercing noise rang in his ears like a welding torch working right next to his head, unrelenting. His pupils dilated and his vision began to tremble. The mountains, trees and sky before him all twisted as if someone were crumpling a photograph. The stars no longer held their positions but swirled toward the center and the ground undulated like waves. The last image he saw was the stone railing where he had been sitting, in the familiar night sky above suddenly shattering like glass, then collapsing into a swirling mass of light and shadow. The sensation of his body disappeared. His consciousness was swept away like a whirlpool, sinking deeper and deeper. He didn't know if he was still breathing or if his eyes were already closed. The only thing he could confirm was that he was still awake, but the world around him was no longer the same. His hand was still in the position of touching, suspended in midair. But the stone was gone. Or rather, they had disappeared together. The mountaintop returned to silence. The wind blew as before, the stars twinkled as before, the shop door was still locked. No one knew what had just happened. Only the scorched crater where the stone had fallen still emitted a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of smoke rising slowly into the night sky, soon dispersed by the mountain wind. Li Wei was suspended in some unidentifiable channel. Or rather, he couldn't even tell if he was lying down or standing. He was like a leaf caught in a drum of water, tumbling uncontrollably, being pushed forward. His consciousness was intermittent, like an unstable phone call, stuttering frame by frame. He vaguely dreamed he was still in the office, a prompt popping up on the computer screen: "Congratulations on successfully passing the probation period." The next second the scene shifted to the foot of Mount Tai. A child was pointing at the sky and shouting, "Dad! That person is flying." Then he fell into darkness again, with the sound of flowing water in his ears, very slow, very heavy, as if coming from an extremely deep place. He opened his mouth to shout, but no sound came out. His body temperature fluctuated wildly. One moment he felt like he was soaking in warm water, the next like standing naked on an ice field. His fingers twitched involuntarily, probably due to random nerve firings. His eyelids were too heavy to lift, but he dared not fall into a deep sleep, afraid that once he closed his eyes he would never open them again. At some point he seemed to smell a scent. It wasn't the scent of mountain forests or city exhaust, but a indescribable aroma. Like rain-soaked earth mixed with the smell of oxidized metal, with a hint of cloying sweetness, like ripe fruit sealed in a metal box for too long. This scent appeared only for a moment, then dissipated. His sense of space completely collapsed. He couldn't tell if he was moving or still. He didn't know how much time had passed. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Or longer. He only knew one thing: he had left. Mount Tai was gone, his homeland was gone. The last clear memory was a thought that flashed through his mind when he touched the stone. This thing. Could it be a meteorite from beyond the sky? Then everything returned to nothingness. Darkness enveloped him, silent and soundless. Then everything returned to nothingness. Darkness enveloped him, silent and soundless. In the depths of an unknown dense forest, a thin mist was rising from the ground. Tiny specks of light appeared in the air, as if drawn by some force, slowly coalescing into a blurry human silhouette. The silhouette gradually became clear. A figure fell from the void, landing heavily on a thick layer of fallen leaves, lying motionless. His windbreaker was covered in mud, a bloody scratch on his face, and his right hand still curled up as if holding something. The sky was a strange purple. The leaves had serrated edges, and their veins pulsed with a faint blue light. In the distance a low roar came, unlike any sound any creature on earth could make. But at this moment the man could not hear. He had completely lost consciousness. Only a faint wisp of green light seeped from his palm, flickering and then vanishing. Li Wei tumbled through the darkness, every joint in his body feeling as if it were about to fall apart. A buzzing roar filled his ears, like countless insects beating their wings inside his skull. Then everything ceased abruptly. Not gradually, but as if a power source had been cut off. He felt himself falling, but the descent was light and the landing was soft, as if he had fallen into a pile of old cotton. His back touched something cool and damp, but not uncomfortable. He didn't open his eyes. First he tried to move his fingers, he moved them once, then again. They worked. His limbs were still there. Still alive. He whispered hoarsely, his voice as dry as sandpaper. His eyelids were heavy, as if glued shut. He blinked several times, forcing them open a crack. What met his eyes was a giant leaf. But not the kind of verdant soft leaf found on Earth. The leaf was enormous, its edges lined with jagged notches like sharp saw teeth, and its veins pulsed with a faint blue luminescence, flickering on and off as if someone had installed light strips beneath them. He snapped his eyes wide open, jolting upright. What the hell is this? He sat up too quickly and his vision went black for a moment before he steadied himself. He looked around, and the more he saw the more something felt off. Trees. Everywhere trees. One tree stood next to another, so thick that even two people might not be able to wrap their arms around them. The bark was a deep purple, covered in strange patterns that looked as if they had been carved by a blunt tool. The canopy interwove overhead into an impenetrable dome, completely blocking the sky, leaving only a few thin rays of light that filtered through the gaps, and even those were purple. The ground was covered not with grass or fallen leaves, but with a thick blanket of blue moss. It looked soft to step on, but he didn't dare stand up, he just sat there staring. The moss itself emitted a faint glow like a swarm of fireflies lying dormant on a summer night. The air felt strange, too damp, as if it clung to his nostrils when he breathed. The smell was hard to describe, something like wet earth mixed with rust after rain, with a hint of sweetness like overripe fruit that had fermented too long in a sealed metal container. He looked down at his hand. The palm of his right hand throbbed with pain. He turned it over and saw a scraped patch of skin already scabbed over with blood. It was this hand that had touched that stone. He remembered clearly on the summit of Mount Tai, below the slope, a dark lumpy mass with a crack inside which light was slowly writhing. He reached out and touched it, and then it exploded. So, I'm not dreaming, he muttered to himself. To verify, he pinched his thigh hard. Ow. It hurt. Real pain. So I'm not dead either. He felt his jacket pocket, the communicator was still there. He pulled it out. The screen lit up briefly, showing no signal bars, no Wi-Fi. The time was correct, still the previous day, just past 11 at night. Seems space-time displacement didn't affect the clock. All right. He put the communicator back. At least I didn't turn into a data stream and scatter on the road. He tried to stand up. His legs were weak but he finally managed to stay upright. Gravity was normal, walking didn't feel floaty, and he hadn't turned into some alien gelatin, a small mercy. He turned around in place looking for a path, for any sign of human presence, for a signpost that said welcome to the new world. There was nothing. Trees on all sides so dense that even the wind couldn't squeeze through. The leaves occasionally rustled against each other but no breeze could be felt. It was too quiet. In any forest back home there would be birdsong and insect chirps. Even at midnight there would be some noise. But here, other than his own breathing and heartbeat, there was no sound at all. Even the insects were silent, as if the entire forest had signed a pact to make no sound. This place. Is it a forest? He muttered. He took a half step forward, his foot pressing into the blue moss. It felt soft like stepping on a carpet, and it sank slightly. He lifted his foot, the moss slowly rebounded, leaving no footprint. Smart moss. Then he suddenly remembered something and touched his head, confirming he hadn't grown horns or turned green. He also touched his face. Nose and mouth were still there, ears weren't pointy. He still looked like the unlucky guy who got fired from his job, only now there wasn't even a road. Calm down, Li Wei, calm down, he told himself. Calm down, Li Wei, calm down, he told himself. You need to analyze, not put on a one-man show. He had worked in data management at a media company for half a year, and although he was eventually scapegoated for a project failure, his basic logical thinking remained intact. He began to list items in his mind. Item A: anomalous vegetation, trees tall not of known species, leaf veins, glowing light source unknown, ground covered with fluorescent moss, sustainable illumination, leaves rustling without air currents. Item B: environmental parameter anomalies, sky purple, visible spectrum shift, air humidity high, unknown odor molecules, acoustic environment abnormally silent, lacking signs of biological activity, no roads, buildings or artificial traces. Item C: personal status of body intact, no severe injuries, consciousness clear, memory continuous, last contact object is a celestial fragment now gone. He thought and gestured unconsciously as if presenting a plan to a client. Conclusion: I'm not on Earth anymore, he said aloud. And it's not because I got drunk and fell asleep on the mountaintop having a nightmare. The truth slowly settled on his heart like a boulder. At first he could still joke, but as he spoke his voice unconsciously dropped. No one would believe this. If you said you were hit by a meteor and transported to another world, people would just tell you to see a psychiatrist. But now he couldn't find anyone to verify, couldn't ask for help, couldn't hitch a ride home. He pulled out his communicator and took a photo of the sky. The frame was filled with interlocking branches and scattered purple light like some abstract painting. What caption would I write, he said bitterly. Tonight's camping, unique scenery. They'd think I overdid the filter. He put the communicator back in his pocket. His hand touched the side pocket of his backpack where there was still half a bottle of water. He unscrewed it and took a sip. The water was warm, tasted a bit strange, but at least not poisonous. He looked up at the sky again. Purple. Not the purple of sunset, the entire sky was that hue, as if someone had taken the sky of his homeland and replaced it with an entirely different system. No stars, no moon. Only patches of light filtering through the trees, all of them wrong. Am I dead? And ended up in some strange version of the afterlife, he murmured. He shook his head. No, dead people don't feel hungry. And I'm a little hungry now. He remembered the overly sweet hot drink from the convenience store and the shopkeeper's words, it's cold at night, drink something warm. That voice now sounded like a distant dream. If the shopkeeper knew I was taken away by a meteor, would he call the police? He smirked. Saying I had a customer who flew away while watching a shooting star. The police wouldn't find any footage either. He leaned against a large tree. The bark was cold and slightly sticky. He ignored it, just leaned there and caught his breath. The silence was so profound that he could hear himself swallow. He suddenly realized a question: if this place truly had no human traces, how did he get here? Where did that stone come from? Who threw it? Or did it drift here on its own? He looked down at his right hand. The scrape on his palm had stopped bleeding, but it was faintly warm like a heat pack. Could it be? This thing isn't over yet, he muttered. He didn't dare touch anything else. Who knew if it would explode again, sending him even farther into the unknown? He sat there, afraid to move, afraid to close his eyes for too long. Terrified that if he fell asleep he'd wake up to find his body possessed or an extra eye on his head. Time passed slowly. He had no idea how long. Without sunlight or a clock, he could only estimate by the frequency of his hunger. Perhaps 2 hours. He tried to stand. His legs were no longer weak. He jumped twice in place, his bones were intact. He took a step forward, then another, making a small circle. He hadn't changed direction. He was still in the center of the blue moss patch, surrounded by the motionless trees like silent giants standing guard over him. All right, he stopped looking up at the glowing leaves. All right, he stopped looking up at the glowing leaves. Now I know, I've traveled through dimensions. I'm no longer in my homeland. This place is strange, very quiet and unwelcoming to outsiders. He paused, his voice dropping. But I'm still alive. That's enough. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Panic was useless, lamenting was even more useless. He had to find a way to survive if only to figure out just what the hell was that stone. He stood there, hands in his jacket pockets, staring into the dense forest where blue and purple light intertwined. Then in the distance a low roar echoed. Not particularly loud, but enough to make his entire body freeze. The sound was not like a canine nor a bear. It was more like the vibration of some massive creature forced from the depths of its throat, reverberating through the trees, hammering straight into his eardrums. He didn't move. He even held his breath. The sound stopped. The forest fell back into dead silence. But he knew some things had already changed. Li Wei sat against the purple-barked tree, his hands thrust into the pockets of his windbreaker, his gaze fixed on the patch of glowing blue moss ahead. That low growl from moments ago had pierced like a needle, stiffening the back of his neck. He didn't move, even his swallowing slowed to a halt. His ears strained, dreading to hear anything else. Yet the forest fell silent once more. Not the kind of silence brought by wind rustling leaves, but a dead stillness where even the air refused to flow. The sound had come abruptly and vanished just as cleanly as if it were merely an auditory hallucination spawned by his own mind. He wondered if the oxygen here was too thin, causing his brain to start weaving illusions. He shifted his weight and the tree bark felt sticky, dampening his pants. Frowning, he was about to stand and stretch his legs when a rustling sound came from behind him. It wasn't the wind. Nor the snap of a branch. It was the sound of footsteps. Something was moving. His neck stiffened and his eyes slowly crept to the right. The corner of his vision caught a glimpse of gray flickering between two trees. He held his breath and turned his head slowly. Then he saw the wolf. It stood a few dozen meters away, crouched on the blue moss, its back arched high like a wrecked off-road vehicle. Its mouth gaped open, revealing fangs longer than any kitchen knife Li Wei had ever seen, with viscous liquid dripping from the tip, sizzling and smoking as it hit the moss. Li Wei's mind went blank. His first instinct wasn't to run, but to suspect his eyes were playing tricks. Was that thing really a wolf? No wolf on Earth was that big or that grotesque. It was clearly a failed hybrid of alien and a husky cooked up by some director. But the stench of rot had already reached him, like spoiled meat mixed with sour soy milk, assaulting his nostrils. His stomach lurched, nearly making him vomit the half bottle of water. The wolf took a step forward, its claws sinking into the moss with a soft plop. A low growl rumbled from its throat, not like a dog's bark but like someone scraping sandpaper against the bottom of an iron bucket. Li Wei's legs turned to jelly. Damn legs move. No exaggeration, they were truly weak. His knees trembled, his feet felt welded to the ground, unable to move. Since childhood he had feared two types of animals, snakes and large dogs. And now before him stood a perfect fusion of all the terror elements from both. But he knew he couldn't freeze. A second later, survival instinct overpowered fear. He sprang up and bolted his soul, slipping several times on the moss before finally gaining traction. He didn't bother to look where he was going, just charged forward, his ears filled with the sound of his own ragged breathing. The noise behind him erupted immediately. It wasn't a leisurely chase, it was a full-on sprint, claws scrabbling against the ground in a rapid didida that grew closer and closer so fast. He gritted his teeth and ran, the luminous giant trees blurring into purple streaks in his peripheral vision. Only one thought occupied his mind: I don't want to end up as a pile of wolf scat. At advertising agency meetings he could keep up even when slides flipped too fast, but now his brain had completely shut down, leaving only one button repeatedly pressed: run. 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 He didn't know how long he had been running. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, his throat parched and burning. He glanced sideways and noticed the terrain ahead changing. The ground suddenly sloped downward, a steep incline, its bottom unclear whether earth or rock. He had no time to think. The stench of the beast was already brushing the back of his head. Resolute, he kicked off the ground and leaped toward the slope. That jump was a blind gamble. As he fell, his mind went blank, feeling only weightlessness, followed by a series of rolls, hitting a tree, scraping against a rock, his head bouncing off soft moss, and finally a thud as he landed face-first into a thick pile of luminous blue vegetation. He lay still, his body aching as if run over by a truck 3 times. He tried to get up, but when he pushed himself with his hands, his arms trembled, forcing him to kneel. He looked up. The wolf stood at the top of the slope, staring down at him, its mouth open, tongue lolling back and forth as if it were laughing. It didn't jump down, nor did it leave. It just crouched, their tail swishing, its eyes locked on him. Li Wei panted like a broken bellows. He propped himself up with one hand and pressed the other to his chest, his heart pounding so fast it felt ready to leap out of his throat. He dared not move, afraid that the beast would pounce if he did. But he also feared staying still in case the creature's patience ran out and it attacked directly. Man and wolf, separated by the slope, stared each other down. Time seemed to freeze. Until the wolf suddenly sneezed, "Ouk," flinging saliva far across the slope where it sizzled and smoked. Li Wei flinched, nearly falling backward. The commotion sobered him a bit. He realized it hadn't jumped down, meaning it either dared not or could not. There might be something strange about this slope, or its size was too large and it would lose control descending. Whatever the reason, for now he was safe, temporarily. He slowly shifted his position away from the base of the slope and leaned against a thick tree. The bark was still cool, but this time it felt especially reassuring. He pulled out his phone, the screen lit up, showing no signal. He hadn't expected to make a call anyway, he just wanted to see some light to confirm he was still in reality. He stared at the screen for a few seconds, then noticed a warmth in his palm. Looking down the abrasion on his right hand, the one he had scraped against the meteorite had reopened a bit, oozing blood. The blood wasn't red but tinged with dark purple, returning to normal color only when it reached his fingertips. He froze, then quickly wiped it with his clothes. Damn, he muttered. That piece of rock didn't put a curse on me, did it? He dared not dwell on it. He put the phone away and looked up at the top of the slope. The wolf was gone. It hadn't left quietly, it had simply vanished. One moment it was crouching there drooling, the next it was gone without even a footstep. Li Wei's neck felt cold. He didn't dare stand up, he just hunched, their ears pricked like radar. The silence around him was unnerving, even the rustle of leaves had ceased. The same collective vow of silence had returned. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All right, Li Wei, he said to himself. Your current situation, you've crossed over, encountered a wolf, escaped and survived. The process is complete. What's the next step? He thought about it and the answer was clear: stay put, don't move. His stamina hadn't recovered, his legs were still trembling, and that fall had nearly thrown his back out. He needed to rest. Besides, this forest was too eerie, one wrong step might land him straight in a wolf's belly. He leaned against the tree, slowly sliding down to sit on the ground, stretching his legs straight, his toes curling inside his shoes. Painful but still mobile. He felt his backpack, water was still there, biscuits too. At least he wouldn't starve in the short term. He looked up at the sky. Purple. Not a sunset, not a filter, the entire sky had been replaced by a massive piece of purple glass. No stars were visible, no moon either. Only patches of light filtering through the gaps in the trees. Does this place even have day and night? He muttered. Won't my biological clock go completely haywire? He remembered past all-nighters on projects, working 3 days straight until Excel spreadsheets seemed to dance. Now in this environment he might hallucinate without even working overtime. He closed his eyes, wanting to rest for a bit. But the moment he shut them, a faint sound came to his ears. Not wind, not movement of trees. It was the sound of something dragging slowly, like fabric scraping over moss or claws gently scratching the ground. He snapped his eyes open. 10 meters ahead, a patch of blue moss was slightly depressed, as if something was crawling beneath it. The trail extended all the way, disappearing behind a tree. He held his breath and quietly reached for a broken branch beside him, as thick as an arm, not ideal but at least usable as a club. He didn't move. Nor did he dare make a sound. The depressed moss paused for a few seconds, then slowly, barely moved forward another inch. Li Wei stared at it, his heart racing again. He knew now in this forest there was more than one wolf. Li Wei's foot sank into the decaying leaves, each step felt like stepping into a wad of wet old cotton. His right hand still clutched the keychain, the metal teeth digging painfully into his palm, but he didn't let go. The image of that wolf-like creature writhing on the ground moments ago still swirled in his mind. He couldn't believe it was real, yet the pain on his hand was genuine. The scraped knee stung fiercely and the blood half-dried clung to his pants. He took a dozen more steps forward, the shadows of the trees pressing down on him, suffocating. The two lights above, one red one blue, cast an eerily distorted hue, making even his own shadow look a sickly purple. He didn't want to look up. One glance made him dizzy, as if cheap liquor had been poured straight into his brain. As he sidled along a giant tree, his left hand instinctively patted the inner pocket of his jacket. The black stone was still there, warm, not like something that had just fallen from the sky. He rubbed his thumb across its surface, rough, pitted, smeared with dried mud and blood. You are not here by chance. A voice suddenly rang out. Not heard through the ears but exploding directly inside his head, low and muffled like the dull thrum of a leaking pipe in an old building. Li Wei froze, instantly pressing his back against the tree trunk, eyes wide. Who? No one answered. The forest was so silent he could hear the sound of his own swallow. He touched the stone again. It is because my fragment drew you here. This time he heard it clearly, the tone flat like reading a notice, devoid of emotion, not like a hallucination. He looked around, layers of tree shadows, no sign of any living creature moving. You are the chosen one. The voice continued, as if reading his thoughts. Stop looking. I am inside this stone. Li Wei stared down at the location of his inner pocket, his throat bobbing. You are the thing that crushed the wolf? To be precise, it is a part of its consciousness. I am the will manifested from a fragment of the space sovereign dwelling within this stone. Li Wei blinked. What did you say? Space sovereign. Sounds like a character name you get from a free MMO login reward. It's normal that you don't believe me. The voice wasn't offended, nor did it explain much. But the place you're standing right now is not Earth. On the night you climbed Mount Tai, a meteor fell and its fragment brought you to the Delun continent. Li Wei froze for a few seconds, then let out a sudden laugh. So did I transmigrate into a novel? Or am I in a movie? Is there a director hiding behind the tree? I can touch up my makeup before we continue. You can try to return. Ha! Close your eyes, recall the place you left, the mountaintop, night sky, the gathering of people. Focus your mind, think about going back. Li Wei didn't move. You want me to teleport using my mind? I thought you were going to teach me a spell. No incantation needed. You already have a resonance with the fragment, just anchor the memory coordinates. Li Wei stood still, but his fingers slowly dug into his palm. The pain was real. The image of that beast lunging at him was too vivid, not something a dream could fabricate. And besides, he looked down at the wound on his hand, the blood hadn't been wiped off, forming a dark red rim. He took a deep breath, the humid forest air tickling his nose. "All right," he said. "Either way, staying here is just waiting to die. Might as well go crazy once." He closed his eyes. An image surfaced in his mind, the summit of Mount Tai, night sparse stars, a few tourists standing around taking photos. He was sitting on a rock, the wind a little cool, looking up at the sky. Then a streak of white light flashed across something, fell, a blue light flickered. The more he thought, the clearer it became. He even remembered someone nearby shouting, "Look, a shooting star." Then the stone in his chest began to grow warm. Not hot like having a hand warmer tucked inside, the heat spreading through his clothes to his whole body. He felt a lightness under his feet, like an elevator suddenly rising, a buzz in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, the wind was familiar, mixed with the smell of trash cans from the scenic area and grilled sausages. Before him were steps, stone railings, streetlights in the distance, and a few young people holding up their phones for selfies. The background was the familiar observation deck sign reading, "Summit of Mount Tai." He stood there, legs a little weak. I'm back." He looked down at his hand. The wound was still there, the blood hadn't increased, but it hadn't disappeared either. The stone in his inner pocket was still there, the heat had faded, but he could feel it. He turned to look behind him. There was the rock he had sat on, and on the ground shallow footprints he had left. A girl walked past, nearly bumping into him, and said sorry, her voice utterly ordinary. "This is not a dream. He truly had returned. The traversal ability has been verified." The voice spoke again, still unhurried. "You can freely travel between the two places as long as you hold the fragment and have anchored a memory location." Li Wei opened his mouth. "So? I can go back and forth. Currently it only supports returning to the last Earth coordinate you appeared at. Other locations require establishing a new anchor. In other words, I can go back now." "You can. As long as you are willing." Li Wei didn't answer immediately. He stood on the mountaintop, the night wind tossing his hair, the sounds of people all around, someone laughing, someone shouting, "This spot looks great for a photo." Everything so ordinary. But he knew that he was no longer the unlucky guy who had come up the mountain to clear his mind after losing his job just 10 minutes ago. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the stone, and turned it over in his hand. The surface was pitch black, pitted and uneven, not at all like a divine artifact, more like a piece of scrap picked up from a construction site. "What's your name?" he asked. "I have no name. You can call me Fragment Consciousness. Can you talk a little quieter next time? It's like having a meeting inside my head. Volume cannot be adjusted. This is a direct consciousness link." Li Wei pursed his lips. "Got it. Free AI voice assistant that comes with the package, no off switch." He stuffed the stone back into his pocket, shoved his hands into his jacket, and looked up at the sky. The stars were still the same stars, but he knew that with just a single blink he could go to a place with two glowing orbs in the sky, trees taller than buildings, and beasts that looked like overworked employees from hell. He suddenly smiled. "You said I was chosen." "Yes. Why me?" "Random attraction. The fragment landed closest to you when it fell, the energy binding completed automatically." "Oh." Li Wei nodded. "So I'm not the chosen one, I just had good positioning. You could put it that way." He was silent for a moment, looking at the city lights below, layer upon layer, like someone had scattered a handful of broken glass. Then he slowly raised his hand and clenched the stone in his pocket. "If I go back now," he said in a low voice, "this time I want to see that forest clearly." Li Wei stood atop Mount Tai, the night wind sweeping over the ridge, causing the hem of his jacket to flutter. He looked down at the black stone in his palm, its surface pitted, smeared with dry mud and dark red bloodstains, left over from the fall he took in the woods last time. He didn't wipe it, nor did he dare throw it away. This thing had killed a wolf-like monster and made him jump back and forth between two worlds. Now it was the only evidence on him that could prove he wasn't crazy. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Images replayed in his mind, rotting leaves carpeting the ground, tree trunks as thick as concrete, mixer trucks lined up side by side, the sky above a strange purplish hue, two balls of light hanging in the air, one red, one blue, casting shadows with a greenish tint. And that smell, wet earth mixed with rotting leaves, something like the summer fermentation of the trash bin downstairs in his hometown, but stronger. His feet felt lighter. It felt like someone had suddenly pulled the floor away, his ears buzzing with pressure, the spot on his chest where the stone pressed against his ribs, a slight warmth, not burning like a hand warmer freshly charged in winter. When he opened his eyes again, the wind had stopped. No voices of tourists, no click of selfie sticks, no smell of grilled sausages. Only the rustling of leaves high above, slow and continuous, like someone sharpening a blade in the distance. He was back. Li Wei looked down at his feet. A small piece of tissue from the Mount Tai observation deck was still stuck to the sole of his shoe, already dry, slowly softening in the humid air. He scraped his foot against the ground to shake off the tissue. Under his feet was a thick layer of rotting leaves which felt muffled underfoot, just like last time, like stepping on old cotton batting. He didn't move, first scanning the surroundings. The trees were still the same, crooked and twisting upward, their bark cracked like fish scales. The nearest one had a bulging root base like a crouching old man's back. The air was more humid than before, sticky in his nostrils, making breathing difficult. A low-frequency vibration came from afar, not a roar, not footsteps, but more like something crawling underground, causing the soil to tremble slightly. He felt the inside pocket of his jacket. The stone was still there, warm, quiet. The words "you are not here by chance" did not appear again. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, at least this time his head wasn't being used as a broadcast station. He leaned against the nearest giant tree, steadying himself with his left hand on the trunk, and slowly raised his right hand, making a fist, then opening it. His knuckles moved normally, his knees were still a bit sore but didn't affect walking. The abrasions from the fall last time had scabbed over, they hurt when touched but were nothing serious. He took a step forward. Then another step. This time he didn't run, nor did he look back. He knew fleeing was useless. If something really chased him, 2 legs couldn't beat 4 legs, let alone things that could fly or burrow. But he couldn't just crouch here waiting to die. Since he could come back, he had to find out what was in this forest and whether he could survive. He moved close to the trees, keeping his left hand on the rough bark as a reference. His eyes fixed on the ground ahead, avoiding areas that looked too soft. Who knew if there was a hollow underneath? After about 20 meters he saw a mushroom. Fist-sized blue-purple with a faint cold light on top, not bright but enough to outline the surrounding rotting leaves. It grew alone beside a fallen rotting log, its stem slender and swaying slightly as if blown by a breeze, but Li Wei felt no airflow at all. He stopped. Crouched down. Reached out to touch. When his fingertip was 3 centimeters from the cap, he pulled back. He had worked as a visual designer at an ad agency for half a year and knew what colors were meant to catch the eye. The color of this mushroom was like a flashing sign outside a nightclub screaming, "Come look." And everything that tries to attract attention in nature usually has one purpose: don't touch me. He detoured, took 5 steps to the left and chose a path that looked firmer. Not far along he saw another patch of vines. They hung in the air one after another like black snakes draped on a clothesline. Each one was as thick as an arm, covered in hooked thorns with tips glinting, obviously toxic. When the wind blew they swayed gently, colliding with a faint clicking sound like some arthropod grinding its teeth. Li Wei swallowed hard and quickened his pace to get around them. He suddenly realized something: there seemed to be no small animals in this forest. No birdsong, no insect chirps, not even the most common ants. Logically, with such a thick layer of humus there should be decomposers everywhere. But it was eerily quiet except for the sound of his own footsteps on the leaves and the passive noises from the strange plants. He walked slower and slower, his nerves tightening. Just as he was about to lean against a tree to catch his breath, the ground beneath him suddenly shook. Not strong but solid, like the resonance of a heavy truck passing by. He immediately pressed against the tree trunk, holding his breath. Another one. This time heavier, making his soles tingle and the whole tree trembled. Leaves fell from above. He looked up, but before he could react the ground 15 meters ahead exploded. Mud-splattered rocks flew and a thick arthropod limb burst out of the soil, flinging wet mud into the air. Then a second, third. When all 6 legs were exposed, Li Wei was already pressed against the tree, not daring to breathe. It was a beetle. But not the kind on Earth with a fingernail-sized black shell. This one was nearly 3 meters long, its shell pitch black and shiny as if coated with industrial varnish, giving off a metallic sheen under the twin moons. On the front of its head were a pair of compound eyes, bright red without pupils, only dense arrays of tiny bumps arranged in a grid slowly rotating to scan the surroundings. It stood on its 6 legs with a raised carapace on its back, a slit in the middle that seemed to open. It was now shaking its body in place, flinging off the attached mud. Its movements were unhurried, not alert, as if it had just woken up and was doing morning exercises. Li Wei suppressed the urge to turn and run. Last time he encountered a wolf-like beast his first reaction was to flee and he fell. This time he dared not gamble. If this creature was fast he would be impaled the moment he moved. He forced himself to calm down. Observe. He noticed that after shaking off the mud the beetle did not move immediately but stood still for a few seconds, its head swaying slightly as if listening to something. Then it slowly turned in another direction, its 6 legs moving in coordination, heading away from Li Wei. 1 step, 2 steps. The carapace rubbing against the air produced a low hum like the preheating of an old generator. Only when it had moved 10 meters away did Li Wei dare to breathe a little easier. He still didn't move, continuing to hide behind the tree, watching the massive figure gradually disappear into the jungle. The beetle walked slowly, but each step made the ground tremble slightly and a faint blue light occasionally flickered from the gap in its back carapace, fleeting. Even after it completely disappeared from sight, Li Wei still didn't dare come out. He slowly crouched behind the tree, digging his fingers into the leaf litter, and felt a hard object. He took it out, a flat black stone shard with sharp edges as if broken off a larger rock. He weighed it in his hand, the weight was right, could be used as a weapon. He felt the main fragment in his inner pocket again. Still warm but not hot and no sound. Good, at least no one was holding a meeting in his head this time. He leaned against the tree trunk, gradually adjusting his breathing rhythm. His heart rate dropped from 180 per minute to 120, then to 100. He knew he couldn't stay here too long. Although that beetle hadn't found him, there could be a second, a third. And this place was clearly not suitable for staying, no water, no shelter, not even a cave to hide in. He had to leave. But not blindly. He looked up at the sky. The red and blue twin moons were still there, their positions unchanged. The beetle had emerged from the west, meaning the east side was temporarily safe. He decided to move east, find a high point to survey the terrain. He slowly stood up, moving close to the tree trunk, testing the ground's firmness with each step before shifting his weight. After 5 or 6 meters he suddenly stopped. Ahead there was a fresh crack in the ground about half a meter wide, bottomless with moist soil at the edges, clearly left by the beetle's emergence. Beside the crack lay a broken segment of arthropod limb, probably an old shell it had shed while digging. The shell was hard with regular patterns on the surface. Li Wei stared at the remains, suddenly struck by an idea. He looked down at the stone shard in his hand. Then up at the depths of the crack. If this beetle could burrow out from underground, then there must be tunnels below. And where there were tunnels there might be space to evade large predators. He gripped the stone shard, shifted his stance slightly and took a step closer to the edge of the crack. Li Wei crouched beside the fissure, knuckles whitening as he gripped the shard of stone tightly in his hand. His gaze fixed upon the broken carapace of the beetle, half buried in dirt, while his mind weighed whether to descend and investigate. Below lay only impenetrable darkness, depth unknowable. If he leapt in and the earth above collapsed, he'd be buried alive, arriving in this world only to vanish beneath it moments later. As he hesitated, warmth suddenly bloomed across his chest, not feverish heat but something deliberate and intimate, like a freshly boiled egg slipped beneath his jacket, not scalding yet unmistakably pressed against his skin, radiating steady warmth. He glanced down. His jacket's inner pocket bulged once, then flattened. Before comprehension could settle, a voice sounded in his ear, "Fear not." His neck stiffened, his head snapped left and right in one sharp motion. No one stood there. Tree shadows stood motionless. Rotting leaves hung still. Even the wind had ceased. He swallowed hard, thinking, done, I must have hit my head too hard. Concussion, no doubt. Then the voice returned, low, calm, resonant as a station announcer reading a public notice, "Follow the light." "Who's there?" Li Wei whispered, fingers tightening around the stone shard, shoulders pressing back against empty air. "No theatrics, show yourself. Let's settle this face to face." Silence answered. He waited several seconds. The stillness deepened, so absolute he could hear the soft wet sound of his own saliva sliding down his throat. Just as he began to exhale, warmth pulsed again across his chest, and then faintly his palm glowed. He looked down. The black stone, somehow already in his hand, lay there, its surface pitted and crusted with dried mud and blood. Now from within its jagged fissures a slender thread of silvery light seeped forth, fine as a needle, pointing unerringly toward a patch of shadow trees to the northeast. "You are not here by chance." He'd heard those words once before, deep in the forest, and dismissed them as hallucination. This time, however, the voice came with navigation. "Are you, the stone?" Li Wei murmured, eyes locked upon it. The silver light did not waver. Cautiously he raised it higher, the beam held its course unwavering. "You mean there's a path that way?" The light remained steady. "A safe place." It trembled, just once, like a nod. Li Wei's lips twitched upward, then swiftly tightened again. He wasn't foolish enough to trust a glowing rock. What if it were bait? Some extraplanar predator luring the gullible with luminescence, then snapping shut, leaving not even bone dust behind. Yet the ground beneath him offered no greater safety. Moments earlier a 3-meter-long armored monstrosity had erupted from the earth. Who knew what might dangle from the canopy next, a multi-limbed serpent perhaps lowering itself to kiss his forehead. Besides, he'd been crouching here for nearly 10 minutes, his legs now numb. He couldn't remain rooted like some anthropomorphic mushroom forever. Gritting his teeth, he tucked the stone shard into his pants pocket, braced his palms against damp soil and rose slowly. His knees ached, but held. One last glance at the fissure, then he murmured low and quiet, "If you mean to kill me, we'll perish together. I won't get far anyway." With that he stepped forward, toward where the silver light pointed. Trees thinned as he advanced. The ground changed to no longer thick layers of decayed leaves, but slick black mud that sucked at his boots with each step, each footfall releasing a soft wet, instantly adding half a pound of weight to his soles. The air grew damp, heavy with the scent of stagnant water, like an old basement soaked through by rain. After roughly 10 minutes mist began to rise. At first it hovered only at his ankles, thin as smoke. But as he walked it climbed steadily, rising to his waist within moments. Beyond, visibility blurred. Trees 50 feet ahead dissolved into hazy smudges of gray and white. Even the silver beam strained now, its slender line flickering weakly in the thickening fog, dimming and brightening like a failing pulse. Li Wei halted. "This place feels wrong," he muttered. The mist was too still. No wind stirred. No sound broke the silence, not even the muffled crunch of his own footsteps in the mud. It was as though this space refused to retain any trace of him, erasing his presence the moment it formed. He slipped his hand into his inner jacket pocket and touched the stone. Warm. Still active. "Still with me," he whispered softly. The silver light shimmered gently, then pointed deeper into the mist. "Fine. Your call. If things go wrong, don't blame me for trusting you." He drew a slow deep breath and stepped into the fog. It closed around him, instantly transforming everything. Temperature dropped sharply. His ears began to hum, a low persistent thrum as if someone tapped a small bronze bell against his temple. Stranger still were the whispers, faint overlapping voices drifting just beyond comprehension. Not hostile, not urgent, conversational, almost neighborly, like elderly women chatting over garden fences. Ignore them, he told himself. All illusion. All illusion. He sealed his lips, speaking no more, relying solely on that slender silver thread to guide him. Every 10 steps he paused to reorient himself, terrified of veering blindly into some devouring pocket of terrain. Once the silver light flashed twice. He dropped instantly, and sure enough the ground ahead had collapsed, revealing a slick-edged sinkhole exhaling thick bubbling glugs from unseen depths as if something stewed below. He skirted it and continued onward. The fog thickened until even his outstretched hand vanished into indistinct blur. At last he pressed the stone flat against his chest, using its gentle warmth to confirm it still lived. Twice the light nearly died, his heart stuttering to a halt, only for consciousness itself to whisper clear and calm, "Hold fast to faith." 4 words, and then silence. Li Wei exhaled shakily, muttering under his breath, "Could you please stop vanishing? Dropping out mid-crisis, that's hardly divine conduct." The instant the words left his lips the mist parted, as if a curtain had been drawn aside. Vision flooded back. He stood atop a gentle slope, no longer sinking in mire but treading on velvety luminous moss green so vivid it seemed lit from within. Ahead stretched a small valley. Trees here were shorter, their branches open and airy. Sunlight, or rather the combined glow of twin crimson and azure moons, filtered through thin clouds, spilling silver ripples across a winding stream. He stood frozen for several seconds before daring to descend. The incline was gentle, but each step was measured, deliberate. Only when his boot met solid unyielding earth did his breath ease slightly. He followed the stream a while. Its waters ran crystal clear, revealing a bed of smooth multicolored river stones, round and polished as though arranged with meticulous care. Kneeling, he cupped both hands and lifted water to his lips. Cool. Slightly sweet. No metallic tang, no rot. He drank, once then again, until his throat no longer burned with thirst. Water trickled from his mouth, tracing cold paths down his collar. Lifting his gaze, he saw movement beside the stream. Instantly he recoiled, snatching up a flat palm-sized stone as shield and weapon. He stared, and realized they were creatures. Roughly the size of mountain goats, with short sturdy limbs and ash-white fur dusted with gray. Tiny horns crowned their heads as they grazed peacefully. At his approach their ears flicked. Eyes slid toward him, calm, curious, but they neither fled nor cried out, continuing their quiet rhythmic chewing. Li Wei watched them for a long while, confirming they posed no threat, no coordinated charge, no warning snarl, before easing himself onto a broad sun-warmed boulder beside the stream. The stone was smooth, pleasantly warm, as if recently bathed in sunlight. Leaning back, his shoulders finally relaxed. His whole body sank into it, bones loosening, tension dissolving like mist in morning light. "At least, for now all is still," he murmured, tilting his face skyward. Here the dual moonlight, softened by high gauzy cloud, was gentle, non-blinding. A breeze drifted past, light as a feather fan brushing his cheek. He raised his hand, studying old calluses and fresh scrapes. Scabs had formed, tender but no longer raw. Inside his jacket pocket the stone rested quietly, its warmth normalized, neither glowing nor radiating heat. He closed his eyes. At last his ears filled not with heartbeat or ragged breath, but with the murmur of flowing water, the dry rustle of herbivorous jaws, and the distant sigh of wind through leaves. No growls. No tremors. No sudden eruptions of earth. A faint smile touched his lips. "If you'd shown this reliability sooner, I wouldn't have taken that tumble in the woods, or waged war with rabid dogs using nothing but rocks." No reply came. He knew the presence had withdrawn, for now. And that he thought was welcome peace. He spread his palms wide, letting the evening wind slip between his fingers. His body remained intact. His mind stayed sharp. He hadn't been devoured. Hadn't lost himself. And most remarkably, he'd found a place to sit, to drink, to simply be. That alone surpassed anything the past 24 hours had offered. He opened his eyes and glanced downstream. Water flowed downward, so the valley's exit couldn't be far. Yet he had no desire to move toward it, not yet. To sit was better than to stand. To breathe was better than to rush. He settled deeper into the stone, one leg bent, the other stretched out. The remnants of his crumpled Mount Tai tissue paper had long since disintegrated, his sock was soaked halfway up, but he didn't care. "We'll see," he said, whether to the stone or to himself he couldn't say. The valley breathed in quietude. The stream murmured on. One creature lifted its head, sniffed the air once, and lowered it again, resuming its peaceful feast. Li Wei leaned against the warm stone, one leg bent, the other foot lazily stretched out, the sole of his shoe nearly worn through, his sock half soaked and clinging coldly to his ankle. He paid it no mind, there was no place to change anyway. The stream babbled softly, a sound that after a while seemed like someone gently clapping beside his ear. A few small gray-white creatures were still nibbling grass, crunching loudly, their ears twitching rhythmically, much like the old cats basking in the sun outside the vegetable market back home. He stared at the water's surface, his reflection looked like a vagrant, messy hair, dark circles under his eyes, stubble on his chin. Back on Earth, if he showed up at the office looking like this, HR would have called him in for a talk. "Pay attention to your image, don't affect the team atmosphere." But now no one cared about him, no KPIs, no one asking him to revise the 8th version of a PowerPoint. He grinned to himself, thinking, a transmigrated unemployed person struggling to find work again, does this count as achieving freedom? His mind began to churn. Those 6 months at the ad agency, working overtime until dawn every day, revising designs, writing copy, pandering to demanding clients, and finally when a project went wrong all the blame was piled on him. The manager patted him on the shoulder and said, "Kid, just tough it out." But he didn't tough it out, he got dismissed. The termination notice arrived faster than his paycheck. He didn't cry or make a scene at the time. When he packed his things he didn't even slam the drawer shut. He just glanced back at his desk before leaving. The potted pothose on the table was wilted, its leaves half-yellowed, looking just like him. Now that he thought about it, if he had known he would transmigrate to another world a month later, he probably would have smashed the computer on the spot and left with more flair. But could this place really be livable? There were monstrous strange trees and stones that glowed to show the way. The air was humid and there were 2 moons in the sky, one red one blue, looking like a place that wouldn't offer social security. Yet he felt that compared to cramming into the subway every day, eating takeout and being fed empty promises by his boss, at least here he was breathing real air, not the recycled air-conditioned breeze of an office building. As he was mulling this over, a soft plop sounded near his foot. He looked down and saw a rabbit hopping onto the tip of his shoe. It was not large, with grayish fur ears standing straight up and its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. It didn't avoid him or run away, it just stood there looking up at him with eyes as clear as a newborn's. Li Wei's first instinct was to reach for a stone nearby to defend himself. This habit had been cultivated over the past few days. Walking through the woods he had to constantly wonder if something would emerge from the ground, and at every rustle of a branch he had to judge whether it was a predator's tail sweeping by. But this rabbit was too calm. When it hopped over, it didn't even bend a blade of grass, as if it wasn't there for a surprise attack. He slowly lowered his hand and stayed still. The rabbit showed no hurry either. It crouched in place for a moment, then suddenly hopped a tiny step forward just 10 centimeters from his shoe. It tilted its head, looked at him, then sniffed his mud-stained pant leg as if checking whether he was clean. Li Wei couldn't help but smile. "You're even braver than my colleagues when it comes to getting close to me." He tentatively extended a finger and gently touched the rabbit's head. The fur was soft, the body warm, and his fingertip registered a real touch. The rabbit didn't flinch, instead it pressed forward a little as if enjoying the caress. He was taken aback, then placed his whole hand down and stroked along the fur. The rabbit squinted its eyes, its ears relaxing with an expression that said, "Your technique is passable." At that moment he suddenly felt less lonely. On Earth he had few friends and even fewer people he could truly talk to. When work got busy he couldn't even be bothered to answer his parents' calls, and when he went home for the new year he just scrolled through his phone pretending to be busy. But in this godforsaken place a rabbit was willing to stand by his foot and let him pet it, which actually felt more comforting than receiving his year-end bonus. He leaned back against the stone, continuing to pet the rabbit, muttering to himself, "What should I do? If I go back there's a bunch of mess waiting. If I stay I'm not some Xianxia protagonist, no system, no cheat, nothing but this broken stone and no skills." The rabbit didn't answer, too busy struggling to chew on his shoelace, perhaps finding it tasty. He gazed toward the valley exit in the distance, his mind beginning to scheme. The stone could take him back and forth, which meant the travel was real. Tourists were still taking photos on the summit of Taishan, the wound on his palm was still there and the mud on his clothes hadn't disappeared. This was no dream nor hallucination. Since he could come and go, that meant he had turned a one-way ticket into a round-trip ticket, regaining some control. The question was, why go back? Submit resumes again. Tell the interviewer that he had cross-dimensional survival experience. HR would definitely think he was crazy. Maybe, first figure out what exactly this place is all about. Are there people? Is there edible food? Are there valuable things he could take back to sell? On Earth amber and meteorites could fetch high prices. Here he could pick up a glowing stone and it might be a rare mineral. Besides, if there were truly dangerous plants or monster carcasses, after studying them thoroughly he could make a series of videos titled "I'm a blogger in another world." The traffic would definitely explode. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. No need to achieve greatness overnight, first explore the surroundings. Take a walk through the safe zone of the forest, check for human traces, sources of water and food. Once he had a clear picture he could decide whether to settle long-term or make short-term commutes like clocking in and out. He patted the grass clippings off his pants and said to the rabbit, "I can't sit here forever, I need to get moving." The rabbit looked up at him, still chewing on the shoelace. "I'm not talking about you," he explained. "Eat if you like, I won't chase you away." He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and felt the stone. It was cool, neither hot nor glowing, lying quietly like a common piece of slag. But it had indeed shown him the way earlier and saved his life. Though he didn't know what it was or why it helped people, at least so far it hadn't betrayed him. Trusting it completely would be foolish, but dismissing it entirely wouldn't be fair either. A prudent approach was not to rely on its active help but to observe and judge everything on his own. Just like drafting an ad proposal, the client says feel free to be creative, but they already have an idea in mind, so you have to guess and test as you go. This world was the same, the rules were hidden in the details and he had to peel them back bit by bit. He made up his mind. Step 1, set out early tomorrow, stay near the valley, don't venture deep into the dense forest, don't touch strange plants. Step 2, record everything he sees, which animals are docile, which water sources are drinkable, whether there are obvious paths or man-made traces. Step 3, find an opportunity to test the travel, not to escape but to confirm that he has control. Only when he could come and go as he pleased would he have the initiative. As for Earth, no hurry to go back. Going back meant nothing, no job, no savings, relatives asking when he'd get married, friends chatting about down payments for houses. Now both sides were blank, which was actually liberating. He looked up at the sky. The twin moons hung low, the clouds thinning, casting light onto the stream, rippling with silvery gleams. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of grass and moisture, no car exhaust or kitchen smoke from the hallway. He took a deep breath and his chest felt much lighter. "It's settled," he said. The rabbit finally spat out the shoelace, hopped into a low clump of grass and glanced back at him as if to say, "Are you done yet?" I'm off work. He smiled and didn't stop it. Alone or with animals as long as he didn't have to attend meetings every day. He sat still, his gaze fixed on the edge of the forest line. The shadows of the trees were still nothing stirring. He knew he had to head that way tomorrow. But for now there was no rush. If he could sit he wouldn't stand. If he could catch his breath he wouldn't hurry. He put his hand back in his pocket, the stone was still there. Normal temperature, no warning, no sound. Nice and quiet. The valley was still, the water soft, and a small creature lifted its head, twitched its nose, then lowered its head to continue grazing. Li Wei had sat for so long that the residual warmth of the stone beneath him had long since faded. He shifted his legs and his knees buckled, nearly sending him to his knees, as a prickling numbness surged through them like blood rushing back after prolonged squatting. He cursed under his breath, bracing himself against a jagged rock protrusion to rise upright, then slowly brushed grass fragments and mud specks from his trousers, his movements sluggish as if sifting grains of rice for stray sand. He knew he could no longer linger. Last night's plan still echoed in his mind: first leave the valley and survey the surroundings, second determine whether there were signs of human presence or anything usable, third test whether that fractured meteorite could still transport him back. Yet now he stood at the very first step of the first step, still miles away from even reaching the valley's mouth. His hand slipped into the inner pocket of his jacket, fingertips brushing the shard of meteorite. Cold. Hard. Its edges faintly abrasive against his skin, exactly as it had been yesterday, perfectly inert. He squeezed it once, confirming its presence, then withdrew his hand and lifted his gaze toward the sky. The twin moons had vanished, leaving only a pallid shredded layer of cloud overhead, like torn cotton flung across the heavens. A faint damp wind brushed his face, carrying the earthy musk of decayed leaves and moist soil. He followed the stream upstream for a stretch, recalling from last night's observation that the eastern slope along the stretch offered a gentle incline leading beyond the forest's edge. His soles ached with every step, the sole of his shoe nearly split each footfall, a tentative press onto broken glass. His socks soaked through by dew squelched audibly with every stride, a sound so embarrassingly wet he winced inwardly at the noise. Within 200 meters the path narrowed sharply, thickets closed in on both sides, their tangled branches thrusting outward in chaotic disarray, scraping his arms until they itched. He ducked low and plunged forward, only to collide headfirst with a gnarled, crooked tree trunk. A sharp thud reverberated through his skull, jolting his nose bridge. Clutching his forehead he staggered backward 2 steps and muttered, "Even the trees here hold a grudge against me." Ahead loomed a boulder half his height, standing solitary at the slope's edge, its surface veiled in moss and webbed with fissures. As he edged past it he slowed his pace, struck by an odd sense of relief. The stone at least was motionless and posed no sudden threat, unlike the living world around him. Further on the tree lean thinned and the vista opened wide. He paused to catch his breath and glanced back toward the valley. The brook, the grazing creatures, even the stone where he'd sat, all were swallowed by shifting shadows of foliage. A hollow ache settled in his chest, like standing alone in an emptied apartment after moving out, keys still clenched tight in his palm, yet the door already locked behind him. He turned forward again and resumed walking. Beneath his feet the soft humus gave way to compact red earth, its crunch shifting from muffled puffs to brittle cracks. The air grew drier, the wind's direction subtly altered, now humming persistently in his left ear. He rubbed it absently, then froze at a shrill piercing shriek from above. It bore no resemblance to bird call or beast's roar, more like metal scraped violently across glass layered with unnatural reverb. He jerked his head upward so fast his neck strained. The sky hung gray and empty. He took one more step forward. Screech, caw. This time the sound erupted alarmingly close, and from a slanting angle above. His body reacted before thought. He lunged sideways, rolling hard across the ground, his spine slamming into the boulder with a jarring impact that made him gasp through clenched teeth. But he didn't stop. He scrambled on all fours behind the rock, curling into a tight knot, hard hammering like a drumbeat in the hands of square dancing elders. Holding his breath he peered through a narrow crevice. A creature skimmed low across the sky. Its wingspan stretched nearly 3 meters, tattered membranes of ashen black like weathered umbrella cloth, ragged and uneven as if gnawed by dogs. For elongated finger bones anchored the wings, curving sharply into hooked tips. Its body was lean and sinuous, sparsely furred, a slender forked tail trailed behind. Most terrifying was its head, devoid of eyes, its entire face a gaping maw. Upper and lower jaws mirrored each other, opening and closing rhythmically to reveal rows of serrated fleshy barbs within. It flew low, circling just 7 or 8 meters above ground, its jaws snapping open and shut, emitting that glass-scraping cry as it spiraled methodically around the slope. Li Wei pressed himself flush against the stone, cold sweat streaming down his spine until his waistband clung sodden. He dared not move, not even to swallow. One thought hammered relentlessly: if it spots me it'll bite my head clean off, like a burger patty. The creature completed another circuit, slowing its wing beats, growing languid as though meticulously scanning the terrain. It even folded its wings, momentarily gliding closer, its talons nearly grazing the tips of the grass. Li Wei buried his face deeper, wishing fervently he could dissolve into lichen. Fortunately it did not land. Seconds later it beat its wings sharply, issuing a terse staccato cry before veering northeast, ascending steadily until it shrank to a speck, vanishing into the cloud cover. Li Wei did not dare rise immediately. He leaned against the boulder for several long minutes, his legs trembling, utterly unsteady. Only when the rustle of wind through grass regained its natural cadence, and scattered bird calls began trickling back into the silence, did he cautiously lift his head, scanning the sky to confirm the creature was truly gone. He raised his hand and pinched the fleshy web between thumb and forefinger, hard. Pain flared. Not a hallucination. Still alive. It didn't see me. He whispered as if reporting status to an unseen observer. Good. I'm still alive. He drew several steadying breaths, pushed palms against the earth to stand, and slipped at the knees, nearly toppling again. Instead he sank cross-legged onto the ground and retrieved the meteorite fragment. It looked unchanged, dull gray, indistinguishable from rubble salvaged from a construction site. He stared at it for a moment, then asked quietly, "What were you doing just now?" "Couldn't you have warned me?" "Playing dead." Of course no reply came. He slid the shard back into his pocket, brushed dust from his clothes, and his expression hardened. The earlier ease, the illusion that he could explore methodically, had evaporated, replaced by taut hyper-alert vigilance. He recalled last night's meticulous plan: catalog animal behavior, locate water sources, sketch route maps. Now it struck him as absurd, as naive as a fresh intern presenting a polished PowerPoint to a client convinced the contract would be signed the moment the final slide appeared. This place obeyed no logic. What use was cataloging animal habits? Yesterday's rabbit was docile, today's bat-like horror treated him as midnight snack. Where safety seemed assured, a flying razor blade might descend without warning. He rose, brushed dirt from his rear, and ceased admiring the landscape or straining to identify distant bird calls. His gaze locked unflinchingly on the undulating silhouettes of distant mountains. His pace remained slow, but each footfall landed with deliberate, unwavering certainty. He resolved to change tactics. First, avoid open ground entirely, stick to the edges of rocks and thickets. Second, every 50 meters identify a concealed vantage point and pre-map escape routes. Third, at the first hint of anomalous sound, drop flat, regardless of dignity. As he walked, his eyes swept ground and sky alike, his ears pricked upright, like a country dog newly arrived in the city. Passing a bare expanse of rock shelf, he deliberately detoured wide around its flank, choosing extra time over exposure. Sunlight pierced the clouds, casting faint, elongated shadows. He glanced down at his own, short and huddled near his feet like a petty thief poised to bolt at any moment. He slowed further. Ahead lay a gentle slope blanketed in waist-high wild grass, rippling in waves toward the dense woods beyond. He knew crossing that grassy expanse was unavoidable to reach the forest, but stepping out openly would be tantamount to raising both hands and shouting, "Please eat me." He crouched at the crest and observed for several minutes. The grass swayed, but only from wind. No sound pierced the air, no shadow flickered overhead. He inhaled deeply, preparing to sprint low and fast, when from the corner of his eye something glinted in the left-hand thicket. He turned. A sliver of corroded metal half buried in soil, its rusted edges dull, yet its curved center caught sunlight and flared directly into his eyes. He froze. This was no natural formation. He stared at the fragment for 2 seconds, motionless. Not from lack of curiosity, but from raw, paralyzing fear. The creature's shriek still echoed inside his skull. Was this scrap a trap? Laced with toxin? Was it some kind of signal device, or merely the abandoned relic of some ill-fated predecessor? He retreated half a step, his hand instinctively drifting toward the pocket over his chest. The meteorite fragment rested silently, utterly unresponsive. He gritted his teeth, and ultimately refused to approach. Curiosity could wait. Survival was paramount. He withdrew his gaze and refocused on the grassy slope. Winds stirred the blades. The distant woods stood silent, neither threatening nor welcoming. He bent low, palms flat on the earth, like an athlete coiled at the starting line. His pulse quickened again. Yet he hesitated no longer, and launched forward. Li Wei crouched on the grassy slope, his knee pressing against a clump of withered yellow grass, elbows resting on his thighs as he stared at the expanse of wild grass undulating in the wind before him. The glint of light he had seen moments ago was gone, as if blown away like a shard of broken glass. He blinked, wondering if he was truly hallucinating from fear. After all, that eyeless, giant-mouthed bat-like creature ahead hardly seemed like something that could be explained by biodiversity. He had originally planned to dash across. But now he wasn't charging. Not because he didn't want to, but because he dared not. This place was too quiet, too silent, as if it were no longer a realm of the living. No birds sang, no insects chirped, and even the sound of wind brushing through the grass seemed like an echo recorded from afar and played back. That metal fragment earlier was probably not a good omen. Maybe it was a bait stake someone had planted in the ground, waiting for a fool to pick it up, then whoosh, fall into a pit with a sign overhead reading, "Welcome to the Delun Continent Self-Service Barbecue Zone." He slowly shuffled backward, inching down the slope, movements as light as if afraid to wake a creditor sleeping underground. When he reached the edge of the bushes, he steadied himself against a crooked tree trunk and stood up, glancing back toward the valley. A hazy green blur greeted him, and the sound of the stream was already inaudible. He knew that fleeting sense of safety, like the rock he had sat on last night, had been left behind. But moving forward, what lay ahead? He touched the inner pocket of his jacket. The fragment was still there, cold and hard against his hand, no different from a piece of construction waste. He suddenly recalled the day he crossed the mist. Back then he had just dodged a shelled monster, his ears ringing, his mind in chaos, and he had relied solely on the faint light in his chest to guide him. Only after entering the mist did he realize something was wrong. He kept walking forward, but his feet felt like they were moving in circles. When he tried to turn back, the path behind seemed erased by an invisible hand, not even a footprint left. At the time he thought he was just lucky to get out. Now thinking back, that mist was suspicious. He looked down at his shoes. One shoe had a torn side revealing half a gray sock, the other's sole was nearly detached, clacking with every step, making him look like a slipper salesman. But he paid no attention to that. One thought kept churning in his mind: could that mist also lead back? If it truly could disrupt direction, if it wasn't natural, if it concealed something. He shuddered, not from cold but because a wild idea popped into his head. Could there be a path inside that mist? A path that could take him away from here. Of course he was afraid. Who wouldn't be? Just yesterday a winged razor almost had him for breakfast. But the problem was staying here was even more dangerous. Open ground was impossible. The woods hid countless things that flew or burrowed, and even the grassy slope might be booby-trapped. Rather than blindly stumble around, it was better to go back and check that mist. At least it was a place he had been to before. Even if only once. He retraced his steps, moving much slower than before. He stopped every few steps, ears straining to catch the wind, eyes scanning the canopy and the ground. When he passed the waist-high boulder, he deliberately gave it a wide berth. Last time he had pressed against it to hide from the bat monster. This time he didn't want to use it as cover again. Who knew if that creature recognized landmarks and would come straight for him next time? The red soil gradually softened and the smell of humus filled his nostrils again. The forest line grew denser, branches and leaves intertwined, and sunlight was sliced into golden fragments scattered on the ground. He moved carefully, avoiding open areas as much as possible, choosing paths tangled with roots and sheltered by rocks. The clacking sound of his shoes irritated him, but he dared not take them off. If a thorn pierced his foot, he wouldn't be able to run later. Finally, the air ahead began to pale. The mist had arrived. At first only a few strands of gray silk tangled among the treetops like forgotten laundry lines. A dozen steps further and the entire area was enveloped. The fog was thick, tinged with a greenish hue, and close up a faint metallic smell mixed with damp soil and an indescribable burnt odor. He stood at the edge motionless, staring at the rolling white, his heart pounding. Last time he had passed through here because a voice told him where to go. Now. No one spoke and no light guided him. He reached his hand into the mist. The moment his palm touched the dampness, it felt like touching a piece of metal fresh from the freezer, cold enough to make him jerk back. He swallowed hard and muttered to himself, Lee Wei, if you die here you won't even need a tombstone. Just right, no mist here, purely accidental. With that he stepped in. The mist immediately wrapped around him. His vision shrank to within 5 meters. Beyond that everything was chaos. He tried to walk 2 steps forward and looked back. The entrance was already invisible. The tree shadows blurred and the ground color changed. The once brown soil now gleamed an eerie gray-green, as if soaked in disinfectant. He tore a small strip from his jacket sleeve and tied it to the nearest tree trunk. The white cloth stood out sharply in the mist. He noted the position, walked 10 more steps and tied another strip. But when he took another 10 steps and tried to verify, the first strip was gone. Not blown away by the wind, the entire tree had vanished. The crooked tree he clearly remembered having cracks and mushrooms had turned into a straight dead trunk, even the bark color different. He cursed under his breath. He tried again, this time tying the strip higher and picking up a stone to carve an arrow on the tree root. But after walking less than 20 meters and looking back, the tree had disappeared again and the arrow was gone. Everything in the mist was shifting, or rather he himself was being silently moved by something. He stopped and closed his eyes. He could no longer rely on his eyes. He recalled the sensation of his last passage, first stepping on a patch of soft moss, then his left foot suddenly sinking into a small hole after climbing out, his right leg scraping against a rock edge, then 7 consecutive steps on hard ground, the 8th step starting downhill. He had memorized these details entirely through his body. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes and no longer looked around but focused on the feeling beneath his feet. First step onto moss. Second step, left foot slightly sinking. Third step, right knee brushing against rough rock. He walked step by step extremely slowly, each step like double-checking a multiple-choice question before handing in an exam. The mist flowed around him, temperature fluctuating, and even a faint hum reached his ears like someone tuning a radio channel in the distance. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to ignore those distractions, focusing solely on the terrain rhythm in his memory. After about 10 minutes he suddenly touched a cold stone wall. This was it. Last time he had also touched the stone, smooth surface slightly curved, not like a natural formation. He immediately groped along the stone surface horizontally, his fingertip crossing a seam, so neat it didn't look like a crack but more like the edge of a doorframe. His heart leaped and he leaned in to look, but the mist was too thick to see the whole picture. He pushed hard. It didn't budge. He tried a different angle, sliding his palm along the curve, and finally found a depression on the right side at the bottom. He wedged his finger in and gently pried upward. Click. A soft sound. A narrow slit split open in the center of the stone wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. Inside was pitch black, but deep within a faint cyan light flickered like the last breath of a router during a power outage. Li Wei was stunned. He didn't dare enter immediately. He crouched at the entrance, hands on the ground, gasping for breath. His heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might leap out of his throat. He knew that once he stepped in he could no longer pretend this was just an ordinary misty area. What was inside was clearly not something nature could create. He reached into his pocket and touched the fragment. Still cold. He hesitated for a few seconds, then pulled it out and held it in his hand. Not to use it just for some psychological comfort. This broken stone, though now silent and unlit, had at least kept him alive until today. If it was a trap inside, at least he'd have some company. He stood up, turned sideways and squeezed into the gap. The passage was very narrow, shoulders scraping against both stone walls, and beneath his feet were even steps, each one lower than the last. The air became stagnant, making it hard to breathe. He walked down step by step, eyes fixed on that cyan light. It didn't brighten nor did it fade, just flickered as if waiting for him. There were about 30 steps. At the bottom a flat path stretched out. The passage widened a bit, and on the walls appeared cyan glowing patterns winding like circuit board traces. He reached out and touched the wall. It was warm and had a slight vibration as if something was running inside. He continued forward. The farther he went, the brighter the light. The entrance behind him had long been swallowed by the mist, leaving only this deep, dim passage ahead. He didn't know if this light was an exit or the bait of another trap. But he knew he had no other choice. He gripped the fragment tightly, his steps never faltering. The cyan light reflected on his face, flickering once, twice. He was getting closer to the light. Green light exploded before his eyes. Li Wei instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but the light was not harsh. Instead, it felt like a warm film spreading over his face, softly seeping into his senses. He did not stop, continuing forward. The steps underfoot had turned into flat ground without his noticing, but he kept counting 28, 29. Wait, that was wrong. Hadn't it been 30 just a moment ago? He halted, blinking. The light was no longer green but white, tinged with a grayish-blue, like the color of the sky just before dawn. The patterns on the wall stopped flickering, grew blurry, and finally vanished. He reached out to touch. The stone wall was gone, replaced by a rough rock face covered in moss and mud stains. He looked back. Where was the passage? It was only a cliff half shrouded in mist, a dark crack like a knife wound slowly closing, its edges grating with a faint sound like old bones grinding against each other. Damn, he muttered. This place closes its own door. Without a second thought, he hurried forward a few steps until his foot met empty air and he nearly tripped. Looking down, he saw a concrete floor with several cracks painted with yellow stripes and the words "Mind the Steps." He raised his head, and before him lay a wide view, a viewing platform. Beyond the railings dark mountains stretched, and in the distance the city lights merged into a sea of stars, just as he'd left them that day. But there were no shooting stars in the sky. A night wind swept past, carrying the smell of cumin from a barbecue stall and the hollow feeling of a dispersing crowd. He stood there looking around, confirming it was not an illusion. To the left stood the iconic stele of the main peak of Mount Tai, inscribed with Wu Eduzuan. To the right the cable car station's small building, lights still on, with a few tourist coaches parked by the entrance, drivers leaning against the vehicles smoking. He looked down at himself, clothes still, the gray jacket, one sleeve torn, trousers coated in mud, one shoe sole nearly detached, making a clacking sound as he walked. But he was intact, no missing limbs, no bat monster bites. He pulled out his phone, the screen lit up showing 0117, the date a day later. He remembered entering the mountain around 4 in the afternoon. So he had spent about 9 hours in the other world, and back on Earth no one had noticed his disappearance. A few tourists passed by, a young couple arms around each other posing for photos. The girl said, "What a pity about the meteor shower, only a few minutes." The boy replied, "I got one shot, posted it on Moments." They walked past Li Wei without a second glance, as if he belonged there. Li Wei slowly walked to the railing, gripping the cold metal bar, and took a deep breath. The air was cold but clean, mingling with the scent of pines and dust, not the strange metallic and burnt smell of the other world. He reached into his pocket. The fragment was still there, hard and solid like a piece of scrap metal from a construction site. He suddenly laughed, a quiet sound that startled even himself. "I'm back." He repeated it louder this time, but immediately realized his mistake and clamped his mouth shut. Nearby a man with a tripod collecting his camera glanced at him. Li Wei quickly lowered his head, pretending to tie his shoelace, though the shoe was beyond repair, the lace had long snapped. He retreated to a corner and sat on a bench which was iron and cold against his seat. He ignored it, thrusting both hands into his jacket pockets, gripping the fragment tightly. It was still cool, not glowing, not vibrating, just as it had been the day he picked it up. But he knew this thing was no ordinary item. He closed his eyes, replaying the scene in his mind, the mist, the passage, the green light, the steps, the stone door, all real. It was not a dream. A dream wouldn't make the soles of his feet ache so, nor his stomach growl so fiercely. He opened his eyes, gazing at the lights below, thinking, I can go back. And I can come again. A man in a windbreaker walked past him, saying to his companion, "Do you think there are parallel worlds?" The companion laughed. "You've been watching too many sci-fi movies, haven't you?" The man said, "I mean, what if we're living here and another version of us exists in another world doing completely different things?" Li Wei stared at their retreating back, silent, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and prepared to descend. After taking 2 steps he stopped, turned back to look in the direction of the stone cliff. The mist had mostly cleared, revealing nothing. He didn't hesitate any longer and turned toward the cable car station. On the way he passed a small shop with its glass door closed, lights off, but the shelves of instant noodles and bottled water were still visible. He felt his pocket, a few dozen yuan left, not much but enough for a bowl of noodles and a sausage. He noted the location, thinking, when I come back I'll have a hot meal first. When he reached the cable car station entrance, the attendant poked his head out. "Last car is gone. You'll have to take the shuttle bus down." Li Wei nodded, "Thank you." The attendant sized him up. "You look like you've been on a trek. Did you get lost?" "Yeah, took the wrong path," Li Wei said. "No wonder," the attendant waved a hand. "Go on, the bus is waiting at the intersection." He followed the signs, passing sanitation workers cleaning up trash and a few security guards patrolling. Everything was absurdly normal. Just moments ago he'd been worried about being eaten by flying monsters as a midnight snack. Now he had to queue for a shuttle bus and scan a health code even though no one was checking. He waited by the roadside, the wind blowing harder. He zipped his jacket up to the top, keeping his hands in his pockets clutching the fragment. It hadn't changed, but he knew he had. The bus arrived, a yellow minibus with the signed Mount Tai scenic loop line. He swiped his card, boarded, and took a seat by the window in the back. There were few passengers, a few backpackers dozing, a mother holding a child and humming softly. He watched the mountain road flash by outside the window, tree shadows fleeting like frames from a film reel. He suddenly thought of that rabbit. The little creature that had hopped to his feet by the stream, its furry ears twitching as it looked up at him. Was it still there? Had the valley been discovered by the monsters? What if the passage closed one day, never to open again? He didn't know. But he did know one thing: he could go back. As long as he was willing. The bus descended halfway down the mountain, signal returned and his phone buzzed with several unread messages, all ads and group chat noise. He didn't open them, locked the screen and looked out the window again. The foot of the mountain was brightly lit, shops still open, barbecue stalls smoking, people drinking and playing finger games. Everything was running normally, unaware that just hours ago someone had returned from another world. He looked down at his own hand, his palm was a little sweaty but his grip was steady. The bus stopped. He got off and stepped onto flat ground. The feeling of his feet on concrete was reassuring. Instead of heading home, he ducked into a 24-hour convenience store. He pushed open the door and cool air hit him. The clerk sat behind the counter scrolling on his phone, not looking up. He went straight to the food section, grabbed a bowl of braised beef noodles, a pickled egg and a bottle of water. At the checkout the clerk finally looked up. That all? Yeah. Want it heated? No, cold is fine. He sat on a plastic stool outside the store and ate the noodles. The noodles were a bit clumpy, the soup too salty, but he ate every last bite. After finishing he tossed the containers into the trash, patted his hands and stood up. The night wind was still there, the stars still there. He looked up at the sky, clouds parted revealing a few stars. No twin moons like Delun continent, no acid-spitting shell beasts, no circling bat-like monsters hunting prey. Here it was safe. Here it was ordinary. Here it was home. He tucked his hands back into his pockets, gripping the fragment, and stepped forward. His steps were far steadier than when he had arrived. Li Wei pushed open the door to his home, the key turning 3 times in the lock before it clicked open. He remembered not having locked the door from the inside before leaving, but exhaustion muddled his memory. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight, the air stifling like a steamed bun left too long. He didn't bother turning on the light. Instead he groped his way to the sofa, tossed his jacket onto it, and without even removing his shoes collapsed into a heap of cushions. 5 seconds later he bolted upright again, fumbling the stone out of his trouser pocket. It was still there, a hard lumpy mass, its surface pitted and rough like a piece of scrap from a construction site. He held it up to his eyes, squinting at the sliver of streetlight filtering through the curtain gap. It looked exactly the same as when he had picked it up last night on Mount Tai, not a single extra hair, not a missing chip. He sank back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The events of the previous night replayed in his mind like a film, the mist, the steps, the cyan glow, the stone walls closing in. And that rabbit. That little creature, its furry ears twitching, had looked up at him for a moment. Was it still hopping by the stream now? Or had it been snatched away by the bat monster? At that thought he shook his head violently, pressing his face into the cushions. Now was not the time to think about rabbits. He needed to figure out what the hell this broken stone was all about. He sat up straight and headed straight for the kitchen. Instant noodles took 2 minutes, pour hot water, stir with chopsticks, then carry the bowl back to the living room. He ate while pulling out his phone to check full signal, the time showing 7:14 a.m. The 9 hours he had vanished from the summit of Mount Tai had left not a single ripple on this side of the world. After finishing the noodles he tossed the bowl into the trash and turned into the bedroom. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes and downed 2 large glasses of water before his mind finally began to function. From the bedside drawer he retrieved a small flashlight, a pen and notebook, and placed the fragment in the center of the desk. Dawn had broken, but he still drew the curtains and switched off the light. The room fell into darkness, broken only by the intermittent sound of traffic outside. He stared at the fragment, thinking, if you really have power, show me a light. 10 minutes passed. The stone did not respond. He shifted his posture, sitting cross-legged with his hands on his knees, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, pretending to be an old cultivator of immortality. He muttered to himself, boundless heaven and earth, lend me your power, show me a light, damn it. Opening his eyes, the stone remained a stone. Maybe he needed to concentrate. He whispered, recalling that in the tunnel counting the steps had steadied his mind. So he began to remember 28, 29, 30. The rhythm of his steps, the sensation under his feet, the pace of his breathing, reconstructing the state bit by bit. This time he kept his eyes shut, focusing all his attention on that small quiet spot in his mind. After a few minutes his fingers suddenly tingled. He snapped his eyes open and saw a faint cyan light shimmering at the edge of the fragment, a dim flickering glow like a firefly emerging on a summer night, flashing intermittently like the display of a dying watch battery. Holy shit! He nearly jumped out of his chair, leaning in to look closer. The light was still there, barely visible but undeniably present. He tried to relax and the light faded. When he concentrated again it slowly crept back. He repeated this several times, confirming one thing: this thing could indeed sense his attention. Alright, you're cooperating, he grinned, picking up the pen to write in his notebook. Conclusion 1: the fragment glows when I focus. Next was the second test: could he travel back? He remembered that after the previous night's journey he had felt drained, as if wrung dry, stumbling as he walked. Now his mind was refreshed, his energy restored. It was worth a try. He gripped the fragment in his hand, sat at the desk, closed his eyes and concentrated his will, imagining himself crossing the mist, stepping onto the stairs and approaching the stone gate. He repeated the image over and over, straining harder until sweat beaded on his forehead. 10 minutes later nothing happened. He opened his eyes and noticed the fragment's light had dimmed further. His head began to throb with a dull ache, like the pain after 3 consecutive days of overtime. No, too exhausting. He rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair to catch his breath. It seemed he couldn't just go whenever he wanted. He opened the notebook and wrote below the first conclusion. Conclusion 2: traveling consumes energy, at least 6 hours of sleep are needed to recover. Otherwise his brain would explode. The next day he continued observing the fragment. During the day the light was invisible under the sun, so he switched to testing at night. Dinner was instant noodles again. After eating he took a shower and sat down at his desk at 10 sharp. This time he wanted to see if he could bring something with him. He first stuffed his phone into his pocket, placed the fragment in the other side and then began to concentrate as usual. Just as he entered the state, the fragment in his hand suddenly vibrated violently, as if trying to leap out of his palm. Startled, he almost let go. Then a cold sensation crept up his arm, his heart raced and a roar filled his ears. He immediately stopped, gasping for breath, his palms drenched in sweat. When he finally calmed down he saw the fragment's light had completely extinguished and it felt icy cold, with even the faintest connection gone. Broken. His heart tightened. He quickly placed his hand back, closed his eyes and concentrated again. After a long while he felt only an extremely weak link, like a phone signal down to 1 bar. Electronic devices won't work, he concluded. Too much interference. On the third morning he switched to lightweight objects. Keychain, pen, coin, lighter. He placed each into his trouser pocket right next to the fragment and then tried to trigger the glow. He found that as long as the total weight didn't exceed half a gene the fragment reacted normally. Once the weight exceeded that, there would be slight stuttering or even a break in the connection. He also tested the placement of items. He put the pen in the outer pocket of his jacket, but as soon as he concentrated the pen slipped out of the pocket and clattered to the floor. He tried again, the pen simply didn't go with him. When he returned the pen lay on the floor. Got it. He wrote down the third conclusion: can only carry small close-fitting items, no more than 500 grams, must be placed tightly against the fragment. After writing that he closed the notebook, leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. After 3 days of research he had finally figured out a few iron laws. First, the fragment glows when he concentrates. Second, traveling drains the mind, requiring sufficient rest before the next attempt. Third, there are limits on what he can bring, too much won't work and wrong placement won't either. He looked down at the grey unremarkable stone and suddenly felt it was no longer like scrap metal but rather an old companion, eccentric in temperament but bound by rules. Outside the window the sky was gradually brightening and the sounds of traffic below increased. Someone was walking a dog. The dog barked twice then faded away. He stood up and pulled open the curtains. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the desk. The fragment was half covered and the other half flickered briefly before extinguishing. He put it in his pocket, stood up and stretched. His shoulders relaxed and his mind cleared. He knew now what he had in his possession, not some invincible cheat but a key to a door, a flashlight that needed recharging, a mysterious part with an instruction manual. He walked to the window, watching the white steam rising from the breakfast stall below, and thought, next time I go I'll bring something practical. Like band-aids, a flashlight, compressed biscuits. Or a small bottle of mosquito repellent. There might not be mosquitoes in that place, but the bat monster surely hated strong smells. He smiled, turned to tidy the desk. Just as he picked up the notebook his fingers paused on the cover. Footsteps of a courier approached from outside the door then faded. A bicycle bell rang once. The breakfast shop below started frying dough sticks, their aroma seeping through the window. He stood still, his right hand in his pocket, gently squeezing the stone. It lay there quietly like an ordinary meteorite. Li Wei's fingers trembled slightly as he pulled the fragment from his pocket, not from fear but from exhilaration, pressing down on nervous anticipation, like having chugged 2 energy drinks and then squatting outside a restroom door waiting for an open stall. He sat at his desk and stared at the dull ashen stone for 3 seconds, then took a deep breath and methodically laid out the contents of his left front pocket: a folding pocket knife, 2 colorful glass marbles, a fluorescent marker and a miniature flashlight. Together the 4 items weighed precisely 480 grams, so exact that not even a single matchstick could fit into the margin. He recalled the 3 rules he deduced from his last experiment: absolute mental focus, full physical rest, and strict limits on both weight and arrangement of carried objects. For the past 3 days he had slept soundly and eaten conscientiously, even swapping instant noodles for boxed meals, terrified that mid-transit he might become stranded in the dimensional corridor, severed cleanly in half. Let's go. He closed his eyes and began counting steps in his mind: 28, 29, 30. The sensation of stone beneath his soles, the rhythm of his breath, the low resonant hum of azure light in his ears, all returned one detail at a time. The fragment in his palm gradually warmed, no grew scorching hot, then his fingertips tingled sharply. He opened his eyes to see a soft pulsing cerulean glow emanating from its edges flickering like the rear end of a firefly. He dared not pause. Fixing his gaze on the light, he silently willed go. Reality shimmered. The air shifted, just moments ago thick with the sour tang of instant noodles in his rented room, now saturated with the damp earthy perfume of moss and ancient timber. His feet no longer rested on cold tile, but on yielding springy soil that sank slightly beneath his weight. He had arrived. He stood at the edge of an open clearing. In the distance gnarled trees leaned at odd angles, nearby scattered vendors sat cross-legged on the ground, some cloaked in heavy hoods, others with cloth wrapped tightly around their heads. Not a single soul wore a suit or tie. The market was small, sparsely populated, but the shifting silhouettes of passers-by made his throat tighten instinctively. Glancing down, he saw himself clad in a sportswear set, the front emblazoned with bold characters reading Mount Tai Tourism Souvenir, while the back bore a QR code, likely linking to a scenic area's official WeChat account. This outfit here was akin to walking into the Great Hall of the People holding a bowl of spicy Sichuan noodles. Yet he remained still, first scanning left and right to confirm no eyes were fixed upon him. His earlier dishevelment had vanished, clean clothes, no trace of grime on his face, now he looked at least like an ordinary man. Slowly he crouched and retrieved the 4 items from his pocket, arranging them neatly in a row across a smooth flat stone, like a grocer meticulously stocking a display shelf. He placed the knife at center, the fluorescent marker to its left, the marbles perfectly rounded, and the flashlight with its switch facing downward, to prevent accidental activation and startling anyone. He dared not call out. Language was a barrier, speaking might instantly betray him. So he simply sat, pretending to be a legitimate vendor, and waited for customers to approach. A minute passed. No one came. 2 minutes later a bird soared overhead and dropped a steaming droplet that nearly landed atop the fluorescent marker. He raised a hand to deflect it, thinking even the birds here lack civility. As he pondered relocating, a small child bounded toward him, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, clad only in crude leather shorts, barefoot, nose glistening with a thin trail of mucus. The boy's eyes locked instantly onto the marker, the color was jarringly vivid yellow-green, blazing under sunlight like something alive. He reached out without hesitation. Li Wei swiftly lifted his hand to block him, shaking his head gently. He pointed first to the marker, then to himself, signaling clearly, "Mine. Not for taking." The boy paused, then broke into a wide grin, revealing crooked, uneven teeth, before spinning and dashing away. He sprinted 5 or 6 meters, glanced back once over his shoulder, bounced twice, and vanished behind the crowd. Li Wei's heart lurched. This is it, I've drawn attention. And indeed they came. Over the next 10 minutes several passers-by slowed their pace, glancing curiously at the strange assortment before him. An elderly man wearing a wide-brimmed hat paused to examine the glass marbles, lifting one to catch the sun's glare before setting it down again. A burly warrior in leather armor cast a single glance at the flashlight, frowned, and strode off. No one asked the price. No one reached to take anything. Li Wei's back ached from sitting rigidly, thinking this barter was harder than negotiating revisions with a capricious client. Just as he began wondering whether to return another day, a deep resonant tread shook the ground, thud, 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 like iron hammers driving stakes into bedrock. He looked up to see a stocky dwarf approaching. Though short, barely reaching his chest, his shoulders spanned like a fortress gate, his arms thicker than Li Wei's thighs. His beard was braided into tight coils and his belt bristled with tools that clinked with every step. A dwarf. He marched straight to the makeshift stall, eyes locked unblinkingly on the folding knife. He bent, extended his hand and snatched it up, swift and precise. He turned it over and his hands opened and snapped it shut with a crisp click audible even in the hush. He ran a thumb along the blade's edge, squinting closely at its sharpness, then waited thoughtfully in his palm, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Li Wei held his breath, his hand subtly resting against his outer pocket where the fragment lay concealed. If danger arose he would vanish instantly. The dwarf didn't glance at him. Instead he reached into a leather pouch at his waist and withdrew 3 stones, dropping them onto the ground. Each about the size of a fist, one jet black with a silvery sheen, one blood red, and one slate gray veined with golden filaments. He pointed first at the knife, then at the stones, his gaze direct, his intent unmistakable. Trade. Li Wei's mind raced. These ores were extraordinary, dense, lustrous, unlike anything scavenged from roadside gravel. And the dwarf's willingness to offer them confirmed the knife's perceived worth. He drew a slow, steady breath, and nodded. Reaching forward he accepted the 3 stones. They were heavier than anticipated, especially the crimson one, which felt unnervingly cold and dense in his grip. He handed over the knife. The dwarf accepted it, flashing a broad grin, teeth stained brown, but eyes gleaming with genuine satisfaction. He tucked the knife into his tunic and slapped Li Wei hard on the shoulder, a blow strong enough to nearly buckle his knees, then turned and walked away, his stride firm and unhurried, his broad back dissolving seamlessly into the crowd. The exchange was complete. Li Wei remained seated, pulse still racing. He looked down at the 3 alien ores in his palms, then back at the empty space where the knife had rested, replaced now by these artifacts from another world. He ran his fingers over each stone, then carefully slipped them into his inner jacket pocket, covering the remaining items with a handkerchief to shield them from dust. He straightened his posture, leaning back slightly, trying to project the calm authority of a seasoned merchant, not a college student improvising a roadside stall. The surroundings remained tranquil. A few people passed and glanced, but none approached. Even the elderly man reappeared, eyeing the marbles again, hesitated, then walked on. Li Wei observed quietly, unmoving. He knew haste would ruin everything. This first success was merely a trial run, he needed to stay grounded. He remembered his days at the advertising agency. The first 3 meetings demanded humility, only on the 4th could he finally propose terms. It was the same now, patience step by step. He lowered his gaze to the vacant spot on the stone and couldn't suppress a quiet upward curve of his lips. It truly works. Junk from Earth, mere scrap metal, had just traded for alien ore. So what next? A multi-tool. A military-grade dagger. Or perhaps, just for curiosity, a pack of spicy chili strips. Would beings from another world savor artificial flavorings? As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught the dwarf pausing several paces away, then turning to glance back at his stall. Li Wei immediately bent to adjust the flashlight, feigning obliviousness. When he lifted his head again, the dwarf had vanished. Li Wei lowered his head and stuffed the 3 ores one by one into the inner pocket, covering the remaining trinkets with a cloth. Suddenly a flicker of tension caught the corner of his eye. The dwarf from earlier had not gone far and had stopped again. At the fork in the road, the dwarf stood with his back to Li Wei, his shoulders like solid stone pillars, immovable. Li Wei's fingers instinctively pressed against his trouser pocket, feeling the cold firm fragments still there. Before he could decide whether to retreat behind the stall and pretend he hadn't seen anything, the dwarf spun around and strode back with heavy footsteps. Thump thump thump, each step was heavier than before, as if hammering nails into an anvil. Li Wei sat up straight, neither moving nor smiling. He knew this was no time to show weakness nor to feign familiarity. He had to remain steady, like when waiting for a proposal to be approved in the client's office, his face betraying no urgency though his mind was in turmoil. The dwarf approached him silent, then raised a hand and slapped his own chest with a dull thud that sent a nearby stray cat darting into the undergrowth. Then he pointed at Li Wei, then at himself, and finally gestured with his chin toward a small smoke-spewing shack in the distance. A hammer was slanted into the roof of that shack, its head rusted, but the symbol on the flag fluttering above was quite spirited, a blade piercing a stone. Li Wei blinked, trying to decipher the sequence of gestures. "You me go there together." He hesitated and looked around. The market remained as desolate as before, with no one watching or pointing fingers. The old man in the hat, crouching a few meters away, gnawed on a dry biscuit without even raising his eyelids. The air was thick with the smell of charcoal and a burnt potato-like aroma so vivid it felt unreal. He nodded slowly, stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. The words Taishan Travel Souvenir on his sportswear bleached white under the sunlight, but he had no mind for that now. The dwarf grinned, this time not slapping his shoulder but making a gesture of invitation like an unexpectedly refined doorman. A chuckle nearly escaped Li Wei's lips as he stepped forward to follow. The two walked one after the other along a potholed path strewn with jagged stones, making walking difficult. Li Wei trod carefully, but the dwarf moved as if treading on cotton, each step as steady as if measured by a ruler. As they neared the shack, the dwarf suddenly halted, unfastened a fist-sized leather pouch from his belt and handed it over. Li Wei froze, not taking it. The dwarf frowned, thrusting the pouch closer while muttering something in a tone like beans bubbling in a pot. Li Wei tentatively accepted it. It was heavy, feeling as if it were filled with sand and gravel. He pulled open the drawstring and looked inside, several polished metal beads of varying shades, their surfaces etched with fine patterns that didn't seem machine-made. He looked up and the dwarf nodded at him as if to say, "A gift, take it." Li Wei accepted, slipped it into his outer pocket and patted it lightly to express gratitude. Satisfied, the dwarf turned and pushed open the door, unleashing a wave of heat laden with the scent of rust and burning coal. The smithy was small, about 20 square meters, with scrap piled in corners and tools scattered on the floor, hammers, tongs, misshapen iron pieces. At the center stood a large furnace, flames leaping high with a bellows beside it, its handle polished to a sheen. The workbench was a single block of black iron covered in marks from years of hammering. The dwarf walked over, picked up the folding knife just exchanged and placed it on the bench. Then he retrieved a short dagger he had forged himself from a corner, its blade greenish, the edge slightly rough. He laid the two knives side by side, gesturing back and forth, first pointing to the edge of the earth knife, then to his own eyes, shaking his head, then pointing to the dwarf dagger, letting out a heavy sigh. Li Wei understood. "You're talking about the gap in craftsmanship." He bent down to inspect closely. The knife opened and closed smoothly, its edge polished, even the screws tightened perfectly. The dwarf's knife, though sturdy, had tiny chips along the edge and uneven polishing. He nodded, gave a thumbs up, then pointed at the knife and then at the dwarf. "Your skill is good, but the tools are lacking." The dwarf's eyes lit up and he slammed the workbench with a bang that made the teacup on it bounce 3 times. He turned to fetch several ingots of metal from a shelf, setting them one by one on the bench. The first was pitch black, emitting a dull sound when tapped. The second was reddish brittle, crumbling when pinched. The third, with gold threads, had better ductility but lacked hardness, denting under pressure. As he displayed them, he muttered, his expression growing more agitated. Finally he threw up his hands, shrugged, and stared at Li Wei as if asking, "Don't you have this kind of trouble back home?" Li Wei understood roughly. He thought for a moment and pulled out his remaining items from his trouser pocket, a fluorescent pen, a flashlight, and glass beads. He unscrewed the fluorescent pen to reveal the core, then switched on the flashlight. The light cast a white halo on the metal bench. The dwarf squinted at the flashlight and reached for it. Li Wei quickly withdrew it, shaking his head and making a no gesture. The dwarf pouted but didn't insist, instead fixing his gaze on the plastic casing of the fluorescent pen, pinching it, then sniffing it. Suddenly the dwarf looked up, eyes bright, pointing at the flashlight, then at the furnace, and making a dismantling gesture. Li Wei shook his head. "This thing is too complex. I don't have the tools to disassemble it." The dwarf didn't understand but sensed the refusal. He wasn't angry, instead he laughed, revealing yellowed teeth. He turned and pulled a cloth from a cabinet, uncovering a fist-sized ore with a faint blue luster. When placed on the bench the light seemed to be absorbed into it. Li Wei's breath caught. This ore was heavier than the three he had exchanged combined, its color unlike anything he had seen, as if the night sky had been solidified into a solid. The dwarf pointed at the ore, then at the knife, and made a repeat several times gesture, opening and closing his fingers twice. Finally he patted Li Wei's arm with a lighter touch, meaning, "You bring the tools, I'll offer good stuff in exchange." Li Wei's heart raced. He looked down at the blue ore, then at his own Taishan Travel Souvenirs sportswear, suddenly feeling that this outfit was quite auspicious. He gestured, "Next time bring more tools." The dwarf didn't understand the words but read the action. He nodded vigorously, grinning, and casually grabbed the hammer on the bench, striking the anvil with a clang that sent dust from the roof falling. Their eyes met and the atmosphere suddenly lightened. Li Wei remembered something and pulled out a mini flashlight from his pocket, this time not hiding it. He placed it on the bench, pointing at the switch and mimicking a press. Curious, the dwarf leaned in. Li Wei demonstrated by pressing the switch, and the beam shot toward the corner, casting a bright white light. The dwarf let out a wow like a child seeing fireworks. He took the flashlight and repeatedly pressed the switch, delighted. After about 7 or 8 presses the battery seemed unstable, the light flickering. Frowning, he opened the back cover, revealing the battery and circuit board. His expression changed, no longer curiosity but the focused look of a craftsman examining intricate machinery. He looked up at Li Wei with seriousness, pointing at the flashlight's interior, then at Li Wei, and spoke a long sentence with a rising tone, clearly a question. Li Wei didn't understand, so he could only shake his head and spread his hands. "I don't know smithing, I'm just an ordinary person bringing a few trinkets to sell." The dwarf seemed to realize he wasn't a craftsman, showed slight disappointment but quickly perked up. He reassembled the parts, returned the flashlight, and patted Li Wei's shoulder as if saying, "It's okay as long as you can bring them." Li Wei put the flashlight away, stood up, and surveyed the smithy. On the walls hung several blueprints, rough lines suggesting weapon designs, but the paper was yellowed and worn at the edges, clearly used for a long time. He suddenly realized the people here didn't lack technical ideas but the means to realize them. He looked at the dwarf and nodded earnestly, "I'll bring better tools." The dwarf didn't understand the words but read his attitude. Smiling, he picked up an iron ladle from the furnace, scooped up molten metal, and poured it into a mold. With a sizzle, white steam rose. Then he lifted the mold, waited for it to cool, and opened it. A small hammer had taken shape, rough but complete in outline. He handed the small hammer to Li Wei as a token. Li Wei received it, the warmth still lingered, burning his hand. He weighed it heavier than expected, and on the hammerhead was a small T engraved. "Thank you," he said. The dwarf grinned, not responding, but pointed to the door and then to the sky. The sun was already beginning to set, light streaming through the gaps in the roof, casting a flowing dark glow upon the blue ore. Li Wei knew it was time to leave. He carefully tucked the small hammer into his inner pocket alongside the ores. Before stepping out he glanced back. The dwarf had already returned to the furnace, pulling the bellows again, the firelight flickering in his bearded face. Li Wei took 2 steps back, his hand slipping into his pocket, gripping the fragment. He took one last look at the hammer flag stuck by the smithy door, swaying slightly in the wind. He thought to himself, "Next time I'll bring a Swiss Army knife to try." Li Wei's hand had just left the blacksmith's doorframe when the evening breeze came chasing after him from behind. He didn't look back, but he could feel the heat lingering behind him like a piece of red-hot iron pressed against his back. The fragment in his pocket was icy cold, and the small iron hammer in his inner pocket pressed against his chest, heavy, not like a gift but more like a mission order. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing on the carpet of his own bedroom, still wearing his backpack, the soles of his shoes caked with the dust of Delun continent, leaving 2 black smudges on the light-colored carpet. He glanced down, ignored it, and first unzipped the backpack to feel the inner compartment. The small iron hammer was still there at a normal temperature, neither broken nor melted. He let out a sigh of relief, took off the bag and placed it on the bed, then sat down at his desk and turned on the desk lamp. His notebook was open to where he left off yesterday, with 3 iron rules written down: mental concentration required to activate at least 6 hours of recovery after each transit, and the carried item must not exceed 500 grams and must be in direct contact with the fragment. But things had changed now. Last time he brought along trivial things as a test, this time he needed to prepare with real practical tools. He stared at the notebook for 3 seconds, closed it, stood up and pulled open the wardrobe. The first thing he dug out was a toolkit he had used in the University Mechanical Club, containing a multifunctional screwdriver set, a set of hex wrenches, and carbon steel scissors, all bought with the money he saved on meals back then. He took them out one by one to inspect them. The blades weren't rusty, the knobs turned smoothly, and the scissors could still cut through scrap paper with a crisp snap. He nodded, stuffed them into a compression bag and sealed it. Next was the old storage box under the bed. He lifted the lid and a musty plastic smell rushed out. Inside were a half-disassembled electric fan, links of a bicycle chain, a door lock spring, and a broken electronic alarm clock. He picked out the gears and chain links, wiped them clean with a cloth, estimated their weight, and managed to squeeze them into his luggage. The books on the shelf, Home Repair Manual and Introduction to Metalworking, were also pulled down. The pages were yellowed, the corners curled up, books he had read to pass the time during his unemployment. Now they came in handy. He flipped through them. The illustrations were clear, the steps simple, even showing how to sharpen a kitchen knife in vivid detail. The people of the other world couldn't read the words, but they could understand the pictures. He wrapped the 2 books in a waterproof bag, then casually pulled 2 second-hand engineering drawing primers from the desk drawer, bargains he had picked up for 5 yuan at a used book market, with half the cover missing, perfect for disguising themselves as junk in a pile of scrap paper. All the items were spread out on the bed like a dry run for a wilderness survival packing drill. He weighed them 3 times with a scale, total weight 940 grams over by 400 grams. No, he had to reduce the load. He gritted his teeth and threw away the alarm clock parts. Kept the vernier caliper, kept only 3 chain links and could only bring one of the 2 books. In the end he decided to bring Introduction to Metalworking because it contained a common metal hardness comparison chart complete with illustrations. The compression bag was resealed and the total weight was brought down to 490 grams within the safety limit. But what about knives? The last time the dwarf had stared at the small knife like it was a divine miracle. This time he needed something more formidable. He remembered that the hardware store downstairs sold folding knives, the cheap kind around 10 yuan a piece with stainless steel blades and plastic handles sturdy enough. Swiss Army knives were more expensive, but he had one in stock, a birthday gift from a colleague still sealed in its packaging. It was said to be a promotional giveaway from a brand, but the packaging was printed with a mineral water logo making it look like a fake. He opened it to inspect it. The functions were all there: scissors, bottle opener, small saw, perfect for a high-tech demonstration piece. The problem was how to buy them. He only had a little over 3,000 yuan left in his account and the rent was still unpaid, so he couldn't be extravagant. Besides, buying too many knives at once would make the store call the police. He figured out a plan: spread it over 3 days, go every evening, buy 2 different models each time and make small talk to inquire about price trends, pretending to be an outdoor enthusiast doing research. On the first day he bought a utility knife and a mini plier. On the second day he went to a different store and got a hunting-style folding knife and a Swiss Army knife. On the third day he returned to the first store to pick up 2 replacement blades and a portable sharpening stone. He paid in cash each time to avoid linking the transactions. He bought and left without chatting or testing the knives, like a recluse who hated trouble. All the items were packed into the side pocket of the backpack with the main compartment reserved for tools and books. He placed the bag in the center of the living room and stood back to look at it. It looked like a worn-out office worker going camping, not someone about to go to another world for technological aid. On the night before departure he slept for 6 hours, ate 2 eggs and a bowl of porridge in the morning and drank a cup of strong tea. At noon he began checking his equipment, the fragment placed in his left pants pocket, the small iron hammer token in the inner pocket, all zippers on the backpack fastened, no leaks in the compression bag. He looked in the mirror, put on a dark gray tracksuit, pulled the hood low to cover his face. At 6:30 p.m. the sky wasn't fully dark yet and the streetlights had just come on. He rode a shared bike to the edge of the forest area at the foot of Mount Tai, chose a clearing backed by a rock with no one around, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. He sat down, the backpack leaning against his legs, looked left and right to confirm everything was clear. He reached into his pocket with his right hand and grasped the fragment. It was icy cold, but this time before he could concentrate a faint vibration came from his fingertips like a phone vibrating on silent mode. He was startled for a moment, then understood. It wasn't that he controlled the fragment, but that the fragment was also waiting for him to return. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Go back." His vision blurred as if someone had given him a gentle push. His body suddenly lost weight and the next second his feet landed on solid ground. The air changed. The smell of charcoal, rust and burnt ash mixed together and rushed at him. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a barren grassy slope. In the distance the outline of the market was blurry, but the smoke column was clear, rising slowly from the direction of the blacksmith's shop. He looked down at his bag. The zippers were intact, the compression bag unbroken. He reached into his pocket to feel the fragment, still there. The small iron hammer in the inner pocket was also secure. But the position was off. Last time he landed at the market entrance, now he was about 300 meters away, surrounded by low shrubs, and the path was unfamiliar. He crouched down, pulled out the small iron hammer from the bag and held it in his hand. The temperature was normal, neither hot nor cold. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. This thing was now more reliable than a compass. He stood up and walked along the terrain he remembered. On the left was a gentle slope, on the right was a dry ditch. The terrain ahead was slightly higher and he could see the roofs of the huts. He lowered his body, avoided open areas, didn't walk fast but planted each step firmly. 15 minutes later the blacksmith's shop came into view. The forge fire was still burning, black smoke still rising, and the iron hammer flag on the flagpole fluttered noisily in the wind. The door was ajar, not shut completely. He walked to the door, stopped and placed his hand on the doorframe. From inside came the sound of the bellows being pulled steady in rhythm, stroke after stroke. Then came the clang of a hammer striking the anvil, unhurried as if repairing an old cherished object. Li Wei did not enter immediately. He adjusted his backpack, moved the Introduction to Metalworking to the outer pocket for easy access, and shifted the Swiss Army knife to his left hand to ensure he could quickly pull it out for display. He raised his hand to knock. But the door cracked open from the inside. The light filtering through the crack in the door flickered across Li Wei's eyes. Before he could raise his hand to knock, the heavy wooden door was pulled open from the inside, revealing more than half of the opening. The dwarf stood at the threshold, his face smudged with grime, beads of sweat clinging to the tip of his nose. He gripped a pair of iron tongs in one hand, the other hand resting on the doorframe. He stared at Li Wei for a couple of seconds, then cracked a grin, revealing a row of yellowed but sturdy teeth. "You're back," he said, his voice scraping like a piece of raw iron dragged across stone. Li Wei smiled back. "Yeah, I'm back." The dwarf said no more, stepping aside to clear a path. Li Wei ducked his head and entered, his footsteps crunching softly on the floor strewn with coal dust and iron shavings. The forge fire still blazed, the bellows lay half tilted against the wall, surrounded by a few lumps of blackened scrap. The entire workshop was stifling hot like a steam bath, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal. He shrugged off his backpack and set it down on a rickety wooden table in the corner, one of whose legs was broken. On the table lay a chipped hammer and a curled piece of parchment covered with crooked lines that resembled a sketch for some tool, but clearly unfinished. The dwarf walked over, picked up the paper casually, then put it down again, his gaze falling on the backpack. Li Wei understood his meaning. He unzipped the side pocket, took out the compression bag layer by layer and laid out the tools inside one by one. A multifunction screwdriver set, hex wrenches, carbon steel scissors, a vernier caliper, 3 chain links, a portable sharpening stone, and finally the Swiss Army knife, which he deliberately placed in the most prominent position. The dwarf crouched down, picking up each item to examine. First he touched the handle of the screwdriver, twisted the knob, and with a click it rotated direction. His eyes lit up. Next he picked up the scissors and tried cutting a piece of wire on the floor. Snap, it broke cleanly. He nodded, then moved on to study the caliper, turning it over and over for several minutes. Finally he pointed at the scale and looked up. These little squares, are they for measuring things? Li Wei hadn't expected such quick comprehension. He nodded promptly, pulled out Introduction to Metalworking from the outer pocket of his backpack and flipped to the first page's illustration. Pointing at a picture of a worker measuring a part, he gestured. This lets you know exactly how big to make something so it's accurate. The dwarf leaned in, squinting at the book. His brow furrowed, then relaxed. Suddenly he stood up, walked to an old wooden chest in the corner and pulled out a yellowed parchment, spreading it on the table. The paper bore the outline of a battle axe, but the lines were crooked, the proportions off, and the blade area had been erased and redrawn several times. He pointed at the drawing, then at his own head inside. The idea's here, but my hand can't draw it. The moment I try it goes crooked, the moment I fix it it becomes a mess. Li Wei looked at the drawing and understood. This dwarf had skill and ideas but lacked the means to accurately translate the vision in his mind onto paper. Schematic drawings, on Earth even elementary school handicraft classes taught them, but here they were clearly a rarity. Instead of speaking immediately, he pulled out a pen and quickly sketched a simplified 3D of the battle axe on the blank margin of the book, front, side and top views, with dimensions marked on every line. When he finished he pushed the book over. See? This way every angle is perfectly clear. Forge it according to this and it'll be close enough. The dwarf stared at the drawings, his breathing slowing. He extended his thick stubby fingers and gently traced the lines as if afraid of tearing the paper. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes blazing with intensity. You can draw. More. Yes, Li Wei nodded. Whatever you want to make I can try to draw it. The dwarf didn't reply immediately. He paced the room twice, picked up the hammer and set it down, grabbed the bellows and gave them a couple of pulls, sending sparks flying. Finally he stopped and fixed his gaze on Li Wei. We have a rule here: the design of a weapon can only be drawn by one of our own. Outsiders interfering is bad luck. Li Wei didn't respond. He knew that saying too much at this moment would only make things worse. The dwarf was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly bent down and disassembled the Swiss Army knife, laying out each part on the table. Blade, spring, hinge, handle, shell. He pointed at each small component and asked for its name. Li Wei wrote the Chinese characters next to them and drew a simple diagram to annotate the function. When they reached the spring that controls the opening force, the dwarf suddenly slammed the table. These things on your Earth, do people already have a way to draw exactly how to assemble them? Yes, Li Wei said. It's called engineering drawing. Factories rely on it to make everything. The dwarf stared at the pile of parts, motionless for a long time. Then he lifted his head and grinned. So you're not here to teach me how to do it, you're here to help me turn what's in my head into real stuff. Li Wei laughed too. Exactly. That's the whole thing. The dwarf extended his hand. Li Wei hesitated for a second, then quickly reached out and shook it. The dwarf's hand was as rough as sandpaper and his grip was so strong that Li Wei's wrist nearly twisted out of shape. They stood there, neither letting go, as if testing each other's strength or confirming something. You draw? The dwarf finally spoke, his voice low but clear. I forge. Forge good stuff. All right, Li Wei nodded. First thing, what should we make? The dwarf turned and walked to the anvil, picking up a piece of iron billet that had yet to be forged. He gestured with it. I want to make a new hammerhead, narrow at the front, wide at the back. One side for striking, the other for prying. The one I'm using now is too clumsy. Turning around is a pain. Li Wei immediately opened the book, found the forging flowchart and began drafting a design sketch on the blank space. As he drew he explained the center of gravity of the hammerhead should be toward the back so it feels stable in the hand. Add a bevel at the front to make prying easier. Leave a hole at the tail for easy handle replacement. The dwarf crouched beside him, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the tip of the pen. Every time Li Wei drew a new structure he would grunt in acknowledgement and sometimes reach out to tap the paper. Can you add a groove here? For grip. Sure, Li Wei immediately modified it. And I can carve some texture too, better grip. The two grew more and more in sync and the dwarf even started making requests on his own. Next time bring some lighter metal. This stuff is too heavy, swinging it for a long time makes your arm sore. And those little folding tools, the more the better, they don't take up space in the toolbox. Li Wei jotted everything down, thinking that he'd need to raid the hardware store again when he got back. Time passed gradually. The forge fire weakened and the bellows ceased to sound. Outside the sky darkened and the workshop was left only with the dim yellow light of an oil lamp casting light on two focused faces. When the sketch reached its third draft the dwarf suddenly stood up and dragged out a rusty iron box from under the bed. Inside was a stack of neatly folded sheets of coarse paper each bearing different weapon designs, some merely outlines, others with materials already marked but all drawn clumsily like a child's scribbles. He pushed the box toward Li Wei. These are all things I've thought of. I could never make them before. Now, maybe I can. Li Wei looked at the stack of paper, said nothing but simply picked up his pen, turned to the newest blank page and began drawing the fourth draft. The dwarf pulled up a low stool and sat down, hands resting on his knees, his eyes fixed on the paper as if watching a battle about to begin. The oil lamp flickered and a small spark burst from the wick. Li Wei's pen paused for a moment, then continued drawing. The lamplight flickered on the paper and Li Wei's pen tip paused for half a second. He didn't look up, merely exhaled, gently dispersing the graphite dust that had accumulated at the edge of the freshly drawn line. Fourth draft done. He closed the book titled Introduction to Metalworking and casually slipped the pen back into the folds of the pages. The dwarf had been squatting nearby, his chin resting on his knees, both hands gripping the edge of the anvil. His eyes shifted from the blueprint to Li Wei's face, then back to the paper. He said nothing, but his breathing grew heavier as if he had just finished a strenuous hammer blow. Li Wei stood up and rolled his shoulders. The room was too hot, his shirt was already plastered to his spine and his cuffs were stained with charcoal dust and pencil shavings. He patted his trousers, pushed the chair back under the table gently, careful not to disturb the rare tranquility of the small space. "Let's call it a day," he said. "You need rest and I need to go." The dwarf finally stirred. Instead of rising, he reached out and grasped Li Wei's forearm, not hard but enough to halt him. "Wait," the dwarf said, his voice still carrying that sand-scrape tone. "You've been drawing for so long and not once did you mention payment. But we dwarves believe in give and take." Li Wei smiled. "I'm not expecting anything. I just think this will work. You forge, I draw, it saves us both effort." Effort is one thing. The dwarf released his grip and stood up. He was no taller than Li Wei's chest, but when erect he resembled an iron stake. But rules cannot be broken. Those who work together must observe the proper courtesies. He turned and walked toward the old iron cabinet in the corner. The cabinet was heavily rusted, its handle wound with wire. When he pulled it open it emitted a grating sound like a bone dislocating. He rummaged through the bottom shelf and pulled out a small bundle wrapped tightly in thick animal hide with 3 loops of hemp rope tied in a dead knot. Li Wei remained still. He knew that now was neither the time to stop him nor to leave, so he simply stood and watched. The dwarf placed the bundle on the table, untied the rope and peeled back the hide layer by layer. Inside lay 3 stones, each substantial, roughly the size of a fist. Their surfaces were rough, but their colors were distinctly different. The first glowed with a faint blue light, not reflected but emanating from within like algae at the bottom of a nocturnal pond. The second was a dark gold with veins like tree roots crawling over its surface, it felt warm to the touch. The third was the strangest pitch black but with a dark red hue at its edges. Upon closer inspection the red seemed to flow slowly like blood coursing through vessels. "Starfell iron," the dwarf said, pointing to the blue one. "A star falls once in 100 years and mining it costs 3 miners' lives." He pointed to the gold one. "Melt hard steel dug from beneath volcanic craters. When it comes out of the furnace it's hot enough to melt iron." Finally the black red one, bloodrock crystal. "Old warriors say that if you set it in a blade the angrier your enemy the harder it becomes." He spoke flatly, but with each word his eyes grew brighter. Li Wei's throat felt dry. He didn't understand magic nor did he believe in such mystical claims about absorbing anger or melting iron. But he understood rarity. This level of mining difficulty and yield ratio, on Earth it would be a national strategic resource. Not even for making tools a small piece sent to a lab would have material scientists fighting over it. He took a deep breath, but instead of reaching for the stones he stepped back half a pace. "This is too valuable," he said. "I just drew a few diagrams. It's not worth this." The dwarf grinned, revealing yellow but sturdy teeth. "If you were trading screwdrivers for these that would be a loss. But now you're different, you're a collaborator. We dwarves don't take without giving and we don't give without receiving. You help me, I give you, that's only fair." Li Wei stared at the 3 ores, his mind already calculating. "Take them back for research." No conditions for that now. "Sell them." Even worse, who would believe he had such things? But if he could figure out their uses. He looked up at the dwarf. "I'll accept them but not for free. Next time I come I'll bring more tools and drawing templates. We can make a standard size chart. Then whatever you think of I can directly use the template to draw, saves time." The dwarf stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing, his voice like sparks popping in a furnace. "Fine, so you're prepaying for the next round of return gifts." "Something like that." Li Wei laughed too. "I don't want to take advantage of you and you shouldn't let me feel uneasy." The dwarf nodded, rewrapped the 3 ores, but this time didn't tie the rope, instead he pushed them directly to Li Wei. "Take them. Put them in your safest place. Don't lose them, I won't replace them." Li Wei took them. They were heavy, much heavier than they looked. Especially the bloodrock crystal, which deformed the inner pocket of his backpack. He stuffed the bundle into the innermost layer of his backpack, the layer originally meant for documents and cash, waterproof and pressure resistant. It came in handy now. I'll head back, he said. I need to prepare some new things. Light alloys, titanium sheets, small bearings. You said your arms get sore after swinging for a long time, so we'll reduce the weight. Fine, the dwarf replied promptly. The forge fire will be burning every day. I'll wait for you. Li Wei shouldered his backpack, zipped it up and checked again that the fragment was still in his pocket. He walked to the door, placed his hand on the frame and looked back at the small room. The oil lamp was still burning, the flame tilting slightly, casting wavering shadows on the wall. The dwarf had already crouched back by the anvil, holding the fourth draft blueprint, flipping through it page by page under the lamp. Hey, Li Wei called out. The dwarf looked up. Next time I'll bring a measuring tape, Li Wei said. For more accurate dimensions. Bring 10 if you like, the dwarf waved a hand. Just don't bring a bad temper. Li Wei laughed and pushed the door open. Outside the night was as thick as ink, with stars densely scattered across the sky, clearer than on Earth. A breeze blew down from the mountain pass carrying the scent of iron slag and coal dust, but it was refreshingly cool. He walked down the path, not fast, but his ears strained for any sound behind him. He feared the dwarf might change his mind and chase after him, or suddenly announce that the ores couldn't be taken out of the region. Nothing. Only the occasional clang of a hammer striking from a far, steady rhythm like some kind of code. After 50 meters he stopped and pulled the fragment from his pocket. It was still the same unremarkable black stone, irregular edges, pitted surface, as if someone had taken a bite out of it. He squeezed it, normal temperature, not hot, not vibrating. He knew it was time to go. But just as he was about to activate the transit, a thought struck him. Since these ores were so rare, did anyone in the Darren continent specialize in studying them? Could there be scholars, artisans, even mages who already knew their true purpose? He shook his head, dismissing the idea. Thinking about that now was useless. He didn't even know how to analyze them, let alone refine or apply them. The most urgent task now was safely bring them back to Earth, find a reliable channel and first confirm the composition. He clenched the fragment, his other hand pressing on the backpack. Back, he said. The vision began to blur and his body felt as if something was gently lifting him upward. The ground beneath his feet softened, the air around him warped, and a faint hum filled his ears like the sound of high-voltage wires. His last glance caught the dwarf's workshop chimney, still smoking, a thin black line rising straight into the starry sky. The next moment he vanished. Only the night wind remained sweeping through the path, blowing a few scraps of iron that clinked and rolled away. Li Wei's knees buckled as he landed, nearly collapsing onto the concrete floor of his apartment building's entrance. He quickly reached out to brace himself against the wall, his backpack lurching forward, preventing him from falling flat. The motion sensor light above flickered twice, illuminating a layer of dust on his face as if he had just rolled out of a coal pile. He caught his breath and glanced around. No one was around. At this hour the neighbors had all turned off their lights and gone to sleep, even the dogs were silent. He pulled the fragment from his pocket. It was still that nondescript black stone, cold to the touch, just like last time. He tucked it back into his inner pocket, zipped up his jacket and limped up the stairs with his backpack. The key turned 3 times in the lock and the door opened. The room smelled musty. The curtains were drawn and a thin layer of dust had settled on the table. He placed his backpack on the sofa, unzipped the innermost compartment and carefully extracted the leather pouch. The hemp rope was still there, the knot undisturbed. He sat on the floor, using his fingernails to slowly pick at the rope ends, peeling back the leather layer by layer. 3 stones lay quietly inside. The blue one was indeed glowing, not with the harsh brightness of a welding arc, but with a faint eerie blue luminescence reminiscent of algae on a riverbank in summer, sending a chill down one's spine. The golden one felt warm to the touch, while the edges of the black and red stone seemed to bleed a deep crimson. He rubbed it with his finger, no color came off, but his fingertip grew hot. It's not painted on, he murmured. He retrieved a waterproof anti-magnetic bag, placed the 3 ores inside, added another layer and sealed it tightly. He pulled out the safe key from under the cabinet crouched by the bed and twisted the combination lock. With a click the door swung open. He placed the bag inside, tossed in the space fragment and closed it again. No one's going to steal this, he said, then chuckled to himself. He turned on the computer, the screen casting a pale green glow on his face. The browser history was still on the page where he had searched for rare or recycling a fortnight ago. He deleted the history and started a new search, recommended private mineral testing agencies. A flood of ads appeared, claims of national certification and military-grade cooperation, all looking unreliable. He scrolled down and found one called Waka Material Analysis Center, located in the Eastern Industrial Zone. The description stated accepting private sample testing, confidential service, anonymous submission supported. He clicked on the contact information and dialed the number. A woman answered loud and fast, expedited service, 5,000 report in 3 days, no questions asked, cash only. Deal, he said. I'll deliver it tomorrow afternoon. The next day at noon he changed into old clothes, put on a hat and mask, repackaged the ores, placed them inside a cardboard box labeled electrical accessories, and wrapped it with tape. He rode a shared bike to the subway station, transferred twice, walked another 20 minutes and finally found the dusty 3-story building. There was no sign outside, only a piece of A4 paper taped to the door reading ring bell. He rang. The door cracked open, revealing half a face, a woman in her 30s, hair tied in a bun, wearing a lab coat, her eyes scanning him up and down. Sample, she asked. Yes. She took the box, weighed it in her hand. Just this. Just this. 5,000 up front. He pulled out an envelope and handed it over. She counted the bills, nodded, took the box and shouted over her shoulder, "Old Chen, new sample. Full spectrum analysis." Li Wei turned and left. On the afternoon of the third day he went back. He rang again. The same woman opened the door, this time holding a USB drive. "Your stuff is weird," she said. Those were her first words. His heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong?" "Conventional elements account for less than 5%, the rest is all strange material. X-rays can't penetrate it. The crystal lattice structure under electron microscopy is unnervingly stable, and the energy density test went off the charts. We nearly burned out the probe." She handed him the USB drive. "The data's all here. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe you should report it to the National Geological Survey." "No need," he said, taking the drive. "I'm just a hobbyist, I picked it up for fun." She gave him a look, said nothing more and closed the door. He stopped at the street corner, pulled out his phone and plugged in the USB to read the files. The PDF opened to the first page, an elemental analysis chart. A vertical line in the middle marked an unknown element accounting for 87.3. Below a note read: "This element is not listed in the International Atomic Weight Table. Provisional code X927. Exhibits self-heating properties. Recommended storage low temperature, avoid magnetic fields." He stared at the line for a full minute, a slow grin spreading across his face. "I'm rich," he whispered. Back home he made 3 copies of the USB drive, 2 hidden in his insole and a lamp base, 1 left in the computer. He opened a blank document and typed the titled "Proposals for High Energy or Applications." The first line: micro high energy battery, lifespan over 10 years, smaller than a button cell, suitable for medical devices, drones and military equipment. Second line: high temperature alloy additive, melting point tripled when added to titanium alloy, applicable to aerospace engines and deep sea probe casings. Third line: radiation shielding material, experiments show it can absorb gamma rays, potentially replacing lead plates used in nuclear power plants and space capsules. He finished typing, leaned back and the chair creaked. "Selling raw ore is too wasteful," he muttered to himself. "I need to make finished products." But then he realized the problem: no team, no factory, no money to build a lab. With only 5,000 in savings and a USB drive, he couldn't even manufacture a single screw. He opened a browser and searched how to register a tech company as an individual. The process wasn't complicated, a proxy service could handle it for 3,000. The key was the location and a business plan. He gritted his teeth and decided to set up a shell company first. He already had a name in mind: Xingyuan New Materials Technology Co. Ltd. Sounds valuable, he chuckled to himself. He opened the drawing software and tried to sketch a battery design, marking the parameters: size 2 cm, 1 cm, energy output 500 Wh/kg, charge discharge cycle 10000 times with no degradation. Even he thought it was absurd, but then he reasoned as long as the ore was real, none of these were impossible. He closed the drawing and opened a new search: small bearing supplier, titanium steel sheet procurement, light alloy processing manufacturer. He noted down a few contact numbers, planning to bring a list directly to the dwarves on his next trip to the other world. Tools could be gradually upgraded, but raw materials had to be secured first. The 3 ores looked large, but they wouldn't last long. One experiment would grind away a corner. He needed to plan ahead. He closed the laptop, walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. Outside it was already dark. The street lamp below illuminated a few children riding scooters. One fell, burst into tears, and his mother ran out scolding him as she carried him back inside. He watched for a moment, then recalled what the dwarf had said: "I keep the forge burning every day, waiting for you to return." He smiled, pulled out his phone and wrote in the memo: "Next travel plan 1. Tools, tape measure, bearings, titanium steel sheets, small motor parts. 2. Documents, copy of company license, backup, printed product sketches. 3. Goal exchange for more ores, at least 5 pieces." After writing, he opened the calendar and circled tomorrow: go to the bank to open a corporate account in the morning, visit the Industry and Commerce Bureau the day after, and the day after that return to the Delun continent. He stood up, opened the safe and took out the ore bag, placing it on the table. Under the lamplight, the red glow along the edges of the blood rock crystal pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. He stared at it for a few seconds, then reached out and gently touched it. It was hot. Li Wei stared at the date circled on the calendar, rubbing his finger over the red ring. The day after tomorrow. Yesterday he had still been thinking about going to the bank to open a corporate account, then running to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to register the company. Yet this morning he had already finished everything. The efficiency startled even himself. Perhaps he was afraid that if he delayed even a second, the fire in his heart would cool. When he returned to his rented room, dusk had just fallen. The room was still the same, the curtains half drawn, a slanting beam of streetlight cutting through from outside, landing precisely on the safe. He crouched down, twisted the lock and with a click opened it. First he took out the bag of ores and placed it on the table, then reached into the corner and retrieved the space fragment. The stone was still pitch black like a piece of charred charcoal, but he knew it could take him to another world. He opened his backpack and began stuffing things inside. A tape measure, bearing samples, small titanium steel sheets along with printed battery sketches and a list of light alloy processing manufacturers. The edges of the paper were slightly curled. He pressed them down with a clip and then tucked them into a waterproof document bag. These things were nothing special on Earth, but in the Delun continent a dwarf blacksmith would surely stare wide-eyed. Last time he brought a Swiss Army knife and the other dismantled it for half an hour, unable to understand how a single knife could have 8 functions. While packing he calculated this time he needed to exchange for more ores. 3 pieces were not enough. One blue one had been wasted, half corners in experiments. The golden patterned one remained untouched, and the blood rock crystal he dared not even touch too much. He picked up the ink black red tinged stone and examined it. The red glow at the edges resembled congealed oil paint faintly reflecting under the light. He gently blew on it, wanting to see if it would waver, but nothing happened. Instead he twitched the corner of his own mouth. You really are calm. After packing up he zipped the backpack shut and tossed it onto the sofa. Then he sat on the floor back against the edge of the bed, holding the fragment in his hand. Everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Now only one step remained to go. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In his mind he recalled the feeling of the last crossing. First his head felt light as if someone had lifted him by the back of the neck, then his vision went white, his ears rang, and when he opened his eyes again he was already standing outside the dwarf workshop. Back then he had even fallen and nearly scraped his knee. This time he decided to do it properly. He sat up straight, gripped the fragment tightly, silently recited Delun continent in his heart, and forced his mind to picture the workshop littered with iron shavings, the crimson flames in the furnace, and the dwarf's 2 gold teeth revealed when he grinned. He even recalled the smell in the air, a mix of coal cinders and hot metal, a bit acrid but solid. A few seconds passed. Nothing happened. He frowned, opened his eyes and looked at the fragment in his hand. It was still black without a glimmer of light. Thinking he hadn't concentrated enough, he closed his eyes again, this time recalling more intensely. He even replayed the tune the dwarf hummed while forging, a melody so grating it sounded like a pot lid scraping against a wall. Suddenly it felt as if someone had struck him with a hammer inside his skull. Not a metaphor, it was real pain. A sharp ache drilled from his temples into his brain like a red-hot needle threading up through his nerves. He groaned, instinctively letting go, and the fragment clattered to the floor. He bent over, clutching his head, curling into a ball with his forehead pressed against his knees. Cold sweat broke out instantly. A buzzing filled his ears like a swarm of bees holding a conference inside his cranium. After a full 10 seconds the pain gradually receded. He gasped, lifted his head, his vision still blurry, and his first instinct was to look at the fragment. It lay on the floor less than 20 centimeters from his foot. The moment he stared at it the stone suddenly flared up. Not the faint flowing luminescence from before, it was a blinding intense light, white with a bluish tint illuminating the entire room as if struck by lightning. The bag of ores on the table was starkly lit, and even the shadows on the wall were terrifyingly clear. The light lasted less than a second, then rapidly dimmed, finally extinguishing completely, returning to an ordinary black stone. Li Wei was stunned. He lay on the floor, one hand supporting himself, the other slowly reaching out. His fingertip touched the fragment. Ice cold. Before it had always been slightly warm, as if warmed in a pocket even when not crossing. Now it had no temperature at all, just like the concrete floor. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands several times. The faint hazy veins on the surface had also stopped moving, as if the river surface had frozen. He scraped the edge with his fingernail, no dust came off nor did it crumble. It seemed undamaged, but it just had no reaction. Don't mess with me, he muttered, his voice a little hollow. Was that a warning that I was too impatient? Or did something go wrong? He closed his eyes again, gripped the fragment, and forced himself to calm down. This time he didn't think of the workshop or the dwarf. He only thought of the word return. He imagined himself standing in front of that iron gate, hearing the clanging of forging inside, smelling the scent of hot iron mixed with machine oil. He poured all his concentration into it, desperately stuffing images into his mind like a student trying to recall a formula in the last minute of an exam. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. He opened his eyes. Still in the living room. The light was on. Outside the window the sound of an electric scooter passing by, a child calling for their mother. He looked down at the fragment in his hand, his knuckles white from the grip. He tried again, this time gritting his teeth, almost shouting in his mind, move. Useless. Not a stir. He lowered his hand, leaned back against the edge of the bed, his chest heaving. Various thoughts began to surface in his mind. Had he used it too often? It had only been 3 days since his last return, maybe it needed a cooldown time. Or had the energy of this thing been exhausted after bringing back those 3 ores? Or maybe it never intended to let him go again. He suddenly recalled the day of his first crossing. On the summit of Mount Tai, as he was photographing stars, a massive meteor shower suddenly streaked across the sky. He had excitedly shouted holy shit at the time, but the next second he was wrapped in a beam of light, and when he opened his eyes he was in another world. Back then he thought it was a dream, until the dwarf pinched the back of his hand with iron tongs and he knew it was real. But now, the stone that had brought miracles lay quietly in his palm like a broken part. He stood up, walked to the table, and opened the bag of ores. 3 stones lay still. The blue one still emitted a faint glow, the gold one still felt warm to the touch, the red on the edge of the blood rock crystal still flowed. They were fine. They could glow and radiate heat, meaning that objects from the other world function normally on Earth. So the problem could only be with the fragment. He placed the fragment next to the blood rock crystal waiting to see if there would be any reaction. Nothing. Then he shone a flashlight on it, lighting it from the side to see if the veins had really stopped. They had indeed stopped moving. He even pressed it against his forehead, whispering home like in the movies, but apart from the coolness on his forehead nothing happened. He sat back down on the floor, pulled the backpack toward him and unzipped every compartment to check. The tools were all there, the blueprints weren't folded, and the waterproof bag was sealed tightly. He hadn't brought these things to be decorations, he wanted to show the dwarf that he wasn't fooling around, that he truly intended to combine the technologies from both sides to get something done. He had even thought of a name, StarSource New Materials, the kind that sounded like it could attract funding. But now he couldn't even get out the door. He looked up at the clock on the wall, 7:42. At this hour the dwarf should be forging. The furnace fire would be blazing, sparks flying as the hammer struck the iron billet. He had said the furnace fire is always kept burning for you, but now Li Wei couldn't get over there, and no matter how bright the furnace blazed it couldn't illuminate this side. He grabbed the fragment and tried again. Closed his eyes. Focused his mind. Thought of the Delun continent. Thought of the workshop door. Thought of the dwarf's bearded face. Nothing happened. He opened his eyes and stared at the fragment for a long time. Then slowly released his grip, letting it fall onto his lap. The room was very quiet save for the occasional hum of the refrigerator compressor. He suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, a newly registered entrepreneur sitting on the floor clutching a defunct stone with a plan sheet spread out before him, yet unable to take even the first step. He looked down at the plan titled, Next Crossing Plan. Item 1, bring tools. Item 2, bring materials. Item 3, goal, exchange for more ores, at least 5 pieces to start. The plan was written quite seriously. But the prerequisite was that he had to be able to go. Li Wei sat on the floor holding the pitch-black stone in his palm. The living room light was still on and the sound of electric scooters shuttling outside drifted in intermittently. Somewhere downstairs a child was calling for his mother to come eat. He stared at the fragment for 10 minutes without moving. Everything he had tried, from whispering place names to shouting them out loud, from closing his eyes to concentrate to pressing his forehead against it and begging it to emit a glimmer of light, had all been futile. It seemed as lifeless as a piece of scrap, as cold as if it had just been taken out of the refrigerator. He looked down at the backpack spread open before him, its zipper pulled wide. Inside everything was neatly arranged, a measuring tape bearing samples, small titanium steel specimens, and the blueprint in a waterproof pouch with its corners pressed flat. All of these were meant for the dwarves. Their forge fire was still waiting for him, and he had prepared so many things, yet the door would not open. Suddenly he turned his palm over, gently cradling the fragment, and spoke in a voice so low it seemed as if he was afraid to wake it. If you can hear me, help me. After saying that, he felt a bit foolish. He had never spoken to it like this before. He had always treated it as a tool, press a button and it worked just like an elevator. But now it refused to move, refused to shine, and even its warmth had vanished. If he kept pretending it was just an ordinary stone, he would only be deceiving himself. He recalled the first time he crossed over, on the summit of Mount Tai, photographing the stars. A huge meteor shower suddenly streaked across the sky. He had barely blurted out "holy crap" before everything went white. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the otherworldly workshop, nearly stumbling face first into the dirt. Back then it wasn't something he controlled, it was that beam of light that had yanked him over. Later during his subsequent trips he tried to recall that place, the floor covered in iron filings, the blazing furnace, the dwarf humming an off-key tune while hammering metal. The smell was a mix of hot metal and coal slag, choking but reassuring. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, his mind was a void. Maybe it wasn't he who was using it, but it that decided whether to take him. When that thought surfaced, he froze for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, steadied the fragment in his hands, closed his eyes and stopped commanding or forcing. Slowly he said, I have to go back. The workshop is still waiting for me. Last time I promised to bring new tools and blueprints to try combining forging techniques with precision control. You said the forge fire is kept for me. I don't want it to burn in vain. He spoke slowly, as if reasoning with an old friend, not pressing a restart button on a machine. A few seconds passed. Then a faint stir came from his palm. It wasn't light or heat, but an extremely subtle vibration, like a phone set to silent mode on a table receiving a call. He snapped his eyes open and looked down. The originally lifeless lines on the fragment's surface were now flowing slowly, casting a faint silver glow like moonlight on a shallow stream, rippling forward wave after wave. He held his breath, not daring to move. Then a voice appeared directly in his mind. The voice was neither loud nor sharp, like an echo from a distant place or someone speaking from the other end of a cave carrying an empty resonance. Thou hast crossed the boundaries, frequently bearing heavy ores, disturbing the currents of space. Li Wei blinked. His first reaction was to suspect he was hallucinating. He cleared his throat and asked cautiously, can you understand what I'm saying? The voice did not answer him. It continued in a steady tone, devoid of emotion. Twice in 3 days, shuttling with negative energy matter through the void. The channel trembles, the structure loses balance. The origin is damaged, it requires self-repair. Li Wei's mind raced. Though the words were archaic, he grasped the key point. It wasn't broken, just exhausted. It couldn't be used because he had used it too much and too fast and had brought things it shouldn't carry. He immediately thought of the 3 ores. The blue one was starfall iron, the gold one was molten core steel, and the black-red one was blood crystal. The dwarf had said these materials were only fit for forging divine weapons capable of absorbing rage-resisting fracture and channeling the power of heaven and earth. These were top-tier resources in the other world, and even on Earth they would be new elements that no analysis report could fully describe. No wonder they disturbed space. So you're saying? I was too impatient, he asked in a low voice. The things I brought were too heavy too many times, so you need a break. Every tear in the void leaves an invisible scar. The voice suddenly changed tone, no longer a mere statement but carrying a hint of reproach. Do you know that if the cracks accumulate they will eventually collapse? Li Wei's heart tightened. Of course he had never thought about that. At first he only saw it as a convenient door, go when you want, return when you want. Like riding the subway, no one thinks about whether the tracks might break. But now hearing this, every shuttle was not free, it cost space itself, gradually wearing down the passage. Then, can I still use it in the future, he asked? It is reusable. But moderation is required, the voice said slowly. Wait for the waves to calm before proceeding again. Frequent forcing will lead to ruin. Li Wei said nothing more. He looked down at the fragment in his hand. The silver patterns had slowly faded, becoming dim and lifeless again, and its temperature had returned to the same coldness as the floor. The communication was over, but its words still echoed in his mind. So this power was not infinite. So walking too much would also cause the path to collapse. So the convenience he had taken for granted was actually a tight string, pull too hard and it would snap. He slowly lowered his hand, leaned back against the edge of the bed and sank into an indescribable state, neither completely relaxed nor still anxious, but a calm mixed with relief and heaviness. He knew where the problem was. He also knew that for now there was nothing he could do. He turned his head and glanced at the ore bag on the table. 3 stones lay quietly there. The blue one still faintly glowed, the gold one still retained a hint of warmth, and the red edges of the blood crystal looked like solidified oil droplets. They were fine. It was just that this door card needed some time to recharge. He suddenly found it a bit amusing. Yesterday he had been sitting on the floor planning to register a company, seek funding and develop new materials. He had even thought of the name Xingyuan, it sounded like a project that could go public. Yet today he had been lectured by a stone, don't rush. The world isn't as fast as you think. He pulled the backpack closer, running his fingers over the seal of the waterproof document pouch to confirm it wasn't leaking. These things still needed to be brought along and the plan hadn't changed, only the timeline had to be pushed back. He looked up at the clock on the wall, 7:56. At this hour the forge fire in the dwarf's workshop should be blazing. Sparks flew as the hammer struck the iron billet, the bellows wheezed, and the dwarf might be chewing on a half blade of grass, humming that dreadful tune that sounded like a pot lid scraping against the wall while forging. He said the forge fire is always kept for you. But now he couldn't get there. Li Wei looked down at the fragment in his palm and said softly, all right then, you take your time to repair. I won't rush you. The room was very quiet. The refrigerator compressor hummed once then stopped. His hand remained open, unmoving. The fragment lay there pitch black like a sleeping creature. Li Wei gently placed the dark irregular fragment into the drawer of the bedside table and casually pressed a sticky note on top that read, don't move it, it's recovering. He stared at the line for 2 seconds then chuckled to himself. This thing now not only could talk but also needed to be waited on and rested, just like the old air conditioner at home. Last summer the wall-mounted unit at the office worked overtime for 3 days straight and then went on strike. The repairman said, it's not a machine, it's a model worker. Now this fragment was also about to become a model worker. He turned and walked to the desk, unzipped his backpack and began to take out items, a measuring tape, bearing samples and titanium steel samples, all neatly arranged. The blueprints in the waterproof bag were pressed flat at the corners without a single wrinkle. He remembered the dwarf saying that if the lines on the blueprint were crooked the forged blade edge would be unstable and prone to chipping. At the time it sounded like nagging, but now that he thought about it made a lot of sense. He pulled out a blank sheet of paper and wrote a title in the corner, Comparative Table of Otherworld Materials and Earth Technology. As soon as he wrote that line he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The name was too formal, as if he were applying for a professional title. But he had no other choice, his mind was full of things and if he didn't write them down everything would fall into chaos. Starfall iron absorbs energy, molten core steel conducts heat quickly, bloodrock crystal can store rage. These properties might be common knowledge on the Delun continent, but on Earth even the test reports couldn't describe them clearly, only stating that they contained unknown high-energy elements. He turned on the computer and typed metal crystal structure stability into the search bar. A pile of papers popped up, all with English abstracts. After browsing for a while he found a popular science video with Chinese subtitles which explained how aerospace alloys resist high-temperature deformation. As he watched he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The lecturer's description of multi-layer lattice interleaving was similar to the forging technique he had seen in the workshop. The dwarf's hammer strikes were not random, they alternated rhythmically in direction and he even hummed a tune. At the time Li Wei thought it was to save energy, but now he realized it might be a form of programming, using hammer frequency and impact points to control the internal structure. He quickly pulled out his notebook and drew a simple diagram. The horizontal axis represented the number of hammer strikes, the vertical axis represented temperature changes, and a wavy line in the middle represented the sound frequency. After drawing it he saw that it looked like a hot pot seasoning recipe. But he didn't throw it away, instead he circled a few key points with a red pen and marked them as, to be verified. The next morning the first thing he did after getting up was to check the fragment in the drawer. He opened the drawer just a crack and peeked inside. It was pitch black with no movement. He closed the drawer and went to the kitchen to cook instant noodles. As the water boiled, he suddenly thought if he could deconstruct the processing methods of these materials into standard procedures and then bring them back to Earth for simulation experiments, he might be able to develop a new set of techniques. Back in the advertising agency, clients always asked him to explain complex plans in a way that even elementary school students could understand. Now it was his turn to translate magic-level technology into modern industrial language. While eating noodles, he opened his phone's memo app and created a new folder named 2 World Resource Conversion Project. Inside he divided it into 3 sub-items: energy application, structural materials, and protection systems. Under each he listed several feasibility paths. For example, in the energy section, could bloodrock crystal be used as a battery? If it could truly store emotional energy, then gym membership cards could be used to charge it on the side. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it became. Finally he laughed at himself, deleted that line and changed it to need to further test energy input and output efficiency. On the third night, as he was hunched over the desk organizing his notes, he suddenly heard a ding from the bedside table. It sounded like a phone notification, but not quite. He looked up. There were no other electronic devices in the room making a sound. He walked over and slowly opened the drawer. A faint silver light flickered across the surface of the fragment like ripples of moonlight on water and then vanished in an instant. He held his breath and didn't move. After waiting for half a minute, he gently closed the drawer again, returned to the desk, opened the video recording function on his phone and aimed it at the gap of the drawer. Then he sat back down in the chair, pretending to continue writing, but kept an eye on the drawer from the corner of his eye. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. He thought to himself, was it just my eyes? Just as he was about to stop recording, the drawer gap flickered with light again. This time it was more obvious. The silver pattern slowly flowed from the edge toward the center, lasting about 3 seconds, then gradually faded. He immediately replayed the video and zoomed in on the image. There was indeed light, and the flow pattern was completely different from last time. Last time it spread from the center outward, this time it was the reverse. He opened his notebook and on the fragment status observation record page wrote down the time, ambient temperature, whether anyone was nearby, light intensity, and other information. He also specifically noted, not actively triggered, suspected self-activation. Over the next 2 days he kept watch every night. On the third night the light lasted for nearly 10 seconds and the fragment felt slightly warm to the touch. He didn't dare to touch it, afraid of scaring it back into dormancy. He knew that this thing wasn't broken, it was recovering. It was like a person who had just run a marathon. They needed to lie down for 2 days before they could get up again. Previously it had carried him through a round-trip traversal in one go along with 3 top-grade oars. That was like dragging 3 trucks across a single log bridge. Just holding up was already a testament to its dedication. He began to check his equipment. He repacked his backpack and went over the tool list again and again. He replaced the measuring tape with a lighter carbon fiber one, swapped the bearing samples for 2 new specifications, and brought an extra set of comparative samples of titanium steel sheets. He also specially bought an anti-static storage box and put all the blueprints inside with clearly labeled tags: A1 forging pattern diagram, B3 cooling rate reference, etc. Before setting out he sat at the desk and bound all his study notes into a book. On the cover he wrote 4 large characters, Introduction to Magic. Below in small characters he added, not a superstitious activity, purely technical research. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was 8:07. At this time the furnace fire in the workshop should still be burning. The dwarf was probably squatting by the bellows smoking a pipe with scrap iron debris piled at his feet. He had said, the furnace fire is always kept for you. The words were rough, but they warmed the heart. Li Wei stood up, walked to the bedside table and gently pulled open the drawer. The fragment lay quietly there with a faint silver light slowly flowing across its surface like a stream finding its channel. He didn't rush to pick it up, nor did he speak. He just looked at it. After a moment he reached out, took it out and held it in his hand. Its temperature was higher than the previous 2 days, no longer icy cold but with a gentle warmth close to body temperature. He knew it was almost ready. He was also ready. He placed the fragment into his chest pocket, zipped up his jacket, turned around and walked toward the door. His backpack hung behind the door. He had checked it 3 times. His phone was fully charged and a spare power bank was tucked into the side pocket. Keys, wallet, ID card, all were in order. He opened the door and went out. The hallway light flickered as usual. The elevator made a creaking sound as it came down, as if it might fall apart at any moment. He stood at the door waiting, unconsciously touching his chest. There was a small hard lump that was slightly warm. He looked down at his watch, 8:13. A breeze blew from the end of the corridor, lifting the hem of his jacket. The wind swept from the end of the corridor, brushing against the hem of his jacket. Li Wei stood at the elevator, his hand still resting on the button. The hallway light flickered as if urging him to leave. He didn't move, lowering his head to glance at his watch, 8:13 p.m. The fragment in his chest pocket grew slightly warm, not an illusion but a tangible heat, like carrying a freshly cooked sweet potato. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the ground beneath his feet was no longer concrete but soft, loamy soil. A mixture of rust-roasted meat and grass ash filled his nostrils. The sunlight overhead was blinding, illuminating the pale gravel on the wasteland. He shook his head, a faint ringing still in his ears as if he had just stepped out of a subway station. It worked, he murmured, raising a hand to press against his chest. The fragment was still there, its temperature normal, neither suddenly cold nor glowing, and it didn't give him a headache. He tried to concentrate, softly uttering, "Return to Earth." No reaction. Could it meant this thing now only followed its own rhythm, not acting recklessly? He bent down to pat the dust off his pants, tightened the straps of his backpack and confirmed the waterproof bag was intact, the drawings and samples were still there. His sense of direction quickly returned. Ahead, a low stone wall stood crookedly with a few faded cloth banners stuck into it. That was the east entrance of the market in the eastern part of the Delun continent. The last time he left there were only 7 or 8 stalls selling iron nails, cheap leather belts and sand-laced ale. Now, looking from afar, the crowd surged and the wall had expanded outward. Newly built wooden sheds leaned haphazardly like a group of drunks huddled together basking in the sun. He took an arc, not charging straight in. First he crouched at the edge, pretending to tie his shoelaces, squinting to scan the scene. It was indeed different now. On the north side, a row of iron racks had appeared, hung with all kinds of small tools, copper ore detectors, magnetic pliers with scales and strings of metal pieces that looked like keys but weren't. The stall owner sat behind, shouting loudly, gesticulating as if throwing punches. The south side was even livelier. Several men in thick leather armor gathered around a stall, haggling over a pair of silvery white knee pads. The stall owner held up a sign painted with a small figure pierced by an arrow surrounded by shield symbols, meaning protection against long-range penetration. The most eye-catching was the red cloth tent propped up in the central open space. A stone slab stood at the entrance, inscribed with 3 large characters, "Energy Purchase." Below, a line of smaller text, "High-purity energy crystals, preferred starfall or secondary blood rock crystals, require stability test." The price column was written in large numbers, more than triple the original. Li Wei stroked his chin. It seemed that during his absence this place had wised up. Previously people used ores as raw materials, merely distinguishing hardness and quality. Now they were beginning to emphasize energy output stability. Who started it? He didn't know. But the demand was there. Whoever boarded the train first would get the first bite of meat. He stood up, zipped his jacket to the neck, pulled the hood back to cover half his face. This outfit was ordinary on Earth, but here it stood out. No one wore a full zip jacket, let alone a black windbreaker with sneakers. He walked with his head down, slowing his pace, imitating an old farmer beside him, shoulders swaying with a shrug, a dry straw stem pinched between his lips. Though unlit, the posture was there. Entering the market, the noise surged all at once. Various accents mingled, the local Delun tongue, the rolled vowels of the western merchant caravans, and a few stall owners who used pictures instead of text, drawing crookedly like children's scribbles. He passed a stall selling seasoning powder. The owner was smashing a stone jar with a small hammer, sending powder flying, nearly getting him in the face. He sidestepped and casually asked, "What's that smell?" "Dragon tongue pepper mixed with gray salt." The owner grinned, revealing 2 gold teeth. "Add a pinch and even stewed stone will be fragrant." "No thanks, I'm vegetarian." Li Wei waved his hand and continued forward. The deeper he went, the more information he gathered. He paused at a map stall. The owner was a one-eyed old man, map spread out on the ground, corners held down by stones. The newest map marked 3 new trade routes, one of which led straight to the northern frozen tundra with a snow wolf and ice cave symbol along the way. Another map indicated active underground mineral veins, warning travelers not to dig carelessly or they might hit a geothermal vent. "Business been good lately?" he asked casually. "Not bad," the old man replied without lifting his eyes. "More people, more roads. More roads, more need for maps. If you want to get rich, don't sell goods, sell information." Li Wei smiled, not responding. He knew that the real information wasn't on paper but in people's mouths. He found a spot in a corner near a skewer stall, sat down, bought 2 skewers of unidentified meat and gnawed on them while eavesdropping on nearby conversations. 2 men in leather vests were complaining about the difficult journey. "Last month was fine, but now there are roving scavenger gangs everywhere looting anything they see." "That's natural," said another. "I heard a new mine was discovered in the north, still unclaimed, first come first served. And now as long as you have an energy source you can power those new mechanical devices. Even a lame old man can carry a cannon." "The key is stability," a third interjected. "I saw a guy use inferior blood rock crystal to ignite his hand cannon and it blew up his own thigh." "So who's buying stable energy now?" "There's a mysterious buyer at Red Furnace Workshop who offers a high price." Li Wei's ears perked up. He knew Red Furnace Workshop, the largest cluster of workshops in this area, a gathering place for dwarf artisans. But he didn't rush there. Going now would be an active exposure. He simply silently noted the word stability. After finishing the skewers he walked to the west end of the market and sat down by an abandoned horse trough. He pulled out the notebook from the waterproof bag, opened to a blank page and wrote 3 lines. 1. Increased ore detection tools market needs standardized appraisal process. 2. Cross-domain protective gear selling well, long distance travel risks rising, protection demand surging. 3. Energy purchase price skyrocketing, stable energy output becomes scarce resource. He stared at the 3rd line for a long time. He could understand the first 2 and might participate, but the entry barriers were high, competition fierce. Only the 3rd was where he truly had an opportunity to break in. On Earth he had studied batteries, disassembled power banks and designed advertising campaigns for efficient energy storage technology. Though based on existing technology the principles were the same. If he could translate the energy release process of alien ores into Earth's industrial language and design a simple conversion device like a small box that automatically adjusts output power complete with a manual, even if it only lasted 3 days, people would scramble to buy it. He closed the notebook and stuffed it back into the bag. For now he lacked neither technical ideas nor experimental conditions and distribution channels. He didn't want to seek any partners yet who knew which faction stood behind which person. But he remembered having contact with the dwarf workshop before. They were highly receptive to new technology and valued practicality. This was a potential breakthrough, but the time wasn't right. He decided to first bring back a batch of market samples for analysis. For instance, could he get the testing standards from that stall that was buying high-priced energy sources? And those new protective gear, did their internal structures share commonalities? He needed data, the more the better. He circled the outer perimeter of the market, not going deeper. The central area had too many eyes and ears, he didn't want to be remembered. Before leaving he glanced again at the red tent buying energy. A queue had formed in front of it with people carrying sealed jars containing glowing red stones. The stall owner was testing each one with an instrument, shaking his head more often than nodding. High standards, he thought. The sun had begun to tilt westward, casting long shadows on the dirt road. The wind picked up, carrying a chill. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, shouldered his backpack and took one last look at this bustling market. When he first came here a few months ago it was like a rural fair trading iron pots for salt, the old routine. Now it was almost like Shenzhen's Huiqiangbai, anything could be traded and even the air smelled of opportunity. He turned and walked toward the wasteland. After 30 paces he stopped, reached into his chest pocket and felt the fragment. It was still there, warm, neither hot nor cold, like a hand warmer fully charged. He nodded and continued walking. Clouds began to pile up in the sky, layer upon layer, turning from white to gray. The wind grew stronger, kicking up sand that stung his face. He tightened his jacket, never slowing his pace. On the dirt road 30 paces ahead his figure gradually shrank into the distance. The wind whipped sand grains against his face like fine salt sprinkled onto his eyelids. Li Wei kept his head bowed and shuffled forward, the zipper of his jacket pressing against his nose, his hood snapping sharply against his forehead with each gust. He had just left the market, his backpack still weighed heavily on his shoulders, the waterproof bag holding his blueprints untouched and uncreased, every sample intact. This trip had not been in vain. Yet the sky changed without warning. Moments earlier clouds had merely thickened, veiling the sun behind a dull ashen shroud. Now the wind erupted into a howling frenzy, surging across the wasteland from the west. He glanced upward, the entire heaven seemed drenched in ink, dense black clouds churning downward, swallowing the horizon until only a wall of ochre-brown mist advanced steadily toward him. This was no ordinary dust storm. He muttered under his breath, never breaking stride, urgently scanning for shelter. The earthen road offered no cover, no trees, only a few half-buried stones, solid and unmoving. Hunched low, one hand shielding his face, the other gripping his backpack strap with desperate strength to keep its contents from spilling. The gale intensified, threatening to uproot him. Each 2 steps forward cost him 1 step back, like a fish battling upstream. Ahead he spotted a slight rise, a crumbling cliff face half collapsed. He veered toward it, eyes squinted to narrow slits against the stinging sand, groping blindly forward. His jacket billowed, full of wind, swelling as if ready to lift him into flight. He curled inward and charged headlong. Before 10 paces a violent crosswind slammed into his flank, lifting him clean off his feet, nearly twisting him midair. Instinctively he clutched the backpack to his chest, limbs splayed wide in search of purchase, only grasping empty air. His body tumbled twice before his spine struck a jagged stone, jolting a sharp gasp from his lungs. This was disastrous, he'd soon qualify for the provincial boulder rolling competition. Prostrate on the ground, one hand dug deep into the soil, fingernails crammed with mud. The wind screamed overhead, filling his ears with a hollow wailing chorus, as if dozens of swanas blared, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix at once. His vision blurred, breathing grew labored, each inhalation tasted like swallowing hot gritty broth. Just as he feared he'd become a living sand sculpture, his peripheral vision caught a shadow skimming low across the ground, swift, purposeful, advancing with uncanny precision between the wind's fiercest gusts. Before he could react a gloved hand seized his right shoulder strap and yanked hard. He slid across the earth, then tumbled sideways into a shallow depression. The wind instantly softened, still roaring yet no longer treating him like a kicked football. He lay there, chest heaving, lungs burning as though he'd run 5 kilometers and swallowed chili-infused water. After several long seconds he gathered himself upright, leaning back against the fractured rock face, gulping air. Though the gale persisted, this shattered outcrop deflected most of its fury. It formed a natural blind spot, just large enough for 2 people to crouch side by side. Turning his head he saw a woman seated beside him, wrapped in a dark cloak, her hood pushed back to reveal a dust-streaked face. She wiped grit from her forearm with her sleeve, her hair wild and tangled, several strands clinging damply to her forehead. Neither spoke. Li Wei studied her for 2 silent seconds, then swept his gaze outward at the swirling amber chaos, his mind assembling the sequence, near swept away, then pulled clear with decisive, effortless motion. He parted his lips to speak, to thank, but swallowed the words whole. Not from reluctance, but because his throat was parched, raw, utterly voiceless. Gradually the wind-abetted dust settled like slow rain and the oppressive blackness receded. He rubbed his face, his palms smeared with grime as if freshly dug from a sweet potato patch. His backpack remained secure, the waterproof pouch undamaged, his notebook intact, a slender thread of fortune amid misfortune. He slowly surveyed the terrain and realized he'd been displaced at least 20 meters from where he'd stood. That gust must have hurled him far. Had she not seized him, he might well have landed in the next prefecture. His gaze returned to the woman. She sensed his stare, her wiping paused, and she tilted her face slightly toward him. Their eyes met. Hers were strikingly bright, brows clean and defined, nose straight, lips pressed in quiet reserve, revealing nothing. A faint scar traced from her earlobe to her jawline, nearly invisible unless studied closely. Her entire bearing radiated quiet, unspoken distance. Do not engage. Li Wei said nothing, offered no smile, only gave a slow, deliberate nod. I know you saved me. She neither acknowledged nor reciprocated. Instead, she turned away and resumed inspecting her boots, as if rescuing him had been no more significant than steadying a stranger who stumbled on the street. Outside, the wind finally eased. Dust drifted down like pale snow and sunlight pierced the thinning haze glinting off the damp, glistening earth. The horizon re-emerged, revealing the wasteland restored, though freshly etched with new wind-carved furrows. Li Wei flexed his legs, aching, stiff yet functional. He rose slowly, bracing himself against the rock, then peered out. The gale had subsided, fine sand still hung suspended in the air, crunching softly beneath his soles. Glancing back, he saw her rise too, shaking dust from her cloak with brisk, economical motions, not a moment wasted. A long, slender bundle rested across her back, weapon or tool impossible to tell, while several bulging pouches hung from her belt. She cast him one glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. Wait, Li Wei called out, his voice a ragged croak like rusted metal scraping stone. She halted, but did not turn, waiting in silence for him to continue. Just now, thank you, he managed, then choked again, his throat desert dry. She paused for 2 beats, then emitted a soft nasal hm, barely more than breath, and strode out without looking back. Li Wei remained rooted, watching her figure recede across the plain, steady, unhurried, unwavering. The wind still stirred, yet she walked with unshaken balance, nothing like the man who'd rolled helplessly moments before. He looked down at himself, mud-caked jacket, sand-filled shoes crunching with every shift. The backpack held firm, all contents intact, the notebook dry. He touched the inner pocket of his jacket, it was still there, warm to the touch, not hot, not cold, exactly as always. He sighed inwardly, this outing had been nothing short of humiliating. Yet he was alive. Lifting his gaze again, he watched her silhouette dwindle across the open expanse, tall and straight as a flagpole planted in the windless calm. He made no move to follow, no call to halt her. He understood some save you not for gratitude nor connection, but simply because the moment demanded action. She arrived, rescued, departed, a seamless, wordless sequence. Good. He adjusted his pack, verified everything remained secured, and began walking steadily toward his original course. The ground was slick with damp clinging to his boots, but his steps were sure. Sunlight broke through the parting clouds, bathing the wasteland in golden light, coaxing a delicate mist from the moist earth. The wind ceased. Silence descended, broken only by the soft rhythmic squelch of his boots in the mud. 1 step. 2. Far ahead, her figure dissolved into the distance, vanishing like smoke on the wind. The wind ceased. The wasteland lay drenched as though freshly rinsed with water, its muddy ground slick and yielding, sucking softly with each step, clinging to boots with damp sand and scattered blades of grass. Li Wei stood at the edge of a collapsed rock formation, his backpack strap still taut across his shoulders. He touched the pocket over his chest, the fragment nestled there, was warm, inert, neither scalding nor trembling, just as it always was. He lifted his gaze ahead. In the distance a solitary figure walked upright, the hem of their cloak fluttering gently in the fading breeze, pace unhurried yet unwavering, each step deliberate and unbroken. Had she not intervened moments ago, he might now be sprawled face down in some nameless gully, a grotesque sand sculpture for strangers to gawk at. He flexed his legs, aching yes, but still obedient. So he stepped forward in pursuit, hesitant at first, pausing after 2 strides, wondering this person clearly valued solitude, would calling out thank you now seem absurdly effusive. Yet if he delayed further, she would vanish beyond reach. Hey! His voice finally broke, hoarse, raw, as though scraped by coarse sandpaper. Ahead the figure paused, not turning, not quickening, simply standing still, waiting. Li Wei hurried forward and halted 5 or 6 paces away, catching his breath before saying, just now, thank you. Elise turned. Dust still smudged her cheeks, a tiny grain of sand clung to one eyebrow. She looked at him, silent. Li Wei found that silence heavier than the wind had been. Flustered, he unzipped a side pouch of his backpack and pulled out a pack of beef jerky, then fumbled for a chocolate bar, holding both out with both hands, a small token, nothing grand. Just something from my homeland. A gesture of gratitude. Elise did not take them. Her eyes swept over the brightly colored packaging. What is this? Food, Li Wei replied. Made from meat. This one is sweet, infused with cocoa and sugar. Cocoa. Ah, a plant. He scratched his head. In any case, it's edible, non-toxic. I wouldn't offer poison to someone who saved my life, that would mean my brain had filled with sand. Elise held his gaze for 2 seconds, then her lips twitched as if suppressing a smile. She accepted the jerky and turned it over in her hands. This outer layer, why is it so unnaturally smooth? It isn't leather. Plastic, Li Wei said. Man-made, waterproof, moisture-resistant. Just tear it open. She tried, and failed. Here, he pointed to a small notch on the wrapper. Just bite down. She followed his instruction, the wrapper split with a crisp snap, releasing an aroma rich with salt, smoke and savory depth. She broke off a small piece, chewed twice, and her brows lifted faintly. Chewy. Salty with a hint of sweetness, and something like fire-roasted earth. She took another larger bite. Do people where you're from eat this kind of meat often? Quite commonly, Li Wei smiled. When working late we snack on it, it satisfies hunger better than steamed buns. Elise didn't pursue the remark. Instead she picked up the chocolate bar. And this. A sweet high-calorie food, warming in cold weather. Li Wei tore open his own bar, took a bite and offered see. Soft. Melts quickly. Elise mimicked him, unwrapped it and tasted it, her eyes widening. This sweetness is unlike any other. Not cloying like honey, but smooth, dissolving on the tongue. Dark chocolate, 70% cocoa, Li Wei declared proudly. Back home we call it the programmer's lifeline, a midnight coating essential. Elise didn't grasp what a programmer was, but that didn't stop her from finishing the entire bar, even squeezing the empty wrapper carefully to ensure not a single crumb remained. You have many such foods where you're from. Plenty, Li Wei nodded. Biscuits, spicy strips, instant noodles, jelly. Walk 3 days across this desert and I guarantee you'll never eat the same thing twice. Elise studied him, her tone softening for the first time. You're not from here. It wasn't a question. Li Wei dropped his playful air. No, I'm not. My homeland lies far away. No magic. No colossal beasts. No winds capable of hurling a man skyward. There the tallest mountain is Mount Tai. I climbed it, and as I stood atop its summit a stone fell from the sky. I picked it up, and opened my eyes right here. Elise fell silent for a moment, then asked, so your clothing also came from there? Yes. A windbreaker, windproof and waterproof, though not particularly abrasion resistant. He pointed to a tear along his sleeve, scraped during his tumble. Everything you see on me came from there. Mostly. My communicator has lost power, otherwise I could play you a song. A song. A crafted arrangement of sound, Li Wei waved dismissively. Never mind, it'd take too long to explain. Elise nodded, asking no more. She tucked both empty wrappers into a small pouch at her waist, swift and precise. Li Wei watched her, hesitated, then ventured, and you? What do you do? That skill just now, you're no ordinary traveler. A wandering knight-errant, she answered simply. I travel widely, and intervene when justice demands it. Championing the righteous. Not always. She glanced at him. If bandits rob travelers, I intercept them. If caravans lose their way, I guide them out. If raiders block roads, I dismantle their dens. Not for coin. Not for fame. Simply, when something grates against my conscience, I act. Li Wei listened, momentarily stunned. Then you have no permanent home. I have camps, but stay nowhere long. She gestured toward the long bundle strapped across her back. Wherever I sleep matters little, so long as the ground isn't jagged and no blades rain from the sky. That sounds remarkably free. It is also exhausting, she said quietly. Winters are harsh. Rainy seasons turn paths to sludge. Sometimes 10 days pass without sighting another soul. But one grows accustomed. Li Wei glanced down at his gear, running shoes, windbreaker, backpack, even lacking a blade. Suddenly he realized on this wasteland he was nothing except for that inexplicable fragment. I arrived only recently. He spoke honestly. I'm unfamiliar with direction, only know to keep moving forward. I visited the market earlier, gathered some ideas, but alone I feel uncertain. Elise remained silent, watching him. I'm not seeking protection, Li Wei hastily added. I can walk on my own and carry weight. Where are you headed? If it aligns with my path, may I accompany you for a stretch? I swear I won't hinder you, and I'll share provisions. Elise paused, her gaze sweeping over his backpack, jacket, shoes, finally settling on his face. Are you afraid? Terrified, Li Wei grinned. When the wind hurled me head over heels, I feared for my life. But now the wind has stilled. You saved me. I'm alive. My belongings remain intact. And I've just eaten food I brought from home. That's already the best possible outcome today. Elise's lips twitched again. Moreover, he continued, if you intended harm, striking me in that crevice would have been far easier, no need to wait until now. You rescued me and refused my offering. That means you seek nothing. So I believe walking with you carries far less risk than blundering blindly on my own. Elise finally nodded. I'm bound for Stone Ridge town in the east. Lately unrest has grown, livestock vanishing from several villages. Rumors point to rogue mercenaries. I intend to investigate. Stone Ridge town. Li Wei recalled the market map. That aligns closely with my next destination. I plan to explore collaboration opportunities there. Collaboration. Yes. I possess certain knowledge, potentially useful here. He omitted mention of the fragment and said nothing of his ability to traverse between Earth and this world, how to strengthen metals or design simple mechanisms. Should I find those willing to experiment, perhaps something meaningful can emerge? Elise appraised him. You don't look like a craftsman. I studied advertising. Li Wei rubbed his temple. At the office I spent days crafting presentations, honing the art of persuasion. Now in this new world I must reallocate those skills. Elise didn't understand presentations, but grasped the intent. After a pause she said, I'll escort you to Stone Ridge Town, but on one condition. Name it. On the road you obey my commands. When danger arises, do not charge recklessly. If I say drop you drop. If I say silence you fall mute. I care not where you're from or what thoughts occupy your mind. Out here survival comes first. Agreed. Li Wei responded instantly. I've already mastered the art of rolling to survive. I rank among the elite in self-preservation. Alice didn't smile, but her eyes softened. She checked the tightness of her pack straps, brushed dust from her cloak and said, then let's go. We'll reach the next rest stop before dusk, there's a well there. Li Wei hoisted his pack and fell into step beside her. Do you often journey alone for such lengths? I've grown accustomed, she replied. More people mean more complications, more talk, larger fires, greater visibility. Alone I move lightly and quietly, less likely to provoke trouble. But no one to speak with. I once traveled with companions, she said flatly. They parted ways. Some perished. Others went elsewhere. The path of a wandering knight-errant rarely holds anyone long. Li Wei asked no further. Side by side they walked across the wasteland, the ground hardening beneath them, mud receding, sand drying. The wind had vanished entirely. Sunlight pierced through the parting clouds, spilling warmth over their shoulders. The sun had barely emerged from the rifts between clouds when the two had already walked for nearly half an hour. Li Wei's windbreaker clung damp and heavy to his back, each step echoed with a dry brittle crunch on the hardened earth. He drew a breath just as he raised his hand to wipe the sweat when Alice abruptly halted ahead. Don't swing your arms, she said without turning. You walk like you're throwing punches. Li Wei froze mid-motion. Ha! Your arms rise too high, your feet strike too hard, Alice replied, pivoting to face him. Her gaze swept him up and down. You're here to travel, not to detonate landmines. I'm just used to it. Then unlearn it. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly hooked her foot beneath a flat stone, sending it arcing upward with a sharp snap that struck Li Wei squarely on the outer side of his knee. Ow. He jerked upright. Slow reflexes, Alice observed. Had that been a blade, your leg would already be severed. Li Wei rubbed his knee, voice defiant, but who throws stones at people? Wind carries grit, grass conceals serpents, branches fall without warning, she said calmly. What you assume no one would do happens daily across the wastelands. Alice instructed him to set down his pack beside the path. Li Wei obeyed, only to hear her command, run 5 laps around this stone. What? Now? Or shall we wait until you're gray-haired? Li Wei clenched his teeth and began. The first lap was manageable, by the second his legs grew leaden, by the third his breath shattered into ragged gasps, by the fourth he staggered into a slow shuffling walk. Halfway through the 5th lap he collapsed onto his knees, chest heaving, face drained of color. Alice approached and handed him a waterskin. Sip twice, don't gulp. He swallowed greedily and nearly choked. Sip, she corrected, reclaiming the skin. What did you do on Earth? Sit in an office. Advertising agency, made PowerPoint slides, he rasped between coughs. No wonder, she murmured, nodding. That kind of work likely demands only finger dexterity. Hey, I passed physical fitness standards. Passing doesn't guarantee survival, Alice replied, securing the waterskin and patting his shoulder. Stand up. Don't slump like an eel. Next came stance training. Alice guided him to stand with feet shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent, weight sinking low. He complied, but within half a minute his balance wavered. Tuck your hips in. With a swift kick to the back of his thigh she corrected him. This isn't squatting over a latrine. He staggered, regained footing and wiped sweat from his brow. This is impossibly difficult. Difficult. This is merely the beginning. Alice picked up a dead branch and gestured before him. Observe, this is a sword, this a blade, this a staff. All attacks fall into 3 categories: straight, horizontal, diagonal. First, you learn to evade. She stepped closer, tapping his chest lightly with the branch. What should you do now? Li Wei instinctively leaned backward, lost his balance, and landed hard on his backside. Alice shook her head. Incorrect. Retreating invites entrapment. The proper response is to pivot sideways while raising your arm to parry. She demonstrated once, a clean, precise, the branch grazing the edge of her sleeve without touching it. Again. Li Wei rose and tried, sidestepping, lifting his arm. Yet the branch still struck his forearm. Too fast. He muttered, rubbing the sting away. Let your mind outpace your body, she said. Remember the sensation, and repeat. And so the entire morning unfolded in rhythm: tap, dodge, parry. Li Wei fell 7 times, scraping his elbows. Raw thorn-laced branches tore 2 jagged gashes in his windbreaker sleeves. Yet finally, when the branch descended, he moved correctly. At noon he lay sprawled, unwilling to stir. Alice tossed him a dry biscuit. Eat? We resumed this afternoon. Can't we rest for one day? He groaned. Would you rather face the next sandstorm or be felled by a single blow? I'll take the storm. Then stop complaining. In the afternoon they moved to a new clearing where tall grass bowed low beneath the wind. Alice produced 2 short wooden rods, 1 for each. Now we integrate offense and defense, she said. I will gently push you. You must do 3 things sense block counter. The sequence cannot shift. Even as she spoke her rod swept toward his calf. Li Wei leapt aside, forgetting entirely he held one too. Block. She commanded. He raised his rod just in time. Thrust she snapped again. He hesitated where? If the target moves, you don't pause. She struck again, forcing him back 3 paces. Combat isn't calisthenics. There are no cues telling you what comes next. Gasping, Li Wei suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Thrust at your abdomen." He lunged wildly forward. Alice sidestepped effortlessly, then tapped his shoulder with the rod's tip. Direction correct, execution crude. But at least you moved. In the final round before dusk she increased her speed. Li Wei was struck 4 times, but successfully blocked 2 blows and completed 1 full counterattack sequence. When training ended he sat slumped, arms trembling too violently to lift the water skin. Alice glanced at him. Today was stronger than this morning. Her tone hovered between praise and indifference. That night a small fire crackled at camp. Li Wei tossed and turned, neck and shoulders aching as though gripped by iron vices. In the dim afterglow he pulled out a notebook and charcoal stick and sketched movement diagrams onto a scrap of cloth. Step 1, retreat when the enemy advances. No. Step 2, pivot sideways while parrying, lower center of gravity. Step 3, counter trajectory, from low to high targeting joints. As he drew he recalled basketball defensive drills from Earth, adapting the principle of predicting shifts in an opponent's balance. Mid-sketch a rustle sounded beyond the firelight. Alice sat beside the flames sharpening a short knife. She glanced up, said nothing, merely pointed at the cloth in his hands. Li Wei hurried to explain, "I'm organizing key movements, using frameworks unfamiliar here to understand them clearly." She nodded once and resumed sharpening. He summoned courage. "May I practice 5 more minutes?" She offered no objection, only cautioned, "Don't injure your knees." He began slow-motion repetitions on the spot again and again. Only when his legs trembled beyond control did he crawl back to his bedding and collapse. At dawn the next day Alice called him twice, unlike usual. "Rise. Today, 5 extra minutes of warm-up." Li Wei blinked. "Did you notice I've improved?" "I said you were stronger than yesterday," Alice replied, tightening her cloak. "So long as one moves willingly, they are not broken." For days thereafter training settled into ritual morning runs to refine posture, mornings dedicated to evasion and parrying, afternoons introducing simple attack combinations. Alice no longer corrected every motion herself, instead observing silently from the periphery, calling out only occasionally, "Rotate your waist. Arm too high. Eyes open." Once Li Wei evaded 3 probing strikes in succession, and Alice uttered, "Acceptable." He froze mid-motion. "You just praised me." "I stated fact," she replied, expressionless. "You're not foolish, just under-muscled. Is that praise or insult? Decide for yourself." On the 5th day they paused at the edge of a forest clearing. The ground was level, the view unobstructed, ideal for practice. Alice produced 2 sandbags bound tightly with hemp rope and hung them from low-hanging branches. "Today tests reaction," she said. "I'll release them. You must strike them aside before they touch the ground." The first bag dropped, he lunged and missed. The second skimmed his fingertips. The third met his palm squarely, launching it flying far across the field. A faint twitch lifted the corner of Alice's mouth, then vanished just as swiftly. 10 more rounds. At dusk he lay flat, limbs shattered yet silent, not complaining. He knew truly he had changed, just a little. Alice approached, offering the water skin. "Tomorrow we enter the woods, the path grows treacherous. Sleep deeply tonight." He accepted it, and asked almost softly, "Did you train like this, back then?" She paused, then answered simply, "Everyone begins where they cannot yet stand." And turned away. Li Wei watched her retreating silhouette, slowly sat upright and tightened his grip upon the wooden rod. At first light they packed and pressed eastward. The barren plains gradually gave way to sparse woodland, ground littered with fallen leaves and broken branches. Alice led, stride-like and unwavering. Li Wei followed, steps lighter than days prior. His breathing steadied, his stumbles ceased. His eyes learned to read terrain contours, his ears attuned to anomalies carried on the wind. Crossing a steep incline, Alice suddenly raised her hand, signaling halt. He froze instantly, holding his breath. She stared intently at a patch of swaying shrubbery ahead. After a long moment she said quietly, "Go, circle around." He obeyed without question, knowing deep within this lesson had only just begun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, shattering into fragments as it fell upon Li Wei's face. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his foot slipping, nearly stumbling into a muddy pit. Wet earth clung to the soles of his boots as if someone had secretly smeared 2 lumps of chewing gum onto his footwear. "Don't look down at your feet," Alice said from ahead, her voice neither loud nor low. "Just watch the path." Li Wei caught his breath and hoisted his backpack higher. His shoulders ached, it was true, but far less than a few days ago. At least now he could pick himself up after a fall without waiting for someone to lend a hand. They were walking through an increasingly dense forest. The trees were taller than before, their branches intertwined so thickly they nearly blotted out half the sky. The air had changed too. It was no longer simply the scent of earth and decaying leaves but mingled with an indescribable freshness like a bamboo grove after rain with a hint of mint. Is that fog up ahead? Li Wei squinted, peering forward. Alice stopped, not turning around but raised a hand to signal him to come no closer. She stood still for a moment, gazing ahead. There among the trees a thin layer of pale white mist lingered, not dense, not dissipating, simply flowing close to the ground in silence like a gauze scarf left out to dry and forgotten. We've arrived, she said. Arrived where? Elven territory. At the name, Li Wei's mind instantly conjured images from movies, pointy-eared life figures and light armor-wielding longbows. He subconsciously touched the cracked skin on his own hand, thinking if they demanded a bloodstained token to prove his identity he could at least produce some rags spotted with blood. But he didn't dare voice the thought. Alice had already unsheathed the short knife from her waist, gently slid it back into the scabbard, then slowly raised both hands to shoulder-height, palms outward as if showing goodwill before haggling at a market. Do as I do, she murmured. Ha! Raise your hands, don't move, and follow me 3 steps. Li Wei quickly complied. As he raised his hands he muttered inwardly, isn't this a bit too much like a surrender scene? But he knew this wasn't the time for jokes. He mimicked Alice's movements, stepping forward, each step cautious, afraid of disturbing the unseen eyes in the forest. After 3 steps they stopped. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Even the wind seemed to know the rules, not daring to rustle the leaves. A few seconds later, from the corner of his eye, Li Wei caught a flicker of movement behind the tree trunk to his left. It wasn't the swaying of wind nor the swift dash of an animal. It was a kind of, you could feel someone watching you, that sort of presence. Then there was movement on the right. Then between the tree crowns ahead a blurry silhouette darted across the branches, swift as a leaf blown away by the wind. He didn't dare turn his head to stare, only shifting his gaze slightly. He saw nothing clearly. Those shadows came and went as quickly as if they were mere illusions. We passed through this land, Alice spoke in a language Li Wei had never heard before. The tone was calm, the final syllable drawn out slightly like wind passing through a cave, carrying no malice, only a request for a brief rest. She finished and waited for a few seconds. No one responded. Li Wei felt his arms beginning to ache. He dared not lower them nor shake them, only flexing his fingers to relieve the stiffness. He whispered, can they understand? They understand, a voice suddenly replied. It didn't come from any direction, it seemed to appear directly in the air, light as a breath yet clear enough to be unmistakable. Li Wei flinched, nearly lowering his hands. Don't move, Alice warned. The voice spoke again in that same wind-like common tongue which Li Wei couldn't comprehend. Alice answered, her tone still steady as if greeting an old neighbor. The exchange lasted less than a minute. During that time Li Wei felt as though he were attending a silent interview, the examiner hidden in the trees, and his only task was to keep his hands raised without cramping. Finally the voice in the wind said, you may stay. Do not go deep. Then the forest fell completely silent. Alice slowly lowered her hands and nodded at Li Wei. It's all right. Li Wei immediately dropped his arms to his sides and vigorously rubbed his shoulders. That's it. No deposit or signed agreement. They trusted us, Alice said. At least for now. How do you know they believed? Because I carried no weapon to show hostility and you didn't gawk around like a spy. Ah. She paused. I spoke the truth. Li Wei glanced around. This patch of forest seemed no different from any other, except the air was cleaner, the light softer, and there was a faint elusive coolness as if stepping out of a refrigerator. So we're legally entering now, he asked. Yes, Alice said, walking toward a dry patch of ground nearby. She pointed to the spot. Rest here. Don't wander. You can drink water, eat something, but don't light a fire. Li Wei nodded, dropped his backpack and plopped down on a tree root. He pulled out his water flask and took a sip. The water seemed to have changed, no longer tasting of plastic but more like mountain spring water. He looked up at the canopy above. Sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting countless dancing spots of light on the ground. An unknown bird flew overhead, its call crisp but brief, as if afraid of disturbing someone. Do you think they're watching us all the time? Li Wei asked quietly. Definitely, Alice said, leaning against a tree trunk, not sitting. You just can't see them. What do they look like? Really like the legends, pointy ears moving with the wind. Haven't you seen enough races yet? Alice glanced at him. Do you need to complete the whole fairy tale collection before you feel at ease? Just curious, Li Wei scratched his head. It's my first time in Elven territory. I thought we'd have to pass some trial, like answering 3 questions or solving a riddle. That's what bards make up, Alice said. In reality, as long as you don't throw trash into the sacred pond, generally no one stops you. Li Wei chuckled, then checked the side pocket of his backpack. The fragment of the space portal was still there, pressed against his chest, warm, neither hot nor cold. He didn't touch it, just confirmed it was still there. He stood up, flexed his wrists. The wound on his hand had scabbed over, though bending his fingers still pulled a bit, it wouldn't affect gripping a stick. He took the practice wooden staff from the outside of his backpack and placed it in a conspicuous spot nearby, just in case something happened he could at least swing it like a firebrand. Do you think they'll let us spend the night here, he asked. Don't know, Alice said. We'll wait for their decision. Then when you said brief rest, was that just a guess or did you have confidence? 80%, she said, leaning against the tree, her gaze sweeping the forest. This area is the only path to the eastern towns. The elves don't stop everyone every day. As long as you don't dig up their ancestors' graves or chop down the sacred tree, they usually let you pass. Ancestors' graves. Sacred tree. Li Wei sat up straight. Does this place really have such things? If you keep your mouth shut, you'll cause less trouble, Alice said. Li Wei gave an awkward laugh and didn't press further. He pulled out a pack of beef jerky from his bag, tore it open and took a bite. The taste was still salty, but in this environment it felt oddly real. As he chewed, he noticed a patch of moss on the ground not far away, growing in an unusually neat circle. He looked more closely and saw a pale gray stone embedded in the center of the circle, its surface smooth as if polished by long handling. He was about to stand up and take a closer look when Alice immediately spoke. Don't touch that. I wasn't going to touch it. Just looking. Don't stare at it either. Li Wei pulled back, muttering, even that's forbidden. I'm not a kid. You're acting like one, Alice said flatly. Li Wei rolled his eyes and continued chewing his beef jerky. He crumpled the wrapper into a ball and stuffed it into his bag, took another sip of water, then leaned back against the tree root, gazing up at the sky. The sky in this forest seemed a shade bluer than outside. He said nothing more. Alice remained silent, one hand resting near the sheath of her knife, though the blade was sheathed, she could draw it at any moment. Time passed slowly. The wind occasionally blew, rustling the leaves, but the sound didn't feel like a warning, more like a tacit permission. They stayed like that, not moving, not shouting, not looking too much, not asking too many questions. Until a very faint call came from afar, like a bird, yet not quite. Then in a certain spot among the trees the light and shadow fluctuated slightly, as if someone had given a gentle nod. Only then did Alice relax her shoulders a little. Li Wei noticed and whispered, "Is this permission?" Alice didn't answer, just nodded slightly. He took a deep breath, feeling the coolness in the air even more distinctly. He knew they had been allowed to stay. At least for now, no one would jump down from the trees to tie him up. He looked down at his wooden staff, then at the circle of moss and stone, and finally gazed into the depths of the forest. Nothing happened there. But everything had already changed. Slanting sunlight pierced the forest canopy, casting dancing motes of light across Li Wei's eyelids. He blinked awake, finding himself still seated upon the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, his backpack leaning against his thigh and a wooden staff resting crosswise beside him. After that faint chime the woods fell utterly silent, yet the air felt purer than before, cool and crystalline with each breath drawn deep into the throat. He turned his head toward Alice. She stood with her back against the trunk, her hand no longer hovering near her scabbard but resting lightly on her belt, eyes half-lidded, neither fully asleep nor wholly alert, as if listening to the wind's subtle grammar. Did they truly leave? Li Wei whispered, voice hushed lest he disturb some unseen presence. No, Alice replied without opening her eyes. They've simply withdrawn from sight. Oh. Li Wei nodded, then shook his head. So what's the difference between that and leaving? A profound one, Alice said, cracking open one eye. Try moving, just once. The moment Li Wei lifted his hips, the moss-ringed stone to his left flickered, not with reflected light but with its own soft emerald luminescence, brief and quiet as a held breath. He dropped back onto the roots. I see, it's the botanical equivalent of a do not touch LED indicator. A faint twitch tugged at Alice's lips, but she offered no reply. Li Wei drew a slow, deliberate breath and chose observation over action. He extended his hand palm downward toward the bark of a nearby tree. The instant his fingers made contact, warmth bloomed across his skin, not the dry heat of sun-baked brick but something deeper, a gentle rhythmic vibration as though life pulsed just beneath the surface, flowing like slow blood through living wood. This tree is breathing. Magical circulation, Alice murmured. Every trunk here is a living conduit, energy coursing through them like blood through veins. So they glow because their overtime pay hasn't cleared yet. Alice glanced at him. Half right. When magical energy stagnates, it overflows, manifesting as light, sound, or thermal shifts. Elves don't exploit nature, so this overflow is gentle, harmonious. Li Wei withdrew his hand and studied his palm. His skin bore no discoloration, sprouted no leaves, but the lingering warmth remained a quiet echo of the tree's pulse. He turned his gaze to the other side, a cluster of flowers blooming in a narrow crevice between stones. Their petals were translucent, edged with a faint silvery blue luminescence. Suddenly one bloom trembled, then released a sharp crystalline note like a glass marble striking porcelain ting. A second followed, then a third, 3 notes coalescing into a simple haunting melody. Are the flowers singing? Li Wei stared, eyes wide. Not singing, resonating, Alice said, lifting a finger toward the canopy. Look at the vine above. Li Wei tilted his head upward. A slender vine descended from the heights, its tip swaying gently. With each oscillation a flower chimed in turn, its motion stirring the air, transmitting vibration downward like a conductor's baton guiding silent music. So they're instruments. Plants are vessels. Magic is the string. Wind, the hand, Alice replied. Can you discern the rhythm? Li Wei held his breath and listened. 3 notes, pause, then 3 more. Unconsciously he tapped the earth with his fingertip. 1 2 3, pause, 1 2 3. Like Morse code. Like a heartbeat, Alice said. Li Wei paused, then fell silent. He looked again at the blossoms, and for the first time they no longer seemed to perform. They felt like messengers, reporting, not entertaining. He rose, not straying far, just turning slowly in place. Around him trees shimmered with soft variegated light hues, shifting intensities varying. Some glowed amber-tinged green, others leaned toward cerulean, one stood apart, entirely silver-gray as if steeped in moonlight for centuries. Are no two trees alike? Of course, Alice said at last, stepping away from the trunk. Like people, each possesses a unique constitution, each excels in its own domain. That yellow-tinged one is an oak, strong in magic storage. The blue is a fir, swift in conduction. And the silver-gray elder. A primordial tree said to be 3,000 years old, capable of linking to the subterranean root network. What is it doing now? Sleeping, Alice replied. It gathers energy by day, awakens only at night. Li Wei hummed softly, then paused. So, are we essentially camping inside someone's bedroom right now? Alice did not answer, but the corner of her eye twitched, perhaps in quiet amusement. Li Wei crouched low, studying the ring of moss. It remained flawlessly circular, as though drawn with compass and care. He dared not touch it, yet extended his index finger, hovering just 1 inch above its surface, tracing an invisible circle in the air. Nothing stirred. Then he tried exhaling gently toward it. The moss remained utterly still. Enough, Alice said. That is a ward marker, not a pet. I was just testing its responsiveness. Li Wei withdrew his finger. Besides, I didn't bring dog treats. As he spoke, a shrub 15 paces ahead stirred. Not swayed by wind, but lifting its own branches deliberately like arms rising. It stretched upward, then curled its limb around an opposing vine and began to ascend, inch by inch, like climbing a living ladder, until it had crossed entirely to the other side. Li Wei's mouth hung open, forgotten. Plants, relocating, he murmured. Roadwork, Alice said. What? Look down. Li Wei lowered his gaze. Where he'd stood moments before, the earth had split, a narrow fissure now bridged by delicate roots emerging from soil, weaving themselves swiftly into a tight, resilient net that sealed the gap. Patching potholes. Anti-slip reinforcement, Alice explained. Last night's rain loosened the loam. Li Wei knelt and gently pressed a fingertip to the root mesh. Firm, yet springy. Far sturdier underfoot than mud. Do they hold council meetings to decide such things? No council needed, Alice said, gesturing downward. Roots intertwine. Information flows leaf to leaf, root to root, faster than your group chats ever could. Li Wei sank back onto the tree root, dazed. On Earth he'd watched documentaries, new plants emitted chemical signals, but those were slow, patient exchanges, days, even weeks to register a single response. Here alarms sounded at dawn, and repairs were complete by noon. He touched his chest. The shard of the spatial gate rested against his skin, warm, steady, unchanged. He refused to ponder whether it might be linked to these phenomena, such speculation was forbidden within this chapter's boundaries, and so he let it rest. His sole focus was understanding what lay before him. He fixed his gaze upon the singing blossoms, then rose, walked 5 paces forward, folded his hands together, pushed them outward, slowly unfurled them in a gesture like opening a sacred text, and pointed directly at the flowers. I wish to learn, he declared aloud, speaking in flawless measured Mandarin. The flowers did not stir. He repeated the gesture, adding a solemn nod, his expression earnest as a scholar pleading for scholarship. Alice sidestepped forward and spoke a phrase in the fluid melodic tongue of the wind, tones level, vowels elongated like sighs. After several seconds the central blossom slowly rotated, turning fully to face him. Then the adjacent vine resumed its sway, but with altered rhythm, 3 long pulses too short, followed by the flowers chiming in sequence, weaving a new intricate melody. Li Wei strained to memorize each tone. Is this a reply? In essence, Alice said. It means you may observe, but must not touch. I thought it was teaching me a cipher. It is a cipher. Li Wei scratched his temple, then asked, may I ask questions? For instance, how do they know when to move? Alice translated. This time the pause stretched longer. Then the nearest tree flared, not brightly but with purpose. A ribbon of light ignited at its base and raced upward along the trunk like electric current, halting precisely upon a single leaf. That leaf delicately flipped, revealing its underside densely pocked with microscopic pores like a miniature honeycomb. It says, perception, Alice interpreted. Temperature, humidity, vibration sent all alter the flow of magic. They sense change and respond. They use this to decide when to act. And if someone attempts ambush. The tree light flashed again, swifter this time, racing from crown to earth, circling Li Wei's feet in a luminous unbroken ring. It says you've been watched since your first footfall crossed this threshold. Li Wei rubbed the back of his neck, mildly embarrassed. I meant no harm, only curiosity. Alice relayed his words. The tree light softened, pulsing warmly, like a slow approving nod. Li Wei exhaled, then remembered another question, what of animals? Can they communicate too? Hardly had the words left his lips when wings beat overhead, a gray-winged bird alighted on a branch, cocking its head to study him. It opened its beak, not to cry out but to release a clear, precise sequence of tones nearly identical to those sung by the flowers moments before. Is it speaking? Li Wei craned his neck upward. Singing, Alice clarified. But the lyrics translate to stranger, do not pluck the blooms. Does it even rhyme? Natural magic knows no disciplines. Alice added, sound, light, motion, they are all expressions of energy. Li Wei listened transfixed, suddenly feeling like a scholar clutching an abacus seated amid quantum physicists debating wave functions. He fell silent for a moment, then settled once more onto the ancient root, watching a bioluminescent night bloom unfurl with unhurried grace, petal by petal, each rotation accompanied by a soft resonant chime steady as a celestial clock. Without thinking, he synchronized his breath: inhale, half-turn, exhale, half-turn. After 3 cycles he realized his respiration had perfectly aligned with the flower's rhythm. He held his breath and the bloom paused. He breathed again and it resumed. "Damn," he whispered. "It's mirroring me." Li Wei's breathing slowed and the luminous flower paused for a half-beat as well. He blinked and the flower gently turned a full circle as if to say, "You may go." He no longer sat. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, tucked the wooden stick under his arm and stood up. Ai Lizzie had already straightened up, her scabbard fastened, her hand moving away from her belt. She glanced at him and said, still reluctant. "It's not reluctance," Li Wei said, turning back to gaze at the faintly glowing woods. "It's just that. That 1 minute just now felt more real than 3 years of working on Earth." Ai Lizzie didn't reply. She turned and walked a few steps forward. The root mesh beneath her feet had retracted the soil smooth, leaving no trace of the pit they had filled last night. Her steps were light, as if she were treading on a path in her own backyard. Li Wei quickly followed and the two walked single file out of the forest's edge. The sunlight suddenly opened up, bright and warm on the face, not scorching, but the heat could be felt crawling over the skin. The canopy above grew sparse and the bird calls changed, no longer the melodic tinkling but ordinary fluttering and chirping. "Those flowers just now, could they really understand what I said?" Li Wei asked as he walked. "They listen to your breath," Ai Lizzie replied without turning her head. "When you're calm they're willing to pay attention to you. On Earth were you always moving? Subway, elevator, office, swivel chair, even going to the bathroom was a race against time." Li Wei patted his pocket, instinctively reaching for his phone, but only felt a piece of stiff cloth. "I used to check the time 100 times a day. Now I can't even be bothered to figure out when the sun sets." A corner of Ai Lizzie's mouth twitched. "So are you retired now?" "More like forced long leave after being fired," Li Wei said with a smile. "And it's unpaid leave." The two walked along a dirt path, the terrain gradually rising. To the left was the forest they had just left, to the right a stretch of low hills with grass knee-high. When the wind blew it rippled like waves of the sea. There were no wheel tracks on the road nor any signs of human habitation, only their 2 sets of footprints stretching ahead. After a few steps Li Wei suddenly stopped. "You know they don't need screwdrivers, the trees repair the road themselves. They don't need Wi-Fi, the flowers transmit signals. All those years of technology on Earth, was it a bit of a detour?" This time Ai Lizzie turned to look at him. "You mean your tin boxes and gunpowder are inferior to a flower?" "I'm not saying one is better than the other," Li Wei waved his hand. "I'm saying, can we combine them? For example, make a street lamp that glows without electricity, absorbing sunlight during the day and lighting up at night, storing magic power like that oak tree." Ai Lizzie didn't laugh, nor did she immediately dismiss it. She just stared at him for 2 seconds. "Do you know why no one has done this?" "Why?" "Because magic is disobedient," she said. "It's not like your wrench, you turn it once and it moves. It depends on mood, on whether a bird poops on its head today. You make a lamp. It lights up the first day, goes out the second day and explodes the third day. Who would dare use it?" Li Wei scratched his head. "Then we can train it. Just like when I started boxing, my moves were crooked but after practice they became smooth. Magic isn't muscle," Ai Lizzie continued walking. "It's alive with a temper. Elves can command plants because they've been talking to trees since childhood and they keep talking for decades. You've only been here a few days. But someone has to try first, right?" Li Wei caught up. "If no one thinks of it, it'll never happen. Back then if someone on Earth said humans can fly, others would surely say he was out of his mind. And now the sky is full of iron birds." Ai Lizzie slowed her pace a little. "You're a strange one. When others come here they either fear death or want to snatch treasures. You're here pondering how to turn flowers into signal towers." "I don't have any other skills," Li Wei chuckled. "I can't fight, can't chant spells, I can only use my brain. Besides, I think some things are essentially the same. You call it magic, here we call it energy. One seeps up from the ground, the other is burned from coal, in the end don't they both make people work, light lamps and keep warm?" Ai Lizzie was silent for a while. The wind lifted the stray hairs on her forehead. On the distant slope a wild hare darted past, startling a few sparrows. "You said training magic?" she suddenly asked. "Yes." Li Wei's eyes lit up. "It's like teaching a dog to sit, give it a treat. What do plants want? Sunlight. Water. Clean air. We cater to its preferences and when it's happy it will naturally cooperate. Isn't that cooperation? So you want to negotiate a contract with a tree?" Ai Lizzie's tone was a bit cold but there was a smile in her eyes. "Pretty much," Li Wei said without embarrassment. "If we can't sign a paper contract we can do an oral one. I'll fertilize you, you'll generate electricity for me. 50-50 split with profit distribution settled in oxygen." Ai Lizzie finally laughed out loud. "You really treat it like a company." "Why not?" Li Wei grew more animated. "You have land resources and technology here. What's lacking is systematic management. We on Earth are best at this. Process optimization, efficiency improvement, standardized operations, a whole set. It yields twice the result with half the effort. So how do you plan to start? AI Lazy looked at him sideways. First, register a Delun New Energy Co. Ltd. Set up the office right next to that luminous flower. The first step is definitely research. Li Wei said seriously. First, figure out which plants have stable output and which are overly emotional. Then build a small test field, for example have a vine be responsible for opening and closing a door. If it succeeds, then scale up. Of course we need to find a willing partner. Like dwarves. AI Lazy casually added. Dwarves. Li Wei was startled, then realized. Yes. Right. They can smith, understand machinery, and have patience. If we could combine their forging techniques with the elves' nature magic, we might actually create something new. Like what? Like a sword that's ordinary iron normally but automatically glows blue to warn when an enemy is near, or a pair of boots that when walking on mountain paths can sense the softness of the ground and warn you not to step into a hole. Li Wei grew more excited. Isn't that safer than relying solely on experience? AI Lazy didn't refute him anymore. She just looked at the winding path ahead, lost in thought. I know it's too early to talk about this. Li Wei's tone softened. It's like when I told my boss we should do immersive interactive advertising and he said I should see a psychiatrist. But sometimes an idea, even if it sounds absurd at first, can become real if someone is willing to try it. The wind blew across the hillside and the grass undulated like waves. The two reached the top of a slope and the view suddenly opened up. Ahead was a wilderness. In the distance a few stone huts could be faintly seen with smoke rising from chimneys. A small river meandered through the grassland, glistening. Li Wei stopped looking at the river. Do you think it's possible that this world isn't just about escaping and fighting? Could it also be used for something else? Like making life a little easier. AI Lazy stood beside him, not looking at him, her gaze fixed on the distant smoke. You're different from other travelers, she said softly. They come here wanting to survive, to go home, to become stronger. You're here thinking about how to change the rules. I'm not trying to change the rules, Li Wei shook his head. I just want to see if there's another path. AI Lazy was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, maybe you can try. Li Wei was taken aback. Are you supporting me? I didn't say I support you. She turned and continued walking. I said you can try. If it doesn't work, at most you've wasted a trip. If it works, maybe the entire Delun continent will call you that madman. Li Wei smiled, shouldered his bag and quickened his pace to catch up. I'll take that. Better than being a scapegoat on Earth. The two walked down the slope, their shadows stretched long by the sunlight. The wind brushed the tips of the grass, sweeping across their calves, tickling. As he walked, Li Wei was still mulling over his previous idea, muttering under his breath, if only I could make a magic version of a solar power bank. AI Lazy heard him and said without turning around, upgrade your wooden stick with a vibration alert first, then think about other things. That would need an app, Li Wei said seriously. Scan to bind real-time check of remaining magic percentage. Remember to leave an emergency call button. AI Lazy added flatly, in case it suddenly starts singing you can run faster. Li Wei burst into laughter, the sound drifting far across the empty hillside. An eagle soared overhead, flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Li Wei's foot stepped on the gravel path, producing a crunching sound. He had just crossed the grassy slope when he saw a few wisps of blue smoke rising crookedly from stone chimneys ahead, drifting into the sky. The wind was mild but carried the smell of rust and coal ash mixed with a hint of roasted potatoes, burnt aroma. This place was indeed inhabited by dwarves. He looked down at the wooden slab in his hand, its edges worn smooth and shiny, with a few wavy lines drawn in charcoal on it resembling a circuit diagram but actually a sketch of the modular weapon structure that had popped into his mind. He himself felt that presenting this thing to negotiate cooperation was like proposing to build a tank with children's building blocks, but someone had to make the first move. The blacksmith's shop was on the edge of the settlement, its doorframe a head shorter than Li Wei. A pile of scrap iron lay by the entrance and a broken-bladed axe leaned against the wall as if it had been neglected for a long time. The forge fire still burned bright red with an unshaped iron bar buried inside, the heat striking his face. Is anyone here? Li Wei called out, his voice a little dry. A head popped out from behind the furnace, a round face with a beard braided into two pigtails hanging down to his chest, eyebrows so thick they could catch flies. The man squinted at him. You're not from around here. Can you tell? Li Wei smiled, taking 2 steps forward. My name is Li Wei. I just passed by the elf forest. Oh. The dwarf stood up slowly, still holding the tongs in his hand. And you came out alive. Didn't they use you as fertilizer under the tree roots? They were quite polite, Li Wei said, raising the wooden slab a little. I even chatted with a flower. The dwarf stared at him for 3 seconds, then turned and tossed a new piece of coal into the furnace. Another lunatic. Last month a bard claimed he could summon a unicorn with his flute, but all he got was a horny goat. How many are you? I'm not here to perform tricks. Li Wei didn't back down. I'm here to discuss business. The dwarf stopped his motion and turned to look at him. You can forge iron. Li Wei pointed at the furnace. I know that. Elves can use magic, I've seen it with my own eyes. As for me, Although I can't fight and don't know any spells, I've seen a way to combine different parts so that they work better than before. The dwarf snorted. For example, a sword. Li Wei stepped closer and handed him the wooden slab. Normally it's just ordinary iron, but when danger approaches the blade can light up to warn you. Or a pair of boots that can sense the softness of the ground and warn you not to step into a hole. This relies neither on brute force nor on casting time but on design. The dwarf took the wooden slab, turned it over and over, his brows furrowing deeper. What the hell is this? Earthworms fighting. This is a signal conduction path. Li Wei pointed at one of the lines. It's equivalent to directing magical energy to a specific part, like connecting a water pipe to a faucet. Wherever you want water, you connect it there. The dwarf was silent for a moment, then placed the wooden slab on the anvil nearby, picked up his hammer and knocked twice, sending dust jumping on the table. The elves are willing to cooperate. Those guys who protest invasion of privacy, if our chieftain so much as glances at them twice. They don't necessarily have to stand here and direct. Li Wei shook his head. As long as their magic can be attached to the material. You are responsible for crafting the weapon structure, they provide the magical binding, and I coordinate how to make these two parts not conflict with each other. For example, have you ever tried leaving a magical interface during forging? Like leaving a slot. A slot. The dwarf stared at him. It's just making a recess in advance, and after the weapon is formed you embed the magic rune into it. Li Wei gestured with his hands. That way you don't have to get it perfect in one go. If it breaks you can replace it, saving materials. The dwarf stared at him, his gaze slowly shifting from suspicion to contemplation. What you're saying sounds like a joke. But oddly enough it doesn't seem completely nonsense. I don't expect you to believe me right away. Li Wei shoved his hands into his pockets. But I can tell you one thing, I spent a whole day in that forest and I didn't see a single elf manually repair a road, open a door or light a lamp. The trees move by themselves, the flowers ring. They don't work by force, they work through relationships. If you can figure out how to reason with magic instead of smashing it into iron, you might actually create something different. The dwarf said nothing, walked to the furnace, picked up the red-hot iron bar with tongs and slammed it onto the anvil, sending sparks flying. He struck while speaking. The craft passed down from our ancestors is all about solid heat control and hammering technique. All this magic fusion and signal conduction sounds like a witch doctor's chant. But you know warfare is different now. Li Wei stood still. Orcs use giant hammers, halflings carry poison darts, and even goblins are assembling crossbows. No matter how sharp your swords are, if the enemy takes you down from a distance before you even get close, then all your skill is useless. The dwarf's hammer paused for a moment. I'm not here to overthrow your technology, Li Wei's tone softened. I just want to add some new options. You provide the craftsmanship, the elves provide magic, and I provide the ideas. None of the three parties will make decisions for the others, each is only responsible for contributing their own expertise, assembling it into something more practical. If it fails, we wasted some materials. If it succeeds, the entire Delun continent will remember who forged this sword. The shop fell silent. The furnace fire still burned, but the temperature seemed to have dropped a little. The dwarf put down his hammer, wiped his hands, picked up the wooden slab again and examined it against the light. You said you have no combat ability? He suddenly asked. No, I don't, Li Wei answered honestly. No magic. I'm completely ignorant of it. Then what makes you think you can bridge these two races? Do you know how many people have tried to build this bridge and failed? Because I don't want to profit from it, Li Wei looked at him. I want to try to give this world one more way of living. Not just killing and fleeing, there can be other choices. For example, making a boot sole that warns its owner you're about to step into a trap. The dwarf stared at him, the corner of his mouth twitching as if suppressing a laugh or having a spasm. You really have a screw loose. He finished, put the wooden slab into his pocket, but the problem will have to wait until tomorrow. It's too late today. I'm going to shut down the forge. Meaning? There's still tomorrow. Li Wei asked. I said shut down the forge, not close the door. The dwarf walked to the wooden barrel in the corner, scooped a ladle of water and poured it over the furnace mouth. Tomorrow morning when the sun shines on this anvil, if you're still standing here, I'll listen to the rest of your ideas. Including the matter of earth materials. Li Wei pressed. Including that lightweight alloy replacement plan of yours. The dwarf waved his hand. But let me make it clear first, if you bring a piece of plastic and ask me to forge it into a sword, I'll throw you into the quenching pool right away. That's an insulator, it doesn't conduct magic at all, Li Wei said seriously. At most I'll bring a paper model to demonstrate the structure. The dwarf rolled his eyes, picked up a rag and started wiping his tools. You're really a freak. Thanks for the compliment. Li Wei grinned, turned around, walked to the flat stone outside the door, sat down, placed his backpack on his lap and looked up at the sky. The clouds parted a little, revealing a patch of azure sky. The distant forest stood quietly as if still glowing. He reached into his pocket. This time he didn't look for his phone but pulled out a small piece of chalk and drew a simple gear linkage diagram on the ground. The wind blew, carrying the chill of approaching night. The dwarf stood at the door, glanced at him, said nothing, turned around and left the door ajar. The morning sunlight had just climbed onto the anvil when Li Wei sat on the flat stone holding a half-used piece of chalk. The gear diagram he had drawn on the ground was dampened by the night dew at one corner, its lines somewhat blurred. He did not move or speak, merely staring at the furnace mouth. The fire was extinguished, the ashes neatly pressed flat, indicating the dwarf had already come by to check on his presence or absence. The door creaked open and the dwarf poked his head in his beard smudged with coal dust as if he had not slept all night. So you really are here. You said I should be here when the sun hits the anvil, Li Wei replied, stuffing the chalk into his pocket and standing up to brush off his pants. I brought breakfast, 2 baked potatoes. Want one? The dwarf squinted at him for 3 seconds, then turned to fetch a small hammer from inside and placed it on the table. I won't eat your potatoes. But you have 10 minutes to explain that interface you didn't finish yesterday. No rush. Li Wei shook his head. I invited someone to listen. The dwarf frowned. Who? As his words fell, a leaf drifted from the edge of the forest, landing softly in front of the forge, its veins glowing with a faint green light. Then a figure stepped out from the tree shadows. Tall, with long hair braided into fine plaits, a leaf-shaped brooch pinched between her fingers. Her steps were light, soundless, yet each step made the dwarf tighten his grip on the hammer. An elf. The dwarf's voice shot up immediately. You brought her here. Are you insane? They even find our clan celebration fireworks too noisy, and now she's coming into my shop to talk cooperation. The elven representative stood still, her gaze sweeping over the pile iron and furnace slag inside the shop. Her nostrils flared slightly as if she had detected something utterly incomprehensible. This place is even worse than expected. Hey! The dwarf slammed his palm on the table. This furnace of mine has forged 300 battle axes that split orc chieftains' skulls, and you call it worse? You can't even find a single nail in your forest, can you? We don't need nails, the elven representative replied, her voice low but each word clear. Trees grow their own bridges, vines weave their own locks. Why hammer? But you can't forge a spear that pierces heavy armor. The dwarf grabbed a pair of iron tongs and jabbed them into the furnace. Look at this. Red-hot steel tempered 1,000 times, this is power. Brute force has its limits. The elven representative raised her hand and a green light flashed at her fingertip. The fallen leaf on the table slowly rose, spun in the air, and adhered to the wooden wall, transforming into a relief-like pattern. But nature's power is endless. Li Wei stepped between them, raising both hands. Stop. You're both right, but this isn't the time to compare who's stronger. I called you here to cooperate, not to draw lots for a tournament. The dwarf glared at him. What makes you think I can work with someone like this? Someone who's afraid to even get near fire. Because of this diagram I drew last night. Li Wei crouched down and used the chalk to retrace the gear linkage structure on the ground. This isn't magic nor forging, it's a design concept. Just as you make a mold before smithing and they form hand seals before casting spells, I need a blueprint. Now the question is, can we combine your mold and their hand seal together? He pointed to a groove in the diagram. For example here. I call it a slot. When you forge, leave a reserved space, don't embed the rune permanently, just create a notch. Once the weapon is shaped, the elf can seal the magic power inside. If it breaks, it can be disassembled and repaired. It won't damage the craftsmanship nor consume the magic. The dwarf bent down to look at the diagram, his brow furrowed into a knot. Your drawing looks like a fight between earthworms, but the idea is clear. The elven representative crouched down, her fingertip lightly touching the ground lines. You mean to let magic attach like a buckle? More or less? Li Wei nodded. You provide basic enchantments, like glow warning, slight vibration. We won't start with complex functions. Just try a small blade that lights up when it senses metal nearby. If it works, we'll add more. Small-scale trial. The elven representative rose slowly. I can take this design back and file it with the Council of Elders. If approved, I can provide 3 basic runes for testing. The dwarf immediately bristled. Hold on. You think you can just take my design drawing with 1 sentence? Who knows if you'll go back, change a few words and claim it's your invention. Then how about this? Li Wei pulled a thick piece of paper from his backpack, redrew a simplified version of the structure with a charcoal stick, tore it into 3 parts and handed one to each. Sign and seal. If anyone secretly alters it, the other 2 parties will immediately withdraw from the cooperation. Sign. The dwarf sneered. We dwarves use fire stamps. Fine. Li Wei looked at the elf. And you? The elven representative plucked a silver leaf clip from her hair and gently pressed it onto the paper, leaving a clearly shaped imprint. Witnessed by the name of nature. The dwarf grunted, took a small red-hot iron piece from the forge and pressed a hammer pattern onto his own copy while it was still hot. If anyone tries any tricks, I'll engrave their name on the bottom of the scrap pile and make sure they never rise again. Don't talk like it's a funeral eulogy. Li Wei finished signing his own copy and laid the 3 sheets side by side on the table. Now the question is, what should the first prototype be? A dagger. The dwarf said decisively. Small, fast, easy to test. Not suitable. The elven representative shook her head. Too sharp, easily associated with aggression. And short-range weapons require close combat, making magic conduction prone to interference. Then. Boots. Li Wei ventured. The kind I mentioned that can warn when you're about to step into empty air. Too complex. The dwarf waved his hand. The soul needs to bend iron is hard to work and the magic path is hard to fix. The three fell silent for a moment. A breeze passed through the window stirring a string of old bells hanging under the eaves which chimed twice. Li Wei's eyes lit up. How about a whistle? What? The dwarf was stunned. You blow it. Li Wei gestured. Palm-sized rolled from iron sheet with a reed inside. You handle the structure, make sure it can whistle. The elf adds a warning enchantment, like if it senses a dangerous creature approaching it hums on its own. Simple, cheap and no loss if it breaks. The dwarf stroked his beard pondering. Well. It's not impossible. I can hammer out 10 prototypes in 3 days. The elven representative nodded slightly. If it only requires basic resonance magic I can complete the rune infusion within a day. Then it's decided. Li Wei looked at both of them. Test target small magic whistle 10 prototypes each side contributes 1 part. What's the success criteria? How long a single charge lasts? The dwarf raised a thick finger. Whether 3 consecutive activations are stable. The elven representative added. Whether it can recover after accidental magic cut off. Li Wei added the last condition. If all 3 criteria are met it passes. How to proceed next will be discussed in another meeting. The dwarf stared at the elven representative. Are you really willing to hand over your runes to me? Not afraid I'll sell them. I left a tracking mark. The elven representative said calmly. If the rune leaves a radius of 10 li it will automatically deactivate. Ha! The dwarf laughed. So you don't trust me either. Mutual. The elven representative's lips curved slightly, almost a smile. Li Wei exhaled in relief, leaned back against the table and sat down, his legs feeling weak. After a night and a morning his mouth was nearly worn out. He pulled out the last baked potato, took a bite, and the charred aroma filled his mouth. So? Cooperation is settled. He asked, his mouth full of food. The dwarf picked up his hammer and struck the anvil, once producing a crisp ring. Looks like you didn't stand all night for nothing, boy. The elven representative tucked the sign diagram into her sleeve and turned toward the door. Just before leaving she paused. By sunset tomorrow I'll bring the rune samples. I hope your whistle doesn't make me come all this way for nothing. Don't worry. Li Wei grinned. At worst it'll make you laugh. She did not turn back, her figure gradually fading into the light and shadow of the forest. The dwarf closed the door and relit the furnace. The firelight flickered on his face. Sit down. The ground is cold. Li Wei did not move, standing there looking at the 3 diagrams laid side by side on the table and the chalk lines still on the ground. He suddenly felt that this shabby smithy wasn't so suffocating anymore. The dwarf muttered while rummaging through his toolbox. Next time you plan a meeting tell me who you're inviting. Don't make it feel like a surprise raid. This was an unexpected gain. Li Wei scratched his head. I thought she'd at most send a messenger bird. Bird. The dwarf scoffed. Last time they sent a nightingale to negotiate timber trade. It flew in and the first thing it said was, please reduce your noise decibels. What did I say? What's a decibel? A drumstick. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. The fire grew hotter and the iron bar began to glow red. The dwarf picked up his tongs, clamped a new piece of material and threw it into the furnace core. Hey! He suddenly looked up. You really don't want to take any profit? Li Wei shook his head. I just want to see if I can make something different. The dwarf stared at him for 5 seconds, then nodded. He pulled the iron bar from the furnace and slammed it hard onto the anvil. Sparks flew in all directions. All right, he said. Then let's give it a try. The forge fire danced beside the anvil and the dwarf blacksmith was flipping a half-melted scrap with his tongs, sparks splashing onto his leather apron, burning small holes. Li Wei was still standing there, the 3 signed blueprints at his feet, the chalk lines on the ground partially scuffed. He rubbed his lower back, his legs were stiff from standing too long last night. Still not leaving, the dwarf said without looking up. Waiting for me to invite you to dinner. Leaving. Li Wei replied, slinging his bag over his shoulder and heading for the door. He stopped after 2 steps, turned back and pulled out half a baked potato from his pocket. This. Something to tide you over. The dwarf shot him a glare. I don't eat leftovers from the dead. I'm still alive. Even less from the living. The dwarf thrust the tongs into the furnace mouth. Go do your business and don't hold up my forging today. Li Wei smiled and turned to leave. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and blinding. He walked back along the path toward the forest, one hand in his pocket, feeling the fragment of the meteorite, cold, rough like an ordinary stone. Last night during the meteor shower it was this stone that had emptied his mind, and when he opened his eyes again he was at the top of Mount Tai. He tried gripping it tightly, no reaction. He loosened his grip, still nothing. When he reached the top of the slope he tried again. Still nothing. Can't be that I have to say open sesame, can it? He muttered, squeezing the fragment into his palm, closing his eyes, recalling the wind on Mount Tai, the stone steps, the old man selling water by the roadside. His vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was the color of dusk and beneath his feet were the familiar bluestone slabs. In the distance he heard car horns and the shouts of barbecue stalls. He looked down at his watch, 5:17 p.m. Only half a day had passed on Earth. All right, no hiccups. He patted his pants and hurried down the mountain. At a hardware store in the city, the owner was squatting outside eating a boxed lunch. Li Wei walked in and asked for lightweight alloy sheets. The owner looked up, saw a young man, assumed he was making a model, and brought out several samples. Li Wei picked the thinnest but strongest titanium aluminum alloy, then asked for copper coils, microcircuit boards, and a few carbon fiber rods. The owner asked what he was making and he said a DIY audio system. Kids these days do all sorts of crazy stuff. The owner mumbled as he scanned the items for checkout. The electronics market was even simpler. Li Wei bought a few small motors, a set of button batteries, and a vibration motor, all stuffed into the inner compartment of his backpack. On his way out he stopped by a supermarket and bought 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a can of Red Bull, just in case he starved on the next trip. Back at the foot of Mount Tai he found a secluded spot and gripped the fragment again. This time he silently visualized the forge fire, the dwarf's grumpy face, and the blueprint with the hammer brand on the table. The scene shifted. His feet hit the ground and the heat of the flames washed over him. The dwarf was adding charcoal to the furnace. Hearing the sound he turned around. Oh, you actually came back. Materials are ready. Li Wei set down his bag, unzipped it. Your soft cheese, please inspect. The dwarf came over and rummaged through, picking up a piece of alloy sheet and pinching it. Light, I'll give you that. Can it withstand forging? Don't you have star iron? Li Wei said. Mix them, light outer shell, hard inner core. That solves it. The dwarf grunted, didn't reply, and turned to drag an oilcloth bundle from the corner. He unwrapped 3 layers of cloth, revealing several dark silver-veined metal fragments. Dug from an old battlefield. The clan forbids touching them. If it fails, pretend I never showed them. Sounds like a last will. Li Wei laughed. We're making a whistle, not a nuke. What's a nuke? Stronger than dragon's breath. Stronger than your temper. The dwarf grinned, stashed the ore into a hidden compartment by the furnace and locked it. What about the elf? Did her thing arrive? As if on cue, the leaves outside the forge rustled. Elf representative stepped out from the forest shadows carrying 3 wooden boxes. Her steps were light, but each one landed firmly as if she had calculated the ground's bearing capacity. The runes are ready. She placed the boxes on the table. 3 primary resonance runes sealed in natural crystal arrays, capable of stable output for 7 days. No strong heat or violent vibration during transport. The dwarf reached to open one, but she raised a hand to stop him. Do not activate without testing first. I just want to look. The dwarf withdrew his hand, muttering, it's like watching a child. Li Wei laid out the earth materials one by one: alloy sheet, circuit board, copper wire, vibration motor. The dwarf stared at the circuit board for a long time. These fine lines. Are they carved? Etching process. Li Wei disassembled a small motor. See, copper wire wound into coils. When electricity flows, it creates a magnetic field. Your magic is also energy, maybe it can connect with this. He connected the motor to the battery and the motor whirred to life. The 3 of them watched the small wheel spinning rapidly, none speaking. So you want magic to spin like that? The dwarf asked. More or less. Li Wei turned off the power. Our first product doesn't need to be impressive. As long as it can make a sound on its own when danger approaches, that's success. The elf representative opened one wooden box and took out a green rune embedded in a crystal. I can infuse a warning ward into it, sensing life fluctuations. But it needs a stable carrier, no interruption in conduction due to material incompatibility. Then we'll make a double-layer structure. Li Wei drew a line on the ground. Outer layer forged from the dwarf's alloy, pressure and heat-resistant middle slot for the rune core. Inner layer uses our conductive materials to connect to the warning trigger. Like a water pipe buried under tree roots, each goes its own way but they converge at the end. The dwarf stroked his beard. I'll handle the shell. 3 days, 10 prototype frames. I'll take care of internal assembly and circuit connections, Li Wei said. Rune embedding and magical calibration will be executed by me. The elf representative closed the box. I will return before sunset tomorrow. Wait. The dwarf suddenly said. Her runes can be checked. But your dead things, how do we test them? Who says this metal box won't blow up the furnace? Li Wei thought for a moment, then pulled out a plastic box from his bag. Inside was a small battery and an LED light. He connected them with copper wire and the light glowed. Electricity drives light. He explained. No fire, no magic, just this little block. The dwarf leaned and reached out to touch it, then pulled back. Does it bite? Low voltage, no bite. Only then did the dwarf touch the light bead with his fingernail. It's bright, sure. But does it know what danger is? No. Li Wei said, but it can be designed to light up when it receives a signal. Like when you forge, you hear the ding and know it's time to flip. What we need to do now is teach the whistle to hear that ding. The elf representative looked at the small light silent for a moment. If the energy path is clear, magic conduction should be unimpeded. I am willing to conduct the first compatibility test. Now. Li Wei asked. She nodded. The dwarf pulled a red-hot metal bar from the forge, quickly hammered it into shape, forming a U-shaped bracket with slots reserved at both ends. After cooling, he handed it to the elf representative. She gently placed the rune into the slot. A green light flickered at her fingertip and the rune slowly sank into place, embedding securely. The three held their breath. The rune flickered twice, then stabilized, glowing steadily. Didn't blow up, the dwarf breathed in relief. Didn't go out either. Li Wei burst out laughing. Initial compatibility successful. The elf representative withdrew her hand. But for practical application, we still need to observe 3 consecutive activations and recovery after magic interruption. That's a problem for the next step. Li Wei carefully placed the bracket into a box. Today at least we proved one thing: a metal box can also understand the language of nature. The dwarf grunted, turned to wipe his workbench. Don't act like you've conquered the universe. I've got to reforge 10 of them tomorrow, not a single one can be crooked. I'll put in the work. You just use your mouth. The elf representative rose, picking up the other 2 wooden boxes. I will prepare the activation rituals for the 2nd and 3rd runes in the forest. Delivered on time, same time tomorrow. Don't be late. The dwarf didn't look up. My furnace doesn't wait for anyone. She didn't reply, her figure silently retreating into the woods. Li Wei repacked the earth materials into the inner compartment of his backpack. The dwarf tossed a new piece of charcoal into the furnace and the flames leaped up with a roar. You really don't want to get something out of this? The dwarf suddenly asked again. What kind of something? Money, fame, a cut of the weapons. Li Wei shook his head. I just want to see if I can make something different. The dwarf stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded, grabbed his hammer and slammed it onto the anvil. Sparks flew. All right, he said. Then let's keep working. The forge fire blazed fiercely in the corner of the blacksmith's shop. The dwarf used long tongs to clamp a freshly forged sword hilt and plunged it into cold water for quenching. With a hiss, white steam rose, shrouding the entire room in a thin mist. Li Wei crouched on the bluestone slab by the door, holding a carbon fiber rod and tapping it lightly against his knee. His eyes were fixed on 3 short swords that had just been assembled on the table. The blades were forged by the dwarf, a dark matte alloy with a solid feel. A slot was carved in the center of the hilt, embedded with a green rune crystal, and the outer layer was sealed with lightweight titanium aluminum alloy like a crisp coating on an ice cream cone. Wires emerged from the inner side, connected to a miniature vibration motor hidden beneath the guard, impossible to notice without a close look. All right. The dwarf shook the water droplets off his tongs, walked over and plopped down onto a wooden stump. 3 swords last night and 2 angle adjustments this morning. At least the furnace didn't blow up. That double-layer structure of yours sounded like nonsense, but it actually fit in the end. Li Wei didn't reply. He reached out and touched the edge of one of the swords. It was cold, but there was an indescribable subtle vibration, as if a force was pent up inside waiting to be released. Where is she? The dwarf glanced at the shadows of the trees outside the door. As soon as the words were spoken, the leaves rustled softly. The elf representative emerged from the forest, her footsteps unhurried, each landing perfectly in rhythm. She carried a small cloth bag. Opening it, she poured out 3 newly activated runes. Their green glow was much steadier than last time, like fireflies trapped in a glass bottle. 7-day duration. She placed the runes on the table. This time I used a slow release barrier so the energy discharge is smoother. I patted them with moss during transport, no shaking all the way. You really are working as a delivery girl now, the dwarf muttered, but still carefully picked up 1 rune and examined it against the firelight. Enough chit-chat. Li Wei stood up. Let's try this one first. He pointed to the middle short sword. I adjusted the contact point yesterday. The copper wire is wrapped twice, theoretically the conduction efficiency is higher. You infuse it and let's see if it lights up. The dwarf snorted. If it flickers twice and dies like yesterday, I'm throwing this thing into the scrap heap. The elf representative ignored him. A faint green light gathered at her fingertip and she slowly pressed it onto the rune. A weak ripple spread through the crystal, seeping into the blade's interior. A few seconds later, a faint green luminescence emerged along the edge of the blade, like moonlight reflecting off a river at night. It's lit. Li Wei leaned in. Don't get excited yet. The dwarf shoved his shoulder. That tiny glow like a mosquito's leg counts as lit. Even my oil lamp shines brighter. Before he finished speaking, the green light suddenly intensified. The entire sword became like a glowing fluorescent rod with fine flowing patterns emerging on the blade surface like vines that had come to life. Li Wei reached for it. The moment he gripped the hilt, his palm shuddered violently, the vibration motor had activated. Ouch. He almost let go. This feeling. It's just like a phone set to vibrate mode. The feedback trigger has activated. The elf representative glanced at him. The magical energy reached the threshold and the device responded. Not gonna lie, these little gadgets from your Earth are both weird and clever. The dwarf circled the sword. How does it know when to vibrate? Through electrical currents simulating the signal path. Li Wei raised the sword higher. In our world we have a term called sensor. Simply put, when it feels the force it gives you a reminder. So do you feel it now? The dwarf suddenly grabbed a thick log nearby and thrust it into the ground. Come on, give it a chop. Li Wei took a deep breath, gripped the sword with both hands, raised it above his shoulder and swung down fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound and wood chips flew. The blade cut half a foot deep into the log, the cut as smooth as if sawn. The three of them froze for 2 seconds, then all looked down at the short sword still trembling slightly. That's louder than my bare hand slapping it, the dwarf murmured. Li Wei grinned, pulled the sword out and blew away the wood shavings on the edge. So still complaining about the dim light? The light is weak, I'll admit. The dwarf took the sword, turning it over and over. But this force. It's really different. It's not just sharpness, it's like there's a push, as if the sword wants to rush forward on its own. The magical conduction is successful. The elf representative nodded. The basic warning spell can not only sense life fluctuations but also provide a brief kinetic energy boost when activated. Though weak, it exceeds expectations. So it's a success. Li Wei plopped back onto the bluestone slab, letting out a long breath. 3 days of hard work, finally not in vain. One sword doesn't prove everything. The dwarf immediately poured cold water. You asked me to make 10 and not one can be crooked. You also have to guarantee that every single one of these tin boxes can light up. I've never failed on something I promised. Li Wei pulled out a sealed box from his backpack. Opening it revealed neatly arranged circuit modules. I've already redesigned the second batch, added a voltage stabilization layer, less prone to interference. You want 10, I'll make 10 sets. I've also prepared the runes. The elf representative put the remaining 2 runes back into the cloth bag. I will perform a new activation ceremony in the forest. Delivered at noon 3 days later. Then it's settled. Li Wei stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. I won't leave for these few days. I'll stay near your place, ready to adjust any time. Stay where? The dwarf squinted at him. I don't have a guest room. Sleep by the furnace. This bluestone slab at the door is pretty flat. Li Wei kicked the stone at his feet. I slept well last night, just a bit hard. Aren't you afraid of getting a bump? The elf representative asked uncharacteristically. A big bump can double as a pillow. Li Wei laughed. Besides, now that we have results, even sleeping on the ground feels sweet. The dwarf stared at him for a few seconds, then turned abruptly, walked to the forge, grabbed a hammer and struck the anvil with a clang. Sparks flew up, landing on his leather apron, burning a few small holes. Fine, he said. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Li Wei walked over and put his hand on the dwarf's shoulder. Don't just forge swords. Later let's try other things, like daggers, javelin heads, or even a whistle that makes sound. You want to expand already? The dwarf shrugged off his hand. Let's get these 10 swords right first. To understand, you have to dare to try. Li Wei bent down, picked up another short sword and shook it in his hand. Look, it can glow, vibrate and cut through hardwood. Next step, it wouldn't be too much to make it alarm, navigate, or self-heat. Self-heat. The dwarf's eyes widened. You want to stick it in an oven? I'm talking about potential. Li Wei winked. This thing is like a child who just learned to walk. You have to let it fall a few times to know how fast it can run. The elf representative stood by, watching the two bicker. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but she said nothing. She merely gently stroked the flowing green pattern on the blade, as if confirming some existence. 3 days later, she said finally. Noon, by the edge of the forest. With that she turned and left, her figure quickly vanishing into the shadows of the trees, leaving only a fallen leaf gently drifting onto the threshold. The dwarf stared at the leaf for 2 seconds and muttered, comes and goes like the wind, doesn't even leave footprints. She's an elf. Li Wei carefully packed the 3 short swords into his backpack. The thing to value is lightness. And you. The dwarf picked up tools to clean the anvil. What do you value? Me. Li Wei patted his backpack. I value making the impossible possible. Spare me that advertising slogan. The dwarf didn't look up. Start at 6 tomorrow morning. Latecomers get to light the furnace. Deal. The sky darkened. The firelight from the blacksmith's shop reflected on the wall, flickering shadows like some ancient rune. Li Wei sat with his back against the wall, playing with the meteorite fragment in his hand, cold and rough, utterly unresponsive as always. He tried to grip it tightly, closed his eyes and recalled the wind on Mount Tai, the old man selling water by the roadside, and the hardware store owner's remark, kids these days sure know how to have fun. Nothing happened. He opened his eyes, sighed and tucked the fragment back into his pocket. Homesick? The dwarf asked while wiping his hammer. No. Li Wei shook his head. I was just thinking, if someone on Earth walked into an interview holding a glowing sword like this, would the HR manager hire them on the spot? Depends on whether it can split a resume. The dwarf grinned, hanging the hammer heavily on the wall. Li Wei also smiled, looking up toward the door. The night was deep. The forest was silent, only the sound of wind passing through the leaves. He knew that 3 days later this place would be lively again. And for now he only needed to wait. A cool night breeze drifted in from the forest, carrying the damp scent of wet timber and moss. Li Wei sat upon a bluestone slab, his back leaning against the earthen wall of the blacksmith's forge, turning over a fragment of meteorite in his palm. It looked unchanged, dull gray, its edges chipped and battered, resembling nothing more than discarded rubble scavenged from a construction site. He sighed, tossed it onto the ground. It bounced twice before rolling into a tangle of grass. He made no move to retrieve it. Above, stars glittered thickly across the vault of heaven. The half-moon hung low, casting the forest's edge in a faint silvery sheen. There, where shadows trembled among the trees, a glimmer flickered. Not flame, not reflection, but a living fluid light like ripples on still water, climbing the gnarled trunk of an ancient oak before diffusing softly as though carried away by an unseen wind. Li Wei blinked, convinced he'd imagined it. Yet the light returned, this time emerging between 3 trees, circling once before settling into a pile of fallen leaves and vanishing. Who holds a light show out here at night? He muttered, rising to brush dust from his trousers. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the elves were holding nocturnal team-building exercises, bonfire dances with special effects. But he recalled the dwarfs' words: elves shunned clamor. Even their festivals unfolded in hushed reverence, marked only by poetry and flute melodies, never by such flamboyant spectacle. He sat down again, eyes fixed upon the forest's dark fringe. After a pause the light shimmered once more, this time closer, resting upon a flat stone at the wood's edge. Faintly discernible was a seated figure, cross-legged, hands raised, fingertips connected by a slender thread of emerald light that traced a slow, deliberate circle in the air, before drawing inward, sinking silently into the chest. Li Wei's neck ached from staring. Meditating. He whispered. People actually cultivate spiritual arts. His mind flashed to televised images of Taoist priests practicing breath control, and nearly laughed aloud. Yet he paused. This world forged magic swords that hummed with vibration. Perhaps nocturnal cultivation wasn't so implausible after all. At dawn the next day, as he chewed yesterday's stale black bread, footsteps echoed outside. He looked up to see an elf emerge from the forest, not the envoy he'd met before, but slightly shorter, clad in paler garments, a cloth satchel slung across one shoulder, walking with such lightness that his feet seemed to barely graze the earth. Li Wei hastily swallowed, wiped his mouth, and stepped forward. Hey, sorry to interrupt. The elf halted, tilted his head slightly, gazed serene and silent. Last night, the light in the woods, was that your cultivation practice? Yes, the elf replied, nodding. Dan Qi guidance, smoothing internal spiritual energy and stabilizing perception. Oh. Li Wei murmured the phrase, sounding suspiciously like a gym membership pitch. So, physical training. It is far more. The elf spoke evenly. It sharpens the 5 senses, enhances affinity with magical energy, slows aging with sustained practice, and accelerates reflexes. Our children begin foundational guidance at 6. Li Wei's eyes lit up. It improves responsiveness. Naturally. An untrained human utilizes only about 30% of sensory capacity. With systematic cultivation that rises above 70% within 3 years. Li Wei said nothing, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled testing the short sword days earlier, how he'd failed entirely to sense the moment its magical energy surged, while the dwarf had instantly noticed the blade growing warm. The elf, by contrast, had known precisely where the energy flow peaked, merely by lifting a hand. At the time, Li Wei had assumed it was experience. Now he understood their senses were simply superior by nature. Then, can ordinary people learn it? He asked. Anyone without severe physiological impediment may begin, the elf replied. But early progress is gradual, patience is essential. With a slight bow the elf continued onward. Li Wei remained rooted, chewing the last dry morsel of bread, while inside him something flared, a sudden fierce spark. Once he'd pulled all-nighters at his corporate job, surviving on caffeine, believing the pinnacle of self-improvement was a gym membership. Here elven children began refining their senses at 6, while he'd fretted over whether he'd leave the office on time. What if I tried it too? He murmured to himself. Before he realized it, he'd already reached the forest's edge, found a clear patch of ground, sat cross-legged and mimicked the posture he'd witnessed the night before, hands resting, palms up on his knees, eyes closed. Deep breath in. Exhale. In. Out. 3 minutes later he opened his eyes and scratched his ear. Nothing, no sensation whatsoever. He realized he'd likely missed a vital step. This couldn't be like installing an app, just tap and go. He needed instruction. That afternoon he lingered near the blacksmith's forge, waiting. 2 hours passed, until finally the same elf appeared once more along the path. Excuse me. He called, rushing forward. I'd like to learn that. Qi guidance. Do you have an introductory manual? A guidebook. A primer. The elf paused, studying him briefly. Are you certain you wish to begin? Humans rarely persist beyond 1 month. I lasted a year at an advertising agency rewriting PowerPoint decks until midnight, only to have blame land squarely on me. If I lack the grit for this, do I even deserve to keep breathing? Li Wei spoke with quiet conviction. The elf fell silent for 2 seconds, then withdrew a slender booklet from his satchel, its cover pressed from bark inscribed with flowing curving glyphs. Foundational Qi Guidance, first encounter with spiritual energy, he read aloud. For beginners. Thank you. Li Wei took it eagerly, then flipped to the first page and winced. Diagrams were drawn, but abstract, almost childlike in their simplicity, accompanied by rows of unfamiliar runes. The second page showed a seated figure, steam rising from the crown and a wavy line tracing from the lower abdomen upward through the torso to the nose. Is this line the chi? It is the pathway of spiritual energy, the elf explained. Beginners should practice at dawn or dusk, in quiet surroundings with focused intent. Once daily for no longer than half an hour. Understood. Li Wei nodded. Anything else I should know? Do not practice on an empty stomach or immediately after eating. Do not expect immediate results. Most feel nothing for the first 7 days. Right, I'll treat it like a new form of meditation, Li Wei grinned. Still better than endless scrolling. The elf studied him expressionless, yet the corners of his eyes softened ever so slightly. May you persevere to the end. With that he turned and walked away. Li Wei carried the book back to the bluestone slab, shifted his backpack aside, cleared a patch of ground, wiped away dirt with his sleeve and settled into position, legs crossed, spine straight, hands resting on knees, palms facing upward. He adjusted his posture 3 times before feeling it aligned with the illustration. Then he closed his eyes and began to breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. He visualized a warm serpent coiling within his belly, following the undulating line, ascending from abdomen to chest, then throat, finally exiting through his nostrils. Halfway up he belched. Eyes snapped open, no one around. A failure, he whispered. Then, again. This time he slowed his rhythm, concentrating utterly, deliberately, tuning out even the distant call of birds. A coolness touched his nasal passages, his chest tightened faintly as though something pressed inward, yet remained elusive. 10 minutes passed, his legs began to numb. At 20 minutes his back ached as if gripped by invisible fingers. When the half hour ended he sprang upright, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he just completed a 3-kilometer sprint. He was fatigued, but something felt different. As he rolled his shoulders, his hearing sharpened, even the whisper of wind stirring individual blades of grass rang with crystalline clarity. He glanced at his hands, skin unchanged yet fingertips tingled faintly as if freshly touched by static electricity. Could it be working? His eyes brightened, then dimmed with caution. Wait, could this be placebo? He remembered his university psychology course. 80% believed they'd grown stronger under mere expectation. I'm probably one of them. He stood, drew a line in the dirt, stepped back several paces, ran, and leapt. Landing, he turned, measuring the distance. 5 centimeters farther than usual. He froze. Jumped again. Same result. 5 centimeters, modest, but real. He stared at his legs, then broke into a grin. Damn. It's actually working. He hurriedly reopened the manual, flipping to page 2, pointing at the wavy line. So, my inner chi has begun moving. Even if only a fraction. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he grew, so he sat again cross-legged, ready to begin anew. This time his focus deepened, not even a passing ant drew his glance. His breath steadied. That familiar pressure returned in his chest, now ascending along his spine, rising to the base of his skull, pausing, then gently dispersing. A warmth suffused him as though bathed in gentle spring water. Twilight deepened, the moon climbed directly overhead, the blacksmith's forge cooled into silence, only the wind stirred the stillness. Li Wei remained seated, eyes closed, breath slow and even hands unmoving upon his knees. Moonlight stretched his shadow long across the stone wall, a small motionless silhouette like a weathered stone statue. And deep within his chest, almost imperceptibly, a faint pale luminescence flickered once, then vanished. The moonlight still hung in the sky, but Li Wei's backside had gone numb from sitting. He opened his eyes. His neck was a bit stiff, yet not as sore as before, not the kind that made it hard to lift. The lingering warmth that had surged from his belly the night before still clung to him, leaving his entire body feeling light and buoyant, like stepping out of a bath and slipping into clothes still damp. He moved his limbs, his joints crackled, twice painless and oddly pleasant. Strange, he muttered, rising to his feet and brushing the grass clippings off his trousers. The bluestone slab was cold after sitting on it all night, yet curiously he didn't feel chilled at all. Instead, a faint warmth radiated from his back as if a small furnace were hidden within him. He tried jumping in place twice. His feet landed with remarkable solidity and his leap was higher than usual. Last month during the company's physical exam he had only managed a 1.7 meter standing long jump. Now with a casual spring he covered nearly 1.95 meters, even though the test was done in dress shoes. Could it really be working? He scratched his head, doubts creeping in. Was it just an illusion? To verify he decided to try a run. Outside the blacksmith shop ran a narrow path the dwarves used for hauling or carts, a circuit of roughly 150 paces. He set a goal: 10 laps without a break. The first lap was slow, just loosening his joints. On the second lap he picked up speed, his legs moved with uncanny lightness and his breathing remained steady. By the third lap he glanced down at his calves, muscles taut and firm, yet not a trace of ache. This is wrong, he said. On the fourth and fifth laps he ran more smoothly, even feeling he could go another 10 laps. By the seventh lap he closed his eyes and ran by instinct, turning by feel alone, and somehow he didn't hit a tree or step into a puddle. When the 10th lap ended he stopped, hands on his knees, panting lightly. His heart rate was only slightly elevated and he had barely broken a sweat. Holy crap. He straightened up, a grin spreading across his face. Instead of just getting stronger, I've evolved directly. He bounced in place again, feeling he could keep jumping until morning. At that moment the sun had just peeked over the mountain ridge, its rays slanting warmly across his face. He squinted toward the forest and suddenly heard a faint rustling. It wasn't the swish of wind through leaves, it was a delicate rhythmic series of sounds. He held his breath and listened intently. 30 paces away a beetle took off from a leaf. The vibration of its wings reached his ears with perfect clarity, and he could even hear the tiny scrape of its legs rubbing the leaf surface before liftoff. He startled, almost stepping back half a pace. Looking down, he saw a dewdrop sliding slowly down a blade of grass, its trajectory predictable. The left one would fall on an ant's head in 3 seconds, the right one into a crack in the dirt. He crouched and pressed his palm to the ground. Something was stirring underground. Faint like an earthworm wriggling through the soil, nudging the mud with each push. He had grown vegetables back home and turned soil often, so he knew earthworms, but he had never heard the sound of their movement. Is my hearing a little too sharp now? He murmured to himself. He recalled what the elf had said yesterday morning: an untrained human uses only 30% of their senses. Now it seemed he had unlocked at least 50%. He stood up again and stretched his arms wide, his bones cracking, not the sound of an old skeleton falling apart but like a rusty machine freshly oiled running far more smoothly. Better stamina, sharper ears, even able to hear underground insects. He counted on his fingers. All that was left was night vision and a nose that could sniff out liars. He laughed at his own joke. But after the laughter faded, he grew serious, staring at his hands. His fingers looked the same, neither thicker nor glowing, but a faint tingling sensation ran through his fingertips like a low-voltage current. When he lightly touched his trousers seam, the fabric's texture felt remarkably distinct. Suddenly he wanted to jump again. He stepped back to the starting line he had drawn yesterday, took a deep breath, ran up and leaped. When he landed and looked back, the distance was a full 10 centimeters farther than yesterday. 10 centimeters. He shouted. That's a whole palm's length. He spun around in excitement, almost tripping over his own feet. It wasn't a placebo nor a coincidence. He stood still, his tone firm. It's really working. His mind flashed back to his days at the advertising agency. Endless revisions of PowerPoint decks until dawn, a supervisor's casual, just optimize it a bit, costing him an all-nighter, and when the project failed all the blame fell on him. Back then he felt like a total loser, he couldn't even muster the courage to ask for leave in a loud voice. But now, he could sit on a stone all night and still be full of energy. The next day he could hear insects flying, break his own jumping record, and feel light enough to fly. If I had this stamina back at the company, I'd have quit and started my own business long ago. He snorted, the corner of his mouth lifting. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and comforting. He looked up at the sky. The birdsong was clearer than ever, each chirp carrying a distinct pitch, some urgent, some leisurely, some like greetings, some like cursing. Suddenly the world felt different. No longer the realm of KPIs and takeout dinners. Here there were trees that glowed, insects that could fly, life writhing underground, and his own body growing stronger bit by bit. He sat cross-legged on the bluestone slab, pulled the basic guidance technique from his backpack and opened it to the first page. The illustrations were still abstract, the runes still unrecognizable, but that wavy line he now understood. It was the path of spiritual energy circulation. The warm current he had felt last night originated from his dantian and traveled upward along that line. Though it hadn't completed the full circuit, it had been enough to let him sleep soundly and wake refreshed. Let's do it again, he said. He assumed the posture, legs crossed back, straight, hands on knees, palms up. Eyes closed. Inhale, exhale. He no longer fixated on imagined hot snakes or warm springs. Instead he focused purely on the changes within his body. His nasal passages felt cool, his chest tight, and a kind of gaseous substance swirled in his abdomen, slowly pushing upward. 5 minutes passed. His legs weren't numb, instead they felt charged with energy. At 10 minutes that gaseous current climbed along his spine and reached his shoulders. At 15 minutes it surged into the back of his head, paused for a moment, then dispersed like mist. He felt as if he had been reassembled, every part clicking perfectly into place. At 20 minutes he suddenly heard something moving in the distant grass. Not the sway of wind, but actual footsteps, tiny, soft, like bare feet treading on mud. He didn't open his eyes, but his ears perked up. The sound drew closer, then stopped. After a moment a rustling followed, as if someone was pushing aside blades of grass. He didn't move. He knew it could be a rabbit, a fox, or even a lost child. But he didn't want to interrupt his cultivation. The noise continued for a few more seconds, then slowly faded away. Only when it was completely gone did he slowly open his eyes. The sun had risen high, and the shadow of the blacksmith's shop had shrunk into a small patch. He looked at his own shadow, then at the diagram in the book, and suddenly smiled. I think I've truly found the way. He closed the book, patted his pants, and stood up. His body felt not the slightest fatigue, instead he was more alert than in the morning. He flexed his wrists and ankles, each movement fluid and natural, as if his body had finally learned how to use itself properly. Since it's working, I'll keep at it, he said. If one day isn't enough, I'll try 2. If 2 isn't enough, I'll go for a month. I don't have a job to go to, so I'm not afraid of spending time. He gazed into the depths of the forest, where all was as silent as if nothing had happened. But he knew those footsteps he had heard were real, not an illusion. Maybe one day I'll be like the elves, standing still and knowing if anyone is 10 li away. He chuckled. Then I could be a sentry without even needing binoculars. He sat cross-legged again and adjusted his breathing. Inhale, exhale, this time he felt the energy was easier to mobilize. It obediently started from his dantian and climbed along that invisible path faster and with a clearer route. His fingers trembled slightly. The sunlight fell on the bluestone slab, casting the straight silhouette of his seated form. He remained motionless, but a slow smile spread across his lips. The sun had just warmed the bluestone slab a bit. Li Wei was sitting cross-legged, hands on his knees, eyes closed, ready for another round of morning practice. His nostrils flared and contracted, his inhales were like slurping noodles, his exhales like releasing a valve. The warm stream in his belly had been shy yesterday, but today it was obedient, climbing up along his spine, making a turn at the shoulder as if doing calisthenics. He felt pleased. This thing was much more reliable than the company's time clock, at least it didn't deduct your perfect attendance bonus. Just then a rustle in his ears, not wind, not birdsong, but the crisp snap of grass blades being stepped on less than 20 steps away. He didn't open his eyes, but his eyebrows twitched. 3 figures emerged from the edge of the woods, their steps hurried and heavy, clearly unable to contain their anger. The leading elf with pointed ears, a pale face and lips pressed into a thin line, looked like he hadn't slept all night. Li Wei, the man's voice rose, nearly cracking. Something's happened. Only then did Li Wei open his eyes. The bluestone under him was just the right coolness, neither uncomfortable nor slippery. He slowly drew in his legs, flexed his ankles, his bones cracked twice as satisfying as last night. What's wrong, he asked, his tone steady, not like someone whose cultivation had just been interrupted, but more like an office worker waiting for the next PPT slide in a meeting. We have a companion severely injured in the Northern Creek Valley. The elf caught his breath. A beast attack, claws tore open his chest, the bleeding won't stop. Li Wei said oh and didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, his mind was just racing. Last month he was still adjusting the color scheme for a client's logo, and now he was supposed to be a barefoot doctor on the front line. This career change is even more drastic than the transmigration. Don't you know magic, he asked. We tried, the elf shook his head. Nature's healing spell can only close the surface, the internal injuries can't be treated. The blood is flowing more and his body temperature is dropping. We have never encountered this situation. As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously picked at his belt buckle one by one as if counting seconds. Li Wei stood up and patted his pants. The fabric was a pair of jeans brought from Earth, washed 3 times, slightly faded at the seat, but the pockets were still sturdy. He reached in and pulled out a small plastic bag containing a few pills and several individually packaged patches. Anti-inflammatory medicine and band-aids. He shook the bag. On Earth I relied on these to get through colds and fevers. I've never treated an elf, but at least they can prevent infection. The elf stared at the bag, his expression complex as if seeing alien technology. This. Will it work? I don't know, Li Wei said honestly. I'm not a doctor. But yesterday I jumped 10 centimeters farther, which means this world responds to my methods. Maybe the medicine will work too. As he spoke, Ai Lizzie came around from behind the blacksmith's shop. She wore leather armor, a water canteen slung over her shoulder, and held a piece of dry bread, nibbling as she walked. Heard about it? She asked, nearly spitting out bread crumbs. Yeah, Li Wei nodded. Going to help. Ai Lizzie swallowed the last bite, wiped her mouth. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. She said it lightly and moved swiftly, turning to dive into the shop. 2 seconds later she came out with an old leather bag stuffing in bandages, a flint, half a canteen of water, and casually grabbed a short wooden stick to tie to the side as a support. Following the stream is fastest. She tossed the bag to Li Wei. There's an old oak forest to the north, they should be hiding in a tree root hollow. It's not safe to show themselves during the day, beasts have keen noses. Li Wei took the bag and carefully placed the medicine inside. The plastic packaging looked out of place in this other world, like a supermarket discount item that had wandered into an epic blockbuster. He shouldered the bag, adjusted the straps, and suddenly looked back at the bluestone slab. That spot he had sat on for 3 days, from numb legs to smooth energy flow, from doubting life to setting a new record. Last night he had even thought about giving the stone a name like Awakening Seat or VIP Meditation Seat. Now it seemed even VIPs had to clock out and work. Let's go, he said. The 3 left the blacksmith's territory and set foot on a forest path. The ground was wet and soft, it had rained a bit last night and water droplets still hung on the tips of the grass. Li Wei stepped down the mud, splashed with a plop clinging to his sole. When he lifted his foot it made a soft pop as if saying goodbye to the earth. The elf walked in front, his steps quick and direction steady. Ai Lizzie walked in the middle, one hand on her sword hilt, eyes scanning the bushes on both sides. Li Wei lagged behind, one hand tightly clutching the medicine bag, the other occasionally touching his pocket to confirm the fragment was still there. He had been carrying that thing all along, call it a talisman or a spare key, without it he wouldn't be here. But now he wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about the injured person he had never met. Would he already be dead? What if they arrived to find him beyond help? What if the medicine made things worse? A swarm of questions popped into his mind, as annoying as a pitch being rejected by a client 7 times. But he didn't stop. After about a quarter of an hour of walking, the path narrowed. The canopies on both sides closed and sunlight only leaked through in a few strands, scattering on the ground like handfuls of crushed gold. The elf suddenly stopped, raising his hand in a signal. It's just ahead, he said, lowering his voice. They're in a tree hollow. No fire for fear of attracting other things. Li Wei nodded, his breathing instinctively slowing. He could hear his own heartbeat and also the sound of Ai Lizzie unscrewing her water bottle cap. You really plan to use this? The elf pointed at Li Wei's medicine bag, his tone not skeptical but tense. What else? Li Wei retorted. Your magic won't work and I don't know any incantations. I can't exactly make him drink my thermos of goji berry tea, can I? Ai Lizzie snorted a laugh, immediately covering her mouth. The elf didn't laugh, but his shoulders relaxed a notch. I know you're not used to this. Li Wei looked at him, but neither of us has a way out. If he dies, you lose a brother. If I don't try, I'll feel uncomfortable sitting on that stone for the rest of my life. After saying that, he himself was startled. That didn't sound like him. In the past at the company, when blame came, he would bow his head and accept it. When a leader glared, he would shrink back. When had he ever gotten to use such big words like responsibility? But now he had said it and felt quite at ease. The elf stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly nodded. Let's go, he said, into the cave. The three continued forward, their footsteps rustling on the fallen leaves. Among the intertwined tree roots was a dark opening not tall they had to bend down to enter. The elf was the first to stoop and crawl in, followed by Ai Lizzie. Li Wei stood at the entrance looking back at the forest behind him. The sunlight slanted, leaves swayed, and everything was quiet as if nothing had happened. He looked down at the medicine bag in his hand, the plastic case glinted in the light. Then he bent down, stepped forward and crawled in. The cave was dark, the air stuffy with a smell of earth and blood. Dry grass was spread on the ground. A figure lay in the middle, covered with a gray cloth, his chest rising and falling weakly. Li Wei crouched down, reached out to feel the forehead, burning hot. He tore open a blister pack, poured out 2 white pills, then opened a band-aid, revealing the adhesive sponge pad inside. Open his mouth, he said to the elf. The elf hesitated for a moment, then reached out to gently pry open the injured man's mouth. Li Wei put the pills in and fed him a little water. Next was the patch. He lifted the corner of the cloth, revealing a deep long gash on the chest, its edges purple. The bleeding had lessened but was still oozing. He gritted his teeth, pressed the patch onto the wound and applied firm pressure. Done, he said, his voice a little shaky. Now. It depends on whether it works. No one spoke. Ai Lizzie silently handed him the flint and lit a small oil lamp in the corner. The halo of light slowly expanded, illuminating 4 faces. Li Wei sat beside the injured man, his hand still on the medicine bag, not daring to take it away. He knew this was not the end. This was only the beginning. The oil lamp's halo trembled upon the hollow's earthen wall like melted butter. Li Wei's hand still rested upon the medicine pouch, fingers taut with unrelenting grip. Alice sat in the corner, her blade laid across her thighs, palms facing outward. Firelight traced a fine sheen of sweat along the bridge of her nose. Earlier her hand had trembled as she struck the flint, sparks leaping onto her leather armor, leaving a smoldering pinprick that still exhaled its acrid scent. The elf stood near the entrance, back turned to the outside world, his pointed ears quivering faintly. He spoke no word, yet his shoulders were drawn taut as a bowstring pulled to its limit. Time itself seemed thickened by the cave's stagnant air, crawling slower than an ox-drawn cart. Li Wei glanced down at his wrist, though he wore no watch. The gesture was instinctive. Back on Earth, he checked the clock incessantly during work, especially while waiting for client replies, each second burning like currency. Now time felt precious again, but this time it was life itself, he wagered. He reached out and pressed 2 fingers to the wounded man's forehead. It burned, but perhaps not quite so fiercely anymore. Then he shifted his fingertips to the side of the man's neck and pressed gently. At first no pulse answered. He waited 3-4 seconds until a beat emerged, then another, slow yet steadier than before. Hope stirred. It's working, he murmured, unaware his voice carried the quiet lift of a smile. Alice lifted her head instantly. How is he? His temperature has dropped slightly and his pulse is stronger. Li Wei replied, drawing another individually wrapped patch from the plastic bag. One more, just to be certain. He tore open the new patch and carefully peeled away the old one. The wound's edges had begun to crust over, the deep purple black had receded, revealing tender rose-pink flesh beneath. He smoothed the fresh patch into place, pressing firmly at all 4 corners, his touch as gentle as tucking a child beneath a blanket. This thing of yours truly grows flesh. The elf finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if human speech had long lain dormant. It doesn't grow flesh, Li Wei shook his head. It simply keeps bacteria at bay. You have no concept of bacteria here, do you? Microscopic creatures, too small to see, creeping into wounds, igniting fever, rotting flesh and claiming lives. The elf blinked, clearly baffled by bacteria, yet understanding claiming lives without translation. He nodded slowly, then echoed almost reverently, so, thank you for keeping him from being claimed. Li Wei paused, then nearly laughed aloud. This elf possessed an unexpected gift for wit. You're welcome, he said. Had you not carried him all this way, I could never have saved him. Outside wind stirred twice, the leaves rustled, a sudden hush falling within. Silence settled so deep one could hear the whisper of cloth shifting against skin. 3 hours passed. The sun climbed directly overhead. The wounded man's finger twitched, suddenly sharply. Li Wei slumped against the wall in drowsy repose, snapped awake. Alice's hand flew to her sword hilt, the elf lunged forward, dropping to his knees beside the straw mat to study the man's face. He moved, the elf whispered, voice trembling with restrained elation, his eyelids fluttering. Li Wei leaned in, returning his palm to the man's forehead. His temperature had normalized, at least no longer hot enough to sear an egg. His breath descended deep and even rising and falling in steady rhythm across his chest. He's alive, Li Wei stated tone calm, yet the corners of his mouth had already curved upward. Alice exhaled deeply, sinking backward until her head thumped softly against a gnarled root and she didn't stir. I've never been this tense, not even when chasing mountain wolves. You often chase mountain wolves? Li Wei asked. Last month, I tracked one for a full day and night just to wrestle half a wild hare from its jaws. You're tenacious. The elf remained silent, eyes fixed on the wounded man's face, his gaze transformed. No longer did it hold anxiety or doubt. Instead it held something Li Wei had never witnessed, a look akin to that of a person seeing fire for the very first time, realizing it could not only consume but also warm. Slowly the elf turned his gaze toward the crumpled plastic medicine pouch still clutched in Li Wei's hand. This is not magic. No, Li Wei nodded. It is chemistry. Chem, what? Never mind, Li Wei waved a hand, you wouldn't understand. Simply put, it's how humanity learned to fight illness and injury. No incantations, no appeals to wind spirits or ancient trees, just timely doses, timely changes. The elf fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised both hands, crossed them over his chest and bowed his head. The gesture was slight, yet in that dim earthbound hollow it carried profound solemnity. We have never seen such a method, he said. A flat shell of paper holding tiny white grains sealed with adhesive upon a wound, and yet a life reclaimed. Whereas we chanted 17 healing verses, summoned the forest's breath thrice, and still the blood would not cease. Li Wei hadn't expected such confession for a breath. He forgot how to compose his expression. He wanted to deflect with modesty, but feared sounding false. Instead he bent his head to examine the medicine pouch, pretending to rearrange its contents. I just happened to have them on me, he said. Had I brought potato chips instead, we'd all be chewing moss right now. Alice burst into a muffled snort, clapping a hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking. The elf did not laugh, but the lines around his eyes softened. You need not diminish yourself. We recognize this, he continued, not as luck, but as wisdom. A pause followed, heavy and still. Li Wei looked up, meeting the eyes of three beings from another world, a dust-streaked ranger, an elf whose ears pierced the twilight like twin blades, and a man who had just clawed his way back from death's threshold. They spoke no words, yet their gazes conveyed the same truth: you are unlike any other. And suddenly the meteorite fragment tucked deep in his pocket no longer felt like dead weight. Truth be told, he scratched the nape of his neck. Back home I was just an ordinary office worker, editing presentations, grinding out proposals, absorbing blame from superiors. My salary couldn't buy half this forest. Who knew one day I'd become a savior, armed with nothing but cold pills? Alice grinned. Then you're no longer an office worker, you're a pharmaceutical expert. No, please, Li Wei waved both hands. At best I'm an emergency kit carrier. Try putting me in charge of a hospital and I won't even know how to hold a stethoscope. The elf spoke earnestly. You need not master everything. What matters is knowing this: some things, though seemingly ordinary, hold power to alter everything when the moment demands it. He paused, his gaze lingering on the medicine pouch as if beholding a sacred relic. We will remember this day. And we will remember the way you brought the way beyond magic. Li Wei opened his mouth, then closed it. Finally, fine. Next time I come I'll bring you bandages. Alice laughed so hard she nearly tumbled off her stone perch. The sun slid westward. Slanting beams pierced the canopy, carving golden shafts through the cave's mouth. The air lost its suffocating heaviness, the iron tang of blood faded, replaced by the dry sweetness of hay and the resinous warmth of ancient wood. The wounded man released a long shuddering sigh, as though expelling every breath held since dawn. His fingers twitched again, curling inward, unconscious and soft. Li Wei sank back into his place, spine leaning against the gnarled root, legs stretched straight, toes brushing the packed earth. He gazed at his jeans, the knees worn pale, the seam at the pocket fraying at the edge. This was his last presentable garment, now stained with mud, spattered with blood and stuffed with antiseptic tablets. Yet inexplicably it felt newly valuable. Alice leaned close, voice low. Do you think they'll seek you out next time, for medicine? Seek me out? Li Wei snorted. Then I'll need to register an Intercontinental Pharmaceutical Corporation and clear customs. There is no customs in Delun continent. Then it's even harder, smuggling wouldn't even have plausible deniability. Their quiet laughter rippled through the hollow, softening as it rebounded off the walls. The elf stood at the cave's mouth, his silhouette edged in gold by the setting sun. Without turning, his voice drifted back. Li Wei. Thank you for not walking away. Li Wei did not answer immediately. He remembered yesterday, wondering whether to attempt cultivation, fearing for survival, agonizing over how to return home. Now he sat inside a foreign tree cave, having saved a stranger, an elf he'd never met, receiving gratitude offered not as formality but in raw, unguarded sincerity. He lowered his eyes to the medicine pouch in his hand. Its plastic casing caught the light and flashed brief and bright. Then he said, and I thank you for letting me stay. The late afternoon sun slanted through the canopy, casting a green glow on the moss at the mouth of the tree hollow. Li Wei still sat against the roots, legs stretched out, toes scuffing the ground, the medicine packet crumpled in his hand. He had just finished saying thank you for letting me stay, and after the words faded the hollow fell silent like a pot of boiling water suddenly extinguished. The wounded man's breath steadied, his fingers no longer twitching, his whole body sunk into the straw mat as if sleeping beneath the earth. Alice had already left without a word. No one mentioned when she had gone and no one looked back. Li Wei only remembered her leaning close and murmuring, "Next time don't bring chips," then her shoulder twitched and she was gone. Only he and the three elves remained in the hollow. One of them stood in the corner, ears twitching constantly as if hearing distant wind. Another crouched by the wounded man, fingers lightly resting on his wrist, utterly still. The third, the oldest looking with graying hair and slightly curled edges, rose slowly and walked toward Li Wei. He made no sound, his steps as if treading on air. He stopped 3 paces from Li Wei, drew his hands from wide sleeves and held a wooden box. It was small, slightly wider than a palm, deep brown with a few curved lines carved on the surface like tangled roots. There was no lock, no lid seen, yet Li Wei knew it was sealed. "This is for you," the elf said, his voice low but each word striking like stone. Li Wei froze, instinctively shrinking back half an inch. "For me?" Why? "I'm not a doctor, I just brought some medicine." "You saved a root speaker," the elf said. "He can understand trees make withered vines bloom again. We tried 17 healing incantations, summoned the forest breath 3 times, yet the blood still would not stop. With 2 paper shells and a strip of tape you pulled him back." Li Wei opened his mouth, wanting to say it was just antiseptic and a bandage, but seeing the earnest expression on the other's face he swallowed the words. "This is too precious," he said, waving a hand. "Really no need." The elf ignored his refusal and simply pushed the box forward onto his lap. "Take it," he said. "This is not payment for the medicine but respect for your choice to stay. You could have left but you didn't." Li Wei looked down at the box. The wood was warm, neither cold nor dry to the touch. He recalled that just yesterday he had been running laps outside the blacksmith's forge, finishing 10 without panting, almost spinning in joy. Back then he thought he was just a pathetic time traveler drifting through life, living one day at a time. Now out of nowhere he had become a lifesaver and was receiving gifts. He reached out, took the box, weighted in his hand. It was very light, no sound when shaken. "What's inside?" he asked. "Seeds," said the elf. "Magic seeds. Say. EDS." Li Wei's eyebrows shot up. "Can they be planted?" "Of course." The elf nodded. "They won't grow easily in Delun, but if you take them elsewhere and tend them with care they will respond." "Elsewhere?" Li Wei's heart skipped. "Like Earth?" "I don't know Earth," the elf shook his head. "But I know some life can take root in different worlds. Just like you weren't meant to be here yet you came and you saved someone." Li Wei stopped refusing. He opened the box. Inside lay a layer of pale green velvet with 3 seeds resting quietly. One was deep blue as if soaked in night dew, one golden faintly glowing, the last was dark red with fine veins on its surface like a dried riverbed. "What do these 3 do?" he asked. The elf extended a finger and tapped the deep blue one. "This one grows by water. Plant it near a clean water source and it will produce a plant of purification able to cleanse toxins and dispel miasma." He pointed to the golden one. "This one faces the sun. Its fruits can protect a person, the wind that pierces walls, the shadow that sneaks up all will retreat upon contact. Finally the dark red one. This one grows with song. Sing a few lines even off key and it will bloom healing flowers. The pollen when dissolved in water eases pain and promotes healing." Li Wei listened, growing more incredulous. This wasn't farming, it was a magical pet game. "So I have to sing to it every day?" he asked. "Would lonely warrior work?" The elf didn't understand but nodded. "As long as the voice is sincere it will hear." Li Wei was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly felt the box in his hands grow heavy. He had thought he was just a temporary helper stumbling in to save someone, then leaving with a pat on the back, no debts owed. But these 3 seeds didn't feel like a reward, they felt like a charge. "You trust me that much?" he asked. "What would you do if I didn't?" the elf countered. "You could have walked away but you stayed. You didn't know him yet you were willing to try. You didn't know the outcome yet you acted. A person like that is worthy of trust." Li Wei said nothing. He looked down at the seeds and suddenly remembered his balcony back home. It was tiny, only 2 square meters, cluttered with delivery boxes and old slippers with soil left over from last year's potholes that he'd never thrown away. He had planned to toss that soil to avoid insects. Now a thought popped into his head, maybe he could try it there. He closed the box and fastened it. "I'll take it," he said. The elf's face showed little change, but the tips of his ears relaxed slightly as if a weight had been lifted. "They need patience," he said. "Don't rush, don't be greedy. Plant them and don't keep digging them up to check the roots. They will find their own way." Li Wei nodded. "I understand. I won't dig. I'll just water them with tap water and see if they sprout." The elf didn't smile, but the corner of his eye wrinkled, perhaps a smile. The hollow was quiet for a while. The wounded man let out a long breath as if finally releasing all the air he had held in all day. The elf in the corner stood up, went over to check, whispered something, then retreated to the mouth of the hollow, ready to leave. The gray-haired elf gave Li Wei one last look. "Will you come back?" he asked. Li Wei was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't thought about it. He didn't even understand how he had arrived, let alone whether he could return. But he looked down at the box, remembered the red seed, the one that grew with song and bloomed healing flowers. Suddenly this forest didn't feel so foreign anymore. "I don't know if I can come," he said. "But if this thing really grows I guess I'll want to come see it." The elf nodded, said nothing more and turned toward the entrance. The other two followed their figures, vanishing one after another into the woods. Li Wei sat there for a few more minutes. The light in the hollow shifted from slanting to flat, then slowly faded to gray. He stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his pants and tucked the wooden box into the inner pocket of his jacket close to his chest. He stepped out of the tree hollow, his feet crunching on the fallen leaves. The forest was very still, the wind light, with only a few bird calls in the distance as if greeting him. He walked back along the path he had come. He had walked this path twice before, once following Alice to save the wounded man and once returning to the blacksmith's forge in the dark last night. This time his steps were steady, his heart unafraid. At the edge of the forest he stopped and looked back. The tree hollow was hidden deep in the dense woods, already invisible. But he knew the 3 seeds were in his chest, quiet, waiting to be planted. He took a deep breath, turned around and stepped forward. Ahead was an open area, and beyond that the place where the spatial rift had appeared. He knew that if he reached that spot he would most likely return back to Earth, back to his rented little room, back to the pile of delivery boxes on his balcony. As he walked he thought, the first thing to do when I get back, should I tidy up the balcony? His foot slipped, crushing a dry twig. He glanced down and continued walking. Li Wei crushed a dry twig under one foot as his other foot stepped into the familiar balcony of his rented apartment. Wind crept through the gaps between buildings, billowing his jacket. The wooden box pressed against his chest, still carrying the dampness of the tree hollow. He didn't rush to turn on the lights or change his shoes. Instead he stood still for a moment, catching his breath as if afraid that moving too fast would cause him to lose everything that had just happened. He looked down at the box in his hands. It was dark brown, carved with a few crooked lines like random strokes drawn by a twig. He opened the lid. The 3 seeds were still there, one a deep blue, one a shimmering gold, and one as red as a dried riverbed. They lay quietly on the green velvet, exactly as they had been when he first got them, no sprouts, no mold, and certainly no sudden speech. All right, Li Wei thought as he closed the lid. You guys are playing by the rules. He placed the box on the coffee table, sat down on the sofa and casually picked up his phone to charge it. The screen lit up, showing the time as 7:42 p.m. The weather forecast said it would rain tonight. He stared at it for 3 seconds, then suddenly realized this might be the first time he had seriously checked the weather, not to decide whether to bring an umbrella when going out but for planting something. He got up and turned on the computer. The chair legs scraped across the floor with a screech. Opening the browser he immediately searched plant sound germination, any scientific basis. The page displayed a bunch of paper titles that looked like gibberish. He changed his search, does singing help plants grow better? The results were friendlier this time. A popular science article said experiments had shown that sound wave vibrations might affect cell division, but there was no definite conclusion. Oh, so even singing Lonely Warrior might not help, but not singing is definitely out of the question. He muttered to himself, then I have to keep singing. Then he searched for water-purifying plants, shade-tolerant and moisture-loving varieties, sun-loving and wind-resistant outdoor plants. He scrolled through the information, jotting down notes on a sticky pad. Blue seed near water, avoid straw and light, slightly acidic soil. Yellow seed, at least 6 hours of daily sunlight, good ventilation. Red seed, regular vocal interaction, avoid direct cold drafts. When he finished it looked exactly like a detailed checklist a novice gardener would make for themselves. He smiled, thinking that if his former colleagues saw this they would probably post on social media. The man who once orchestrated multi-million-dollar ad campaigns is now staying up late researching 3 little beans. Early the next morning Li Wei started clearing the balcony. He dismantled all the cardboard boxes, threw the old slippers into the hallway trash bin and even dug out the bag of nutrient soil left over from last year. The bag had clumped together. He cut it open with scissors and a musty earthy smell hit him, making him sneeze twice. Sorry old soil for leaving you lying here for a year. He mumbled while mixing the soil, now you have a big responsibility. He used 2 old plastic bins as seedling beds. One he raised and placed under the south rail for the yellow seed to get sunlight, the other he tucked in a corner next to a small humidifier to simulate the dampness near a water source. As for the red seed he deliberately placed it right under the clothes rack where his frequently worn hoodie hung, swaying gently in the breeze. Could that count as dancing with the song? He decided he could force that interpretation. After mixing the soil he went downstairs to the supermarket and bought a bag of activated charcoal pellets, which he added to the blue seed's growing medium. Since you're supposed to purify, I'd better make things clean for you, he said, and even specially poured a glass of tap water to let it sit. Drinking raw water won't do, it has to sit overnight to dechlorinate. That's basic respect. After finishing all this it was already 3 p.m. He sat on a small stool eating a boxed lunch and taking a few bites of rice, his eyes still fixed on the 3 empty pots. Suddenly remembering something he put down his chopsticks, rushed into the room and pulled out an old voice recorder from the bedside table, one he had used to record lectures in college which had gathered dust for 3 years. He pressed the record button and cleared his throat ahem. Hello, I'm Li Wei. Today is May 18th. I'm going to start planting the seeds. The first one is blue. It's called Thrives in Water. I hope you can live as purely as a water droplet in a mineral water commercial. He laughed at himself and quickly turned it off. Too silly. This isn't farming, it's a TV show. But he recorded it again, this time with a more normal tone, simply stating the date, seed type and planned care measures. After recording he saved it in a folder named Magic Planting Log 01. At 8 p.m. he taped 3 printed schedules onto the balcony wall with transparent tape. Each sheet listed watering time, sunlight records, and voice interaction frequency. He also set phone reminders. 7 a.m. check yellow seed sunlight exposure. 12 p.m. play recording or hum a tune for the red seed. 9 p.m. check blue seeds humidity, add mist once. After doing all this he stood in the center of the balcony and looked around like a foreman inspecting a construction site. The 2 square meter space was now neatly organized, almost excessively solemn. Alright, he clapped his hands. Everything that needs to be done is done. He went back inside, took a shower, changed into pajamas, and finally went to the bedside to glance at the wooden box. The seeds were still there unchanged. He gently placed the box into the drawer, leaving a crack for ventilation. Before sleeping he leaned on the bed and scrolled through short videos for a while. He saw a live stream of someone growing mushrooms with comments flooding, "Are they sprouting yet?" He silently exited, turned off the lights and lay down. In the darkness he stared at the ceiling for a while. He wasn't thinking about whether it might fail, nor was he worried that they wouldn't grow at all. He suddenly realized that it had been a long time since he had looked forward to something so earnestly. Before at the advertising agency he made proposals just to get them done, he chased clients just to keep his job, even the time he climbed Mount Tai was because he didn't know where else to go after being laid off. But now it was different. No one forced him to plant these 3 seeds. There was no KPI to meet. He just wanted to try. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. Tomorrow I need to buy a thermometer. And also a bag of worm castings. I heard they're good for the roots. The next morning sunlight streamed onto the balcony, falling on the empty pots. Li Wei stepped out in his slippers holding a newly bought bag of fertilizer. He crouched down, pinched a bit of the old soil, touched the fresh activated charcoal, nodded, and began mixing the composite soil. While mixing he hummed softly, the tune terribly off-key and the lyrics incomplete. Fight. Fight. With the most humble. Ah, forget it, this line is too hard. He switched to another song, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Hey, don't be picky, I'm doing my best. After humming a bit he stopped and looked at the 3 empty pots. Then he reached out and slowly opened the lid of the wooden box. Li Wei crouched in front of the balcony, the sunlight slanting into the 2 square meter small space, falling onto 3 empty pots. He reached his fingers into the wooden box, gently pinched the deep blue seed, placed it in his palm and stared at it for 2 seconds as if afraid it would suddenly bounce away. Then he lowered his head, carefully buried it in the seedling box under the southern railing, covered it with soil sprayed water and inserted a label reading "Purification Seed, avoid strong light." His movements were as meticulous as assembling a precision instrument. The second golden glowing seed was placed in a ventilated spot near the window, while the third, red as a dried riverbed, was settled under the clothes rack where the hoodie sleeves swayed gently in the breeze. While fiddling he muttered, "Growing up listening to music, you're really enjoying the fruits of modern civilization." As soon as the words left his mouth he felt it sounded silly, but he didn't correct himself. The soil was covered, the water sprayed evenly, 3 schedule sheets were posted on the wall and phone reminders were set for the next week. Everything ready, he took a deep breath and pulled out the meteorite fragment from his pants pocket. Its surface was gray and dusty, looking no different from an ordinary stone, but only he knew this thing could take him to another world. He clenched the fragment, silently reciting the direction of the tree hollow in the forest of the Delun continent. The air trembled slightly, light and shadow twisted before his eyes like the flickering of an old TV with a poor signal. The next second he was standing on the grass at the edge of the elf habitat, with damp moss under his feet, interlaced branches and leaves above, and sunlight streaming through the gaps, creating a dappled pattern. He hadn't come this time to visit the sick or seek help, but to find a place to plant seeds. After all, growing magical plants on the balcony was always risky. What if the property management one day inspected for illegal constructions? He needed to first check if there was suitable land in the other world. After a quick look around he chose a shady water-facing spot by the stream, pulled out a small shovel to dig a hole, spread his notebook on the ground and prepared to simulate planting environment parameters. After finishing that round the sun still hadn't shifted westward, so he immediately activated the return procedure. The fragment grew warm, his body felt light, and when he opened his eyes again he was back on the balcony. Without even eating he opened his computer to check the data: light intensity, humidity curve, sound frequency. After confirming everything was correct, the second journey began. This time he stayed longer in the other world, walking over 300 meters along the stream, hoping to find an open area more suitable for sunlight for the yellow seeds. After all the back and forth, at the moment the third jump ended and his feet touched the ground, his body suddenly sank, his chest felt as if something had tugged at it, and a black line suddenly split open before his eyes, sweeping from left to right across his vision, lasting less than 2 seconds before vanishing. He steadied himself, caught his breath and thought it was probably just exhaustion. Looking down at the fragment in his hand he found it hotter than usual, with a faint blue glow floating on its surface, flickering like a heartbeat. "You have a pulse too." He rubbed the fragment's surface with his thumb. It had never been so enthusiastic before. He didn't think much of it, just assumed it was a normal phenomenon from too many crossings causing it to heat up. After all, no one had told him this thing had a warranty. He drank some water, sat back on the sofa and flipped through his notes, preparing for the fourth departure. But just as he stood up, the fragment suddenly vibrated in his pocket, not a physical vibration but more like a sound that rang directly in his mind, low, hoarse, with a hint of metallic friction. "Stop." Li Wei froze. The voice came again, "You are tearing the passage. His first reaction was that his ears were malfunctioning, so he quickly dug into his ear canal. There was nothing. He touched the fragment again. It was burning hot, the blue glow more pronounced than before, its pulse frequency accelerating. "Who's speaking?" he asked in a low voice. "I am part of the door." The voice sounded again as flat as reading a weather report. "You are wearing down the boundary. Every jump consumes the anchor points connecting the two worlds. If this continues, the door will collapse, the path will break." Li Wei took half a step back, his hip hitting the corner of the coffee table, wincing in pain. You can talk. Why didn't you say anything before?" "I cannot communicate casually," the voice said slowly. "Only when the risk reaches a critical threshold does the remnant consciousness awaken. You are now jumping 3 times per hour, which is equivalent to repeatedly cutting the same rope with a dull knife. It is about to break." Li Wei looked down at the fragment in his hand, suddenly recalling the first time he traveled across. It was just climbing Mount Tai, watching a meteor shower, when a stone fell from the sky and hit the edge of his forehead. He picked it up and it became what it is now. Back then he thought he had won the lottery, but the prize turned out to be a limited-use transit card. "So you're saying this thing will break?" he asked. "It's not about breaking," the voice corrected. "It's already damaged. Every time you forcibly open a passage, you exacerbate the spatial folds. If you continue high-frequency use, not only will the travel fail, but it may also trigger a local collapse. Your spatial coordinates will be permanently marked, becoming an unstable node." "What does that mean? My balcony is going to explode." "Possibly." Li Wei fell silent. He stared at the fragment on the coffee table, his mind flashing through the schedule of the past few days: sowing seeds in the morning, running to the other world at noon to scout a location, making 2 round trips in the afternoon to test soil pH, and recording a segment of Lonely Warrior in the evening as a lullaby for the Red Seed. He had originally planned to apply for a self-media account tomorrow called Farming on Earth and the Other World, shoot some vlogs to earn some extra money. Now it seemed the video wasn't made, but the home was gone first. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" he couldn't help complaining. "Why didn't you warn me when I made my first few jumps? You had to wait until I reached the frequency of a high-speed train schedule to speak up. I don't have the ability to proactively intervene." The voice remained calm. "I can only respond to crisis thresholds. Your emotional fluctuations now won't change the facts. The only solution is to reduce the travel frequency and let the passage repair itself." Li Wei sat on the sofa and placed the fragment in the center of the coffee table. It was still faintly glowing, its heat slowly decreasing like a child with a fever subsiding. He recalled the past 3 days. He had indeed jumped too frequently. At first once a day, then twice a day, and today he had escalated to hourly round trips. He had always thought this ability was like an unlimited data plan, use it freely, but never expected it had a lifespan. "I thought it was just a tool," he whispered, "so it can get tired too." The room fell silent. Outside the window the wind rustled the leaves. A corner of the schedule sheet on the wall was lifted by the draft, then fell back. He looked at the 3 pots of soil that hadn't sprouted yet and suddenly felt a bit absurd. He had been busy like an agricultural expert for these seeds, yet he hadn't even figured out the most basic usage rules. He reached out and turned off the travel reminders set on his phone. He cancelled the alarm originally labeled 1200 Otherworld Inspection and casually deleted all related schedules. The fragment no longer glowed, its surface returning to a dull gray like an ordinary meteorite. He didn't attempt the 4th jump. Sitting there, hands on his knees, eyes fixed on the stone, his mind replaying the voice from earlier over and over. It wasn't fear or regret, but a very real alertness, like when he was a child riding a bicycle downhill too fast, suddenly realizing the brakes were a bit soft. His heart skipped a beat, knowing he couldn't be reckless anymore. He knew he couldn't stop using this ability for too long. The seeds needed a suitable environment, the project had to move forward, but he also understood that some things couldn't be rushed. Especially when it came to cross-world transportation, safety was far more important than efficiency. He stood up, poured a glass of water, took a sip, and stood by the balcony looking at the 3 seedling boxes. The soil was still damp, the labels stood straight, everything looked normal. But now he couldn't go anywhere. At least not today. Li Wei was seated on the sofa, his hand still resting on his knee, while the meteorite fragments on the coffee table had ceased to glow. The black line that had streaked across his vision, the tugging sensation in his chest, and the hoarse voice that had sounded in his mind all remained as vivid as if they had just occurred. He remained still, afraid to move lest he trigger some chain reaction. On the balcony 3 pots of soil stood silently, their labels upright, water droplets clinging to the spray bottle nozzle poised to fall yet suspended. He glanced down at his phone where the once crowded screen of travel reminders had been thoroughly erased. The last entry, 1800 Otherworld Soil Recheck, had been crossed out with a stiff finger. The time now read 1748, 12 minutes short of the set time, but he knew he would not go again. Not today, at least. The fragment lay in the center of the coffee table, dusty and unremarkable, no different from the broken stones picked up at a construction site. Yet just over an hour ago it had spoken. It was no auditory hallucination, no aftereffect of a meteor striking his head. The voice had been clear: "You are at the edge of erosion." Li Wei reached out and touched it. A lingering warmth met his fingertips, not hot but not yet cold. He recalled the strange bodily sensation just before the 4th jump. His foot had landed heavily as if sinking into mud. The black line had swept across his vision from left to right, swift as a blade slicing across his retina. At the time he had thought it was fatigue, after all he had traveled 3 times in a day, more frequent than clocking in at work. Now he saw it was not fatigue but a warning. He picked up the fragment, turned it over, then back again, unable to find where the mouth had appeared. But the voice had indeed spoken, its tone as calm as a property management notice. No ability to intervene proactively, only triggered when the risk reaches a critical threshold. The words sounded familiar, like the old printer in his office, silent no matter how hard you kicked it, then jamming at the worst possible moment. So does this count as a work injury? He whispered to the fragment. I've been using you at high frequency every day, not even a day off, and now you're about to break down without even a peep. The fragment did not respond, nor did it heat up again. He knew it was not the stone's fault. He had done this to himself. At first it was just to see if the seeds would germinate. Then it became measuring light, adjusting humidity, searching for plots, and later the idea of filming videos for a side hustle. The schedule was pinned to the wall, alarms set throughout the day, turning him into a cross-dimensional courier, packing on Earth in the morning, delivering in the other world by afternoon, and playing the lone warrior as a lullaby for the red seed at night. Looking back now, it was indeed a bit reckless. He stood up, walked to the drawer, pulled open the bottom layer, placed the fragment inside, and casually pressed it under a few old t-shirts. Not hiding, isolating. Like a smoker tossing a lighter into the washing machine, knowing full well it could still be retrieved, but an extra step always slows the impulse. As the drawer closed, he let out a sigh. The living room fell silent. Wind outside swept across the clothes rack, making a hoodie sleeve sway, brushing against the edge of the seedling box where the red seed rested. The soil was still moist, not dry. He crouched and touched the surface, the humidity was just right. That meant no watering was needed for at least 24 hours, nor any need to travel to the other world for data comparison. The anxiety that had once driven him to run every half-day suddenly seemed a bit excessive. He returned to his desk, sat down, opened his notebook, and flipped to the to-do list page he had written 2 days earlier. On the left he had written Earthside, check soil pH, prepare spare nutrient solution, record audio materials. On the right, Otherworld side, select planting area, collect stream water samples, communicate with the elves about cultivation details. Reading through each item, he realized that very few tasks actually required immediate action. For instance, the pH test could be done with the samples he had brought back last time. The nutrient solution was not urgent since the seeds had not yet germinated, and as for communicating with the elves, they had given him the seeds. It was not as if they would call the next day asking how the plants were doing. The only tasks that truly required travel were on-site environmental confirmation and long-term observation records. Everything else could be handled locally on Earth or postponed a few days. He picked up a pen and drew a new table on the paper, titling it Single Task Checklist. Below, 3 columns: estimated stage duration, mergeable items, and priority mark. For example, the next time he went to the other world, he could complete soil sampling, light recording, and water source testing in one go, while also playing the pre-stored sound frequencies on his phone to let the red seed acclimate in advance. 1 round trip covering the work of 3 previous trips. Calculating it this way, traveling twice a week might suffice, once for deep execution, once for emergency fill-ins. No more hourly round trips, and certainly no need to squeeze in a run before mealtime. He stared at the table for a moment, suddenly feeling that this approach was oddly familiar. Back when he was writing proposals at an advertising agency, clients always wanted 8 revisions in a day, so they taught him to bundle demands and solve all problems in one presentation. Now even time travel could be managed with KPI methodology. At that thought he chuckled to himself. After the laughter, a sense of calm settled in his heart. The risk was real, but it was not yet a dead end. As long as the pace was slowed down, things could still move forward, just in a different way. After all, farming was not a battle, the test was not speed but endurance. The next morning at 6:40, sunlight had just climbed over the balcony railing. He got up as usual, brushed his teeth. He paused by the seedling box, checking each one in turn. The soil surface of the blue seed pot was slightly damp, no crusting. The golden seed was positioned facing south, undisturbed by the wind last night. The hoodie sleeve near the red seed still swayed like a natural cradle. He did not retrieve the fragment, nor did he entertain the thought of leaving. Instead, he picked up the spray bottle and gave each of the 3 pots 2 fine mist circles, gentle, small, just enough to moisten the surface without pooling water. After that he turned into the kitchen, boiled noodles and fried an egg. As he ate, the TV was on, playing the morning news. It showed a landslide triggered by heavy rain in a certain area, muddy water smashing through a fence, a car nearly swept away. He watched his chopsticks pausing midair and suddenly thought of the black line that had flashed across his vision. If space really collapsed, would it be like that? A crack splitting open without warning, leaving nothing behind. He put down his chopsticks, silently folded the corner of the single task checklist he had written the night before, and tucked it into the notebook's inner pocket. After finishing the noodles, he cleared the dishes, stood by the window, and took a sip of cool boiled water. The sky was clear. Downstairs in the community garden, a few elders were walking dogs and children chased after bubbles. Life went on as usual. No one knew that he held a broken stone capable of tearing the world apart, nor did anyone realize that he had nearly turned his own balcony into a temporal spatial rift blast point the day before. He gazed at the sky, saying nothing, not chanting any incantation or gripping any prop. He simply stood in silence for a while, like an ordinary resident spacing out. Then he turned and went back inside, placing the notebook on the sofa armrest, and casually arranged his keys and wallet on the top shelf of the shoe cabinet by the entrance. The movements were swift but not hurried. Not hurried, steady steps. Li Wei placed the bowl into the sink, the dishcloth circling the rim twice before he set it down. On the windowsill, 3 pots of earth sat quietly in the morning light, the spray bottle still leaning against their base, its nozzle dripping a final bead of water that struck the seedling tray of the red seed, blooming into a small dark spot. He glanced at the notebook on the armrest of the sofa, a blue pen pressed beneath its cover, a corner of the page folded into a triangle, the single task list he had drawn up yesterday. He walked over and flipped open the notebook, the pages rustling. The first item read: reduce the number of jumps. The second: carry enough supplies each time. The third made him chuckle. Stop playing heroes as a lullaby for the red seed. It's not a starstruck teenager. Yet laugh as he might, the point was sound. A single jump was not easy. He could no longer act like he had recently, delivering a thermometer in the morning, a bag of soil in the afternoon, and a bottle of water in the evening as an afterthought. That wasn't supporting another world, that was being a cross-dimensional errand boy, and not even one with a labor contract. He pulled open the drawer, and beneath an old t-shirt lay the gray, unremarkable stone. His fingertip touched it, cold, no different from the river pebbles he picked up on his way home yesterday. But he knew this thing could tear through space and also go on strike. So this time he needed a strategy. Since he couldn't clock in every day, he said to the empty air he would hold a quarterly clearance sale and ship a decade's worth of supplies in one go. He pulled out his phone, opened the memo app, and created a new entry titled Interdimensional Infrastructure Procurement List. The first item read: farm tools. Hoe, shovel, sickles. The basics were essential, but they had to be lightweight, durable, and ideally foldable to fit in a bag. A spray bottle also needed to be added, water-saving for irrigation. For seeds, no genetically modified varieties and no delicate strains. They had to be drought-resistant, cold-tolerant, and easy to grow. Cabbage, radish, potatoes, the staples of every household, able to take root anywhere. The second category was medical supplies. He remembered the elf in the tree hollow mentioning that in their world they didn't even have band-aids. Fevers were treated by sweating it out, cuts by smearing on some leaves. That wasn't barbarism, it was sheer backwardness. He didn't need to bring a CT scanner or a scalpel, but iodophore cotton swabs, antipyretics, and a thermometer were essential. The pharmacy limited purchases of cold medicine. Then he'd buy them over 2 days, 2 boxes each time, pretending he was going back to his hometown to visit a sick relative. The third item required the most thought: knowledge. Books couldn't be too thick, or he couldn't carry them, nor too abstruse, or the locals wouldn't understand. He ran through the books on his shelf. Fundamentals of Modern Agriculture had illustrations perfect for basic literacy. Family Medical Guide covered common ailments, far more practical than the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, and there was a middle school physics textbook with levers, pulleys, and thermal energy conversion, which might help someone build a water wheel someday. As for the World Geographic Atlas, it was purely to let them know the Earth is round, not just a patch of woods outside their door. After finishing the list, he closed his phone, stood up, and rolled his shoulders. Today's goal was clear: buy everything, pack up, go home, and prepare to depart. Before leaving, he tossed his keys onto the top of the shoe cabinet and stuffed his wallet into his pants pocket. The fragment remained in the drawer. He'd retrieve it when he returned. For now he was going shopping, no need for that thing. The hardware store was on the corner, run by a bald middle-aged man squatting at the door eating a pancake. Li Wei walked in and asked if they had a folding shovel. The man looked up, reached under a shelf, and pulled out a stainless steel model with an extendable handle, 380 yuan. Too expensive. Li Wei hefted it. Can you do 150? The wholesale price is 260. They finally settled at 270 with a free mini spray bottle thrown in. Li Wei shouldered his backpack, the shovel handle sticking out like a crooked sword. The farmer's market wasn't far. He compared prices among 3 stalls and bought 5 packs of vegetable seeds: bok choy, carrot, purple cabbage, tomato, and sweet potato. The stall owner asked if he was planning to clear some land. He said something like that, heading up the mountain to grow some food. Mosquitoes are bad up there, don't forget bug spray. The owner casually slipped him a small pack of mosquito-repellent incense. He took it with a smile, thinking, no need, where I'm going there isn't even electricity, let alone bug spray. The community pharmacy limited the sale of antipyretics, so he bought 2 boxes of acetaminophen, 4 rolls of gauze, a box of Band-Aids cartoon patterned. He resisted the urge to swap them 2 electronic thermometers and individually packaged iodophore cotton balls. The cashier asked if he wanted to use his medical card. He said no, self-pay. Carrying the paper bag out of the pharmacy, the sun was shining. He turned into the old bookstore next to the neighborhood. The store was dim, shelves crooked, the owner reading a newspaper behind a pair of reading glasses. Li Wei searched on his own, found the copy of Fundamentals of Modern Agriculture, 90 new, then pulled out a Family Medical Guide, the cover slightly peeling but the contents intact. The physics and geography textbooks were readily available, cheap leftovers from students clearing out their dorm rooms. At the counter the owner looked up, starting a tutoring class. Something like that, Li Wei said, poverty alleviation through education. The owner blinked, then gave him 10 yuan extra change. Back home by 2 in the afternoon. He spread everything out on the living room floor like a clearance sale after unpacking a delivery. Farm tools in one pile, seeds on the coffee table, medicine on the dining table, books on the sofa. Then he began to sort and pack. The spray bottle and shovel went into the first travel bag, padded at the bottom with an old towel to prevent damage. The seeds were sealed in a Ziploc bag, then wrapped in a waterproof pouch labeled "Do not crush, avoid moisture." The medicine was all placed in a first aid kit wrapped in plastic wrap to prevent leaks. The 4 books were tied together with tape, then wrapped in a plastic sheet looking like a freshly unearthed artifact. 2 bulging travel bags stood against the wall, zippers taut as if about to burst. He sat back on the sofa, catching his breath. The phone screen lit up, showing 3 unread messages, all advertisements. He opened the memo and checked off items one by one. Farm tools done. Seeds done. Medicine done. Books done. Only one book, Plant Pest and Disease Control, hadn't been found, the old bookstore didn't have it and online orders wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. But that was no big deal, first batch was about teaching them how to plant and he'd worry about pest control when the sprouts came up. He stared at the 2 bags, suddenly feeling a little dazed. These things were utterly ordinary, no one would spare them a second glance if left on the street. But once they passed through that gate they would become high-tech in another world, a shovel that could turn soil, a thermometer that could detect fever, a book that could teach someone why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. I'm not just visiting, he murmured to himself, I'm going to do technological poverty alleviation. The words made him laugh. After the laughter a sense of calm settled in his heart. He stood up, walked to the drawer, pulled it open and took out the meteorite fragment. It lay quietly in his palm, motionless, radiating no heat. He gently placed it in the center of the coffee table, facing the direction of the 2 travel bags, as if holding a silent send-off ceremony for a convoy about to depart. Then he returned to the sofa, legs apart, hands on his knees, eyes fixed on the fragment. No dizziness, no black lines, no whispers in his ear. Everything was tranquil. He knew that if he wanted to he could leave right now. A flick of his finger, a single thought, and the gate would open. But he was in no hurry. Last time he was in too much of a rush and nearly ran the passage into the ground. This time was different. The supplies were ready, the plan was set, and the rhythm was steady. He wasn't going to put out a fire, he was going to sow seeds. He picked up his phone, turned off all notifications and switched to airplane mode. He put his wallet back on top of the shoe cabinet and placed his keys there as well. The room was left with only him, the 2 travel bags, the fragment on the coffee table, and the 3 pots of magic seeds on the balcony that had not yet sprouted. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Outside the window, children downstairs were still chasing soap bubbles. An old man walked his dog slowly. An electric scooter passed by, its bell chiming once. He did not move. He just looked at the stone, waiting for his heartbeat to steady. Time to go. The twilight light had receded to the corner of the wall, stretching the shadow from the coffee table long across the floor, covering one edge of the travel bag. Li Wei remained seated on the sofa, hands resting on his knees, eyes fixed upon the dull ashen stone. It now sat utterly still, like an ordinary meteorite picked up roadside, yet he knew the tremor, that abrupt cessation just moments ago, had been no illusion. Nor was it a gentle system reboot notification. It was a red warning. He did not reach for it again, not even to test its boundaries. The gesture of lifting his finger halfway, then withdrawing it, had felt instinctive, as though his body had learned obedience before his mind caught up. He straightened slightly, nudging both travel bags closer to his feet, clearing space, as if making room for what was about to unfold. His thoughts began sifting through memories, not technical questions like how the fragments functioned or whether interdimensional transit had cooldowns. That device clearly defied any manual he could comprehend. He was comparing life on one side with life on the other, and asking where precisely they diverged. Here on Earth, days repeated themselves, waking, scrolling through his phone, ordering takeout, checking job boards, deleting spam calls. During those 6 months at the advertising agency he'd been made the scapegoat and dismissed. His supervisor patted his shoulder, saying young people need experience. Yet when the experience concluded, even his severance pay remained withheld. Later, living alone in this apartment, the landlord refused to fix the kitchen's leak, so Li Wei placed a basin beneath it, listening each morning to the rhythmic drip-drip as he boiled instant noodles. No one waited for him to return home. But on Delun continent, on his first arrival, he nearly tripped over a tree root, then looked up to see a man in coarse hemp robes nodding gently and saying, "You have come." Just those words. Not courtesy. Not small talk. "You have come," as if his arrival had long been expected, as if his absence would have been the true anomaly. Later he delivered thermometers, shovels, and several hearty seeds. They did not say thank you for your aid. Instead, they unearthed the first trial crop of potatoes and hosted him at a feast of roasted tubers. Around the fire no one glanced at their phones, no one checked the time. They simply sat together, speaking, laughing, falling silent now and then without awkwardness. He found himself memorizing faces, not photographically but intimately, how one man tilted his head when coughing, how another always stamped the soil once before scattering seed. He knew they awaited his return, not because he was heroic but because he had promised. The fragment warned against recklessness, but never forbade crossing over. It merely cautioned, do not treat it as a courier channel. So, if not a channel, then what was it? Slowly a phrase surfaced in his mind: if you shuttle back and forth only for convenience you will surely shatter, but if you walk steadily, intent on completing something, the door may hold open a little longer. He glanced down at his hands, the same hands whose greatest achievement had once been scripting a viral short video earning enough bonus to buy his department a round of drinks. Now, he taught an alien farmer how to use a spray bottle, and the man's first act upon mastering it was disinfecting every child's clothing in the village. It was absurd, yet also undeniably meaningful. A quiet laugh escaped him, soft, almost privately. Li Wei. You used to revise PowerPoint decks until dawn, chasing a client's vague complaint of feeling off. Now you're laying bricks in another world, and somehow it feels energizing. The words hung unanswered in the room, but he already knew the reply. It felt energizing because someone truly needed that brick. And not just one. He recalled on his last departure a child slipping a hand-woven grass ring onto his wrist, then dashing away without a word. He still kept it tucked inside the third drawer of his desk, pressed beneath his old employee badge. Not because the trinket held value, but because in that moment he understood he was no longer a visitor. Even though electricity was absent, internet non-existent, wages unheard of, he had found his place along this fragile line between worlds. He could no longer dash back and forth 3 or 4 times a day, he understood that now. Yet neither could he abandon the crossing entirely. Slowly he rose and walked to the window, drawing back the curtain. The night sky was pristine, thick with stars, but no meteor shower graced it tonight. He knew that celestial cascade was likely a once-in-a-lifetime event, just like this chance having collided with it, he must choose how to wield it. Gazing upward, he uttered no grand declaration, swore no solemn oath, only whispered softly, "All right. I'll stop darting back and forth." After 2 seconds pause he added, "From now on when I go there, it's relocation. Not visiting." Even he thought the phrasing sounded faintly dramatic, yet it fit perfectly. Turning, he regarded the fragment on the coffee table, not as a tool nor a burden but rather, a key. Use it to pry open a snack vault and you'll be ejected in disgrace, but wield it to safeguard something real, and perhaps it truly will let you hold fast. He returned to the sofa, not to sit but to kneel, unzipping the travel bag for inspection. The farming tools remained intact. The medicines were present. The books, all tangible substantive things, were not emergency supplies but foundations for building. He closed the bag, stood upright, drew a deep breath, and released it. A trace of hesitation still lingered within him. What of his family? Though contact had dwindled, what if they noticed his prolonged absence? He'd even wondered, was this impulsive? Was he fleeing reality? Yet he countered, what truly is reality? Is it endlessly refreshing job portals, or choosing deliberately where to anchor oneself? He preferred to believe wherever a person shines that is their reality. Finally he glanced once more at the fragment, neither touching it nor putting it away, leaving it resting there, as if awaiting a formal departure. Outside, a scooter passed below, its bell chiming once. An elderly man completed his 3rd lap walking his dog. Upstairs a child finally assembled his Lego set, cheering, bouncing twice, sending soft thuds echoing through the floorboards. Everything continued as usual. Only he knew, some things had already been decided. He turned toward the kitchen to boil water for noodles. Before the pot reached a boil he paused mid-stride, returning briefly past the coffee table. He said nothing, merely looked at the fragment. This glance bore no trace of testing or dependence. It resembled instead the steady gaze one gives a door, knowing what lies beyond requires action and knowing at last that one is ready. Water roared to a boil, bubbling vigorously. He lifted the noodles, stirred in sauce, sat down and ate. Between bites he opened his notebook, flipped to a blank page, and wrote 4 characters: long-term development. Beneath them he drew a single horizontal line, no plan, no steps enumerated. He knew the first step was not packing nor farewell nor announcement. It was internal acceptance. Closing the notebook he finished the last bite, rinsed the bowl and returned to the living room, standing beside the travel bags, glancing toward the direction of the drawer. Tomorrow, or the day after, he would initiate the crossing. Not to deliver goods. To return. To the place he had helped build. There was no Wi-Fi, no subway, no office towers, but there were seeds he had planted with his own hands, people waiting for him, and a purpose slowly taking shape. He no longer wished to be a courier shuttling between worlds. He wished to take root. Even if that root settled beside a hollow tree known by name to scarcely anyone. One last look upward, at the starlit sky, then a quiet murmur, no rush. But I must go far. And with that he turned toward the bathroom to shower. Li Wei stood on the gentle slope, the wooden plaque still pressed against his palm, warm to the touch like a stone that had basked in the sun. He did not rush to move, instead he first surveyed his surroundings. To the north a low ridge blocked the wind, leaving it unable to penetrate. To the south the land opened wide, bathed in the morning sun as soon as it rose. Not far to the left a stream babbled along its waters, so clear that the white and blue pebbles beneath were visible. A few steps downward to the right lay the site he had discussed with Alisai for the experimental field, and beyond that the chimney smoke of the dwarven workshop curled upward. Standing here with his soles firmly planted on the ground he felt a sense of peace settle in his heart. He crouched down, scooped up a handful of soil and rubbed it between his fingers. It was black, loam, loose and crumbly, with the faint scent of decaying leaves, not the stiff dead clay that resisted touch. Such soil would grow anything. He nodded and murmured to himself, this is the spot. Then he pulled a small knife from his pocket, carved a square on the south-facing side of a nearby tree trunk and etched a crooked character for Li inside it. It was not particularly handsome, but it sufficed. Henceforth anyone who came would know that this land had been claimed. After finishing he straightened his back, tightened his backpack straps and turned to walk back toward the camp. His mind had already begun to churn over plans he would need to return to Earth once and settle each matter one by one. He could no longer act as before, arriving only to drop things off and then leave again like a temporary worker. Now he was someone who intended to take root here, and he had to arrange both sides properly. When he returned to the camp the sky was just beginning to lighten. The fire had long since died, leaving only a heap of ash. He did not disturb anyone. Quietly he slipped into the makeshift shelter he had built, set down his pack, sat down and pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, showing a battery level of 37% and an empty signal bar. Naturally there was no signal. In this realm the device served only as a time display and a flashlight. But he had prepared well. The night before he had plugged the power bank into the solar panel, and by morning it had charged to 80%. He opened his contacts, found the name Zhang Hao and initiated a video call. After a few rings the screen revealed a face still heavy with sleep. Zhang Hao with his hair a tousled mess wore an old t-shirt emblazoned with the words KPI maxed and had a toothbrush dangling from his mouth. Damn Li Wei. You pulling a surprise attack so early in the morning, he mumbled, removing the toothbrush. I thought you'd gone missing. Close enough, Li Wei said with a smile. I'm working on an agricultural project in a remote ravine in Yunnan. The phone signal here is weaker than a cat's purr. Agriculture. Weren't you in advertising? Changed careers, Li Wei replied, his tone as flat as boiled noodles. They needed someone who understood planning and documentation, so I came. I won't be back for a short while, maybe a year or more stuck here. Zhang Hao froze for 2 seconds, then sat up straight. You serious? Dead serious? Li Wei nodded. My parents. You live nearby. Could you look after them for me? 5,000 a month as a running fee. Not much, but enough for groceries, cooking and hiring a part-time cleaner. Zhang Hao frowned. Why spell out the money? The real problem is, you vanish without a trace. What do I tell them when they ask? I can't just say you went off to grow potatoes, can I? Tell them I'm involved in an ecological poverty alleviation project. I've signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't reveal my location. If they're worried, you can video call them and I'll pick up any time. Zhang Hao stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a grin. Alright, you've suddenly become reliable. Used to order takeout at 3 in the morning while tweaking PowerPoints, and now you're learning to entrust the family. Before, no one was waiting for me, Li Wei said softly but without a smile. Now there are people waiting. The two exchanged a few more mundane details. Li Wei relayed the location of his apartment keys, the property management number, and the schedule of his parents' medical checkups. After ending the video call, he let out a long sigh as if half a burden had been lifted. He put the phone back in his bag, unplugged the charging cable, and stowed the solar panel in the side pocket of his backpack. One matter settled. He stood up and walked out of the shelter. The sky was now fully bright. The air was crisp, birds sang in the woods, and from afar came the rhythmic clang of dwarven hammers, a steady sound that did not irritate. He went to the side of the old fire pit, took out his notebook from his bag, flipped to a blank page, and pulled out a pen. On the paper he first drew 3 horizontal lines, labeling them respectively medical agriculture tools. These were the ideas that had surfaced in his mind last night while everyone was drinking. Today he needed to turn them into something comprehensible. For the medical aspect, the priority was to set up a simple pharmacy, sort the medicines he had brought, and assign a local to learn basic medication knowledge. He wrote thermometer usage training, village doctor masters establish fever case record table. Below that, standardize wound treatment kits, distribute 2 sets per village, teach dressing changes. The agricultural part was simpler. He wrote cold-resistant crop trial planting, select 3 seed types, designate 2 mu of experimental field, ALSI overseas sowing. Then composting technique promotion, train 5 lead households, cover the entire village within 3 months. Tool upgrades were the most straightforward. He wrote home improvement dwarven forge carbon steel blade, Li Wei provides blueprint, first batch of 10 for trial. Then he added a note, instructions must include illustrations, text no more than 10 words. After finishing, he closed the notebook and patted the cover. Though these were merely words on paper, he knew that once he presented them, everyone would take them seriously. Before, he was a deliverer. Now he was a doer. His identity had changed, and so had his responsibilities. He tucked the notebook back into his bag, stood up and stretched. Next he would have to return to Earth once more to haul the remaining supplies. The bed, the table, a few changes of clothes, and that small refrigerator. He had promised to equip the camp with a cooling device to store vaccines and antibiotics. This time he would bring everything over in one go, minimizing future trips. He felt the fragment in his pocket. It lay quietly, neither hot nor vibrating. Since that night's warning, it had seemed to change its temperament. It no longer trembled randomly or activated on its own. Li Wei felt that it had probably come to terms with him. He stopped jumping at shadows and it stopped causing trouble. He walked out of the camp following the path he had taken yesterday and once again arrived at that south-facing gentle slope. The sun had risen high, casting a warm glow over the slope. He stood before the tree where he had carved the character Li, set down his backpack and pulled out a red ribbon. He tied it to a branch. The wind blew and the ribbon swayed gently like a small flag. He stepped back a few paces, looked at it, and felt something was missing. He took out a marker pen and wrote 4 large characters on a nearby stone, land of peaceful dwelling. The characters were crooked but large enough to be seen from 50 meters away. After finishing, he stood on the hilltop, hands on his hips, and surveyed the surroundings. To the left a stream, to the right farmland, behind a mountain, before him a path. There was no electricity, no internet, no client calling at midnight to say the design didn't feel right. But he felt that this was a place where people truly lived. He glanced at his watch. Earth time, 2:17 p.m. He took a deep breath and his fingers lightly touched the fragment in his pocket. The scene before him darkened, the ground beneath his feet vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in the living room of his own rented apartment. Outside the window the hum of traffic filled the air and a street vendor hawked jianbing with added eggs. He looked down. His left foot was on the floor tiles while his right foot still carried mud from the other world. He paid it no mind. He walked straight to the sofa, sat down and opened his laptop. He logged into the banking app and transferred the first payment to Zhang Hao's account. In the memo he wrote Yunnan Project Liaison Allowance. Then he opened the wardrobe and began packing his luggage. He dismantled the bed, moved the desk to the hallway for the recyclers and taped a note on the refrigerator reading, "Free, take it, don't break the door." He stuffed all remaining usable items into a suitcase and 2 large travel bags. For clothes he kept only 1 change, donating the rest. He packed the books intending to bring them along. Finally he stood in the empty room looking around. On the wall still hung a poster of the advertising campaign award he had won last year, its corners curling up. He walked over, tore it down, crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the trash. Only a single chair remained in the room and he stood beside it. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the landlord, "I won't renew the lease. Keep the deposit. I'll have the place empty by the end of the month. You're welcome to inspect any time." After sending it he sat on the chair and waited. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting a bright square patch on the floor. He didn't think about anything else, he just sat there until his phone vibrated. The landlord replied, "Fine. Remember to cut off the power and water." He replied with a single word, "Okay." Then he stood up, moved the chair to the doorway and leaned it gently against the wall. He knew he would not return. At least not like before, commuting twice a day like a market-goer. He walked to the coffee table, placed the fragment on its surface and lightly tapped it with his finger. Wind rose, light and shadow shifted. He landed on the gentle slope, the backpack still on his shoulders, the wooden plaque in his hand. The eastern sky was pale blue, dawn light gradually spreading, illuminating the fluttering red ribbon. He stood still, unmoving. In the distance the first bird call rang out. Li Wei stood on a gentle slope, his feet pressing into the dew that had fallen overnight. The wet grass blades brushed against his pant legs. He did not move. First he looked up at the sky. The pale blue-white light in the east was slowly burning into a faint yellow, illuminating the red cloth strip that swayed gently on a treetop like a small flag waving a greeting. He lowered his head, still clutching the wooden plaque in his hand. It was warm, having been pressed against his palm all night, the sweat nearly softening it. He tucked the plaque into his belt, set his backpack on the ground, unzipped it and first pulled out a small hatchet. The iron head was polished bright from the toolkit he had brought from Earth. It was originally part of an outdoor survival set issued by his company for a team building event. Back then he had laughed, wondering what it could cut, at most splitting a watermelon. Now it had found its true purpose. He walked to the tree he had carved the character Li into 2 days ago, crouched down and touched the incision with his fingers. It was crooked, but deep wind could not blow it away, rain could not wash it out. He nodded, stood up and walked with the hatchet behind the slope. There were a few dead pine trees there which had fallen half a year ago. Their bark had peeled off, the trunks dried through, perfect for use as beams. The first swing of the axe landed with a crisp sound. Wood chips flew up and stuck to his face, tickling. He shook his head and swung again. 1, 2 and on the third the trunk let out a crack as a split appeared. He caught his breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, back at the office writing PowerPoints by now someone would have handed him an iced Americano. But here there was no one. No PowerPoint either. Only trees, earth, wind and himself. The tree fell and he dragged it back using the saw he carried to cut it into 4 sections, too long, too short. The long ones would serve as main beams, the short ones as door frames. Then he began clearing the foundation. He had inspected this plot more than once. The north side blocked the wind, the south faced the sun and the soil was soft, making digging easy. He shoveled the earth with a spade, turning it over 1 scoop at a time. The black soil piled up beside him like a small hill. By the time the sun reached its zenith the foundation pit had taken shape, a square 30 centimeters deep, about 3 meters on each side. He straightened up, pounded his back, twisted his neck a couple of times and heard his bones crack. From his bag he pulled out a water bottle and took a sip. It was cold, filled the night before at the stream. He also took out half a compressed biscuit and chewed it dry. After finishing he folded the wrapper neatly and tucked it into an inner pocket, planning to throw it into a trash can when he returned to Earth. He could not litter here. A.I. Lizzie had once said that the birds in this other world were especially fond of shiny, colorful objects. Last time a blue-feathered finch had snatched her hat and she had chased it half a mile to get it back. He patted the dirt off his pants and began laying stones. The foundation needed to be raised to prevent moisture. He had picked up the stones on his way that morning, plenty by the stream, flat and sturdy. One by one he placed them, filling the gaps with gravel and tamping them down. By the time he finished this round the sky was nearing afternoon. Shadows stretched long, slanting over the half-circle of stone foundation just laid. He sat down to rest, pulled out his notebook from the bag and flipped to a blank page. The tip of his pen paused, then wrote Day 1 foundation completed, timber ready, no injuries. Then he drew a smiley face. After finishing he looked at it and thought it was silly, but he did not erase it. Early the next morning he was up at 6. The sleeping bag had been wrapped around him all night and the dampness was heavy. He shook it out, rolled it up and stuffed it into his bag. He washed his face in the stream, cupping the water and splashing it on his face. The cold gave him a shiver. He brushed his teeth with a twig dipped in salt. The taste was strong, but he was used to it. During the overtime rush at the advertising agency there had been a time he had not gone home for 3 days and he had managed just like this. Today he had to set the pillars. He carried the 4 thick wooden posts into the foundation pit and temporarily tied them to the stone base with ropes to secure them. Just as he was adjusting the angle he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the woods on the right. He looked up thinking it was a dwarf coming. Instead a deer's head emerged nibbling on tender leaves. It glanced at him then ambled away slowly. He sighed in relief thinking that if it had been AI Lizzie she would surely say your house is disturbing the neighbors in the forest. With the pillars stable he set the main beam. Working alone was strenuous so he devised a method. First he rested one end of the beam on top of a pillar, tied the other end with a long vine, looped it around a nearby living tree and then pulled the vine backward. He dropped his weight, dug his feet into the ground and lifted it inch by inch. Finally with a thud it fell into place. He collapsed on the ground panting as if he had run 10 kilometers. At noon he did not eat. First he inspected the structure. Were the beam and pillar joints loose? He knocked on them, they were tight. Did it sway in the wind? Slightly but tolerable. He nodded, took out the tape he had brought from his bag, not ordinary tape but a waterproof heavy-duty kind used on construction sites. He wrapped it around the key joints several times, then wedged small sharpened wooden pegs into the gaps and hammered them in. He had learned this trick while watching house construction in his hometown. They called it wooden support to fill gaps, and it worked. In the afternoon he laid the wall panels. The material came from an old wooden crate that had originally held medicine. It was empty and he had planned to bring it back to Earth as storage, but now he dismantled it for building materials. The planks were uneven, of varying lengths. He trimmed them with a saw and pieced them together for nailing. The nails were iron and scarce so he had to use them sparingly. Instead he switched to binding with vines, wrapping them round and round, tying knots. The vines of this other world were exceptionally tough, unbreakable, not brittle in the sun, far stronger than rope. Before dark the skeleton of the 4 walls stood up, reaching chest height. He walked around the outside looking at it like an exhibition. Ugly yes, but sturdy. He nodded in satisfaction, took out a marker from his bag and wrote 3 characters on the east wall: Lee's residence. After writing he thought for a moment, then added NO. 1. On the 3rd day the roof. This was the most difficult part. He had designed a single slope roof tilted southward for quick drainage and simple construction. The material was broadleaved grass, which grew abundantly by the stream. He cut it into bundles, dried them in the sun and then tied them row by row onto the crossbeams with vines. First he built a simple tripod as a support, then laid the thatch piece by piece. The grass had to be pressed tight or the wind would blow it all away. Halfway through it started to rain. Not a downpour but a fine sticky drizzle. He looked up at the sky, gray with thick clouds. He did not stop, instead he quickened his pace. The grass feared moisture, so the sooner he finished the better. Rainwater ran down his hair into his collar and his clothes clung to his back, cold and clammy. He gritted his teeth and tied bundle after bundle, his fingers growing red from the vines. The rain lasted 2 hours then stopped. He was drenched but the roof was 80% complete. He sat on the muddy ground without complaint, simply pulling a piece of plastic sheeting from his bag, draping it over himself and waiting for the sun to come out and dry him. On the 4th day, finishing touches. The door and window were installed. The door was made of 2 thick planks butted together with hinges bent from wire, barely functional. The window was simpler, a square hole left in the wall covered with a layer of transparent plastic film, originally the packaging for data cables which he had kept as a spare. It let in light and blocked the wind, good enough. Finally he hung the small iron pot he had brought under the eaves as a wind chime. When the wind blew it rang with a clear ding, quite loud. The house was finished. 3 meters square, single-story sloping roof, wood and stone foundation, thatched walls. Not tall, not large, but it could shield from wind and rain. Locked the door and let him lie down without staring at the stars. He stood in front of the door, walked back and forth 3 times looking at it from every angle. Ugly, truly ugly, like an abandoned tool shed in the countryside. But the more he looked the happier he became, and finally a grin spread across his face. He took out the wooden plaque from his bag, set it down on the stone to the left of the door. Then from the innermost layer of his backpack he pulled out a new pen, opened the notebook to the last page and wrote, "The house is built. I can grow vegetables here, sleep, daydream, and no longer need to rush on. I have a home." After writing he closed the notebook and set it aside. He sat down on the flat stone in front of the door, took off his shoes and stretched out his feet to bask in the sun. The warm sunlight fell on the tops of his feet, comfortable. In the distance the stream continued to flow. A bird called once, then again. He did not move, he just sat there. Birdsong echoed once more, then fell silent. He remained still, seated. The sunlight fell on his instep, warm as a gentle breath. Li Wei sat on the flat stone by the door, one shoe off, the other dangling from his toes. He didn't rush to put it on. First he stretched, feeling every joint loosen and ease. The house was built, shelter from wind and rain, a door that locked, a place to lie down without counting stars. He had told himself this 3 times and each time his heart grew steadier. He looked down at his feet, dusty with a bit of mud still clinging to his toes. Yesterday before the rain he had been roofing, stepping in the mire. He picked up the shoe, tapped it clean and tossed it into the corner of the room. Then from his backpack he pulled out a small cloth pouch, a sample bag he had swiped from the office kitchen back on Earth, now sewn shut and used as a storage pouch. Opening the pouch he poured out a few seeds. Black, pointed at one end and rounded at the other, with fine lines on the surface as if carved with some script or perhaps naturally formed that way. He had no idea what kind of seed this was or where it came from. All he knew was that after being struck by a meteorite on Mount Tai that day this thing had appeared in his trouser pocket. At first he thought it was a piece of gravel. Later he noticed it radiated heat. And then later, he ended up here. He crouched on the empty plot south of the house and scraped at the soil with his hands. This patch of land he had marked out 2 days ago, 5 paces from the house facing south with plenty of sunlight and a small stone wall he had built on the north side to block the wind. The soil looked decent, dark and rich, but when he squeezed a handful it felt a bit dry. Mixed in were wood chips, leftover scraps from building the house scattered here to improve the earth. He dug holes with his fingers 3 in a row about 2 fingers deep. He placed the seeds and covered them with soil and pressed down gently. Then he felt it wasn't enough, so he dug them up again and reburied them, this time a bit shallower. He had heard that if you plant too deep the sprouts can't break through. He muttered to himself, not sure who had told him that, maybe someone on Earth when he was planting flower pots. For watering he fetched water from the stream. The bucket was an iron pail given by the dwarf, not large. One trip watered half the plot. He ran back and forth 6 times until the soil was thoroughly drenched. With the last leftover bucketful he poured it around a newly planted vine behind the house, a wild creeper that Alice said could take root if you just stuck a cutting in the ground. He had tried it and sure enough a tiny green tip had appeared. The first day passed like that. On the second morning he got up at 6 again. He rolled up his sleeping bag and stuffed it into his pack. He washed his face in the stream, brushed his teeth with salt and a twig. But today he brought an extra notebook. He opened a fresh page and drew a table date, weather, times, watered observations. He walked to the plot, crouched down and stared at the soil. Nothing. On the third day he came again. Still bare. He began to wonder if he had buried them too deep or overwatered and drowned the sprouts. On the fourth morning he almost wanted to dig up all the soil to see if the seeds had rotted. His hand reached halfway, then stopped. If he dug them up and they hadn't grown, what would be the point? He withdrew his hand and instead dug a small irrigation ditch slanting from the stream, circling around the edge of the field to save him from carrying buckets every day. The 5th, 6th and 7th days passed. On the 8th morning, as he was scooping a ladle of water, he caught a glimpse of green in the corner of his eye. He froze, then slowly crouched down. Right beside the middle hole 2 tender sprouts had broken through the soil crust, each the size of a fingernail. The leaves were yellowish, slightly curled at the edges as if they had just woken up and hadn't stretched yet. He didn't move. He stared for 5 minutes until an ant crawled across the leaf. Then he snapped back to reality, grabbed his notebook and wrote day 8, 2 sprouts, position center left, no abnormalities. After that he visited more often, twice a day, morning and evening. In between he would also wander over for a look. The sprouts grew taller, developing 4 leaves, their color shifting from yellow to green. The stems were thin but straight. Worried that dew might weigh them down, he found 4 dry twigs and stuck them around the plant, tying them with thin vines to form a small arch frame. During the day he removed it for light, at night he covered it with dry grass to prevent dampness. On the 11th day the leaves began to change. A faint glow appeared along the edges, not reflected light but a self-illumination like a phone screen on low brightness at night. At first he thought his eyes were playing tricks. He rubbed them and looked again. The glow was still there. He stood there, the ladle still in his hand. Could this thing really be magical? He didn't panic or shout with excitement. He simply revised the day's observation, leaves emit faint light lasting about 2 hours, 68 a.m. not seen at night. He speculated it was related to sunlight. On the 12th day the glow was stronger. While watering he deliberately placed his hand under the leaf palm facing the light patch. It felt slightly warm, not hot, like skin after prolonged sun exposure. On the 13th day he reduced watering frequency from twice a day to once every other day. He reasoned that if it had magical properties it might not like too much moisture. But the next day the leaves drooped. He immediately resumed the original watering schedule and by afternoon the leaves had perked back up. Quite delicate, he muttered. On the 14th day a new pair of leaves emerged, changing shape, no longer elliptical but somewhat heart-shaped with clear veins and a silver line running along the main vein. He sketched the outline in his notebook, labeled it mutation with a question mark, then circled it. On the 15th day he decided to stop intervening too much. He continued watering but stopped checking too frequently. He knew that some plants grow slower when you stare at them too intently. Like back when he was working on ad campaigns, the more urgent the creative deadline, the blanker the mind. Now he visited only twice a day, morning for recording, evening for a quick look. The rest of the time he did other tasks, patching the roof's loose thatch, organizing tools, digging a small pit behind the house for future composting. He also took down the small iron pot from under the eaves, washed it and used it as a watering can. The wind chime's function gave way to pragmatism. On the 20th day the plant had grown to knee height, the stem twice as thick and the leaves spread out in layers. The morning glow extended to nearly 3 hours. The strangest thing was that whenever the light appeared the surrounding air seemed to tremble like heat haze, but the temperature remained unchanged. He stood watching from a distance, not getting too close. He had considered pulling it out. What if it attracted something? Like flying insect spirits, carnivorous plant offspring, or a tree demon that sang at night. But then he thought if he was brave enough to build a house here alone, why be afraid of a few leaves? If there were ghosts he'd scare them away first. He laughed at his own words. On the 25th day he was completely at ease. The plant grew steadily, no strange sounds, no strange smells, no birds pecking at it, no insects eating the leaves. On the contrary, the number of earthworms in the nearby soil increased. He saw several when turning the earth wriggling into the fresh dirt. He began to look forward to the harvest. Not because he was eager for results but because he wanted to know what this thing would eventually become. Could it be eaten? Burned? Used as a lamp? Or just a luminous ornamental plant? He didn't guess he would wait for time to answer. On the evening of the 27th day he sat by the door eating dinner, compressed biscuits soaked in water with a bit of wild garlic minced in just enough to get by. After eating he habitually went to check the field. Moonlight fell and the plant wasn't glowing. But the soil around it had changed color, from grayish-black to a faint reddish-brown as if something had seeped into it. He crouched and touched it. The soil was softer with the texture of fermented compost. Without a word he went back inside, picked up his notebook and wrote on the latest page, unknown effect manifested soil changes pending investigation. Continued observation. He closed the notebook and put it back in the innermost layer of his backpack. He stood up stretched and looked up at the moon. Then he turned and went back inside, closing the door. Moonlight slanted in from the eaves, illuminating the open notebook on the corner of the table. Li Wei sat against the wall with his eyes closed, his fingers still resting on his temples as if he had just finished solving a complex mathematical problem. He wasn't asleep nor was he daydreaming, he was listening to the warm lazy current inside his body slowly circling along some invisible path. He was familiar with this sensation. More than 20 days ago he had first noticed it all because of that glowing plant. That night he had crouched by the field holding his palm over the leaf. Suddenly he felt something inside him vibrate gently like a phone on silent mode, but softer and slower. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was just his leg falling asleep from standing too long. But later, as he recorded data daily and compared the patterns, he noticed that every time the plant glowed an area near his chest would heat up for a while and the rhythm was quite regular. So he began to experiment. Not by following some secret manual, where would he get one? He didn't even have a master. All he had was an earthling's brain and a tattered notebook filled with numbers, weather, time and heart rate. He treated it like an experiment, much like the A/B testing he used to do at the advertising agency. Wake up early and practice 5 minutes of deep breathing. Note if anything felt different the next day. Sit cross-legged the day after. Add some arm raises. He wrote it all down. The result: he fainted twice in the first 3 days. Once from holding his breath too long, his vision going black, nearly toppling into a dirt pit. Another time he tried too hard to guide the energy and his forehead swelled as if it would split, forcing him to keep his eyes shut for half a day. Lying in bed he mulled it over. This thing couldn't be forced, it needed science. On the 4th day he changed his strategy. No pushing himself, no random movements. He simply got up in the morning, brewed hot water, no tea, just boiled stream water, cupped it in his hands to warm them and observed the land outside. When the sun had risen halfway above the roof, its rays spilling onto the plant leaves, he would begin his meditation. He found that was when the warm current inside him was most active, like a cat awakened by sunlight lazily stretching and starting to move on its own. He followed this rhythm. On the inhale he imagined the heat sinking from his chest down to his belly. On the exhale he let it climb up his spine to the back of his neck. Slow movements, slow breathing, like the first section of calisthenics but without a drill instructor counting beats by himself. After finishing the set his whole body was slightly sweaty, yet his mind was exceptionally clear, more alert than after 3 cups of coffee. He named this routine the morning breath guiding art. It sounded esoteric, but it was really just a health exercise he had cobbled together, combining the Tai Chi he learned in college gym class, the abdominal breathing from a free trial at a yoga studio near his company, and a bit of fantasy about force sensing from sci-fi movies. But he did record it in his notebook, even drawing a simple diagram with key points marked heart, navel, lower back, crown. He connected them with arrows and wrote suggested flow direction. On the 7th day he noticed the warm current could reach his shoulders. On the 10th day his fingertips began to feel hot. On the 13th day, while practicing, he suddenly felt a tickle in his ear as if a thin thread had passed through from the back of his head through his ear canal, giving a gentle tug. He opened his eyes. Outside the window a bird flew by, the flapping of its wings unusually clear, and he could even hear the sound of a grass seed falling from its claws. He didn't jump up shouting, "I've awakened." Instead he immediately flipped open his notebook and wrote day 13, enhanced hearing possibly related to guiding energy to the crown. Conditions clear, light wind, no abnormal creatures nearby. He knew this thing was becoming real. In the days that followed he stuck to 2 unshakable routines: observe the plant in practice. The plant continued to grow and the soil kept changing color, but he no longer stared at it all day. Instead he observed it less. Because he understood that some things cannot be rushed. Just like when he was unemployed, the more he scrambled to find a new job, the more anxious he became. He sent out countless resumes, all sinking like stones into the sea. In the end, it was only when he climbed Mount Tai to clear his mind that he stumbled upon a meteor shower and inexplicably ended up here. So now he was not in a hurry. Can't get through a block. Take a day off. Doesn't feel right. Change the posture. Dizzy. Go fetch a bucket of water to irrigate the fields, do some physical labor and let that frantic energy in his mind dissipate. He even moved some leftover lumber from building the house to the open space in front, setting up a simple horizontal bar. After each practice session he would hang on it for a while to stretch his muscles and tendons. He called it a physical therapy to prevent chi deviation, also good for stretching the spine and helping energy flow. Until the night of the 26th day he had a dream. He dreamed he was standing in a pitch-black wilderness. Beneath his feet was the same reddish-brown soil as in the field. In the distance there was a door, its material indistinguishable, emitting no light, but he could feel its presence. He walked toward it. With each step the warm current inside him grew stronger. Just as he reached the door he suddenly stopped as if hitting an invisible membrane, unable to take that final step. He woke up. He was drenched in sweat, his shirt sticking to his back, but his mind was exceptionally clear. He didn't get up immediately but lay there slowly recalling the dream. That door in the dream looked familiar. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the meteorite fragment. It lay quietly in his palm, warm, neither hot nor cold, like a roasted sweet potato he used to carry in his pocket during winter as a child. He didn't think much of it. He simply placed it by his pillow and closed his eyes again. The next morning he woke half an hour earlier than usual. The sky was not yet fully light, stars still hung, and the air was so cold that a single breath could sting his lungs. He sat on the flat stone in front of the house. He didn't rush into his guiding practice but first made a decision today he would not follow the routine. He closed his notebook and stuffed it into the bottom of his backpack. No data, no time recording, no arrows. He simply sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, eyes closed, focusing on one thing only: don't fight it. He remembered when he planted the seed. For the first 8 days nothing happened. He had doubted whether he had buried it too deep, watered it too much, or if the soil was wrong. But on the 9th day the sprout emerged. Not because he had dug it up to check, nor because he had watered it 10 times, but because the time had come. Cultivation was the same. He stopped trying to control the warm current. Instead he let it fly like a kite, loosening the string in his hand. He simply felt it, followed it. Wherever it was blocked he gave a gentle push, wherever it strayed he quietly pulled it back a little. Time passed. The sky began to brighten. The first rays of sunlight climbed over the roof and fell on his face. Suddenly he felt a release in his chest, as if someone had unlocked a hidden lock. Then the warm current surged, rushing through his shoulders, neck and crown, then sliding down along both sides of his ears, returning to his heart, forming a complete circle. He didn't open his eyes, but he could hear. He could hear the rustling of the newly grown tendrils on the vines behind the house, stirred by the wind, the faint sound of earthworms burrowing through the soil, and the gentle gurgle of the distant stream winding around rocks. He could even sense the roots of the magical plant sinking inch by inch into the reddish-brown soil like a straw slowly sipping a drink. He smiled. The smile didn't break into laughter, the corners of his mouth merely lifted a little. Then he slowly finished his practice, folding his hands on his lap, relaxing his shoulders. His whole body felt as if it had been reassembled, every joint perfectly aligned, no discomfort anywhere. He opened his eyes. The sun had just risen above the mountaintop, golden light flooding the slope. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his bones cracked twice, not the harsh rusty sound of before, but crisp like snapping a dry branch. He looked down at his hands. The knuckles were distinct, and beneath the skin there seemed to be a faint glow flowing, but it vanished in a blink. He walked into the house and took out his notebook from his backpack. He flipped to the last page and wrote. Breakthrough complete. Provisional realm able to hear the Earth's chi sense spiritual energy, sustain self-circulation. Next step, research whether I can fetch water from a distance or make compressed biscuits self-heat. He finished writing, closed the notebook and tossed it onto the table. He stepped outside, picked up an iron bucket and headed to the stream for water. As he passed the field he paused, crouched down and examined the soil. The reddish-brown had deepened and the soil was soft as fermented bread. He grabbed a handful, rubbed it between his fingers, said nothing, just nodded. Then he stood up and continued walking toward the stream. The bottom of the bucket clinked against a stone, a crisp sound. The bottom of the bucket struck a riverside stone with a crisp, clean clink. Li Wei bent down to fill it, his movements now far more fluid and assured than they had been just days before. Every gesture he made carried a newfound lightness, as though rusted, antiquated parts deep within his bones had been stripped away and replaced with polished, precision-engineered bearings. Once full he lifted the tin bucket with one hand while the other instinctively brushed the meteorite fragment tucked in his trousers pocket, still warm, like carrying a miniature hearth against his thigh. He glanced up at the sky. The sun had just crested the mountain ridge, bathing the field behind his cottage in a soft silvery gleam. The leaves of the magical flora had brightened another notch overnight and the soil had grown noticeably looser. Without overthinking he turned and headed back, pausing briefly as he passed the workshop. This place had once been little more than an open plot sheltered by a crude awning, now it was unmistakably transformed. 3 rows of long workbenches stood in immaculate alignment at one end, a dwarven blacksmith's dual furnace forge built from heat-resistant brick at the other, an elven rune engraving frame woven from living wood between them, a clearly demarcated training zone, its earthen floor inscribed with Li Wei's hand-drawn flowcharts and step-by-step instructions written in powdered stone, crystal clear and unambiguous. Today the new apprentices would begin their training. He murmured to himself as he set the water bucket beneath the eaves and shook out his aching wrists. At this rate the furnace wouldn't explode, but the veteran craftsman would collapse first. No sooner had the words left his lips than heavy footsteps echoed from afar, trembling the ground beneath his feet. The dwarven smith arrived, shouldering an iron anvil taller than a man. Soot from last night's forge still smudged his beard, giving him the appearance of having rolled straight out of a coal seam. "Morning, brother." Li Wei stepped forward to greet him. "Had breakfast yet?" "And breakfast." The dwarf slammed the anvil onto the earth with a thud that kicked up a small cloud of dust. "I've been awake since 5 a.m. My dreams were all alloy ratios." That backlog you earthlings talk about, I tallied it last night. At our current pace we'll be forging through winter into next spring. And which is precisely why we must scale up. Li Wei clapped him on the shoulder. You could hammer miracles out of iron single-handedly, but you can't conjure 10 versions of yourself in a day. And the dwarf grunted. Our clan's law forbids passing sacred techniques beyond kin. An ancestral edict not to be broken. And then why did you post your family's secret formula on every public notice board? Li Wei smiled and pulled a small notebook from his pack. Here's my proposal. Foundational techniques, temperature control during forging metal pretreatment, are taught openly to all. But core methods such as your clan's thundersteel quenching technique remain accessible only to designated apprentices under sworn oath. Violators face no fine, merely a sentence of raking fallen leaves for the elves. The dwarf's eyes widened. Raking leaves. That's worse than fines. And elves disdain coin but revere cleanliness. Li Wei shrugged. See? A perfect balance. As they spoke, a faint herbal fragrance drifted along the forest path. The elven envoy arrived robed in pale green, holding a whip woven from supple vine. His gaze remained cool and distant, yet when he beheld the workshop's transformation his brows lifted almost imperceptibly. Efficiency has improved by 37.2%. And you calculated that too. Li Wei grinned. And nature's power thrives on equilibrium, waste is imbalance. The elf laid the vine whip upon the table. Yet I remain wary. If enchantment knowledge spreads unchecked and falls into hands bent on war or plunder, the consequences will be dire. Then let us tear it. Li Wei opened his notebook to a chart. Tira runes, such as explosive or corrosive, may be inscribed only by you and me. Tier B stabilizing runes like energy conduction or spirit gathering may be taught freely. Tier C foundational sigils are fully open access. Each candidate undergoes affinity testing before entry. Those unsuited are not admitted. And the elf fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Acceptable, provided I personally oversee every lesson. Welcome aboard. Li Wei spread his hands wide. We're desperately short of an invigilator. And the three stood around a makeshift conference table, 2 forged benches joined by a broad plank, and began drafting the operational plan. Li Wei produced his notebook densely filled with observations from the past 20-odd days: furnace temperature fluctuations exceeding acceptable ranges, inconsistent rhythm and rune inscription, misaligned material handovers. NWE operate as a craft workshop, relying entirely on individual intuition. He pointed to the data. But scaling demands standardization. Take hammer strikes where you once said roughly enough. We now fixed the count, 726 precise blows per short sword blade with a tolerance of no more than 10. The dwarf frowned. That's absurdly rigid. Yet yesterday you yourself noted 5 fewer strikes reduced hardness by 10%. Li Wei smiled. There, you've already quantified it. The elf added, likewise inscription timing must be unified. I've observed that spiral glyphs drawn in agitation succeed 40% less often. So we establish master-apprentice teams. Li Wei wrote the plan. Dwarves instruct forging, elves teach enchantment, and I integrate workflows, codify standards, and conduct quality assurance. We'll recruit 8 initiates initially, 2 each from your peoples, and 4 I'll select myself. And what qualifies you to choose? Asked the dwarf. And I possess perception. Li Wei tapped his chest. Lately I've cultivated certain abilities, now I sense whether energy flows smoothly. Whose technique falters, whose breath steadies, I feel it all. The two exchanged a glance, and voiced no further objection. And that afternoon the first cohort arrived: 4 young humans, 2 dwarven youths, and 2 elven novices, standing in a nervous line, tense as students on their first day of examinations. Li Wei ascended the central platform in the workshop and cleared his throat. Welcome to the Delun continent's inaugural academy for mass-produced magical arms. I am Li Wei, head coordinator, no formal title though most call me process optimization specialist. Not few suppressed chuckles rose from below. Your objective is simple: to make excellence faster, steadier, and more abundant. He unfurled a large scroll bearing a meticulously drafted production flowchart. From today onward you learn not only craft, but coordination. 1 person slows and all wait, 1 airs and all rework. Understood. Null nodded in unison. And training commenced the following days. The dwarven smith's voice boomed loudest. He demonstrated while roaring: let the hammer rise and fall with your breath. Inhale, lift the hammer, exhale, strike. Don't flail like a butcher slaughtering pigs. And the elf spoke far more quietly, his fingertip tracing a rune template, voice calm yet crystalline. Each stroke must sync with your heartbeat, neither rushed nor dragged. Runes breathe, they sense your patience. And Li Wei moved ceaselessly among them, notebook in hand, pausing frequently to correct posture and motion. He noticed one dwarven apprentice losing rhythmic consistency precisely on the 3rd round of forging, so he halted him and placed his palm gently over the youth's wrist to feel his pulse. Did you sleep poorly last night? He asked. And the apprentice blinked in surprise. How did you know? My father fell. Family sent word, an emotion disrupts technique. Li Wei closed his notebook. Go rest. Return tomorrow. We compete not on overtime, but on peak condition. And when word spread, even the ever-stoic elf cast him a lingering, thoughtful glance. Within a week scrap rates surged to 30%. Novices fumbled, overheating ingots, snapping runes, slag piled higher than daily rations. Veteran artisans grew grim-faced, muttering privately that they'd fare better working alone. And Li Wei convened everyone. And I know this unsettles you. He stood before them. Yes, I'm anxious too. But anxiety changes nothing. So let's shift tactics. Every evening 30 minutes before closing we hold a daily clearing meeting. Each person names one problem and proposes one improvement. No blame, only process refinement. And the next day issues began dwindling. One suggested hanging an hourglass in the forging zone, another proposed color-coding semi-finished pieces by stage. Li Wei recorded every suggestion and revised the operations manual that very night. At dawn half a month later the workshop held its first joint trial. The 8 apprentices formed 4 teams tasked with completing a full-cycle magical short sword, from smelting and forging to shaping, enchanting, sharpening and quality inspection, all within 6 hours. Li Wei the dwarf and the elf sat together as judges, scoring sheets before them. And 6 hours later 4 swords were submitted. 2 met specifications, 1 earned distinction, and most astonishing was the third team's creation: flawless blade geometry, intact magical glyphs, and, during energy calibration, a faint golden luminescence shimmering across its surface. A masterpiece. The elf allowed himself a rare subtle smile. Glyph stability exceeds 90%. And the dwarf stroked his beard and nodded. Forging density is uniform, even surpasses my own debut effort. Li Wei recorded in his logbook: pass rate 92%, masterpiece rate 7.5%. Conclusion: ready for serial production. NAS applause rose. Sunlight poured into the workshop, striking the newly forged weapons, casting brilliant dancing reflections across the walls. Li Wei stood atop the platform holding the latest inventory manifest while several apprentices waited nearby for tomorrow's task assignments. He lifted his gaze. The wind swept down from the valley carrying the scent of damp earth and hot metal. He realized quite suddenly that this place had truly begun to take shape. The morning light had just crept over the ridge. Li Wei was crouching at the entrance of the workshop, gnawing on half a baked flatbread, his hand still clutching last night's inventory list. Wind blew in from the valley mouth carrying the smell of iron filings and plant ash, sending the crumbs spinning. He squinted and saw a plume of dust rising on the distant path. A dilapidated carriage wobbled up the slope, its wheel stuck in a crevice. The driver jumped down and cursed something, but the voice was too far to make out. Here we go again. Li Wei stuffed the flatbread into his mouth, freed his hand to brush the dust off his pants. This was already the 3rd batch of visitors this morning. 2 days ago the batch of magical short swords trial produced by the workshop had just entered the market and the news spread like wildfire. Some said the weapons could break intermediate shields, others claimed the enchantment patterns were so stable they couldn't be hand-carved. Even more absurdly, a merchant declared he would trade an entire copper mine for the forging blueprints. Of course no one believed he would actually give it. He had just stood up when the ranger Alisai emerged from the side woods, her boots wet with dew, moving as silently as a cat. 2 from the east carrying merchant guild emblems. On the carriage from the west is an envoy from a small northern thief claiming to be a count's cousin. Her tone was flat, as if reporting the weather. They all say they're here to discuss cooperation. A cousin. I've heard that line so many times it's worn thin. Li Wei rolled his eyes. Last time that distant nephew of the king didn't even have enough money for a nail. But they brought sample orders. Alisai handed him a piece of parchment stamped with 3 different wax seals. The smallest order demanded 50 short swords and the deposit was genuine silver coins already verified for quality. Li Wei took the paper, glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. The quantity wasn't large, but the delivery deadline was tight, as if they were in a hurry. Let them wait. Don't let them into the core area. Arrange reception at Station 2. Have the apprentices take turns pouring tea. Don't let the atmosphere freeze, but don't overheat it either. Understood. Alisai turned to leave, then looked back. Do you want background checks? Of course. Li Wei grinned. Aren't you already looking into it? The workshop had already become lively. The dwarf blacksmith had been swinging his hammer since early morning, beating a new mold while humming a tuneless war song. When he saw Li Wei enter he didn't look up. When will those buzzing flies outside quiet down? I'm too old for this daily welcoming. Who told you to be so skilled? Li Wei placed the list beside the forge. Now it's not you picking clients, it's the clients vying to get on the list. Besides, weren't you saying yesterday that the furnace output could be increased by 20%? This is a good chance to test the new process. Output can increase, but the Thundersteel formula cannot be changed. The dwarf immediately glared. Reduce even 1-star iron ore and the hardness drops by 30%. You earthlings always want to optimize, but some things just cannot be altered. I never said to change your secret recipe. Li Wei spread his hands. I'm just suggesting we standardize the preheating time by seconds so it's not fast one day and slow the next, messing up the quench rhythm. Easy for you to say. The dwarf grumbled but still pulled out a small hourglass and placed it by the furnace. Before noon a sunshade was set up in the reception area. Several wooden tables were pushed together with coarse pottery cups and cold tea. It looked simple, but the rules were clear: no entry to the inner courtyard without invitation, no photographs or drawings, no inquiries about technical details. Violators would be directly expelled from the mountain gate. The first batch of negotiation representatives gradually took their seats. The envoy from the northern ridge wore a clearly ill-fitting formal robe and kept unconsciously touching the loose thread at his cuff. The two merchant guild agents on the other hand were well-dressed, one with a gold chain, the other carrying a leather case, their eyes scanning the workshop layout back and forth. "We are willing to purchase at 3 silver coins per sword with an initial order of 200. The gold chain man got straight to the point. "The price can be negotiated, but we demand priority supply." "Priority?" the leather case man sneered. "Our guild has set up branches in 7 surrounding towns with the most comprehensive distribution network. Why not sign an exclusive agency agreement? Guarantee you'll recoup costs in 3 months. "Recoup costs?" The Northern Ridge envoy's face flushed red. "We provide raw materials. And safe passage. Do you know how much protection fee it costs to cross the Black Pine Forest?" Just as the group was about to start arguing, Li Wei came over with a teapot, leisurely refilling each cup. "Everyone," he said as he sat down, tapping his fingers on the table, "we're not signing long-term contracts and we're not doing exclusives. Here's the deal, each of you takes 50 swords for trial sales. Sell well and you'll get more next time. Anyone who stops supply, undercuts prices or resells without authorization will be blacklisted." "That's it." The gold chain man frowned. "That's it." Li Wei smiled. "I don't trust verbal promises, I only look at performance records. At the end of the month I'll post a credit ranking at the workshop gate. Those who do well will be prioritized." The group exchanged glances. The method sounded crude, but there was no arguing with it. At 2 in the afternoon the last batch of visitors left. Li Wei sat in the meeting room rubbing his temples. The dwarf and the elf representative had also arrived. Alisai stood by the window holding a newly drawn map. 8 groups today, 6 left orders. She reported. 2 of them have suspicious backgrounds, the southern caravan has no fixed base and the other group's wax seal pattern matches one seen on a border wanted poster. "As expected." Li Wei nodded. "So starting tonight, adjust the night watch. Divide the apprentices into 2 shifts. Set up tripwire alarms on the perimeter. All important materials go into storage." "Don't you trust them either?" the dwarf asked. "It's not about trust, it's about being prepared for the worst." Li Wei stood up and walked to the flowchart on the wall. "Our products are good, it's only natural for others to envy us. But we're not yet at the point where we can withstand a direct confrontation. We can't lose the technology and we can't let anyone get hurt." The elf representative, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "Retrieve the rune templates tonight. The simplified version for teaching will be used tomorrow. The core stroke sequence will no longer be demonstrated on site." "All right." Li Wei noted it down. "Also from now on all outsiders must leave fingerprints and a magical imprint when registering for tracking purposes." The meeting ended in the evening. Li Wei took a walk outside the workshop alone, checking the newly set patrol routes. The sky was filled with fiery clouds and the forest was eerily quiet. He touched the meteorite fragment in his pocket. It was still warm, like carrying a heated stone. Back in the meeting room the table was piled with today's records, visitor list, order detail, security arrangements. He picked up a pen and wrote a line at the top: external pressure emerging. Maintain operations, postpone expansion. Footsteps came from outside and Alisai poked her head in. "Just now patrolling the west forest edge I found a broken branch, someone stepped on it heading toward the back mountain. I followed for a while but lost the trail." "Didn't they act?" "Just watching." She shook her head. "Didn't try to break and didn't take photos. Just stared at the workshop for a long time, then left." Li Wei was silent for a moment, then circled that line of text. By the time the moon rose most of the workshop's lights were out. The apprentices had returned to their rooms, only a single oil lamp still burning on the watchtower. Li Wei stood under the eaves holding a newly made sample of a magical short sword. The blade glowed with a faint blue light under the moonlight. He suddenly remembered that half a month ago this place had been nothing but an open-air forge. The dwarf thought he was too controlling, the elf found him too noisy, and even the first batch of alloy had nearly exploded. Now even a count's cousin comes running to curry favor. He slid the short sword back into its sheath and gently placed it on the weapon rack by the door. The wind blew again, picking up a discarded process sketch from the ground, spinning it into the dark forest. The moonlight still hung on the treetops when Li Wei woke up. Instead of lying back down, he sprang directly from the bedboard. The meteorite fragment in his pants pocket was still warm like a freshly baked sweet potato. Last night Alisai said someone was spying in Shilin. The broken branch had been stuck in his mind, tossing and turning, unable to sleep soundly. He shuffled out of the house in straw sandals. The sky was not yet fully bright, the workshop area was quiet with only the oil lamp on the watchtower still swaying. The apprentice on duty was dozing by the railing, startled by the sound of footsteps, and nearly fell off the ladder. "Don't panic." Li Wei waved his hand. "Go change shifts, call the next group." The apprentice rubbed his eyes and ran off. Li Wei climbed up the watchtower and looked toward Shilin in the direction Alisai had mentioned. The tree shadows were neat, the ground was firmly trodden and no fresh footprints could be seen. But he knew that if someone had come, they had come, just like a burnt pot bottom that still smells even after being scrubbed clean. He jumped down from the tower and headed straight for the meeting house. The door was unlocked. To push opened it. The dwarf blacksmith was already there, using his hammer to tap the table corner while filing his nails. Without looking up he said, if you hadn't come I would have forged this table. What's the hurry? Li Wei pulled out a chair and sat down. Wait until the elf and Alisai arrive. As soon as he finished speaking a figure flashed by the window. Alisai landed as lightly as a leaf holding a piece of straw paper in her hand. 2 more trampling marks were found on the outskirts of Shilin with different directions, not the same person. She spread the paper on the table. One footprint was angled outward with a dragging step, the other had a long stride but landed very lightly as if deliberately slowed down. Hey, quite professional. Li Wei poked the drawing with his finger. One clumsy thief, one old hand. More or less. Alisai leaned against the wall. I've already had the apprentices bury empty iron cans and hang bells on the 3 paths. If someone really forces their way in, at least we'll hear a sound. All right. Li Wei nodded. From today on all external visitors must register 3 things before entering the workshop: name, fingerprint and magic imprint. If anyone lacks one they won't even get water. The dwarf snorted. You earthlings love these flashy rules. When we dwarves do business we just look into the eyes. But not everyone who comes now is here to do business. Li Wei flipped open yesterday's visitor log. That man who claimed to be the Count's cousin, his sleeve had fresh loose threads but the mud on his soles was dry and cracked, clearly from walking mountain paths for days. Dressed like that to meet an important client. Fooling ghosts. And that Chamber of Commerce representative carrying a leather suitcase. Alisai took over. I checked, their chamber hasn't set up any branch in the 7 towns. Their last transaction was 3 months ago, selling defective iron nails. Exactly. Li Wei closed the book. Our goods are good, so it's normal for others to be envious. But now we're few and remote, we can't withstand open robbery, and we're even more afraid of stealthy theft. Set rules early and you'll survive long. Just as he finished, the elf representative entered from outside the door, her robe sweeping across the threshold without a sound. She glanced at the footprint map on the table and nodded gently. I've retrieved the core rune template. Starting today we'll use a simplified version for teaching. The strokes have been reduced by 3 turns and the effect drops to 70%, but it's enough for basic enchantment. Thanks. Li Wei grinned. Uncle Dwarf, I've thought through your Thundersteel formula, no changes, not a single word. But I suggest standardizing the preheating time using an hourglass to avoid human error. Poof. The dwarf stroked his beard. Why didn't you say that earlier? Had to have a meeting, making it sound like a war. It hasn't started yet. Li Wei stood up. Next we'll proceed in 3 parts. First, defense upgrade. Alisai is in charge of the outer perimeter alert net, adding tripwire bell sets. Patrols will be changed to double-man shifts with staggered handovers. Second, production optimization. Pilot modular assembly non-critical components will be given to apprentices for practice while the main force focuses on refining enchantment patterns. Third, visitor management. The registration system takes effect immediately with reception graded by reputation. Whoever causes trouble gets kicked out. I have a question. The elf representative suddenly spoke. What if someone forges a magic imprint? Simple. Li Wei pulled out a copper sheet from his chest. I made a comparator. Carve the other party's imprint onto it, overlay it with the archived sample and shine light through. If the shadows don't match, it's fake. A bit crude, but it works. The dwarf stared at the copper sheet for a long time. Your brain, it's a waste not to be a craftsman. I'm working as an organizer now, aren't I? Li Wei laughed. The 3 of us, one controls fire, one controls wind, one controls earth. Together we can stabilize this mountain. After the meeting broke up, Li Wei didn't sit idle. He first went to check the newly installed alarm system, a few sections of discarded iron pipe strung into a U-shape hanging on tree branches on both sides of the path with bells dangling below and thin ropes tied above. An apprentice gave it a test pull, a loud clanging rang out, startling even the birds in the back hills. Too loud. Li Wei frowned. Replace them with smaller bells, adjust the ropes higher and hang them only at ankle height. What if someone bends over to pass? The apprentice asked. Then let them bend. Li Wei patted his shoulder. We're not stopping good people anyway. Next he went to the forging area. The dwarf was staring at the new hourglass, counting seconds with a conflicted expression. 37:38. Damn. Another half-second faster. He grabbed his hammer ready to smash it. Li Wei quickly stopped him. No, this is a tool, not an enemy. This thing messes up my rhythm, the dwarf grumbled. You can find a new rhythm. Li Wei picked up a piece of preheated metal. See, before you went by feel, hot today, cold tomorrow, quenching, speed varying. Now with a unified time you can control the quality. Try it. The dwarf glared at him but still did it. This batch produced 4 short swords, all meeting standards, and one of them even had surprisingly even patterns. Eh? The dwarf turned it over and over. This is indeed a bit more stable. What did I tell you? Li Wei grinned, showing a row of white teeth. In the afternoon the first batch of visitors registered under the new rules arrived. 2 apprentice recommenders in coarse cloth clothing timidly handed over their fingerprint clay plates and magic test papers. Li Wei personally compared them, and after confirming they were correct he gave them the lowest level of visiting permission, only allowed into the exhibition area, not near the furnace or warehouse. By evening all adjustments were basically in place. The watchtower's line of sight covered all blind spots. The underground storage was triple locked. Process charts were updated and posted. Even the kitchen door had a sign saying no outsiders allowed. Li Wei walked around alone checking every detail. He filed the last batch of qualified short swords into storage, locked the cabinet and made a checkmark in the register. Then he returned under the eaves and took out the meteorite fragment from his pants pocket. It was still warm, its surface a bit rough like an ordinary black stone. Li Wei stared at it for a few seconds, said nothing and gently put it back. He looked up at the sky. Stars emerged one by one, dense as a handful of salt scattered. From the distant forest came the hoot of an owl. Nearby the workshop's furnace fires had mostly died out, leaving only the dwarf's room still glowing with faint sounds of him humming a battle song out of tune. Li Wei took a deep breath. The air smelled of iron slag, plant ash and a hint of pre-rain moisture. He knew that these people wouldn't just take a look and leave. There would definitely be more troublesome, more secretive and even hostile ones ahead. But now it didn't matter. He was no longer that unlucky guy who couldn't even start a fire when he first arrived. He had rules, he had brothers, he had a way to live. He would take root here deeper than any tree. Li Wei stared at the line in his notebook, slight ground tremor, direction 15 degrees west of north. He closed the notebook and slipped it into his pants pocket. The meteorite fragment against his outer thigh still radiated warmth like a stone freshly sunbaked. He raised his head. Daylight had fully broken, the wind across the wasteland had softened since last night and dewdrops trembled on the grass blades before falling one by one. A dwarf squatted atop a flat bluestone, tapping his kneecap with a hammer to test its resonance, claiming he was gauging whether today suited blacksmithing. Alice stood atop a slightly elevated earthen mound, gripping a sharpened twig in her hand as she traced lines in the soil, the layout plan for yesterday's agreed-upon dwellings. The elven envoy leaned against a gnarled crooked tree, eyes closed, fingertips gliding gently over fissures in the bark while murmuring softly about root pathways and the convergence and dispersion of earth energy. No one spoke, yet work advanced steadily. Enough. Li Wei clapped his hands once. Staring won't reveal more, let's begin. Instantly the dwarf sprang upright. About time. My arms are itching. That's last night's mosquito bite, Alice replied without looking up. Nonsense. It's the forged soul burning. Li Wei ignored their banter and reached into his pants pocket, drawing out the dull soot-black meteorite fragment. He studied it for 2 seconds, silently reciting in his mind: shovel, axe, tape measure, level, tent poles, nylon rope, folding spade, flashlight, sturdy ones, none of those discount store specials. The fragment's surface suddenly flared hot, like sun-baked roof tile. His wrist jerked, the air before him hummed, flickering like static snow on an old television during channel switching. In the next instant a cascade of objects crashed down from above, shaking the grassland violently. A shovel plunged deep into the earth, quivering precariously. A coil of rope tumbled near the dwarf's feet, nearly toppling him. The tape measure snapped open and shot 3 meters outward, lodging itself in a thicket. Most absurdly, the flashlight struck the ground and switched on automatically, its beam piercing straight upward into the clouds like a miniature searchlight. Damn it! Li Wei dashed forward and slapped the switch shut. Do you want to signal the entire continent? Your summoning art is impressively potent, Alice remarked, picking up an axe and turning it over in her hands. Though its landing posture leaves something to be desired. First time attempting such scale, inevitably clumsy. Li Wei scratched his head. Next time I'll try batch deployment. Hold off, for now, the elven envoy said, opening her eyes. The clearing between those 3 eastern trees, the soil there is soft, ideal for the main dwelling's foundation. As the goddess commands, Li Wei seized the shovel and strode off. Dwarf, you and a few others clear the stones. Alice, you and the elf scout for water sources. I'll drive the first marker stake. Who says I'm your man, grumbled the dwarf, but still hoisted his hammer and followed. The wasteland wasn't vast, roughly the width of 2 football fields side by side, encircled by low hills with a distant river gleaming faintly in the distance. Li Wei chose a central southern spot, sheltered from wind and bathed in sunlight. Last night he'd sketched a rough plan in his phone's notes app, now he simply dug according to that blueprint. He swung the shovel rhythmically, digging earth stroke by stroke, his movements smooth and practiced as if he'd farmed half his life. You earthlings do this regularly. The dwarf asked, prying stones loose with his hammer's tip. In turn for 3 months moving materials, Li Wei panted. Far more exhausting, and I had to haul them up 6 flights, no elevator. Then you'd fare better as a blacksmith. I'd love to, but my boss said my welded frames look like twisted pretzels. Alice returned from the riverbank, shaking wet leaves from her hands. The water's drinkable, flow is slow. We can divert it. Good. Once the houses are built, we'll dig an open channel. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Wei turned to the elf. Where would you place the council pavilion? The elven envoy approached, tracing invisible lines in midair with her fingertips. Here. Air circulates freely, and both eastern and western entrances remain visible. Should anyone approach unseen, we won't be blind. So be it. Li Wei drove the shovel handle into the ground, marking an X. 3 sleeping quarters first, 1 large common room. Spare materials will reinforce walls later. With tools now at hand, progress accelerated astonishingly. Nylon rope secured structural frames, the level adjusted angles, the tape measure verified dimensions, even the flashlight was mounted on a tree branch as temporary illumination. The dwarf handled primary structural connections, melting scrap metal in his forge to cast metallic fasteners. Alice and the elven envoy jointly shaped wooden slats and wove vine nets for wall panels and roofing substrates. Li Wei paced the site with his measuring tape, calling out corrections wherever alignment drifted, promptly answered by whoever was nearest. By noon the skeleton of the first dwelling stood complete, 4 timber posts supporting crossbeams topped with waterproof tarpaulin, its perimeter tightly bound with vines. Li Wei ducked inside, circled once, then nodded in satisfaction. No windows yet, but rainproof is enough. Planning glass panes too. The dwarf sat by the doorway chewing dry rations. Back in our day we lived in mineshaft crevices. That's because you don't fear cold, Alice retorted, tightening her cloak. At night frost forms deep within your bones. Hence door curtains must be thickened. Li Wei pulled out a marker and inscribed on a plank, door curtains, 3 windproof cloth, 2 bed frames, 4 fire pit, location reserved. You record details more meticulously than a wandering bard, observed the dwarf, glancing over. Precision determines success. Li Wei hung the plank beneath the eaves. Whoever slacks off gets noted, by name. By 3 p.m. All 3 dwellings and the council pavilion were complete. Rudimentary they were, but shape had emerged. Stones weighted the roofs against wind, grass curtains hung at doorways to block dust. Even Li Wei's collapsible table stood centered in the pavilion, bearing his 3-year-old signature pen. What next? Alice kicked a splinter of wood beside her foot. Agricultural tools, Li Wei said, turning to the dwarf. Can you fashion plowshares and hoes? The dwarf snorted, pulling a small lump of silvery gray metal from his pack. Lightning steel offcuts, not much but enough for 5 basic sets. No handles though, we'll need fresh cut wood. I'll take care of it, Alice declared, grabbing the axe. Those dead trees over there are perfect. Wait. The elven envoy raised a hand to stop her. That tree isn't truly dead, merely leafless. To fell it would be to take a life. Then what do you propose? She stepped toward the trunk, pressed her palm flat against its bark and whispered a quiet incantation. Moments later a dry branch stirred and snapped cleanly, landing precisely at her feet. Use this, she said. Would naturally shed may be employed. You're overly scrupulous, Alice muttered, but obeyed nonetheless. The dwarf set up his compact forge on open ground and tossed the lightning steel fragments inside. Flames roared, the metal glowed cherry red. With tongs he withdrew it and hammered it stroke by stroke, sparks flying like molten stars. Alice smoothed wooden handles nearby. The elven envoy wove reinforcing rings from vines, their workflow seamless as if rehearsed 1,000 times. As the sun dipped westward, 5 hoes, 3 plowshares and 2 shovels lay neatly arranged before the council pavilion. Each bore an engraved serial number. Li Wei recorded them one by one in his notebook. We'll break ground tomorrow, he declared. At that very moment the earth gave a gentle shudder, not the violent lurch of an earthquake but a subtle ripple, as if something distant had stepped upon the land and sent vibrations rippling across the surface. Li Wei's hand jerked, the pen's tip slashed a long streak across the page. It's back, Alice snapped, upright instantly. The elven envoy closed her eyes, fingertips lightly touching the ground, its presence, mist-like, formless, transient. Not a physical approach. Direction? Li Wei asked. West-northwest, consistent with this morning's reading. She opened her eyes. The pulse is faint, but persistent. Log it. Li Wei bent to write. Invisibility doesn't excuse inaction. We plant. We eat. We carry on. Well said. The dwarf snatched up a hoe. My hands won't stay idle anyway. As dusk settled, the new territory began to take recognizable form. 3 dwellings stood firm within the council pavilion. A fire crackled and a steaming pot of wild vegetable soup bubbled merrily. Li Wei sat on a low stool reviewing his day's logbook. The final page read: tools inventoried. Personnel settled. Tomorrow at 0600, clear southern wasteland. 2 anomalous fluctuations, no visible threat detected. Provisionally classified as natural phenomena. He closed the notebook and lifted his gaze toward the northwestern forest. Silhouetted trees stood motionless, utterly silent. He touched the meteorite fragment in his pocket. It held no unusual warmth. Then he rose and carried the empty pot indoors. As dawn broke with a faint silvery light, Li Wei crouched at the edge of the southern wasteland, clutching a plastic sealed bag in his hand, the supermarket label still affixed: tomatoes, early maturing, large fruited variety. He turned the bag toward the rising sun, then checked another: leafy greens, cold tolerant, fast growing, confirming it remained dry before tucking each bag carefully into his chest. Alice ambled over, yawning, her hair wild and disheveled as if struck by lightning. You're truly planning to sow earth seeds here? This soil trembled yesterday, how do we know it'll even accept them? It must accept them even if it resists. Li Wei rose and brushed dust from his trousers. If humans can labor in this foreign realm, why shouldn't vegetables take root here? Besides, we've already built our shelter. Is a single patch of green truly beyond reach? A dwarf approached from the direction of the workers' shed, gripping a hoe in one hand while chewing half a dry biscuit. Your earth seeds enjoy farming tools infused with thundersteel, treatment far more lavish than mine. I don't even get breakfast while forging iron. Well, are you going to stoke the fire and cook porridge now? Alice arched an eyebrow. No. The dwarf swallowed the last bite. But I'll dig twice as deep. The elven archer had already reached the field's edge, kneeling low to rest her palm gently upon the earth. Her fingertips traced the severed roots of grass and a subtle shift crossed her brow. This land has slept for too long, yet its veins remain unbroken. Once awakened it will answer. Then let's not wait for it to stir on its own. Li Wei unzipped his backpack and withdrew a measuring tape and several wooden stakes. Follow last night's layout, tomatoes eastward, leafy greens in the center and half the western plot reserved for maize trials. We'll separate broadcast sowing from whole planting. Let's become scientific farmers. Alice took the stakes and began inserting markers, muttering scientific farmer, a rather meticulous title. Sounds like the career pivot of someone who's already failed at everything else. Still better than unemployed advertising copywriter. Li Wei grinned, handing the first hoe to the dwarf. And so tilling began. The soil was indeed hardened, stepping on it felt like stepping on brick, and thick tangles of weed roots clung stubbornly. With each swing the hoe barely pried loose a palm-sized patch. At first the dwarf swung fiercely, but after 3 strokes he was already panting, cursing, "This ground is harder than my ancestors' skulls." "Take it steady," Li Wei cautioned. "We're not harvesting today, we're laying foundations precisely and well." Alice rotated in, swinging the hoe with rhythmic precision. Each motion is measured as drumbeats. "You studied advertising, why such devotion to farming?" "During my internship I hauled materials all day. When my boss asked me to write copy I froze, but when told to carry crates I moved faster than anyone." Li Wei wiped sweat from his brow. "Later I thought, if I truly couldn't make it, returning home to tend a greenhouse wouldn't start me." "So, is this early retirement fulfilling your dream?" "It's forced entrepreneurship." As they spoke the dwarf suddenly cried out, his hoe wedged deep in a fissure between stones, his body lurching forward, nearly faceplanting into the dirt. He scrambled upright, glaring at the stone. "Try resisting again, I'll crush you into powder and use you as fertilizer." "Don't crush it." The elven archer spoke softly, stepping forward and crouching beside it. Her fingers traced the crack encircling the stone. "It blocks the path, but bears no ill will. Gently shifting it aside is enough." She placed both hands flat against the stone's flanks and murmured a few short resonant syllables. A flash of emerald light shimmered, and the stone lifted itself half an inch, then slid smoothly aside. The dwarf gaped. "That's more effective than my hammer. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Nature's power lies not in conquest, but in communion." The elven archer rose, brushed her palms clean and added, "The remaining roots, I'll clear them." Indeed, where she passed knotted roots parted cleanly, as though severed by invisible shears. Li Wei seized the moment, tape measure in hand, marking distances, drawing lines, planting stakes, all with fluid, practiced grace. 2 hours later 3 plots stood, transformed, the eastern section soft as fine sand, the central area level as a tabletop, the western strip neatly furrowed and ready. Li Wei drew the seed bags from his chest and opened them with reverent care. "Tomatoes first," he said. 3 seeds per hole, 2 finger widths deep, cover lightly, tamp gently. He demonstrated himself, kneeling like a student filling in exam answers, every motion deliberate, every detail exact. Alice mimicked him, but spilled a heap of seeds at once, frantically scooping them back with her fingers. "Are you sewing, or drawing lots?" Li Wei burst into laughter. "I'm deadly accurate with darts, so why can't I control a handful of seeds? Darts wound, seeds nourish. The heart behind each act is utterly different." The dwarf watched from the side. "Earthlings impose so many rules just to scatter seeds, no wonder your crops thrive." "What else?" Li Wei retorted. "Should we wait for them to shout I wish to sprout?" Alice finally planted a perfect hole and looked up triumphant. "Behold, I am now an agronomist." By noon sowing was complete. 5 thundersteel hoes gleamed along the ridge of the field. 3 plots lay covered in fine even soil. Wooden stakes stood in crisp disciplined rows, like recruits awaiting inspection. Li Wei straightened, rolling his shoulders. "Now we wait to see whether the land recognizes its kin." The elven archer stepped silently into the field and lowered both palms onto the soil's surface. She closed her eyes, slowed her breath and uttered several crystalline syllables, clear as falling leaves. A pale green luminescence bloomed beneath her palms, shimmering like morning dew refracting sunlight, and seeped slowly deeply into the earth. All held their breath. Within 10 seconds the ground shivered faintly, as if something stirred beneath it, pushing upward. Then a tender vibrant green tip pierced the soil. Another followed. Then a third. In the blink of an eye the entire field erupted with countless tiny green points, leaves unfurling, stems erecting, growth so swift it felt as though time itself had been accelerated. Alice rushed forward, first dropped to her knees and gently touched a newly unfurled leaf. "It's alive. Truly alive. This isn't germination, it's a disco entrance." The dwarf gaped. "I've forged iron all my life and never seen crops spring forth with such vigor. It's fiercer than quenching steel." Li Wei stood frozen, staring at the rapidly spreading green, his throat tightening. He'd only hoped, tentatively, that it might work. He hadn't dared imagine witnessing this. "It worked," he whispered. "It actually worked." The elven archer withdrew her hands. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, but her lips curved faintly upward. "The earth remembers the taste of life. It only asks that someone be willing to awaken it." The 3 gradually gathered along the field's edge and sat down. Li Wei reached into his pack, pulled out a water flask, unscrewed the cap and drank deeply, the cool water flowing down his throat, refreshing him entirely. Alice kicked off her boots and flung them aside, resting bare feet upon the grass, squinting at the young shoots glowing oilily under the sun. "If we ever grow watermelons here, I'll never leave this place," she said. Watermelons. Too modest. Li Wei gazed toward the distant mountain silhouette. I want wheat, vast golden fields rustling in the wind roaring like 1,000 waves. Then raise cattle, build a mill, wake each morning to steaming freshly baked buns. First you'll have to learn how to steam them, Alice teased. I'll hire someone who knows how. Li Wei smiled. Offer generous wages, and meals included. The dwarf slapped his thigh. When harvest comes I'll forge you a massive iron cauldron. For stewing, need boiling porridge, baking flatbreads. Anyone who tries to claim it gets my axe. Don't just think about eating. Alice tilted her head watching him. You'll reserve me a plot for strawberries. I mean it. Planted. 10 acres. The dwarf declared with thunderous enthusiasm, from spring through winter you'll feast on them. The elven archer said nothing, only walked slowly among the rose fingertips, brushing each fresh leaf. The leaves swayed gently beneath her, touched their surfaces shimmering with iridescent luster, as if answering her silent greeting. Li Wei sat on the ridge, pulled out a notebook, turned to a fresh page and wrote Day 52 sowing completed. Successful catalysis. Germination rate 98. Growth status excellent. He closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. He looked up, the sun hung perfectly overhead, a breeze drifted in from the river carrying the damp sweet scent of grass. The young shoots swayed softly in the light like countless tiny hands waving hello. Suddenly he felt at this patch of land, this humble camp on barren ground, it could truly endure. Not merely endure, but flourish. We resume work this afternoon, he said, starting with irrigation channels. Let's draw water in, no thirst for these new lives. As the captain commands. Alice sprang up, snatching a hoe. But next time, can we bring chili peppers? I crave spice. Agreed. Li Wei rose, brushing soil from his trousers. I've got seasoning packets from spicy beef noodles, perfect for tossing with greens tomorrow. You brought those too. I knew they'd come in handy someday. And the four dispersed, each preparing for the next phase of labor. The dwarf strode toward the tool pile, hoisting his hoe. Alice headed to inspect the water route. The elven archer remained in the field, observing seedling stability. Li Wei knelt at the western edge, sketching the irrigation channel's course in the dirt with a twig. His shadow fell across the freshly turned soil, short, steady, unwavering. Like a root taking hold. Li Wei squatted at the western plot, tracing shallow grooves in the soil with a twig while murmuring calculations of slope gradient and water diversion distance. Alice returned from the river, bent, her boots caked with damp mud. She stopped a few paces away from him and shook her foot. The water level is sufficient, but we'll need to dig a channel or it'll dry up as soon as the rain stops. Then let's dig. Li Wei drove the twig into the earth. We'll divert from the eastern field, loop halfway around and feed into the reserved western plot. Groundbreaking begins tomorrow. A dwarf emerged from the corner of the toolshed, hoe slung over one shoulder, a tattered cloth draped across the other. Spotting the two, he bellowed, so you two truly intend to till this land for the rest of your lives? I'll tell you this, I've nearly beaten sparks out of this hoe. Where's the food? Who's cooking? If you won't cook it yourself, whose fault is that? Alice rolled her eyes. What business does a blacksmith have playing chef? The dwarf slammed his hoe onto the ground. And besides, those seedlings shot up faster than hares yesterday. This land feels uncanny. Uncanny or not, we still must eat. Li Wei rose and brushed dust from his palms. Once the water flows clear enough to soak rice, we'll light the hearth. If you're truly starving, go wash the pots now. The dwarf grunted and was about to retort when suddenly he lifted his gaze toward the path beyond the camp, brow furrowing. Someone's coming. All three followed his line of sight. Distant dust stirred faintly and three silhouettes advanced slowly toward them. Their clothes hung in tatters as if chewed by dogs, bulging packs weighed down their backs. Their gait wavered unsteadily, clear signs of a long, grueling journey. Not hunters, Alice squinted. More like famine refugees. Refugees still require vetting, Li Wei said, seizing the short staff, leaning against a wooden post. He stepped forward a few paces. Don't let them enter the core zone yet. Only upon nearing did their features resolve. Two gaunt men, one leaning heavily on a crude branch for support, the other bearing a smaller pack, his eyes darting restlessly. The third trailed behind. A diagonal scar ran across his right cheek from brow bone to lip, a deep brown as though the wound had never fully healed. His pace was unhurried, yet each step landed with deliberate steadiness. When his gaze swept over the camp's perimeter, it paused, just perceptibly. Li Wei stood before the makeshift gate, stones hastily piled into an arch, neither blocking nor inviting entry. This is private land. We offer no alms nor shelter to idlers. What brings you here? The man with the crutch gasped, voice trembling. We heard grain grows here. Green shoots already half a foot tall. We only wish to ask, may we stay? We'll work, for food. Li Wei glanced at him, then at the man with the small pack, who hastily nodded. I'm strong. Truly strong. I can haul water, carry stones, no wages needed. Just a meal. The scarred man remained silent, eyes fixed on his own toes, as if utterly spent. Alice moved beside Li Wei and lowered her voice. 3 people, no weapons, no pretense. But that scarred one, his footing is too steady for someone starved for days. We'll allow you to stay, but under strict terms. Li Wei turned to the trio. First, no entry to the toolshed or warehouse district. Second, labor earns work points, points redeem meals. Third, all sleep in the eastern timber hut at night, no wandering after dark. Compliant tasks begin immediately. Hearing they could stay, the three erupted in gratitude, nearly bowing. The crutch-wielding man almost knelt, but Li Wei caught his arm. Don't thank us yet. Fail to work and you'll be expelled just as swiftly. Alice led the two newcomers toward the eastern timber hut, recently refurbished. Its former debris cleared, dry grass and worn blankets laid out on the floor. As she indicated sleeping spots, she asked casually, "Where are you from?" "The north," the crutch-bearer replied. "Our village was washed away by flash floods, everything gone. We've begged our way here. A hunter told us yesterday that crops thrive in the southern wastelands, that life persists there. So we came." "Did you travel together?" "No," interjected the man with the small pack. "5 of us started out, 2 perished of hunger along the way. Only these 3 remain." Alice nodded, asking no further questions. "Rest well tonight. Assembly at dawn, 6 o'clock sharp. Work awaits." As she turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught the scarred man standing at the timber hut's entrance, gazing steadily toward the warehouse. His posture appeared relaxed, yet his eyes never ceased moving from the watchtower's vantage point, sliding to the water intake, then gliding over to the locked chests beside the tool pile. Alice said nothing, merely brushed Li Wei's shoulder lightly as she passed. Li Wei instructing the dwarf on measuring irrigation channel width with a tape measure before the toolshed registered the signal and scanned the camp with quiet, practiced vigilance. By then the scarred man had crouched on the ground, gnawing dry rations, head bowed low, as though utterly exhausted. Yet Li Wei noted the pack beside his right hand, larger than the others, its edges catching faint metallic glints as if concealing something hard and dense. At dusk, before the sun had fully set, Li Wei summoned the dwarf to the council tent. Alice entered shortly after, drawing the flap shut behind her. "There's trouble among the newcomers." Li Wei cut straight to the point. That scarred man moves with unnerving precision, not the gait of a refugee. "Today I assigned him to haul stone with you. He carried little, but each time he set a load down, his eyes instinctively lifted to gauge the warehouse door's lock position." "I noticed it too," Alice said. "When he entered the timber hut, he deliberately circled the perimeter, counting our structures, even noting the latrine's location." The dwarf spat. "Likely a spy. Shall I drag him out now and beat answers from him?" "No." Li Wei shook his head. "Expelling him now leaves the other 2 stranded." "What then? If they've truly walked the edge of starvation, casting them out will seal our reputation and deter anyone else from seeking refuge. Besides, we lack proof." "Then why let him stay?" "He stays, but under watch." Li Wei withdrew a small notebook from his coat, flipped to a page already sketched with a simplified camp map. "Starting tomorrow, new arrivals follow a separate rotation schedule, no access to tools, maps or the water valve. That scarred man handles only outer transport duties. His daily route and every deviation I'll log myself." Alice took the notebook, studied the page and nodded. "I'll add a night shift, focused solely on the eastern timber hut." "Don't make it obvious," Li Wei cautioned. "If he's truly suspicious, he's testing whether we're guarded. The more ordinary we appear, the sooner he slips." "What about me?" The dwarf scratched his head. "Am I just supposed to let him boss me around hauling stones?" "Carry on as usual." Li Wei closed the notebook. "But tonight lock the lightning steel dagger beside the forge inside its chest." After their meeting dispersed, Li Wei returned to his quarters, dragged a rusted tin box from beneath his bed, and withdrew the spatial fragment for a brief inspection. It remained unchanged, dull gray, indistinguishable from ordinary stone. He slipped it back into his trouser pocket and blew out the oil lamp. Wind rose in the night, flapping the oiled canvas roof with a rhythmic hollow sound. Li Wei slept fitfully. At midnight he rose, pulled on an outer coat and paced the camp's outer perimeter. Alice manned the watchtower, nodding silently as he passed. He returned the gesture, then continued onward. Passing the eastern timber hut, he deliberately heavy-footed his steps. Inside, silence broken only by even measured breathing. He paused at the doorway for several seconds. From the farthest corner came a barely audible rustle, a body-shifting fabric whispering softly, as though someone adjusted position while stifling all noise. Li Wei lingered no longer, proceeded onward, completing his circuit before returning to his quarters. At first light the newcomers were roused. Li Wei announced assignments publicly. The man with the crutch waters the seedlings. The one with the small pack clears weeds. The scarred man joins the dwarf at the quarry, hauling crushed stone. The scarred man offered no reply, simply nodded and lifted the carrying pole. Yet as he passed the tool rack his stride faltered for half a second, his gaze sweeping over the row of lightning steel hose before snapping away. Li Wei feigned indifference, addressing only the dwarf. "Today make 2 extra trips, the west wall still needs heightening." "Understood." The dwarf hoisted a sack. "This lad's got strength, but not a word to spare." All day the scarred man worked diligently, no shirking, no inquiries. Yet whenever unobserved his eyes would drift, casually, almost imperceptibly, to the warehouse door, the water pipe, the angles of the watchtower. Once he even crouched beside a stone pile, sketching something faintly in the mud with his finger, then instantly erased it with his boot as Li Wei approached. At noon Li Wei sat outside the council tent chewing a dry biscuit while sketching a rotating duty chart on a wooden board with charcoal. He circled the scarred man's name, and beside it wrote 3 words, "Monitor closely." Alice approached, glanced at the board and murmured, "He went for water earlier," deliberately detouring behind the warehouse wall to inspect the drainage outlet. Li Wei didn't look up. Let him observe. The more he sees, the faster he reveals himself. As the sun dipped westward, the stone hauling task concluded. The scarred man set down his pole and walked wordlessly toward the timber hut. Li Wei stood at the toolshed entrance watching his retreating figure, then called out, "Tomorrow you'll dig the southern channel instead. No need to trek so far." The man's step hesitated, barely, before he nodded. Yes. The sun had just climbed over the eastern hills when the work on the southern canal ceased. Li Wei stood on the flat stone before the meeting shed, a charcoal stick in his hand, scratching a few marks onto an old wooden plank. People gradually gathered around. Some were refugees who had arrived last night, others were familiar faces. Alisai leaned against the shed post, gnawing on a dry ration, her eyes scanning the crowd while she chewed. The dwarf emerged from the workshop carrying a newly forged iron shovel. Seeing the commotion, he muttered, "Another meeting. I was just about to catch a nap. Can you sleep?" Li Wei looked up. That scar-faced man last night, he turned over lighter than a cat. The dwarf froze. "You actually kept an eye on him?" "Had to." Li Wei propped the plank against the ground. "With more people we need rules. Otherwise today you steal water, tomorrow he swipes a hoe, and the day after the cooking pot gets carried off." At these words a few refugees exchanged glances. The man with a crutch sitting on a haystack muttered softly, "We really didn't mean to take advantage. It's just that the work is too heavy, after a day my back can't straighten." A thin woman beside him chimed in, "We get 3 meals, but it's like rabbit food, watery and sparse. If we keep this up we'll collapse before the crops even grow." Li Wei didn't argue. He turned to a refugee carrying a small pack on the edge. "You. How many trips of water did you carry yesterday?" The man straightened up quickly. 6 trips. 6 trips from the river bend to the east field. And I helped Sister Alisai move 2 baskets of stones for the path. Enough to eat." "Enough." He nodded vigorously. "The porridge is filling, and at noon we got half a pickled vegetable. The straw pallets were sun too warm." Li Wei nodded, then asked, sleeping soundly, "Anyone trying to feel your bag at night?" "No. Someone guards the curtain and Sister Alisai walks around at night. Even a thief would be scared off." At this the crowd quieted down a little. Li Wei picked up the charcoal stick and drew a table on the plank. Across the top he wrote work points, and down the side he listed names. From today work earns points. 1 trip of water 1 point. 1 row of plowed field 2 points. 1 cartload of stone 3 points. At the end of the month extra rations, priority housing and tool distribution will all be based on this booklet. He patted the small ledger peeking from his pocket. "Anyone can check it any time." Alisai took over the conversation. "I'll keep the records. What everyone did from when to when, I'll write it clear. If you don't trust me you can follow me on my rounds." The murmurs in the crowd subsided. Some lowered their heads and fought, others nodded gently. The thin woman muttered, "If it's really distribution by work, then I guess I can bear it." "It's not bear," Li Wei interrupted. "It's exchange. You work, I provide food. Fair trade, no one owes anyone." At that moment the elf archer walked over from the west, a bow slung across his back and a piece of paper in hand. He approached Li Wei and handed him the paper. On it were several lines with the words patrol route marked at the top. "Your arrangement." Li Wei glanced at it. The elf archer nodded. 2 shifts daily from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. I'll rotate with Alisai and the new recruits, focusing on the water source, the warehouse and the outer perimeter wall. "Fine." Li Wei added a column to the plank. "Patrol also counts as work points, 2 points per shift. Reporting an anomaly, 1 extra point." The crowd began murmuring again. But this time it wasn't complaints, they were calculating how to earn more points. The man with the crutch raised his hand. "I can do night watch. My legs are slow but my ears are sharp." "Accepted." Li Wei noted the name. "But you're only allowed near the east shed area, not the workshop zone." As he finished the corner of his eye caught the scar-faced man standing at the back of the crowd, head down, fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothes. When the patrol schedule was announced earlier the man's eyelid had twitched. Li Wei pretended not to notice and continued, "The planting group is under the dwarf's supervision. He'll inspect and grade how much land is turned and how many seeds are sown each day. The transport group follows me, moving building materials and tools counts as work. Anyone who wants to change groups can apply after 3 days, but someone must fill the vacancy." "What about you?" The dwarf suddenly cut in. "What group are you in? Just standing here shouting counts as work points." Li Wei chuckled. "I'm in the coordination group. I specialize in handling your quarrels, lost items and lazy tricks. This group is the most exhausting, earns 0 points and gets cursed at every day." The crowd burst into laughter. Even Illyris cracked a grin. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. "Don't laugh too soon." Li Wei's smile faded. "Let me lay down the rules: stealing, fighting, vandalism, first offense a warning, second offense expulsion. Want to come back? You'll need double work points to redeem your place. Anyone willing, step forward now and sign." He pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket, spread it on the plank and weighed it down with a stone. Alisai brought a sharpened twig to use as a pen. Names were slowly signed one by one. Most people signed without hesitation. When it was the scar-faced man's turn he paused then reached for the twig. His knuckles turned white as he wrote as if he were carving with a knife. After signing, Li Wei folded the paper and said to Alisai, "Post it by the entrance of the meeting shed. Read it aloud at the morning assembly every day." Understood. She took the paper and rolled it up. After the meeting everyone moved according to the new assignments. Li Wei called out to the scar-faced man, "You go to the building materials pile today and help the dwarf transport stone slabs. We'll decide on the rest tomorrow." The scar-faced man bowed his head and murmured an acknowledgement, then turned toward the workshop. Alisai followed a few steps, inconspicuously watching him enter the material area before stopping. The dwarf was crouched on the ground checking the thickness of a stone slab. When he saw the scar-faced man approach he didn't look up. "Rope's over there, tie your own load. At least 2 pieces per trip. 1 missing and I'll deduct your meal." The scar-faced man didn't answer. He bent down and started working. His movements were swift but he spoke little. Li Wei watched from a distance for a moment then turned and entered the meeting shed. In the evening the setting sun painted the shed a warm orange. Li Wei sat at the table flipping through the workpoint ledger checking each entry. Alisai pushed the door open and closed it behind her. "He moved 8 loads today," she said. Every time he set down a slab he glanced at the workshop lock. But he didn't get close. "I know." Li Wei didn't look up. "Let him watch. The more he sees the more flaws he'll show. But we just wait like this." "No waiting." Li Wei closed the ledger. "When he thinks we're off guard he'll make his move." Alisai frowned. "What if he sabotages something?" "Then that's perfect." Li Wei smiled. "Catch him red-handed, expel him, establish authority. Better than guessing in the dark." She sighed and sat down across from him. "The dwarf says you're too meticulous, like an accountant." "He's right." Li Wei opened a drawer and pulled out another sheet. "So I'm going to make him the planting group leader, issue badges and oversee inspections. He cares about face. Give him authority and he won't complain. And the elf archer. He doesn't need coaxing." Li Wei blew out a breath. "He's naturally disciplined. Give him a route and he'll walk it for 10 years. As they were talking footsteps approached from outside. The dwarf lifted the curtain and came in holding a wooden plaque with the words planting group carved crookedly on it. "Made it for you." He placed it on the table. "If anyone defies my orders tell them to come argue with me." Li Wei took it and examined it. The edges were rough but the characters were carved deep. "Thanks. Tomorrow I'll have Alisai get you a whistle, 1 blow and everyone assembles." "That'd be great." The dwarf grinned then lowered his voice. "That scar-faced guy. Are you really keeping him?" "Keeping him." Li Wei stared at the lamp wick. "If we expel him now people will think we're afraid. Wait until he exposes himself, then everyone will be convinced." The dwarf snorted. "Your mind could forge flowers out of iron." He turned and left. Alisai stood up to take the night shift. Before leaving she looked back and asked, "Morning assembly tomorrow?" "Yes." Li Wei reopened the ledger. "First day of the new system, I need to watch it take root." She nodded and pushed the door open. A gust of wind rushed in making the lamp flame flicker. Li Wei bent over his writing. The pen scratched lightly. He wrote the final line, "Total work points issued today 37. No violations recorded." Outside from the direction of the east wooden shed came the sound of hushed voices followed by the rustling of straw mats. He didn't look up, just screwed the cap back onto the charcoal stick and placed it in the drawer. The circle of oil lamp light shrank, illuminating the ledger beside his hand. On the cover 3 bold characters were written, "Record clearly." Li Wei emerged as the morning sun began to warm the flat stone in front of the meeting tent. He had not slept deeply the night before, his mind restless with trivial matters. The workpoint ledger was running smoothly, the camp was orderly, yet an inexplicable unease lingered at the back of his mind like a faint breath stirring behind him. He crouched, rubbing the dust off the stone with his fingers, and suddenly recalled a patch of low-lying ground he had stepped on during a patrol a few nights ago. The moonlight had been poor that night and the grass blades trembled of their own accord, making him think it was a wild hare darting past. But Alice had mentioned afterward the air there felt sticky as if treading on wet cloth. He had dismissed it at the time, but now upon reflection it felt troubling. The elf archer once said that some places on the Delun continent harbored remnants of ancient magic lingering there, made one dizzy, and livestock refused to approach. Li Wei had never put much stock in such mysticism, but ever since the vegetable seedlings he planted sprouted overnight he realized that this place was indeed uncanny. Now that the territory was finally stabilized and the refugees had settled into their work, he as the head of the coordination group could finally spare some time for his own affairs. He stood up, patted the dust off his pants and headed toward the patrol route. Alice was squatting by the east shed wringing out a cloth. When she saw him she flicked a spray of water in his face. "Hey, getting handsy so early in the morning." Li Wei tilted his head to dodge, though the water never really touched him. "Who told you to stand there daydreaming like a ghost?" She draped the cloth over her shoulder. "Stayed up late tallying the accounts again. The dark circles under your eyes are showing." "This is the halo of a thinker," Li Wei said with mock seriousness. "Besides, if I don't keep an eye on things someone might try to walk off with the cooking pot." Alice rolled her eyes. That pot of yours is too heavy for me to bother with. As they spoke, the elf archer emerged from the western edge of the forest, his footsteps soundless on the ground. He walked up to them, closed his eyes and stood still for a few seconds before speaking. His brow slowly furrowed. What's wrong? Li Wei asked. Northwest. There's something. He opened his eyes. Not alive nor dead ground. Like a pendulum that has stopped, motionless yet constantly vibrating. Li Wei's heart skipped. Is it that magical residue you mentioned? Older than that. The elf archer gazed toward the distant mountains and forest. There are traces of something that was once opened. Very faint, but now it has awakened half a breath. Alice straightened up. You mean something is breathing? Not breathing, he shook his head. It's an echo. Like when you shatter a mirror, the fragments still hum. The three fell silent for a moment. Li Wei rubbed the back of his neck, which felt oddly numb. Let's go check it out, he said. You? Alice stared at him. You're the coordination group now. Without you, no one would tally the work points. The work point ledger is locked in the drawer and you have the key. Li Wei grinned. Besides, if I don't go and some walking stone man shows up in the middle of the night pointing a finger at me and saying you should have come earlier, that would be awkward. Alice snorted and turned into the shed to grab her weapon. The elf archer did not move, only said quietly, can't you feel it? When you draw near, it beats faster. What? Li Wei was startled. The fluctuation, the elf archer said, looking at him. Ever since you appeared, the frequency has changed. Li Wei touched his chest. There, wrapped in an old cloth, hung a fragment of meteorite. He had never taken it off since he picked it up on the night he climbed Mount Tai. He had always regarded it as a souvenir, at most using it to weigh down his pillow for dream steadying. Don't tell me this thing can also serve as an alarm clock, he muttered. The three set out. The sun was already high, casting dappled light through the forest. The fallen leaves underfoot were thick and soft. The farther northwest they went, the denser the trees became, and even the wind dwindled. Alice walked in the middle, one hand on her sword hilt, her eyes sweeping both sides. The elf archer let his steps, growing slower as if treading on invisible stairs. Almost there, he suddenly stopped. Li Wei looked ahead, a steep slope, a narrow fissure in the rock face, thick vines hanging down like a curtain. If not for careful observation, one would never notice the space behind. This. Alice parted the vines. Even a rat hole wouldn't hide so well. The aura comes from below. The elf archer pressed his palm against the rock wall, eyes closed, sensing. Very deep, but the passage is open. Li Wei drew his short knife and cut through the vines with a few strokes. Dry leaves rustled down, revealing a hole barely wide enough for one person. Inside it was utterly dark. When the fire starter was lit, the glow only reached a few steps ahead before being swallowed by the blackness. Who leads? Alice asked. Li Wei handed her the fire starter. I'm afraid of the dark, I might cry. Less of your nonsense. She took the fire starter and entered first. The air inside the cave was cool and damp, the ground uneven, requiring one to step over protruding rocks every few paces. The walls felt slimy to the touch, as if covered in moss, yet not entirely plant-like. The elf archer walked last, his fingers constantly touching the rock wall, his expression growing more solemn. It knows we are here, he said quietly. Who? Alice turned back. That thing, he paused. It was asleep, but now it has opened a crack. Li Wei said nothing, only feeling the fragment on his chest grow slightly warm, like a piece of iron heated by the sun. He dared not mention it, afraid the others would think he was being paranoid. After about 10 minutes of walking, light suddenly appeared ahead. It was not firelight or sunlight, but a faint blue-white glow seeping from the cave ceiling. The three stopped and looked up. The ceiling was embedded with countless tiny crystals, like a handful of scattered stars glowing quietly. The ground also bore lines winding and curving as if traced by a fingertip. Alice extinguished the fire starter. The darkness receded and the full shape of the cave gradually emerged, not particularly tall but extremely deep, with the passage stretching forward, turning a corner leading to an unknown destination. Those lines shimmered with a metallic luster under the faint light. Up close they appeared to be some kind of symbol, but no one recognized them. This is not natural. The elf archer crouched, his fingers tracing a horizontal line. These are carvings. Very ancient but well preserved. Who would carve characters in a place like this? Alice asked in a low voice. I don't know, he stood up. But whoever left such marks wasn't writing a recipe. Li Wei said nothing. He stared at the lines and suddenly felt a buzzing in his mind, as if someone had whispered a string of numbers in his ear, only to be forgotten instantly. He raised his hand to rub his temples. When he looked again, the lines seemed to have shifted. Did you see that? He pointed at the ground. What? Alice leaned in. That line just twisted its waist. Both of them stared at him. Alice squinted. Are you hallucinating from lack of sleep? But the elf archer did not laugh. He closed his eyes again, took a deep breath, and when he opened them his pupils contracted to pinpricks. It is responding to the outsider. Faintly, but indeed moving. Responding. Li Wei was taken aback. Responding to what? Body temperature, heartbeat, breathing rhythm, the elf archer said slowly. It is reading us. The cave fell silent. Even the sound of breathing grew softer. Li Wei looked down at his chest, the fragment through the cloth was now more noticeably warm. He wanted to pull it out and look but feared that any sudden movement might disturb something. Shall we continue, he asked. Alice stared at him. Are you sure you want to go deeper? We can still turn back now. Since we're here, Li Wei smiled. I can't go back and tell everyone we found a glowing cellar and then ran away. The elf archer nodded. I can sense danger. If it truly awakens, I will perceive it in advance. The three resumed walking. The passage turned a corner and the space widened slightly. The lines on the ground grew more numerous, interwoven into a web, and the faint light intensified. As they walked, Li Wei suddenly felt the ground give way softly beneath his feet as if stepping on the skin of a living creature. He looked down. The line beneath his foot was slowly swelling as if something was crawling underneath. The moment Li Wei's foot stepped onto that raised pattern, the entire line leaped as if it had come alive, sending him stumbling back half a step, nearly falling to the ground. Alisai drew her short sword with a metallic screech, the tip pointing straight at the ground, her eyes shifting. Has this thing become a spirit? The elven archer remained still, his palm still pressed against the rock wall, his brow furrowed into a knot. Don't hurt it, he said in a very low voice. It's not attacking, it's greeting us. Greeting my ass. Li Wei rubbed his chest. The meteorite fragment was still hot like a small furnace tucked inside. Who greets someone by burrowing under their feet? The patterns on the ground slowly smoothed out like receding waves as a blue-white glow flowed along the grooves, its direction clear, forward toward the bend. The elven archer opened his eyes. It's guiding us. I don't believe you, Alisai gritted her teeth. Last time you said the air feels sticky, and what happened? Now even the ground can flip over. But we came here to find the source in the first place. Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the tingling sensation in his chest. Since we're already here, we can't just go back and report everyone the ground had a cramp, expedition cancelled, can we? Alisai shot him a glare but eventually sheathed her sword, though her hand never left the hilt. The three resumed walking, this time slower. Before each step they tested the ground with their toes, afraid the ground might suddenly spring up and bite them. Fortunately, the patterns glowed quietly like a scattering of luminous pebbles, guiding them through the bends. Turning the last corner, the view suddenly opened up. A half-collapsed stone chamber lay quietly in the depths of the cave. The dome was high, its edges shattered, revealing several broken stone pillars that looked as if they had been snapped by some immense force. 3 stone tablets stood in the center, arranged in a triangle, their surfaces covered with symbols identical to those on the ground. The blue-white glow emanated from these carvings, illuminating the entire space. The tablets were mottled and worn with chipped edges, yet they still stood upright as if they had remained for centuries without falling. This place, Alisai murmured, doesn't look like it hasn't been visited. Of course not. The elven archer approached one of the tablets, his fingertips gently tracing the patterns. This is a meditation chamber. A place where ancient mages isolated themselves from the outside world to focus their minds and cultivate. Judging by the layout, it's a variation of the three-pole spirit gathering array capable of drawing in the ambient magic from the world. Mages. Li Wei scratched his head. The kind that chant a couple of words and blast a fireball in your face. That's a street performer. The elven archer rarely made a joke. A true meditator might only cast one spell in their entire life, spending the rest of their time sitting, waiting and enduring. Li Wei didn't respond. He walked around to another tablet. He didn't recognize any of the symbols, they were crooked like a child's scribbles, but upon closer inspection they revealed a certain order, as if they were some kind of language. He reached out to touch it, but Alisai grabbed his arm. Did you forget the ground just now? Touch it and you'll at least get numb hands, at worst become an idiot. Then you haven't touched it either. Li Wei shook her off. Besides, what if it's a treasure map? What if it says 10 steps forward, 10,000 gold? It says trespassers die, do not touch the array core. The elven archer suddenly spoke, his finger stopping on a line of fine carvings at the bottom of the tablet. This is ancient magic script. I've seen it in the fragmentary scrolls of my clan. This place is called the Chamber of Falling Stars. 3 great mages once went into seclusion here. After they left behind artifacts for the Fated Ones. Fated Ones. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Like someone who accidentally stumbled in, like me. Or someone who can walk out alive. The elven archer said calmly. Alisai ignored their banter and crouched down to inspect the base of the tablet. Sure enough, in the recess of the rightmost tablet lay several items, a copper-colored ring crudely made as if casually shaped, a fingernail-sized piece of crystallized resin translucent with fine threads flowing inside, and a folded metal sheet thin as paper with sharp edges. That's it. Li Wei picked up the ring and examined it from all angles. Looks like a 3 for 10 deal at a street stall. Don't judge the heritage of the Delun continent by Earth standards. The elven archer warned this copper ring might be a magic conduit, the resin could be a memory carrier, and the metal sheet might be a map or a sealing talisman. So they're all useful. Li Wei's eyes grew even brighter. Or they could all be traps, Alisai sneered. Have you ever seen anyone put treasures in a corner without locking them up? True treasures don't need locks, the elven archer shook his head. What they need is someone who can recognize them. Li Wei didn't waste any more words. He pulled out an old cloth from his chest originally used to wrap rice balls now empty, and carefully wrapped the 3 items tucking them into his inner pocket. The cloth bundle pressed against his chest right over the hot meteorite fragment. Strangely, as soon as it touched the bundle, the fragment's temperature dropped slightly. You took them. Alice watched his movements. Aren't you afraid of triggering a trap? If it triggers, Li Wei patted his pocket. Worst case, we get blasted out and we were going to leave anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire chamber shook violently. The crystals above suddenly lit up, flashing 3 times in succession as if someone had flipped a switch. The patterns on the ground rose again, this time not just one line but the entire expanse, spreading like countless snakes crawling beneath the stone slabs. A faint hum filled the air like a rusty bell struck once. The elven archer's face changed. It has remembered us. Remembered what? Li Wei's heart raced. Remembered what I look like, or remembered that I stole something? It has recorded our life frequencies. The elven archer closed his eyes to sense for a moment. Heartbeat, breathing, body temperature. All recorded. From now on, as long as we come within a certain range, it will know. Isn't that like a time clock? Li Wei grinned wryly. Well, I have to clock in with my face every time I pass by. The question is, who is the timekeeper? Alice said coldly. Since this place can remember, it means there's something behind it in charge. You think you can just take things and leave? It let you take them. The 3 fell silent. Li Wei looked down at the cloth bundle on his chest, then raised his head to gaze at the 3 stone tablets. They still stood quietly, their light returning to a gentle glow as if nothing had happened. But he knew that some things had already changed. What now? Alice asked. What else can we do? Li Wei stretched his limbs. We've taken the things, we know the information. If we don't leave now, are we staying for dinner? Go back the way we came, the elven archer nodded. Watch your step, don't step on any activation points again. The 3 turned and walked toward the cave entrance. They had been nervous coming in, but going back was even more tense. Every step was exceptionally cautious, afraid the ground would stir again. Alice walked in the middle, her hand always on the sword hilt, her eyes constantly scanning the rock walls on both sides. The elven archer brought up the rear, occasionally looking back to make sure no blow followed them. The passage remained damp and cold, with vines hanging like curtains. When the first hint of forest wind reached his nostrils, Li Wei felt the stone in his chest finally settle. He took one last look back. The cave entrance was hidden behind the vines, dark and unremarkable, showing no sign of abnormality. As if everything that had just happened was merely a bizarre and fantastic dream they had underground. The sun was already slanting westward, casting a dim yellow light through the forest. The 3 set off on their return journey, their pace much quicker than when they had come. Li Wei touched the cloth bundle in his pocket, then felt the meteorite fragment on his chest. It was no longer hot, but rather a bit cool. Do you think these things could make vegetables grow faster? He suddenly asked. Alice rolled her eyes. Is there anything in your head besides food? Yes, Li Wei grinned. Also wages, work points, and housing allocation plans. Well, you're the leader of the territory planning group now. Decide for yourself. It's settled, Li Wei said as he walked. Whoever works more gets to eat meat first. As for these treasures, he patted his pocket, once I figure them out, they'll be used to reward the advanced workers first. The elven archer suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Alice immediately became alert. He didn't answer, but stood still, listening intently. After a moment he spoke slowly, it's still watching. Who? That place. He looked toward the cave. Even though we've come out, it hasn't let go. Li Wei didn't turn back. He just shoved his hand into his pocket, gripping the bundle tightly. The forest wind began to rise, rustling the treetops. The wind still rustled through the forest, the leaves whispering with a restless murmur. Li Wei stood in the open space at the center of the territory, his hands still buried in his pockets, fingertips brushing against the bundle he had brought back from the cave through the fabric. It was no longer warm nor cold, just lying there in silence, as ordinary as a stone. He no longer dwelled on the glowing ground, the shifting patterns, or the elf archer's words about it still watching. There were more pressing matters at hand. Alice leaned against the granary, her blade sheathed, yet her fingers resting on the hilt, her gaze fixed on the wooden shed to the east. She had said little on the way back, only muttering a low question before entering the camp. Where do I stand guard tonight? Li Wei had not answered, then only patted her shoulder, signaling to wait. He knew she awaited orders, and he knew he could delay no longer. Some things seemed smooth in daylight but could unravel at night. Especially when there were more people, more mouths, more thoughts. The dwarf blacksmith walked by carrying a newly forged hoe. Seeing the 2 standing together, he muttered, "You 2 standing there like gate gods. I've had a long day, I need to sleep." "Don't rush to sleep," Li Wei said, grabbing his arm. "There's a job tonight and I need your strength." The dwarf squinted at him. "If it's not a fight, what can I do?" "You don't need to fight, just crouch on the roof like a cat basking in the sun. Then go find a real cat." "A real cat can't talk nor shout someone's coming." The dwarf paused, then grinned. "Oh, so it's sentry duty. Fine, I can't sleep easy anyway, always afraid someone might steal my hammer in the night." Li Wei nodded. That's the idea. The tool shed roof has a good view. Crouch there, and if anyone sneaks toward the granary, cough once. If they try anything, jump down even if you leave a crater. Deal. The dwarf leaned his hoe against the wall. But I'll say this first, if we catch an old man gnawing on grass roots from hunger, don't expect me to pound him like an anvil. It's either a thief or a neighbor. I have a plan. Li Wei turned to Alice. You guard the north side behind the haystack. That position covers the granary door and the path to the ditch. If you see a figure moving, don't charge out, wait for my signal. Alice drew her short knife, running it across her palm with a practiced ease as if wiping dust away. I know how to scare people, she said. A blade stuck in the ground works better than words. The three quickly settled into positions. Li Wei himself circled to the shadow behind the meeting shed where an old wooden plank blocked the wind. Once seated, he was almost invisible. He sat cross-legged, ears alert, mind racing. He recalled a kind of ant he had seen while climbing the mountain that day. Those ants moved in perfect formation, workers carrying food, soldiers guarding the column, even the larvae following an order. But if you threw a pebble into the line, chaos erupted instantly. Some ran back, some collided blindly, and a few even snatched their companions' eggs and fled. Back then he had laughed, saying these little creatures couldn't handle a crisis. Now he realized humans were no different. Give them food and they'd work. But the moment they felt they didn't get enough or someone else got more, the scale in their hearts tilted at once. It's not laziness I fear, but a crooked heart, he muttered to himself. A cough sounded from afar, the dwarf's signal. Li Wei held his breath instantly. Moonlight poured through a gap in the clouds, illuminating the granary door. Three dark figures crept closer, movements stealthy, toes hugging the ground as if afraid to make a sound. One of them carried an iron crowbar, clearly intending to pry the lock. Li Wei did not move. He knew that panic was the worst enemy at a time like this. Sure enough, as the three reached the door and wedged the crowbar into the lock, something flew from the north with a swoosh, thudding into the ground 3 inches before their feet. Alice's short knife, the blade quivering with a low hum. The three froze instantly. Take one more step, Alice's voice came from the darkness, calm as if discussing dinner, and this knife will be stuck in your foot. One of them turned to run, but a thunderous crash came from above. The dwarf blacksmith leaped from the tool shed roof, landing with a tremor that sent dust flying, a thick wooden club in his hand as he blocked the way. Brother, where are you going? We haven't had our meeting yet. The last man stood trembling, the crowbar clattering to the ground. Only then did Li Wei step out of the shadows, dusting off his pants, his tone as casual as a greeting. You're still awake at this hour? A group night stroll. No one answered. Speak up, Li Wei said, stepping closer. Is it that the rules I set during the day are too strict? Or the food doesn't suit your taste? Or maybe you want to collect work points early? The trembling refugee finally spoke, his voice quavering. We just wanted to take some grain. The kids at home are starving. Oh. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. So you came to beg for food for your children? Quite filial. It's true, another man hurriedly defended. We didn't plan to run. We'll bring the grain back and keep working. We won't slack off a bit. But you didn't follow the application process. Li Wei sighed. Yesterday, who got the new straw mat? It was you. Who got priority for hot soup? Also you. Now you say you're hungry. What about the others? The old man with a cane drinks watery porridge that reflects his own face, and he hasn't complained. You beat him to the punch. The man lowered his head, saying nothing. I'm not saying you can't take things, Li Wei said, scanning the three. The rules were clear: work points for supplies. Work more, get more. But you didn't want to earn, you just wanted to take. That's stealing. And stealing is betraying the rules that everyone on this land has established together. We were wrong. The third man knelt. Please don't drive us away. We can still work, really we can. Whether you're wrong or not, I decide. Li Wei turned to Alice. Put away your knife. Escort them to the open ground. Alice pulled the knife from the ground, flicked off the dust, and sheathed it. The dwarf blacksmith lifted his wooden club and led the three toward the central clearing. News spread quickly. Soon refugees who had been asleep threw on clothes and gathered around, forming a circle. No one spoke, but their eyes burned bright as if expecting a trial. Li Wei stood in the center of the crowd, his voice not loud but clear to all. I don't want to call anyone stupid today. Everyone gets hungry, everyone gets greedy. But this land of ours has survived this long not because of charity but because everyone holds a line: work for food, steal and get out. He paused, looking at the three. You crossed that line. I won't kill you, I won't beat you, but I can't keep you either. Before sunrise tomorrow you must leave the territory's boundaries. Go far away and don't look back. But outside, there are beasts. One man pleaded. Then pray they respect the rules. Li Wei sneered. We do here. You didn't. The crowd fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Li Wei raised his voice. From now on, anyone who dares to touch the granary toolshed or any communal supplies, regardless of motive, will be expelled. I don't listen to explanations, I don't care about sob stories, I only look at actions. Those who don't trust the system don't deserve its benefits. He waved his hand. Two guards stepped forward and escorted the three toward the boundary. Their silhouettes grew smaller and smaller, finally vanishing into the night. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some whispered, some returned to their huts in silence, and a few cast lingering complex glances at Li Wei. Alice walked over and handed him a water skin. Your throat must be dry from all that talking. Li Wei took a drink, wiped his mouth and said, that throw of yours earlier, good aim. 10 years of practice, she shrugged. Scaring people is easier than killing them. The dwarf blacksmith also approached, chewing on a piece of dry flatbread. That was harsh, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, and you didn't even leave a feather. Harsh is necessary. Li Wei gazed at the end of the clearing. Today they pry locks, tomorrow they could set fires. Once hearts are unsettled, the whole game is lost. So what's your next move? The dwarf asked. If another wave of refugees comes, will you still take them in? Li Wei was silent for a moment, looking at the dying campfire in the distance. Yes, he said. But I'll ask one thing first, whether they're willing to follow the rules. The wind rose again, flickering the flames. Ashes from the clearing were swept up, spinning in the air a few times before slowly settling. Li Wei stood there motionless. His hand reached into his pocket, again touching the bundle. It remained still. Before dawn had fully broken, Li Wei stood by the wooden fence on the eastern edge of the territory. He made no move to enter the house, nor did he turn back to look at the lingering ashes on that clearing. The matter of last night was settled, the rules were established, the people had gone, and the wind had scattered the traces. Life must go on. He patted his pocket. The packet he had brought back from the cave was still there, a hard little lump pressed against the outside of his thigh. He did not open it, nor did he intend to. There were more pressing matters to attend to. In the distance a cloud of dust rose as if someone were approaching. Li Wei squinted and watched for a moment, then realized it was a group of people moving at a leisurely pace, yet marching in orderly formation. At the forefront was a tall, gaunt man with a worn bundle slung over his shoulder, followed by more than a dozen men, women and children. Their clothes were patched layer upon patched, yet their gazes were steady and unflinching, fixed directly on the camp entrance. More newcomers. Alice appeared beside him without warning, half a piece of hard bread in hand. She took a bite, chewed, and said, this is the third group already. Word has spread. Li Wei smiled. Work for food, do not steal or plunder, and you will survive. Those words were worth more than gold. But there are not enough houses nor enough tools. She wiped her mouth and flicked the crumbs to the ground. What do you plan? Make them sleep in the fields. Or hand out tree branches as hoes. Then we shall build new ones and open new land. Li Wei turned and walked toward the central clearing. The barren slope to the south had lain idle long enough. Today we begin digging. Before his words had settled, the dwarf blacksmith, crouching at the door of the tool shed and sharpening a newly forged iron axe, looked up and bellowed, expanding again. My furnace has barely cooled for 2 hours. You want my hammer smoking or me smoking? You will smoke whether you like it or not. Li Wei shouted back. Whoever works hardest tonight eats an extra bowl of meat soup. The dwarf grunted, rose to his feet and patted his knees. Why not say so earlier? I thought you were making me talk without feeding me. Within half an hour the entire camp was in motion. Li Wei stood at the center of the clearing, a sharpened wooden staff in hand, drawing lines upon the ground. Listen up. He called. Those strong enough to carry timber go to the western forest. Those who can lay stone follow me to build the foundations. Women and children move stones for the paths. Elders tend the hearth fires and keep them lit. If you have strength, put it to use. Do not stand idle waiting for orders. The crowd buzzed for a moment, then split into several groups, each finding their assigned place. Alice led a handful of capable women and the newly arrived refugees to the eastern clearing, where they would stay temporarily. She distributed straw mats and water skins. One man's hand trembled as he received his items. He murmured a quiet thank you, his voice so soft he seemed afraid to disturb the air. Alice did not reply, merely nodded and turned to help carry timber. On the southern slope, over a dozen able-bodied men swung old hoes at the earth, but the soil was too hard. Each strike turned up only a patch the size of a fingernail, leaving them panting. At this rate, planting will not be finished before winter. Li Wei walked over, inspected the ground, crouched, scooped up a handful of soil and rubbed it between his fingers. It felt like stone. Before he could speak further, the elven archer emerged from the forest carrying a slender wooden staff with a small gray-white stone set into its tip. Without a word he approached the field, pressed his palm to the ground and murmured a few short syllables. The earth trembled faintly. Then, as though something pushed from below, the compacted soil slowly loosened, its color shifting from ashen brown to deep umber, cracking into fine fissures. Several men froze. One tentatively brought his hoe down, and it sank effortlessly halfway into the earth. Hey! The soil has softened. The man cried out. Magic! The elven archer withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. It will last only 3 days. Make haste. A chorus of amazed exclamations rose around them. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve and asked, is he a deity? The mother quickly covered his mouth. Do not speak nonsense. He is a gentleman who came to help. Li Wei grinned and clapped the elf on the shoulder. Well done keeping that up your sleeve. The elven archer, rarely showing any expression, allowed the corners of his mouth to twitch. Tilling the land is harder than fighting, but one must try. Hardly had they finished loosening the soil when a clanging sound of hammering rang out from the west. The dwarf blacksmith had rekindled his furnace. Soot blackened his face as he pulled the bellows with one hand and positioned a glowing red iron bar upon the anvil with the other. "I have added manganese steel to these hoes," he roared at those passing by. "The blade edge is beveled at 12 degrees. 10 mu of land and the edge will not dull. If you break one, your technique is at fault." The newly forged farming tools were soon distributed. The logging crew received sharp double-edged axes, doubling their felling efficiency. The construction team received beam nails with grooves, making frame assembly far less laborious. An old man nearly fell to his knees when he received his new hoe and was caught by those beside him. "Do not do this." Li Wei hurried to stop him. "If you are willing to labor, you deserve fine tools." The old man wiped his face and a voice rasped from his throat, "We are not useless." By noon the sun blazed overhead and the camp was alive with activity. 7 or 8 new wooden houses stood with their frames raised half-thatched. Over half the farmland on the southern slope had been turned and some sections were already being sown. Along the transport route adults and children formed a line, making repeated trips to the warehouse with stones and timber. Cooking smoke rose from 3 hearths at once. Pots simmered with thick soup of wild vegetables and mincemeat, the aroma drifting far and wide. Li Wei made a circuit of the camp, stopping at every corner. He lingered at the tool shed for a moment. The dwarf sat by the furnace drinking water, his arms resting on his knees, his face slick with oil and sweat, yet the corners of his mouth turned upward. "Tired. Tired." The dwarf rolled his eyes. "I have never been busier forging a warhammer than today. But my heart is full, for before no one believed I could do this." Li Wei nodded and said nothing more. He climbed onto the roof of the council pavilion, the highest point in the camp. Sitting cross-legged, he felt the wind flutter the hems of his clothes. From here the entire valley lay bare before him. Where once there had been only a few tattered tents, now rows of houses stood. Fields were neatly laid out and figures moved ceaselessly. Children chased a lame chicken across the clearing, rolling on the ground with laughter. 2 women squatted by the irrigation channel, washing vegetables and chatting as they worked. Patrol guards marched along the boundary with spears upon their shoulders, their steps steady. He reached into his pocket and touched the fragment. It remained quiet there, neither warm nor cold. He suddenly felt that it was no longer a mystery but a witness to his transformation from a dismissed advertising clerk into a man others were willing to follow and feed. He said nothing, merely smiled, then gently patted his pocket twice as though greeting someone. By late afternoon the final patch of land on the southern slope had been turned. The elven archer stood upon the ridge, his fingertips lightly touching the soil to confirm the magic had been spent. He did not leave but remained standing, watching as a group of people sowed seeds, clumsy movements yet earnest. Alice returned from the eastern camp and passing by asked, "Not tired?" "A little. But I want to see them plant." She nodded and stood beside him. In the distance Li Wei still sat upon the pavilion roof, his figure elongated by the setting sun. His gaze swept across every newly opened field, every unfinished house, every busy figure. The wind swept over the freshly turned earth, carrying a damp rich scent. A sparrow landed at his feet, hopped twice, picked up a seed and flew away. As the sun rose just above the mountain ridge, Li Wei stood at the edge of the watchtower overlooking East Gate. He held a half-eaten cold coarse-grained cake in his hand, chewing slowly while his gaze remained fixed on the western woods. Something was off in the wind, subtle, indefinable, yet the woods felt unnervingly silent. Yesterday birdsong had filled the air, today even sparrows had fallen mute. "Standing here all morning letting the wind cure your skull into dried fish." Elisa's voice came from behind. She bore a freshly carved short spear across her shoulder, its tip still glistening with dew. "I'm not standing out of choice, it's this place that demands eyes on it," Li Wei mumbled, stuffing the last bite into his mouth. "Digging foundations, turning earth, noisier than Lunar New Year festivities. Wolves or not, they've surely noticed our arrival." Elise snorted and followed his line of sight. "Do you suppose they think we're a herd of wild boars relocating? Claiming territory without so much as a greeting?" "That depends on who leads," Li Wei grinned. "A boar chieftain doesn't distribute rations, serve meals or organize patrol squads." Before the words faded, 2 patrollers jogged back from the northwest, boots caked in mud, trousers snagged with thorny vines. Their leader Lao Sun bore a scar across his face, a souvenir from a skirmish with bandits before entering the settlement. Gasping for breath, he pointed toward the woods chief, claw marks near West Woods. 3 parallel rows wide, spacing palm breadth, at least 1 clear drag trails. A large beast, or several. Moving slowly but in numbers. Li Wei frowned. "Are they fresh?" "Left this morning," Lao Sun wiped sweat from his brow. "I knelt there and sniffed, musky odor still lingers." Nearby soil was dug up as if searching for food. Elise interjected, "Wolf pack. Or bear." "Not bear," Lao Sun shook his head. "Bears tread heavily, more crushed grass. This is more deliberate, ordered almost like a procession." "Then it truly is wolves," Elise said coldly. "This forest never hosted resident packs before, only occasional strays. Now they arrive en masse as though invited for tea." Li Wei remained silent, carving a notch into his portable wooden board and inscribing "Westwoods, North Slope." When he raised his head, his expression had shifted, no longer that of yesterday's easygoing overseer surveying sowing fields. Issue orders all patrols assemble immediately at East Gate muster point. Rotate in 3 shifts, 4 per shift 2-hour rotations. Focus surveillance on the north slope west woods border. No absences. No open flames beyond a single oil lamp. He paused. Also have the kitchen prepare hot soup, those returning at night should find warmth waiting. What about the dwarf? Someone asked. Just inform him. No need to rouse him from the forge. Li Wei waved dismissively. What we lack now is eyes, not newly forged spearheads. Within less than a Zhu Xiang 8 patrollers stood assembled. Most were former refugees, capable laborers selected for brief training in basic sentry drills barely qualifying as guards. They stood haphazardly, some stifling yawns, clearly roused moments ago from straw mats. Li Wei did not scold. Instead his gaze swept over each one. The ground beneath your feet is your own roof, your own field, your own well water. Those creatures whose prints lie outside won't knock and ask, may I enter for dinner? If they come, their first act will be tearing roofs apart, snatching children, seizing granaries. Silence fell over the group. I do not wish to see any of you one morning lying by the woods, with your entrails draped over tree branches, he said, voice low but each word striking the earth like stone. From this moment onward you are no longer common laborers, you are gatekeepers. Hold the gate and we live together. Fail, and none shall know peace. No one yawned again. Elise stepped forward, then driving her short spear into the earth with a sharp thunk. If we guard, we must also know how to fight four-legged things. Listen well, wolves possess neither great courage nor cowardice. They retreat from strength, pounce upon weakness. Fear them, and they'll tear your throat. Stand steady, and they'll circle wide. She lifted her foot and drew a circle in the dirt. In pursuit they flank, front and rear. 4 of you must stand back to back, spear points outward. Do not chase. Do not charge. Wait for the leap, and thrust deep beneath the jaw where skin is thin and yields instantly. As she spoke she demonstrated a clean, decisive lunge. Remember, glory is worthless. Slaying 1 wolf matters less than preserving 4 lives. Spot tracks, retreat immediately. Fire signal flares, do not play hero. Those craving heroism ought first to carve their own tombstone in the graveyard. A few chuckled, the tension eased slightly. Also she added extinguished torches during night patrols. Coat spear shafts with luminescent stone powder to mark positions in darkness. Do not shout upon hearing noise, 3 flicks of a fire stick signals level 1 alert 5 emergency assembly. Li Wei nodded. All communication coordinates through East Gate Command. Each evening I'll issue task briefings here, duty rosters, patrol routes, required gear, all clearly inscribed on wooden tokens. As he spoke a low growl echoed from afar, brief guttural as if cut short mid-cry. Every head snapped toward westwoods. Doesn't sound like a wolf, murmured a patroller. Nor a bear, Lao Sun squinted. More like an animal holding its cry, straining not to let it out. Elise tightened her grip on the spear. First shift, move out. Follow route B, keep close to the mountainside, avoid open ground. Report anomalies immediately, do not investigate. The 4 nodded, hefted their weapons and slipped westward, silent as shadows. Before vanishing, one glanced back at Li Wei, who raised a hand in quiet acknowledgement, return alive. Dawn light strengthened. Elsewhere in camp others repaired roofs, hauled water-fed chickens, life appeared unchanged. Yet every patroller sensed the difference, even the roosters crowed less. Animals keener than humans sensed danger first. At noon the first shift returned unharmed. Lao Sun reported halfway along their route, rustling stirred the underbrush. Crouching low they observed several dark shapes moving behind trees, canine in outline yet uncanny, advancing with unnatural slowness, noses to the earth. I forbade torches. We knelt motionless for half a watch, waiting until they passed before withdrawing, he said. Faces unseen, but ears erect, tails thick. Not native, stray dogs. Li Wei noted the location, adding another mark to his wooden map. In the afternoon he personally inspected the perimeter, discovering further claw marks in a northern slope hollow and a tuft of grayish-brown fur caught in thorns. He plucked it free, sniffed, rank musk mingled with damp earth, nauseating. This isn't mere foraging, he told Elise. They're testing paths. Learning terrain. Next time they won't merely pass through. Then let them learn what a nail formation feels like, she replied. Elise smirked. I'll have the patrol bury spiked wooden stakes at key junctions, and scatter a mixture of chili powder and ash. Wolves' noses are keen, the sting will leave them sneezing too hard to ambush. Fine, underhanded tactics are fair game, Li Wei agreed. We don't abide martial codes, we cling to survival. At dusk the second assembly felt tighter, heavier than the mornings. Second shift members inspected weapons with meticulous care. One man retied his shoelaces 3 times. Li Wei stood as usual before East Gate. Today's findings exceed initial expectations. But fear serves no purpose, and we have none to spare. Each shift now carries a signal arrow, fire it skyward at once upon threat. No hesitation. Additionally, a temporary watchtower rises tonight atop South Slope high ground, 2 sentries tasked with monitoring Westwood's entire western edge. Elise added, I'll accompany the 3rd shift on a trial patrol tomorrow night. Who wishes to join me? Speak now. No voice answered, but several young men straightened their spines. The first shift returned shortly after 10 that night, bearing news that chilled spines. Deep within Westwoods they'd heard howls, not isolated cries but a sustained echoing chorus, as if responding to a command. Unnervingly synchronized, shivered one patroller. Not wild chaos, more like, roll call. Li Wei stared into the dancing flames of the hearth saying nothing. On his wooden board he wrote synchronized howling encircling the phrase. At dawn the next day he appeared again at East Gate, eyes bloodshot sleepless. He issued new patrol assignments, and announced that henceforth every work party venturing beyond camp must be escorted by at least one armed patroller. Elise approached offering a steaming bowl. How long will you stand here until your hair turns white? Until the day they truly break in, I'll rest then. He took the bowl, drank deeply. Every extra minute I watch means one fewer soul lost later. In the distance children built towers of stones in an open field, laughter bright and clear. A hen clucked softly guiding her chicks through a gap in the fence. Li Wei set down the bowl and turned his gaze once more toward the western woods. Wind rose again, leaves rustling sharply, as though something edged ever closer. The wind continued to howl, rustling the leaves incessantly. Li Wei stood by the east gate, lookout, the empty bowl in his hand already twisted slightly out of shape. Alice walked over and slapped a dry cloth onto his shoulder. If you stand here another morning the wind will dry you out like dried meat, she said. You didn't sleep last night and you've been watching the woods all morning. Are you made of iron? Even if I'm not made of iron I have to hold on, Li Wei replied, handing the bowl back to her. The patrol just set out. If I'm not there they'll lose confidence. Then you should show them that the leader not only knows how to stare but also how to organize real work. Alice tilted her chin toward the central clearing. Everyone's here. They're just waiting for your word to start training. Li Wei followed her gaze. On the flat ground that had once been piled with firewood 8 patrol members had already formed a crooked line. Some held spears, some carried wooden sticks, and a reckless young man brandished a kitchen knife, the one the cook old Zhang had refused to surrender yesterday. Who let him bring a knife? Li Wei frowned. He said he used to slaughter pigs. Alice shrugged. He thinks he has experience. Wild beasts aren't dead meat on a butcher's stall. Li Wei sighed. Alright, let's start practicing. No real weapons today, just wooden sticks. As they walked side by side toward the group the sun had already climbed over the hilltop. The light fell on the faces of those men, revealing dark circles under many eyes. They had taken turns on night watch and none had slept well. Old Sun stood at the front, his pant legs still stained with dew and mud. Seeing Li Wei approach he raised his self-invented salute, half learned from the military, half copied from a stage play. Everyone's here, he said. Awaiting your orders. I'm not a commander, Li Wei waved his hand. And you're not soldiers. But what we're doing now is a life or death matter. One wrong step could cost a life. So today's training is not to be treated as a mere formality. As soon as he finished speaking Alice kicked over a wooden rack beside her, sending several thick wooden sticks clattering to the ground. Pick them up, she shouted louder than Li Wei. 4 to a group. Back to back. Now simulate a wolf pack encircling. Anyone who turns to look at me will go feed the chickens. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Some grabbed sticks, some searched for partners, and a short fellow nearly tripped and rolled into a pile of grass. Li Wei didn't laugh. He knew these people had needed to be taught how to hold a spear just yesterday. But Alice clearly had no intention of giving them time to adapt. First group. Go. At her command she grabbed a wooden stick and charged straight at the 4 who hadn't yet steadied themselves. Here it comes, one of them cried out in alarm. Don't shout. Alice leaped and delivered a sweeping strike, the stick whistling past the man's ear. If a wolf hears you yell, you'll be the first it pounces on. She stopped and stood firm. Remember, they rely on smell, sound, and any opening you reveal. The more panicked you are, the bolder they become. The 4 men caught their breath and reformed their formation, this time back to back and steady. Alice circled them, then suddenly barked left. Thrust. One team member instinctively thrust his stick to the left but overexerted and stumbled forward, nearly crashing into his teammate. Can't control your strength. Alice sneered. You think you're poking tofu? Wild beasts have thick hides. If you miss with that move the next second it'll rip your guts out and wear them as a scarf. Someone chuckled below. She whirled around. What are you laughing at? You'll be the first to get beaten tomorrow. The laughter instantly died. Again. She said. Slower this time. Proper form matters more than speed. You're not here to fight to the death, you're here to go home alive. Li Wei leaned against a wooden shed pillar, pulled out a piece of wood marked with scratches and silently noted each group's performance. He noticed the third group had the best coordination, the 4 of them moved in sync under Old Sun's lead. The second group always had someone rushing ahead as if eager to show off. He said nothing, only added another scratch on the wood. Training continued until noon. The sun grew harsh and sweat streamed down everyone's face. One man swayed from heatstroke and was helped by a comrade to the shade for water. Alice ordered a break, went to the well herself to draw a bucket of cold water, poured it over her head, wiped her face and returned. Listen up, she shouted from a high spot. I know many of you were refugees before, hungry, fleeing, kicked around. But now it's different. The ground you stand on is the home you built, the grain you planted, the bed you sleep in. Those things outside don't understand our rules, but we do. We don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. She raised her wooden stick. What we're practicing today isn't killing skills, it's survival skills. For in a group back-to-back spear points outward. If you spot something unusual, don't chase, don't charge. Hold your ground, send a signal. Wait for reinforcements, then press together. Understood. Understood. The voices were uneven but more unified than in the morning. I'll ask again, understood. Understood. This time much louder. Alice nodded. Good. Continue in the afternoon. Switch to wooden sticks for light sparring, focusing on reaction and positioning. Anyone who breaks formation to chase will pull an extra night watch. As soon as the afternoon training began, problems emerged. The man with the kitchen knife, everyone called him 2-Air, suddenly broke from formation during a mock ambush, swinging his stick and yelling kill. He scared the three opposite him into scattering. Alice lunged forward, swept her stick, hooked his leg and sent him sprawling face first. Who told you to move? She stepped on his wrist. How many times have I said it? Don't break formation. You want to play the hero alone. What about the other three? Are you waiting to be dragged away dead before you cry? 2-Air lay on the ground, face red. I thought I could hit him. You thought. Alice bent down, grabbed his collar. You think a wild beast will stand there waiting for your thought? It would have already bitten through your neck from behind. She released him and swept her gaze over the crowd. Remember this, all of you. This isn't a contest or a play. We train so that no one dies in those woods. Anyone who wants to be a hero, turn right, there are plenty of empty plots in the graveyard. No one spoke. The next practice was noticeably more disciplined. Everyone began paying attention to their distances, learning to communicate with their eyes, and some even spontaneously called out commands: left. Steady. Movement behind. Don't move. Wait for the signal. Li Wei watched from the side, the corners of his mouth lifting unconsciously. He knew these people were far from elite, but at least now they looked like a team, not a rabble. Near dusk, Alice organized the final drill. She played the beast herself, circling the four-man formations, quickly feinting here and there. The third group withstood 3 charges without breaking formation. The second group panicked after a feint. The left side man stepped forward in nervousness, leaving the right side wide open, and Alice jabbed him in the waist with her stick. That's a bust, the man said with a wry smile. Others laughed. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Alice didn't scold, instead she said, if you make a mistake, do it over. Once if it takes, once twice if it takes, twice 10 times if it takes 10. Until it becomes instinct. She had that group repeat the correct procedure 3 times on the spot. After each repetition, the whole team shouted the command together: 3 shakes of the fire striker, hold your ground, 5 shakes to assemble, no delay. The voices grew louder and more unified with each repetition. The sun slanted westward, casting long shadows. Li Wei finally stepped out from under the shed and walked to the center of the training ground. Everyone stopped and looked at him. Good training today, he said. I know many of you are exhausted. Some might think I'm just putting you through the ringer. But let me tell you that how yesterday wasn't meant to scare you. Something out there is drawing closer. They're not afraid of our numbers or our weapons. What they fear is our unity. He paused. Starting tomorrow, the group with the best training performance will each receive an extra portion of dried meat. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Dried meat was a rare treat in the settlement, a monthly ration was already generous. Don't get too excited, Li Wei raised his hand to calm the noise. Dried meat is dried meat, but rules are rules. Those who fail training will still pull extra watch. If you want the meat, you have to earn it. The crowd fell silent, but a determined fire lit up in their eyes. Alice walked aside to gather the scattered wooden sticks. Her voice was already hoarse, her movements slower, but her back remained straight. Li Wei approached and handed her the wooden tally. Third group performed best, he said. Old Sun led well. She took the wood and tucked it into her belt. Second group still needs work, especially the 2-Air, his head is full of kill. He needs to be knocked into shape. Take it slowly, Wei said, gazing at the distant woods. We have all the time we need. The last rays of sunset fell on the training ground, casting a golden glow. The patrol members filed out, their steps noticeably more orderly than in the morning. Some discussed the moves as they walked, others mimicked Alice's shouts for fun, and laughter carried far across the camp. Li Wei stood still. He touched his pocket, the fragment lay there cold as ever. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't want to know. Right now he only knew one thing: these people were growing stronger. Alice carried the last wooden stick to the weapon rack and set it down. She looked up at Li Wei, said nothing, just nodded slightly. Li Wei, meeting her gaze, nodded back. The wind had stopped. The wind ceased and the camp emptied, nearly all its people dispersed. Li Wei stood rooted in place, watching the training ground settle from clamor into stillness, leaving behind only crooked wooden staves and trampled footprints. He touched the fragment in his pocket, it remained cold and unchanged, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. Without further thought he turned and walked toward his quarters. At dawn the next day, as the sun crested the mountain ridge, the marketplace stirred to life. Rough plank stalls lined the square, one man exchanged grain for pelts, another traded animal hides for iron nails, a third squatted sharpening a blade. Li Wei strolled idly along the periphery noting uneven wall repairs and loosely stacked firewood. He had promised dried meat to the patrol squad that performed well yesterday, and today he needed to verify whether the stores were sufficient. As he approached the blacksmith's forge, the dwarf swung his hammer upon a horseshoe, sparks bursting like frantic stars. A man clad in grey robes stood beside him, sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing a clean, unblemished forearm, not the arm of a laborer but one freshly washed, deliberately so. "How much can this furnace produce in a day?" the man asked, his voice level yet each syllable precise as if honed by scholarly discipline. The dwarf did not lift his head. "Depends on how much you're buying." "I'm a trader of iron goods," the robed man smiled faintly. "I'm assessing your output stability. If volume is high, terms can be generous." The dwarf paused mid-swing, wiped sweat from his brow. "We don't sell outward, we keep all tools for ourselves." "Ah. Then you must have quite a number of people," the robed man murmured, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the camp. "The perimeter wall is tight and I see rotating sentry posts. When do shifts change?" Frowning, the dwarf opened his mouth, but Li Wei stepped up from behind and clapped the dwarf's shoulder. "Brother, new arrival." The robed man turned face instantly alight with practiced warmth. "Odd, you're the overseer." A pleasure, a pleasure. I'm surnamed Chin, traveling north and south collecting antiquities while also scouting for potential partnerships." "Partnerships?" Li Wei scratched his ear. "We don't recruit merchants here, only workers." "You phrase that as though I've come to register residence." Chen laughed heartily. "Forgive me, I meant no intrusion. Your settlement is remarkably well ordered, far superior to the ragged hamlets I passed last week." Li Wei said nothing, instead studying the man's boots, little mud suggesting no long journey. His pack bulged, yet its corners were sharp and tidy, packed with care. Such a man would not trek through wilderness merely to trade for iron nails. "You're from the north?" Li Wei asked casually. "Circled around from the west," the man replied. "Heard a market had opened here, thought I'd take a look." "The west?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow. "That path is treacherous, wolves prowl there." "Did you travel alone?" "Hired 2 guards. We parted ways mid-route, they went ahead to scout a shortcut." He shrugged. "So I came on first." Li Wei nodded, asking no more, only saying, "If you truly wish to do business, wait until they return. For now we lack neither goods nor hands." He turned and walked away, but already the man was etched into memory. Questions, too pointed, smile too even, posture too rehearsed, not a merchant but a scout. At noon Elise emerged from the mess hall carrying a bowl of kanji, spotting Li Wei crouched beneath the awning leafing through a ledger at the wooden table. "What now?" "Found something amiss again." She sat down and blew gently across the steaming surface. "Did you see that grey-robed fellow this morning?" "I did." She took a bite of pickled mustard greens. "He lingered half an hour at the smithy, asking everything under the sun. I even heard him ask how many night patrols. I retorted, is your hearing unusually sharp?" And he swiftly corrected himself, "Just worried about thieves." Li Wei snorted. "Thieves? He's the one who looks suspicious." "Shall we expel him?" Elise asked. "Not yet." Li Wei shook his head. "Drive him off and someone else will simply take his place. Better let him walk a few more rounds, see what exactly he's searching for. You're tracing the thread back to its source." "I don't know those fancy phrases." Li Wei closed the ledger. "I only want to know who's watching us." And he paused. "He thinks he's hidden well. But he's already revealed himself." "Where?" "He claimed he came from the west." Li Wei's lips curled in quiet contempt. "Yet red clay from the northern slope clings to the inner sole of his boot. We plowed that field only 2 days ago, no outsider knows such a shortcut exists." Elise's eyes brightened. "So he lied?" "Yes." Li Wei rose. "Find someone not in patrol uniform, give them a straw hat and have them shadow him at a distance. Record where he goes, whom he meets, and every word he speaks. No contact. No exposure." "Understood." Elise wiped her mouth. "I'll send old son, he's quick-witted and excels at playing the fool." By late afternoon, as the sun tilted westward, Li Wei returned to his cottage and settled onto a low stool outside, resuming his ledger. Pages listed who received how many nails, who exchanged for half a sack of millet, but not a single line registered in his mind. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the marketplace. The grey-robed man still wandered, this time lingering near the farmlands, feigning interest in irrigation while actually mapping field boundaries and canal alignments. A child offered him a roasted sweet potato. He accepted with a warm smile, broke it open and ate 2 bites, his manner disarmingly kind. For a moment Li Wei almost believed him harmless. At dusk Elise ambled over holding a handful of freshly gathered wild garlic, chewing a stalk of grass between her teeth. "Tail secured," she whispered. He didn't stay in the guest shelter, he entered the 3rd vacant hut eastward, claiming it belonged to kin. But that hut collapsed partially last month, no one lives there. He spread a cloth on the floor before sitting upright as though awaiting someone. "Awaiting?" Li Wei murmured. "Yes." Just before dark a grey bird arrived, white ring around its neck. He wrote something on his palm, tied it to the bird's leg and released it skyward. Li Wei's brow twitched. "A messenger." "Almost certainly." Elise spat out the grass stem. "No ordinary merchant does that." Li Wei remained silent, fingertips tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. He recalled the sweat glistening on faces after training the subtle refinement in formation discipline and the unified cry, 3 torch flickers, hold position. They had just begun to cohere, and already outside eyes had fixed upon them. Let him be, for now, Li Wei said. Let him observe. Let him report. The quieter we remain, the bolder they grow. So you're fishing for the big one. I'm not fishing, Li Wei smiled faintly. I'm letting them believe the fish is on the hook, while the net has been cast long ago. Elise studied him a moment. You truly possess remarkable composure. No choice, Li Wei murmured, flipping open the ledger again. His pen hovered over a row of figures. We've barely survived, no one will carve us up as easy prey. Since they wish to watch, let them watch their fill. After all, we conceal nothing shameful. A night breeze slipped in, lifting the ledger's edge ever so slightly. Far away market lanterns blinked out one by one. Li Wei sat by the table, pen paper and mundane records within reach, while deep within another map unfurled who had arrived whence they came and whose hand lay behind them. He did not move. He knew to act now would mean defeat. Inside the eastern hut the grey-robed man sat still, the narrow slit beneath his window glowed faintly with lamplight. After the grey bird vanished into the dusk, it did not return. He drank water, then drew a small slip of paper from his chest pocket, held it close to the flame, studied it intently, and slid it into his boot shaft. Li Wei glanced upward. The stars blazed fiercely. He lightly patted his pocket. The fragment remained cold. By the time Li Wei drew his fingers from his pocket, dawn had already broken. He had sat too long the night before, his backside numb, and when he rose he stumbled, nearly knocking over the oil lamp on the table. The fragment was still in his pocket, icy cold, unchanged from the previous night. He no longer stared at the stars, nor did he dwell on the grey-robed man, the messenger bird, or whoever might be watching them from the shadows. Today he would do something tangible. He pulled out an old cloth bundle and dragged a tightly wrapped wooden box from under the bed. The box had been hastily made by a dwarf a few days ago, its corners reinforced with iron plates, the lock carved from animal bone. Opening it, he found several stones of different colors, green, purple, and one that glowed with a dull gold, all picked up casually during previous trips into the cave. At the time he had thought them merely shiny trinkets worth a few coins, but later he noticed they emitted a faint warmth at night, realizing they were no ordinary finds. He selected the heaviest green stone, wiped it twice with a cloth, tucked it into his chest, and left the house, heading straight for the small cabin at the eastern edge of the forest. That was the spot the elven archer had chosen for himself, claiming it was close to the trees where he could hear the whispers of the wind. The cabin was small, its outer walls covered in vines, and a string of dried grass bells hung from the doorframe, chiming softly in the breeze. Li Wei had barely approached when the bells fell silent and the door opened. The elf stood in the doorway, an unfinished bowstring in his hands, one eyebrow raised. You're late. Better early than lucky. I've brought a treasure, Li Wei said, patting his chest. The elf cast him a sidelong glance and stepped aside to let him in. Inside, the cabin felt more spacious than it appeared. Against the wall stood several shelves lined with jars and bottles, some filled with powders, others with leaves soaking in liquid. In the corner sat a clay stove, its half-burned charcoal still emitting a thin wisp of smoke. In the center of the room was a wooden table covered with a piece of parchment marked with crooked symbols that looked like hastily scribbled notes. This is it. Li Wei placed the green stone on the table, then pulled out 2 smaller ones from his pocket, aligning them in a row. I found these at the deepest part of the cave. There were cracks on the ground like something had exploded. The elf donned a pair of thin leather gloves, picked up the largest stone, brought it close to his nose to sniff, then gently rubbed its surface with his fingertips. This is not natural ore. Someone has placed a sealing spell on it, suppressing its activity. Now the seal is weakening and energy is leaking out. Can it be used? Li Wei asked. Yes, but I don't know how. The elf put down the stone and looked up at him. You want to try? Why not? Li Wei grinned. We're not paying rent anyway. Might as well tinker and see if we can make something useful. Besides, the work in the fields is getting heavier. Relying on human labor alone will never expand more than a few acres, no matter how hard we work. The elf nodded, offering no argument. He knew Li Wei spoke the truth. In this fledgling settlement, every extra mouthful of grain meant a wider path to survival. The two began to test separately. Li Wei took charge of recording, marking a line on the parchment after each attempt. The elf meanwhile probed the stone's reactions with his magical energy, one subtle step at a time. First he channeled a faint stream of energy from his fingertip. The stone remained inert. Then he pressed his palm against it and heated it. The surface began to emit white vapor. On the third attempt he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the stone. Suddenly the entire stone vibrated with a low hum and even the cup on the table jumped. That's something. Li Wei slapped the table. What followed was a series of parameter adjustments: temperature, humidity, frequency of input, contact area. Li Wei drew on the controlled variable methods he had learned on Earth, listing conditions one by one while the elf executed them. By noon they had finally found a clue. By tapping the stone 3 times at a specific rhythm combined with a short, sharp breathing technique, it would release a warm current that spread outward along the ground. This energy stimulates plants, the elf said while squatting in the open space outside the cabin. He buried the stone in the soil and cast the spell. Within less than a quarter of an hour the leaves of a nearby weed had turned a noticeably deeper green and its stem had straightened significantly. Fertilizer. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Close, the elf nodded. It activates the microelement cycle in the soil, essentially making the land wake up on its own. But the effect is short-lived and covers only a small area, currently just a palm-sized patch. Then let's scale it up. Li Wei stood up. We have a pile of stones, don't we? Let's set up a formation, bury several stones and link them together. That afternoon they began to arrange the array. They selected half an acre of freshly turned soil and dug 5 pits in a pentagram pattern, placing a stone in each pit with a central position left empty. Li Wei suggested using a rope to measure distances for symmetry. The elf used a bowstring stretch taut to listen for the sound, calibrating the orientation. They worked for 2 hours before finally completing the setup. Do you want to activate it? The elf asked. You're better at magic. Li Wei shook his head. I'm just the one who pulls the strings. The elf smiled, stepped to the center, raised both hands and chanted a string of syllables. The 5 stones simultaneously emitted a faint glow like fireflies clustering together. Li Wei watched the ground and noticed that the surface of the soil began to ripple with tiny waves as if something were swimming beneath. When the glow faded, the two crouched down to inspect. The soil had become noticeably softer and darker in color. A pinch of it released a faint sweet earthy scent like the smell of a forest after rain. It worked. Li Wei asked. Preliminary stability, the elf said. We'll see the germination in the morning to confirm the effect. The next morning Li Wei grabbed a dried biscuit and ran straight to the experimental field. From a distance he saw the elf had already arrived, crouching at the edge of the field, pinching a pinch of soil between his fingers. How is it? The elf looked up, the corner of his mouth twitching. They've sprouted. Li Wei rushed over and indeed saw several cracks in the soil. Tiny tender green tips had broken through the surface, trembling as they emerged. While other parts of the field remained dormant, here they had already poked out at least 3 days ahead. Hey! He punched his thigh. We actually did it. The elf didn't smile broadly, but his eyes softened. If we maintain it once a day, the yield of this plot could at least double. And if we expand it to the entire farming area, that solves the problem of having enough to eat. Li Wei finished standing up and brushing the dirt off his pants. Come on, let's dig up more stones. Strike while the iron's hot. But just as he turned, he stopped. What? The elf asked. Do you think? If someone sees this, will it cause trouble? The elf was silent for a moment. Anything that changes the rules of survival will attract covetous eyes. Li Wei snorted. So we need to use it fast and keep the method hidden. We can't write it down and we can't teach too many people. I know. The elf looked at him. Don't worry, I'm not planning to blabber about it. The two returned to the field, drove wooden stakes into the 4 corners as markers and covered them with a layer of dead branches as camouflage. Li Wei deliberately circled to the back, stomped a few muddy footprints and created some fake tracks to make it look like someone had passed by but found nothing. Do you believe it now? The elf suddenly asked. Believe what? That humans and elves can accomplish things together. Li Wei looked at him and smiled. I've always believed that. It's just that no one was willing to work with me before. The sun climbed to its zenith, bleaching the ridges of the fields white. In the distance the market rang with a few shouts, someone trading an iron pot, someone haggling over a price. Everything seemed normal. Li Wei stood at the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, and again touched the fragment. It was still cold, unchanged. He didn't take it out. Li Wei's hand remained in his pocket, the fragment pressed against his thigh, cold as if just retrieved from a snowfield. He stood on the ridge, the sun scorching his forehead. Last night he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep soundly, feeling a constant wind scraping past his ears like a low growl. But when he opened his eyes, the sky was blue, the clouds drifted lazily, and even the rooster crowed one extra time. This place was rarely so tranquil. As he pondered whether to dig up a few more stones, a short whistle suddenly sounded from the edge of the distant woods. It was not the long drawn-out tone the patrol usually used, but 3 short bursts and one long breaking off as if someone had been choked mid-blow. Li Wei froze for a moment, then pulled his hand from his pocket, turned and sprinted toward his dwelling. He didn't think twice, his mind lagged behind his feet. By the time he burst through the door and grabbed the iron axe propped against the wall, the second whistle had already changed, 5 sharp blasts piercing enough to tear one's ears apart. This was an alarm. The real deal had arrived. He kicked the door open and charged out, colliding with Alisai as she leaped down from the eaves of the next house, her cloak not properly fastened, clutching a wooden staff with a charred tip. She slipped as she landed, nearly falling flat on her face, cursed, and looked up to see Li Wei. She only threw out a single line: west wall. A beast horde is pressing in. Before her voice faded, a taut bowstring twanged from the east watchtower, followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground like a whole sack of potatoes dumped into a mud pit. Li Wei bolted toward the west wall. On the way he encountered 2 patrolmen stumbling out, one still holding his pants up, the other with his shoes on the wrong feet. He had no time to correct them, only bellowed, "Grab your weapons. Gather at the breach. Don't bunch up and become targets." By the time he reached the west wall, the scene was already chaos, like a pig slaughter at New Year's. The once sturdy wooden palisade had been smashed down, splintered planks jutting haphazardly from the mud. Several giant wolves covered in black fur with yellow eyes were forcing their way in. They stood taller than horses, their mouths gaping with rows of serrated teeth, saliva dripping to the ground with a sizzle, whether from venom or stomach acid it was unclear. Fire posts. The dwarf blacksmith stood at the center of the breach, one hand gripping a hammer, the other holding a torch, his voice so loud it shook dirt from the walls. "If the one on the left won't light, shove it in its mouth." Several able-bodied men obeyed immediately. One charged forward with a burning post, another pushed from behind as if feeding a tiger a skewer. The wolf bared its fangs and leaped, only to be met squarely by the flame. It yelped and jumped back, its fur singed on one side. Li Wei caught his breath, steadied himself and looked around. Alisai had already climbed onto the stone platform of the old altar, raising her staff and chanting words no one understood. The ground began to tremble, then a wall of earth erupted with a roar, just sealing the lower half of the breach. The wolves crashed into it, their heads thudding, and two were knocked unconscious on the spot. "Well done!" Li Wei shouted. "Don't just stand there shouting." Alisai turned and glared at him. "Go help the dwarf guard the flank. They're going to circle around." Sure enough, a commotion came from the south. 3 wolves had somehow slipped behind the houses and were clawing at the foundation of a granary. The elf archer on the rooftop had already locked onto them, bow drawn to full moon, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow burst into a ball of white light midair like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. One wolf took an arrow to the forehead, its eyes rolling back, twitching twice before lying still. The other 2 were stunned, spinning in place, smoke curling from their noses. "Did you dip those arrows in chili powder?" Li Wei yelled as he ran south. "Worse than that," the elf replied without turning. "They can smell the scent of their own death." Li Wei shivered and asked no more. As he rounded the corner of a house, a wolf lunged at him, bringing a gust of rancid wind. He instinctively raised his axe and struck the blade, lodging in the creature's shoulder blade, unable to pull free. The wolf snapped its jaws at him, he leaned back, his boot slipping into a ditch, and he fell into the mud. At the critical moment, a patrolman rushed in from the side, thrusting an iron spear into the wolf's belly and twisting it hard. The beast let out a shrill scream and collapsed limply. "Thanks, brother." Li Wei wiped the mud from his face and struggled to his feet. "Next time don't wear leather shoes to battle." The man panted, slippery as an ice rink. Li Wei looked down. The sole of his left boot was indeed caked with mud, and only his right foot kept him from fully sprawled flat. He took off the boot, tucked it into his belt, and stood barefoot on the ground, much more stable. The battle gradually fell into rhythm. Alisai's earth wall held the front, the elf's explosive arrows suppressed mobile targets, the dwarf led men with fireposts and heavy hammers to clear close-range enemies, while Li Wei ran to plug gaps wherever the line was about to break. Once he saw a wolf about to pounce on an old man carrying stones, so he swung his axe handle, striking the wolf squarely in the flank. The creature rolled away, got up to charge again, but the old man casually whacked it on the back of the head with his carrying pole, and it collapsed on the spot. "Your arm strength could forge iron." Li Wei helped the old man to his feet. "I used to carry 100 caddies of rice in my youth," the old man panted. "My bones are brittle now, but my arms haven't given out." After another half hour of fighting, the wolves' assault visibly weakened. What had been a full-on rush became sporadic probing. Some began to retreat, their eyes no longer fierce but tinged with cowardice. The last stubborn one attempting to break through was pierced through the throat by an elf's arrow, twitched twice and lay still. The crowd was silent for a few seconds, no one dared to move. "Are they dead?" someone whispered. "All dead," the elf said, jumping down from the tower, a broken bowstring dangling from his arm. "The rest have fled, they won't dare return." Li Wei leaned on his axe, legs trembling slightly. He looked down at himself, his clothes were smeared with mud bloodstains, and who knew whose saliva prints his right hand had a cracked tiger's mouth throbbing with pain. He felt the fragment in his pocket, still cold, utterly silent. "Count the casualties," Alisai said, her voice hoarse as sandpaper on metal. "Carry the wounded back first, stack the bodies in the open for burning tomorrow." 2 granaries have collapsed, a team member reported. "The tool shed is also smashed, firewood scattered everywhere." "Put out the fires first," Li Wei said, his voice also hoarse. "The haystacks are still smoking, don't let them reignite tonight." Several men immediately ran to fetch water. Others began dismantling wooden spikes from the broken wall, cleaning up the mess. The dwarf blacksmith crouched beside a wolf carcass, prying out its teeth with the tip of his hammer, muttering, "These teeth will make good dagger handles, don't waste them." Li Wei said nothing, slowly walking to the breach in the west wall. The earth wall still stood, but a crack had formed as if something had pried it open. The ground was stained with blood mixed with mud, each step carried a metallic smell of rust. He saw his own footprints stretching from the east, crooked with a trace of a fall in the middle. He stood there motionless. In the distance came the hissing of extinguished flames, someone coughing, someone murmuring softly. Alisai leaned against a stone pillar, eyes closed in repose. The elf sat on the tower steps, wiping his bow. The dwarf was still busy. Patrolmen gathered in small groups, counting their scars. The sky darkened and the wind grew colder. Li Wei raised his hand and looked at the axe. The blade was chipped, smeared with black fur and blood clots. He rubbed it with his thumb, it didn't come clean. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder and walked toward the most severely damaged granary. Charred beams slanted like matchsticks, carelessly discarded by a child. He pushed against it, it didn't budge. "Need to build a new frame tomorrow," he muttered to himself. No one answered. He just stood there staring at the ruins until someone walked past from behind carrying a lantern, its light flickering across his face. The sky was just beginning to lighten as Li Wei stood before the gap in the western wall. His feet were still bare, the leather shoes he had taken off last night were forgotten, tucked into his belt. Stepping on the dew-soaked mud felt far more solid than the day before. The charred beams from last night still lay where they had fallen like discarded toothpicks. He bent down to test a broken timber. With a single heave the entire chunk of charcoal crumbled into dust. Need to clear this out, he muttered to himself, kicking over a smoldering haystack. Beneath it embers still glowed in stifled flame. Footsteps sounded behind him. Several patrol members arrived, one after another, dark circles under their eyes, their steps unsteady, but each carried a tool, iron shovels carrying poles, ropes. No one spoke, no one complained. They simply started hauling away the debris. A young man lifted a half-crumbled roof beam only to throw out his back. He crouched down with a grunt. An old man nearby glanced at him. Your father, when he carried rice sacks, never made such a fuss. Li Wei didn't laugh, he only nodded. He knew these people were exhausted. They had fought desperately to defend their home last night, and now this morning they had to work without enough sleep. But he knew even more that the seedlings in the fields could not wait, and without the wall repaired no one would sleep soundly tonight. He rolled up his sleeves and led the way, carrying stone from the southern side. The dwarf blacksmith crouched beside a pile of tools, searching for hammers and nails that could still be used. His face was soot-blackened, only the whites of his eyes visible. When he saw Li Wei approaching, he pointed to a heap of twisted iron bars. The fire stakes burned out pretty much last night. Need to forge a new batch, tips 2 inches longer, where they won't sink deep enough into wolf mouths. Can you make 20 in 3 days? Li Wei asked. 3 days. I'll deliver 10 by tomorrow afternoon, the dwarf spat. My furnace never went out, I'll work a night shift. Li Wei patted his shoulder and turned to find Alisai. She sat on the steps of the old altar, her wooden staff laid across her knees, eyes closed as if dozing, but she was actually regulating her breath. Her voice was still hoarse. Not yet recovered, the earthen wall is cracked. I can repair it, but the foundation must be cleared first or it will collapse at the slightest touch. Then tear it down and rebuild. Li Wei said, clear the rubble today, start construction tomorrow. The farmland was no easier. The elf archer had already reached the edge of the field, bending down to inspect the earth trampled by giant wolves. The soil was compacted hard, with a few green sprouts just emerging, bent in the mud like earthworms crushed by a child's foot. He looked up as Li Wei approached, straightened up and said, this patch needs to be turned over. We'll replant cold-resistant turnips in winter wheat. If they sprout before the end of the month, the harvest can save half. Then assign some men there. Li Wei nodded. Make a list: seeds, hose, water wheel parts. I'll arrange for someone to check the storeroom. By noon the territory was a bustle of activity. The elderly and women were repairing roofs, the able-bodied men were digging foundations at the western wall. Some carried stones, others drove stakes. The clang and clatter never ceased. Li Wei rushed back and forth, filling in wherever there was a shortage. While carrying a stone, he even helped a young man straighten his crooked carrying pole. With that balance, you'll have to rest 3 times before you've gone 10 li. The young man grinned. I'm not going to mark it, as long as I can carry it to the wall, that's fine. The sun slanted westward and the rubble was mostly cleared. The collapsed granary was reduced to its foundation outline. A white line marked the gap in the western wall, ready for formal construction tomorrow. Li Wei had a bonfire lit in the open space before the altar and called everyone to sit around. Come take a rest. He sat on a flat stone, the split in his right tiger's mouth already bandaged with cloth, but it still oozed blood when he clenched his fist. Everyone fought hard last night and we haven't stopped today. Let me say this first, thank you. No one replied, but several nodded. It's not our first fight, but it's the first time so many of us have held a place together. Li Wei swept his gaze across the circle. There are a few things I'd like to hear your thoughts on. He picked up a charred stick and drew a rough diagram on the ground. First, when the sentry spotted the enemy, his whistle was broken. The signal traveled slowly. The 3 short, 1 long turned into a choked sound. The people behind couldn't tell which alarm it was. That was me, a young team member scratched his head. Too nervous, I lost my breath. Not blaming you, Li Wei shook his head. The problem is we only have 1 whistle system. If it goes wrong, everything falls apart. From now on we need 2 levels of alarm: short bursts for suspicious sighting, long warbles for enemy at the wall. Got it. Everyone nodded. Second, we were outflanked from behind the southern houses. Our reaction was too slow, he continued. Everyone was busy at the western wall, no one thought they would split their forces. From now on patrols can't just watch the forest front. Both sides need to be watched. Alisai opened her eyes. Every morning I can raise a low earth barrier on the south side with my magic, at least trip them up. Good, Li Wei noted. Third, weapon attrition was too high. Axes, blunted bowstrings, snapped fire stakes burned out with no replacements. We need to set up a reserve depot, store spare equipment on the wall ready to grab and use. The dwarf blacksmith grunted. I've still got 3 spare hammers and 5 unshafted spearheads, but no one registered them. Starting tomorrow, unified registration. Li Wei said you manage the forge, I'll make the list and we'll check once a week. The elf archer suddenly spoke. My arrows are consumed too fast. Explosive arrows are hard to make, I can't use them every day. I suggest using regular arrows for daily patrols and only deploy special ammunition when a threat is confirmed. Reasonable, Li Wei nodded. Anything else? I think. An old farmer hesitated, raising his hand. The western wall's wooden palisade is too thin. It won't hold a second time. Better to dig a deep ditch than bury a row of sharp stakes. Scatter some gravel outside, the wolves will trip and fall when they run. That's a good idea. Li Wei drew a new design on the ground. A mixed stone and wood wall base of crushed gravel and rammed earth, a layer of fired brick in the middle, then thick wooden planks erected outside. Dwarf, can you lead a team to fire bricks? The kiln still works. The dwarf rubbed his chin. First batch in 3 days. Then it's settled. Li Wei stood up and tossed the stick into the fire. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Work starts at 6 tomorrow morning. Anyone willing to take night watch duty gets 2 hours off from daytime work. The wounded rest first, everyone else forms teams. The crowd slowly dispersed. Some went to drink water, others put away tools. No one dawdled. Li Wei didn't leave. He stood in the middle of the open space looking at the pile of foundation that would soon be rebuilt. Alisai walked over and leaned against a stone pillar. You're starting to look the part. What do you mean? Not like the stranger who couldn't even handle a hoe when you first came, she said. Now people listen when you speak. Li Wei smiled but didn't answer. He looked down at his hands, his palms were blistered, the tiger's mouth still bleeding, his clothes covered in mud and scorch marks. But he knew this wasn't the end, it was just a moment to catch his breath. In the distance, a dozen villagers had already started carrying stones, stacking them outside the line of the western wall like ants moving their homes. The dwarf crouched at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, picked up his hammer and struck the side of the furnace. A few sparks flew out, landing on his ash-covered cheek, but he didn't wipe them away. Li Wei walked over, picked up a smooth blue stone from the ground, weighted in his hand, then placed it into the first pile of dressed stone. He turned and headed toward the tool shed, ready to find a new pair of shoes. Li Wei retrieved a pair of new shoes from the tool shed, their soles still stained with kiln ash, evidently crafted by the dwarf the day before. He sat on the threshold and slipped them on. The shoes were a bit tight, but better than going barefoot. The fire last night had scorched the earth, and this morning the air still carried a faint smell of burnt. He stood up, flexed his ankles, and was about to check the stone pile by the west wall when Alice emerged from the direction of the altar, leaning on a wooden staff. Did you speak to the night watch? Her voice was still hoarse like sandpaper scraping wood. Li Wei nodded. Wait until they finish their shift. They walked side by side toward the east, encountering 2 patrolmen carrying a basket of charred door hinges to the waste pile. One of them, catching sight of Li Wei, remarked casually, Chief, we found more cloth strips by the woods last night, hung on a thorn bush, torn to just half a piece. Kept it. On the duty room table. Li Wei turned, abandoning the west wall, and headed straight for the night watch duty room. The room was small, furnished with only a broken table, 2 long benches, and a bone whistle hanging on the wall. The half-cloth strip lay beneath a water bowl, its color grayish, with a twisted vine pattern embroidered on the corner. He picked it up and held it to the light. The pattern seemed not from an ordinary household, but rather a mark on some kind of banner. The woods to the southeast, he muttered to himself. The scout ran off that way. Alice leaned in for a closer look. I've seen this pattern before on the boundary stone outside Yuan town. It's the crest of the neighboring noble's territory. Li Wei placed the cloth strip back on the table, said nothing, turned and left the room. He walked along the edge of the camp all the way to the southern slope, crouched down and touched the soil compacted by the giant wolf's paws. Beasts wouldn't deliberately take a detour. For someone to infiltrate from the southeast and escape smoothly meant they knew the terrain, perhaps even cleared the path in advance. He raised his gaze toward the distant ridge where an old official road led to Yuan town, the territory of the neighboring noble. Before noon he summoned the 2 night watchmen who had been on duty the previous night to the open ground before the altar. One was tall and thin, the other short and stout, both local veterans with sun-reddened faces. Did you get a clear look at the man's face? Li Wei asked. The tall one shook his head. It was dark. I only saw he wore a dark cloak and had a slight limp on his left foot. The stout one interjected, but when he ran he snapped a pine branch. I picked it up and left it in the hut. Li Wei immediately led the group to his dwelling. The broken pine branch leaned against the back of the door, the break fresh, the branches tilted to the right. He held it up, comparing the position of the footprints on the ground, then combined the cloth strip's discovery site, the escape route, and the direction of the snapped branch to piece together a complete path map. The intruder hadn't wandered aimlessly but had entered and exited along a specific route with clear objectives and practiced movements. Not a refugee, not some amateur spy. Li Wei straightened up. Trained. And with some knowledge of our situation here. Alice stood beside him, speaking softly. Only the neighboring noble has the resources to send people for long-term surveillance. Li Wei didn't refute. He knew that place had been annexing small villages for years using no clean means. Its own territory had suddenly emerged with methods for farming, the ability to fend off beasts, and the capacity to rebuild so quickly. It was no wonder others eyed it with envy. Then it's settled, he said. It's the neighboring noble behind this. The news didn't spread, he forbade it. Once such things got out, people's hearts would easily waver. He only let a few key members know, the rest continued their work as usual. By late afternoon the foundation of the west wall was cleared, stones piled into a small hill, and a dozen villagers were busy sorting usable timber. Li Wei stood on the altar steps for a while, then turned back to his residence where he began rummaging through boxes to inventory supplies. The evening meal had just been set on the table when the sound of hoofbeats came from outside. It wasn't urgent, it was a slow, deliberate pace, as if making a show of authority. Li Wei set down his bowl, threw on an outer coat and walked out. A brown horse halted in the open ground before the altar. Astride it sat a man in a silver-trimmed robe, his hat pulled low, holding a rod topped with a brass knob. By order of the Lord of Huan, I come to deliver a message. The man drawled as if accustomed to reading official documents. Li Wei stood at the foot of the steps, not moving forward. Speak. The envoy swept his eyes over the busy villagers, his mouth twitching. Your territory has developed rapidly of late. Truly commendable. However, resource allocation concerns regional stability. My lord suggests that the 30 acres of farmland west of the outer wall along with the downstream water source be ceded to Yuan's jurisdiction as a gesture of neighborly goodwill. The air went still. An old man carrying stones stopped in his tracks, staring at the envoy. A young man mending a fence slowly lowered the axe in his hand. Li Wei took 2 steps forward, looked up at the man on the horse. You've had your people skulking in the woods for days and now you come asking for land. This is a formal diplomatic request. The envoy straightened his back. If you refuse to comply, it may lead to unnecessary friction. Friction. Li Wei gave a cold laugh. You send spies, stir up beasts to harass the people, and now you want us to give up land. How dare you say that? The beast incidents are unrelated to us, the envoy said coldly. On the contrary, your unauthorized expansion is already an act of trespass. Trespass. Li Wei pointed at the ground beneath his feet. This land was built brick by brick with our own hands. The grain that keeps us from starving was planted with our own hoes and plows. You call it trespass, then tell me what would not be trespass. That you can take whatever you want, seize whatever you please. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, heard by all around. The envoy's face changed. I will give you one final warning: a peaceful transfer brings joy to all. Otherwise, the next time I come, I will not be alone. Li Wei looked up at him, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Fine. Go back and tell your master to prepare his coffin. Whoever comes to take our land will leave lying down. The envoy yanked the reins sharply. The horse started and turned half a circle. He pointed at Li Wei. You will regret this. I've regretted many things. Li Wei patted the dust off his pants. But never for being tough. The envoy gritted his teeth, glared at him, wheeled his horse and cracked his whip, riding away. The hooves struck the scorched earth, raising a cloud of dust that soon vanished down the southeast official road. Li Wei stood still. Alice, who had come up behind him at some point, said nothing, only nodded gently. He turned, looked at the few villagers still sorting tools nearby, and said in a low voice, open the spare weapons storage. Check every usable piece. Sharpen the axes, replace the bowstrings, prepare an extra batch of fire stakes. Don't expect them to be reasonable. With that he walked straight to his own house. The first thing he did upon entering was bolt the door, then drag a wooden chest from under the bed. Inside were several short knives, about 20 arrows, 3 bottles of potion, and the meteorite fragment he had kept in his pocket, now lying quietly in the corner, utterly still. He picked up the fragment, glanced at it, then tucked it into his inner pocket. He opened the supply ledger on the table and counted page by page. Enough grain for 2 months. The water system could still hold. Weapons were heavily depleted but could be replenished. As for manpower, there were 37 able-bodied young men to fight with the elderly and women also able to help defend the rear. He had just written half a line when footsteps approached from outside. It was the old man who had been carrying stones, holding a freshly sharpened axe. Chief, he said, if you want to fight, we'll fight with you. Li Wei looked up at him, said nothing, merely turned to the next page of the ledger and wrote a line: prepare for battle. Start at 6 tomorrow morning. He closed the book and blew out the oil lamp. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on the floor like a thin layer of frost. As dawn's first light softened the sky, Li Wei stood alone on the open ground before the altar. In his hand hung a short axe, its blade gleaming coldly in the pale morning light, a testament to an entire night spent sharpening. Ash from yesterday's fire still clung to the soles of his boots, whispering softly with each step he took. He called out to no one, he struck no bell. He simply stood, back straight, unwavering, like a timber driven deep into the earth. People arrived gradually, one by one. First came the dwarf blacksmith, shouldering his hammer, chewing slowly on half a loaf of dark rye bread, his cheeks rising and falling rhythmically. He stopped beside Li Wei, glanced at the axe and nodded approvingly. Well honed, sharp enough to sever 3 arms. Then came the elven archer, her step silent as a cat's, her longbow already strung with a fresh cord. She stood motionless, said nothing, and only raised her hand to gesture southeast, a quiet declaration: I knew you would come. I am ready. Elise arrived last, leaning on a wooden staff, her voice still hoarse, but her gaze clear and steady. She took her place behind Li Wei and murmured, the potions have been inventoried: 3 vials of hemostatic elixir, 2 of analgesic draft, and 1 more can be brewed. Soporific smoke. One after another, elders and youths, men and women, farmers gripping hoes, villagers clutching rough-hewn clubs, hunters bearing quivers, all gathered there. Even the old man who usually cowered in the corner of his hut appeared, dragging a notched firewood cleaver. He staggered forward, breath ragged, slammed the blade into the earth and declared, Chief, if you say we fight, then we fight. Li Wei surveyed the crowd before him, not smiling, not scowling, his voice calm and level. Last night's events, you've all heard something of them. Men from Hollow Bend rode in on horseback, clad in silver-trimmed robes, and demanded land, the 30 mu west of the western wall, and control over the downstream water source. They called it neighborly goodwill. He paused, his voice unchanged in volume, yet each word landing like stone upon stone. This is not land they seek, it is life they mean to take. Let them claim 1 plot today, and tomorrow they will tear down our roofs. Step back once, and home vanishes. For several heartbeats silence held its breath. Then Li Wei raised his short axe and asked, "Who will stand guard over the soil?" Before the question had fully settled, the old man roared, "First I will stand. Last year when the wolf pack descended I swore it, I follow the chief and hunger never claims me. So will I." A youth leapt forward gripping a sharpened wooden spear. "This land was carved from the earth by my own hands, one stroke one furrow again and again. Whoever dares seize it must first trample me. I'll reinforce the fire stakes." Another elder bent low picking up a charred log. "Last night's blaze was no waste, I know how to make flame roar louder and burn deeper. I'll cook." A woman pushed forward from the rear. "You wage war, I feed warriors. Not a single brother shall go hungry." Voice followed voice like a spark dropped into dry grass. Flames surged wild and swift. Li Wei spoke no further. He drove the axe into the earth and turned toward the vacant lot beside the western wall construction site, where stones and timbers were already stacked and freshly hewn stakes lay scattered across the ground. He halted, turned and swept his gaze across the assembly. For the next few days no distinction of age or gender, anyone who can move must move. We will not wait for them to strike. We will make them understand, this place is no soft fruit waiting to be plucked. He pointed to the dwarf blacksmith. "You oversee weapon maintenance, every axe, hammer and spearhead must be honed or reforged as needed. If iron runs short, gather every scrap, broken cauldrons, rusted door hinges, keep the forge burning." The dwarf grinned, swung his great hammer onto the anvil and sent a shower of sparks flying. "I've waited for this day. My furnace has been hot since last night, I only awaited your command." Li Wei turned to the elf. "You lead the inventory of arrows and inspect bowstring wear. Categorize usable shafts by quality, dismantle damaged ones for sinew. Also establish 3 archer watchposts around the camp perimeter, rotating shift size fixed on the forest's edge." The elven archer drew her bowstring in a silent practice motion, the sharp twang echoing crisp and clean. "Let them come, I'll greet them with a rain of arrows beneath moonlight, or daylight if they prefer. I do not choose the hour." Laughter rippled through the crowd, easing the tautness in their shoulders. Li Wei looked to Elise. "You manage logistics, potions, food, water distribution, all under your command. Set up the infirmary in the small building west of the altar, clean cloth and boiling water prepared in advance." Elise nodded. 2 women are already brewing ginger broth, to ward off chills tonight. Herbal emergency packs have also been portioned, each person carries one ready for sudden injury. Good. Li Wei breathed deeply, his tone dropping lower, heavier. "I know some of you fear. Fear is right, only fools feel none. But fear must not weaken your knees. We do not fight for dominion, we fight to survive. To keep wives and children beneath a roof. To keep even one bowl of rice from being snatched from our hands." His eyes traveled slowly across every face. "I will not send anyone to die in vain. So long as I stand, not 1 inch of this ground shall be surrendered to the enemy. Trust me, and I will lead you to victory." With that he reached into his chest and withdrew the fragment of meteorite, rolling it thoughtfully in his palm. It remained still, cold, inert, utterly unchanged. He studied it for 2 seconds, then slipped it back inside his coat as though nothing had happened. At that moment a young villager lowered his head, fingers trembling faintly. "Will we truly prevail? They ride horses. They wear armor. They are trained soldiers." Before he could finish, the old man stepped forward and slapped his shoulder, not hard but sharply. "Last year you claimed the wolves would end us, yet what happened? We lived, because we followed the chief and ate white flour again. And now you shrink back." The youth flushed crimson, lifted his head defiantly. "I'm not shrinking. I just wanted clarity." "Clarity." The dwarf brought his hammer down again, sparks flaring like stars. "My hammer has long thirsted for new work. Let their bones be its first feast." "Exactly." Another youth raised his wooden spear high. "If they stay away, so be it. But if they come, let them learn what raw, untamed fury can do." Laughter swelled, rough, fierce, unyielding, a sound forged not in comfort but in defiance. Li Wei stood at the center of the throng, gazing upon those faces, some sun-darkened, some flushed with youth, some etched with decades of wind and worry, others barely dusted with the first shadow of a beard. Not one stepped backward. He knew the fire had caught. Not kindled by grand oaths or hollow promises, but forged in shared hardship, spilled blood, and the slow, stubborn crawl from ashes back into light. He raised his hand for silence. "From today onward work begins at dawn, 6 o'clock. Guard shifts rotate continuously. The armory remains open all hours, register and collect gear as needed. After evening meal assemble at the altar, I will outline our next course." He paused, then added, "We seek no quarrel, but neither do we flinch from it. Whoever seeks to seize our land, our grain, our homes." With one swift kick he overturned a nearby wooden crate, short blades clattered across the ground in a metallic cascade. "Let them see, for themselves, what it means to provoke the unprovocable." At dawn Li Wei stood on the open ground before the altar. He held no axe nor any tool for sharpening, but instead crouched down, using a charred wooden stick to scratch lines on the muddy ground. The grove beyond the western wall, the sloping terrain and the location of the water source were all crudely sketched in crooked lines, much like the last-minute cramming diagrams he used to draw before submitting his college assignments. The dwarf blacksmith carried his hammer over, saw Li Wei crouching, and crouched down beside him. He leaned and looked at the drawing and grinned. "What's this you've drawn?" "A patch of grass that's been chewed by a cow." "A terrain map," Li Wei replied without lifting his head. "Our territory needs to be defended with brains." "Oh, then your brain sure took a lot of effort to draw." The dwarf muttered a few words but didn't leave. He plopped down on the ground, resting his hands on his knees, staring at the drawing. The elven archer arrived silently, her steps so light they didn't even startle her own shadow. She stood still without speaking, then looked down at the map. An eyebrow rose. You didn't mark that small gully in the south. Forgot it, Li Wei said, scratching his head, and added it in. He redrew a curved line and added a circle at the bottom of the slope. This is the key point. If the enemy comes from the southeast, they'll definitely take this gentle slope, good for horses and easy for men to charge. But they don't know, the soil here is loose. It collapsed once during last year's rain. Ai Lizzie hobbled over, leaning on her wooden staff. Her voice was still hoarse like sandpaper scraping a pot. What about the wind direction? After 3 in the afternoon, the wind comes from the northwest, blowing toward the southeast. Right, Li Wei nodded. So the smoke bombs should be placed on the northern slope. Let the wind carry them down and blind their eyes. Smoke, the dwarf looked up. Can you even conjure gunpowder? It's not gunpowder. Ai Lizzie pulled a small cloth bundle from her bosom. I've been brewing herbal powder for 3 days. Mixed in some V ash and dried mushroom dust. Light it and it'll spew yellow smoke, choking people's eyes open. Sounds like a kitchen fire, the elf said. As long as it works. Li Wei took the bundle and placed it on the marked spot on the map. We're not matching equipment, not comparing numbers. We'll make them step into pits, tumble off horses, run blindly, shout in panic, then you all strike. The dwarf grinned. I like this approach. Saves more energy than a head-on clash. The traps are in 3 layers. Li Wei began to explain the real plan. The first layer is a pitfall 2 meters long, 1.5 meters deep. Cover it with branches and straw, then sprinkle a thin layer of soil. A horse's hoof steps on it and it collapses. The second layer is tripwires connected to flying spears in the trees, the sharpened wooden stakes we've been carving. Tighten them with vines. When someone passes, the rope breaks, the spear swings out from the side, aiming for the thigh. The elf nodded. I can modify several tripwires into double triggers. When one person steps into a pit, the 2 behind them will also be triggered. Good. Li Wei drew an X on the map. The third layer is the rockfall zone. There are 3 large boulders on that slope. I checked, the soil underneath is loose. All we need to do is pry them open a bit and push to send them rolling down. This job is yours, dwarf. Piece of cake, the dwarf thumped his chest. I've been wanting to smash something since last night. Don't rush to smash, Li Wei pointed at him. Wait until they're in the circle. We need rhythm, first let a few fall, then blind a whole bunch, then crash the rocks down. When the formation is in chaos, the archers go to work. The elf gently plucked her bowstring. I'll make the first arrow land 3 inches in front of the commander's foot just to startle him. Not to startle, Li Wei shook his head. It's to let him know we can see him. The air fell silent for a moment. Ai Lizzie looked at the sand table and suddenly said, don't set traps near the water source. Our people go there every day to fetch water. If one of our own falls into a trap, we'll only hurt ourselves. Makes sense. Li Wei immediately erased the 2 marks near the stream. The trap zone boundary ends at the old oak tree. Further west, only sentries. Also, Ai Lizzie continued, the fog can't be released early. We have to wait until the enemy's main force enters the ambush circle before lighting it. If the wind shifts, we have to stop or it'll blow back on us and we'll be coughing for 3 days. Noted. Li Wei used the stick to draw a circle around the fog area. You control the ignition point. The elf then crouched down, took a small vine from her waist, green with a faint glow. This is moon shadow vine. It gives off a pale blue light at night. I'll plant them along the edges of the non-trap zones. If the enemy comes at night and sees the lights, they'll think it's a safe passage and go straight in. Lure them. Li Wei's eyes lit up. The elf's lips curled slightly. The smarter they are, the more they'll pick the path that looks easiest. The dwarf rubbed his hands together. That's dirty. I like it. When they fall into the pits one by one, I'll even applaud them. The core strategy was one word: deception. Li Wei stood up, dusting off the dirt on his hands. They think we're a ragtag bunch, no training, no armor, no cavalry. They believe they can swallow us in one gulp. We'll play along with their assumptions, let them think we're panicked, disorganized, that our defenses have collapsed. Then. He suddenly swept his hand. We strike from beneath the ground, from the forest, from the wind, from the shadows, all at once. The 4 of them fell silent, staring at the crude map. Sunlight fell on the muddy ground. The lines drawn with the stick were already blurring, but the path was clear in everyone's mind. Li Wei continued, the battle won't happen on the walls nor at the camp gate. We need to push the battlefield outward, to the place where they think it's safest. They come to seize our land only to find the ground is full of holes. Ranged priority, the elf added. I'll take 3 archers to ambush on the eastern high ground. Best line of sight. Once the signal flares, shoot the horses' legs first, then target the commanders. I'll hold the rear with the melee team. The dwarf stood up, rolling his shoulders. If anyone dares to climb up, I'll let them taste what I call dwarf-style welcome. Leave logistics to me, Ai Lizzie said. I've prepared potions, water and spare weapons in 3 hidden caches organized by group. The wounded can retreat halfway and grab hemostatic powder and bandages. Excellent. Li Wei nodded. We don't have the horns and formations of a regular army, but we have rapport. I don't need you to move only after hearing orders. When you see the fire, hear the rocks rolling down the slope, smell the yellow smoke, you'll know it's time to act. He paused again. No one is allowed to charge alone. This is not the time to play hero. The ones who survive are the winners. No one laughed, no one shouted slogans. But in that moment the eyes of the four met. The dwarf grinned, showing solid teeth. The elf gently stroked her bow arm as if confirming an old friend was still there. Lizzie planted her staff firmly on the ground, standing straight. Li Wei looked down at the meteorite fragment in his chest pocket. It was still quiet, cold and unresponsive. He didn't take it out, just touched it through his clothes, then looked up again. We're not trying to win a single battle, he said. We want them to remember, this land is not to be trifled with. Touch it and you'll lose a layer of skin. The dwarf laughed heartily. I like that. Then let's do it, the elf said, putting away the vine. I'll go check the ambush sidelines. I'll count the flying spears. The dwarf shouldered his hammer. And also see which tree is best for hanging the spears. I'll go back to brew the last batch of fog powder. Lizzie turned to leave. Wait. Li Wei stopped them. Everyone gather here at 6 tonight. I'll write the assignments on a wooden board. Each person gets their task. For now. Eat first, recharge your energy. The three nodded and dispersed. Li Wei remained alone, crouching down, using the stick to make a final revision to the map. He added a small mark in the pitfall area, drew a lead line at the rockfall point, and wrote Lizzie controls at the fog release spot. The sun rose higher, bleaching the muddy ground white. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and looked toward the grove beyond the western wall. It was still quiet there, birds singing, wind rustling the leaves. But soon someone would step in, thinking they'd gotten a bargain. Li Wei smiled. He was no general nor a soldier by birth, but he knew one thing: a mousetrap never kills a mouse by strength. The dwarf blacksmith's hammer struck the earth with a sharp clang, jolting his palms with numbing force. He spat once, then crouched down and scraped aside the soil, only to find the underlying layer unnervingly loose, crumbling like over-roasted beans. This spot collapsed once last year, yet you truly dare to dig here? Li Wei approached, still clutching the charred wooden stick in his hand. Why not? I've dug pits before, this isn't my first trench. The dwarf spoke stubbornly, though his hands had already stilled. If you bury yourself alive, I'll have to dig you out again. Li Wei knelt and prodded the surface with the stick. Clods crumbled away effortlessly. 3 paces left, the elf had said. The soil there was firm enough to hold a pit. The dwarf grunted, hoisted his tools, and strode off, muttering under his breath, yesterday you sketched the plan, today you shift the site. Do you earthlings all delight in reversing your word? We call it tactical recalibration. Li Wei ignored the latter half of the remark and turned toward the woods, calling out, Elise. Have you brought the rope? Elise emerged from behind a tree, holding a thick coil of russet brown cord in one hand and leaning on a wooden staff with the other. Her voice remained hoarse, rasping like metal scraping across a scorched pan. Yes, I brought it. The vines have been soaked, they're supple and resilient. Good. Li Wei took the rope and handed her a small slip of paper. This marks the trigger points. Proceed as agreed yesterday. Elise glanced at the sketch, nodded silently, and headed toward the southeastern slope. The dwarf caught sight of the paper and smirked. Your handwriting wobbles like a drunkard's gait. Dare you even call this a map? Clarity matters, not calligraphy. Li Wei brushed dust from his palms. Get digging. I'll consult the elf on the angle of the spear launchers. He'd taken only 2 steps when a heavy muffled thud echoed behind him. The dwarf had swung wide, nearly toppling headfirst into the half-dug pit. Steady yourself. Li Wei barked over his shoulder. Just warming up. The dwarf scrambled upright, brushing dirt from his tunic. When the enemy arrives, I'll greet them with Meteor somersaults. Li Wei didn't bother replying. He broke into a sprint toward the woods. On the northern slope, the elven archer knelt beneath an ancient oak, fingers deftly adjusting a slender vine that shimmered with soft luminescence. She slid the vine into a narrow crevice in the soil and pressed gently. Emerald light rippled along the ground for half a foot, then faded. The wind has shifted, she murmured without lifting her gaze. Li Wei joined her and squinted skyward. It should veer back by 3 o'clock. Not necessarily. She pointed toward the distant ridgeline where clouds gathered thickly. The northwesterly may falter. Then we add another node. Li Wei crouched and traced a rough diagram in the damp earth with his stick. Embed another stretch of vine here. If the wind veers, we'll still lure them straight into the pit. The elf glanced at him. You're beginning to resemble a trap merchant. Better than being slaughtered like livestock. Li Wei rose, dusted off his trousers, and asked, how much longer before you're ready? I could ignite it now, but I won't. She replied. Elise insisted the smoke must be manually triggered, no premature release. Agreed. Li Wei nodded. She oversees that function, we mustn't interfere. As they spoke, a sharp brittle crack split the air, followed instantly by the dwarf's furious curse. Damn it. The vine snapped again. Li Wei and the elf exchanged a glance, and bolted toward the southeastern slope. There the dwarf squatted beside the tripwire, gripping a severed length of vine, his face as dark as soot. This thing looks solid, yet snaps the moment tension mounts. Whoever tries to halt horses with it will kneel and beg forgiveness. Elise had already arrived, pulling a small earthen jar of viscous liquid from her cloth satchel. She unscrewed the lid. A sour acrid odor rose like rotten mushrooms steeped in vinegar. Apply this. She passed the jar to the dwarf, a botanical adhesive blended with tree resin. It withstands double the strain. Skeptical, the dwarf smeared a thin line and tested the nut. This time it held firm. Ha, your kitchen condiments pack surprising power. This is no condiment. Elise retrieved the jar, it's medicine. Either way, it's edible. The dwarf muttered, then began reweaving each strand of the tripwire with renewed focus. Li Wei crouched to inspect the launcher mechanism. Lower the spear's trajectory 5 degrees, aim precisely for the horse's legs. When riders tumble, the pit awaits. The elf circled behind the tree and gestured. I've added a dual trigger system. Stepping into the first pit activates 2 secondary tripwires in sequence. Clever. Li Wei smiled. Let them queue up to fall. Only hope they're foolish enough to charge straight in on horseback, the dwarf added. Then it's even simpler. The elf observed coolly. Once the horses collapse, riders become a single flattened mass. As the three spoke, a deep rumbling boom echoed from the west, as if boulders tumbled downhill. What's happening? The dwarf sprang up. I'll investigate. Li Wei dashed toward the northern slope. Elise followed close behind. The elf gathered her vines and fell in step. At the landslide zone, 3 massive stones hung precariously, wedges beneath them partially pried loose. One rock swayed, then jammed in place. The dwarf stood atop the incline, still gripping his hammer. I tested the leverage, but this one's unstable, nearly rolled. You nearly dismantled your own homeland. Li Wei gasped for breath. Deliver the final strike, don't exhaust your strength too soon. Understood. The dwarf tapped the stone. I'll leave it breathing, let the guests deliver its final sigh. Elise moved to a pile of smaller stones nearby, knelt and ran her fingers over the soil. Still too loose, we must reinforce the support points. How? With timber stakes. She indicated several sharpened short logs. Drive them diagonally into the fissures, bracing the stone's flank to prevent premature slippage. Agreed. Li Wei signaled the dwarf. You fetch the stakes, I'll drive them. Working in tandem, they secured 3 stakes beneath each boulder. The rocks steadied, unshaken even by the breeze. Now it's solid. The dwarf wiped sweat from his brow. Let them come crash against the wall. Not the southern wall, the elf interjected quietly. The southeastern slope. It's all wall to me. The dwarf waved dismissively. Does it matter where they hit? It does. Li Wei gazed down the slope. We have no wall, only pits. The sun climbed directly overhead, searing their foreheads with heat. The 4 stood high upon the northern ridge, surveying the entire trap zone. Beyond the western wall, the forest lay eerily tranquil. Birds sang, leaves trembled, nothing betrayed the peril beneath. Yet every inch of earth concealed death. Li Wei drew the meteorite fragment from his inner pocket and felt its chill through his jacket. It remained cold, silent. He kept it hidden, no one saw it. How many missed points? 5. Elise opened her satchel and counted the small pouches. 3 primary, 2 backups. Relocate if the wind shifts. Ignition source. Dry grass and tinder, flares instantly. She secured the firesteel to her belt. I'll light it myself. Good. Li Wei turned to the elf. Are your ambush positions confirmed? Eastern high ground, 3 trees, full field of view. She caressed her bows. Arc arrows were knocked, awaiting the signal. Dwarf. Hammer in hand, pit beneath my feet. He thumped his chest, ready to finish what's begun. Then, stand down. Li Wei drew a slow deep breath. Return. Wait for word. Without further exchange, the 4 gathered their gear and walked the trail back toward the settlement. No one spoke. The dwarf brought up the rear, glancing back repeatedly at the woods, his lips curling faintly upward. Back within the western wall, Li Wei ascended the central watchtower and withdrew a wooden whistle from his pocket, hanging it around his neck. He stood motionless, eyes fixed on the southeastern horizon. Elise went to the apothecary station beneath the northern slope, arranging the 5 mist powder pouches neatly upon the table, placing the firesteel within immediate reach. She sat, hands resting upon her staff, utterly still. The dwarf returned to his forge, seated at the doorway, slowly polishing his hammer. Though the anvil had cooled, he seemed to hear its rhythmic ring echoing still. The elf melted into the eastern woodland cover, drew her bowstring taut, released, her arrow buried itself in the trunk half an inch shy of the bullseye. She frowned and drew another. The sun sank lower, the northwesterly wind cooling the air. Li Wei stood atop the tower, raising his hand to touch the wooden whistle. His fingers remained perfectly steady. The sun sank low in the west as a northwesterly wind swept across the land. Li Wei stood atop the watchtower, his fingers resting lightly upon the wooden whistle hanging at his chest, just adjusted to sit snug against his sternum when a dull hollow thud echoed from the woods. Not the clatter of falling stone nor the snap of a tripwire, this was the sickening thump of a body crashing into a pit. Instantly curses erupted like shrapnel. Ouch, mother of. Who dug this cursed trap without warning? A faint twitch tugged at Li Wei's lip. 3 days we spent digging it. Reinforced twice with timber posts. You stepped in it, you chose your fate. His gaze lifted toward the southeastern slope. From Mist Point 1 a column of grayish-white smoke rose steadily, like porridge boiling over in a field. Alice had ignited it with precision. The wind cooperated flawlessly, carrying the veil downward straight into the enemy's faces. A few ruffians clutched their noses and staggered blindly, only to slam headlong into another tripwire. With a sharp crack they were flung 2 meters forward. One landed, sprawled, his leg still dangling from the vine, swaying like a pendulum. An elven archer crouched unseen on the eastern high ground. A soft twang parted the air, then an arrow sliced past the ear of a thug struggling to climb from a deep pit, embedding itself deep into the trunk behind him with a resonant thunk. The man froze mid-motion, tears forgotten breath caught in his throat. "Don't move!" Li Wei shouted down. "Next arrow won't be a warning." No one below heeded him. Another wave burst from the forest's edge, this time smarter, hugging tree roots crawling low, heads bowed. A dwarf knelt behind the western gate, hammer slick with sweat in his grip. He spat a curse. "These bastards walk like thieves stealing chickens." Li Wei said nothing. His eyes tracked the group as they skirted the first trap zone, straight toward the main road. Crude wooden clubs filled their hands, some bore short ladders slung across shoulders, clearly meant for scaling the wall. "They're here," he said. The dwarf grinned. "Been waiting for that word." Li Wei raised the wooden whistle, drew a deep breath, and blew a sharp piercing note. It was the prearranged signal. Traps activated. Transition to full alert. Almost simultaneously the second tripwire on the northern slope snapped taut. 3 vines sprang upward, catching the center man mid-stride. He pitched forward, flattening the 2 ahead. The 4 behind, unable to halt, collapsed in a tangled heap, human dominoes. Mist. Point 2 ignited instantly, smoke bloomed outward, veiling half the forest. Yet the enemy did not falter. More surged from the rear, trampling over fallen comrades to press onward. Some even probed the earth with long poles, inch by inch, dodging obvious sinkholes. Li Wei watched them bypass the primary trap belt, and his pulse stuttered. They're not all rabble. Someone's leading them. "Elf," he barked. "East, 3 o'clock. The one in leather armor, stop him." Silence answered from the shadows among the trees. Then, 2 seconds later, a shaft hissed through the air, aimed true at the man's knee. But the target twisted aside just in time. The arrow only grazed his trousers, sparking a shower of orange embers against the dirt. "Close," Li Wei murmured. Wind shifted 5 degrees, came the elf's voice drifting from afar. "And he carries a shield." Li Wei frowned. Their original plan had been simple: disrupt formation with fog and snares, then pick off targets at range 1 by 1. Now the enemy advanced with discipline, armored and methodical, their rhythm unnervingly steady. The second wave had already closed to 70 paces from the western wall. "Blow the second signal." Alice's voice rose from below. She descended the steps unnoticed, leaning on her wooden staff beside the barricade, medicine pouch strapped to her waist, face pale as ash. "Not yet," Li Wei replied, eyes locked on the advancing line. 10 more paces. "They've brought ladders," Alice observed. Indeed, 3 crude ones were now being hoisted forward, crooked and hastily assembled, but sturdy enough to bridge the wall's height. "Then now." Li Wei clenched his jaw and blew again, 2 short bursts, 1 long. At the final note's echo, the dwarf charged forth. He ran roaring, "My hammer's waited all day, don't you dare quit before the show ends." Reaching the first ladder, he swung once hard. The wood shattered with a sickening crack. The bearers leapt backward in terror. Undeterred, the dwarf lunged after one hammer, descending onto his foot. A scream tore from the man's throat, sharper than a butcher's blade. The other 2 ladders had already leaned against the wall. Li Wei watched a thug scramble upward, fingers and toes gripping with terrifying speed. "Elf!" he bellowed. "Here!" A bowstring hummed. An arrow flew true and swift, striking the man square in the shoulder. He shrieked, tumbling headlong from the rungs, crushing 2 beneath him. Yet another climbed the 3rd ladder. Li Wei snatched a spear from beside the tower and sprinted down. Alice reached to stop him. He shoved her aside. "I'll hold the gate, hold the heights." Just as he reached the wall's base, a thunderous boom shook the ground. 3rd ladder toppled inward, hurling man and timber alike into the pit below. Li Wei spun and saw the dwarf standing there, arms akimbo, grinning. "How's that aim?" "Still respectable." "Save the boasting," Li Wei gasped. "They'll come again." True enough, within half a minute the 4th wave struck. Larger. Divided into 3 prongs, 1 fainted at the gate, 2 circled wide, flanking left and right. Mist. Point 3 ignited, then the wind shifted. Smoke recoiled, choking their own sentries, who coughed violently into their fists. "Bad," Alice whispered. Li Wei barked orders: "Abandon outer observation posts, fall back. Hold the 30-pace perimeter around the main gate." Commands rippled outward, the remaining guards withdrew swiftly. A young man turned just as a stone struck his back. He staggered, then dropped to his knees. "Drag him back," Li Wei commanded. Alice and another woman darted forward, hoisting him toward the apothecary station. En route, Alice dipped into her pack, pulled out a pouch of powder, and scattered it across the path. On contact with air, it flared into thick yellow mist, blinding pursuit. "How long does it last?" Li Wei asked. 30 breaths, she wheezed. "Then we need fresh stock." "Enough," he nodded. "Conserve it." He returned to the platform, surveying the battlefield. Enemy forces now pressed within 50 paces of the western wall, 3 ladder points under simultaneous assault. The elf fired 5 rapid shots from the east, repelling climbers, but his quiver sagged visibly. The dwarf held the gate hammer, whirling like a storm, yet sweat mingled with dust streaked his brow. Li Wei's hand brushed the cold meteorite fragment tucked inside his jacket. It remained icy, lifeless. He didn't draw it out. Nor did he expect it to blaze with sudden light or power. "Our traps held the first wave. Not the second." Nor the third, he murmured aloud. Far off another ladder rose into view. The dwarf spat. Are these vermin ants? How do you ever get rid of them? Li Wei stayed silent. He knew the truth, they weren't probing. They were grinding them down. He turned to Alice. How many mist packets remain? 2 spare, she said, counting quietly. Plus this one, enough for one final concentrated release. Hold them, Li Wei ordered. Use them when they commit fully. Then what's your plan, she asked. His eyes fixed on the 3 ladders rising now, steadily, deliberately. Li Wei pivoted sharply toward Alice. You and the elf watched the 3 in leather armor beneath the crooked necked oak to the east. Prevent them from securing those ladders. Alice nodded, reached into her medicine pouch and withdrew the last mist packet, handing it to the elf. Wait for my signal. The elven archer accepted it with a quiet nod, tapped her shoulder once, then bolted onto the eastern parapet, bow drawn and ready. Li Wei inhaled deeply, and roared to the dwarf, grab your gear, follow me. Everyone else, raise spears, prepare for close combat. The dwarf grinned, shrugged off his tunic, revealing corded muscle, and sprinted toward the western breach, hammer gleaming. Li Wei seized a sharpened timber stake, and followed hard on his heels. They reached the wall corner just as 2 enemies scaled halfway up. Li Wei drove the stake into the earth, then hoisted a heavy stone. With both hands he slammed it down onto the ladder's base. It groaned sideways, the climber shrieked, plummeting onto 3 others below. Brilliant! The dwarf laughed and swung his hammer in a brutal horizontal arc, knocking another emerging head back into darkness. Then eastward a thick yellow fog erupted, dense as soot stirred into water. Chaos erupted in the ranks, coughing, stumbling, blind collisions. In that single suspended heartbeat 3 arrows flew, each striking precisely where ladder joints met timber. 2 ladders splintered instantly, collapsing in thunderous heaps. Perfect! Li Wei shouted. Alice stood at the parapet's edge, her pouch empty. The powder was gone. She exhaled, wiped grime from her cheek, and murmured, your turn now. Li Wei signaled with a sweep of his arm. Go. The dwarf charged first, hammer spinning like a whirlwind. Li Wei led 3 burly men in a tight triangular formation, straight for the western breach. The enemy, still scrambling to reposition ladders, never anticipated a countercharge. One thug bent to lift timber, only to take a hammer blow square on the rump. He launched 2 feet into the air, then crashed face first into the dirt. Li Wei kicked the ladder sideways, snatched up the fallen club, and cracked it across the nearest man's temple. The man crumpled without a sound. No lingering. Li Wei roared. Strike and retreat. They fought their way back inside the wall, leaving the enemy stunned, too rattled to advance further. Li Wei leaned on his spear, breathing hard, his palms slick with blood, indistinguishable whether his own or another's. He glanced skyward. The sun neared the horizon. Yet the wind refused to relent. They'll return, he said. Alice nodded. One last stand. Li Wei smiled faintly. Then let them witness what desperation forged into defiance looks like. He raised the wooden whistle and blew 3 sharp staccato notes, the final counteroffensive signal. Simultaneously the last 2 missed points on the northern slope ignited. Yellow fog billowed, carried by the wind, directly into the enemy's assembly. Their ranks dissolved into chaos, coughing, shouting, disoriented. With a roar the dwarf vaulted onto the broken ladder and raised his hammer high. Men of Delun pushed them back. Li Wei led the charge, bursting from the gate. Alice hurled pebbles from above to scatter focus. The elven archer loosed 3 arrows, each landing precisely 3 inches before the enemy commander's boots. The commander finally broke, spun and fled. Once leadership fled, the rest unraveled. Ladders abandoned, clubs dropped, men scrambled into the woods, tumbling over roots and each other in panicked flight. Li Wei stood 10 paces beyond the western wall, spear planted firm, watching the last figures vanish into twilight. The wind still blew. He turned, gazed upon his territory walls, intact, people alive, torches newly kindled. The dwarf approached, clapped Li Wei's shoulder. We won. Li Wei said nothing, only nodded. Alice arrived, clutching her empty medicine pouch, ash smudged across her face, yet her lips curved upward. The elven archer descended from the heights, quiver empty but eyes bright and clear. Others gathered slowly, some tallying weapons, others tending wounds, still others silently mending the fence. Li Wei remained rooted in place, wooden whistle gripped tight in his fist, his gaze fixed deep into the forest's shadowed heart. Night was coming. The wind was still blowing and the sky had turned pitch black. Torches were lit one after another like a ring of small suns planted around the earth. Li Wei stood 10 paces west of the outer wall, motionless, still clutching the wooden whistle in his hand, his knuckles white. He looked down at his palm. The blood had dried, sticky and smeared, indistinguishable as his own or another's. Don't just stand there, the dwarf said, bumping him with a shoulder. They're all gone. Afraid they'll hear you breathing. Li Wei didn't smile, but the corner of his mouth twitched. I was thinking about the ladders. Which part? All of it. He said they brought 8 ladders. We smashed 5, 2 collapsed, 1 fell into the pit, but they still almost got over. The dwarf snorted. But in the end they ran. Yes, they ran. Li Wei finally turned around, looking at the newly lit bonfire in the center of the camp. But what if they bring 100 more next time? What if they come with real soldiers armed to the teeth? The dwarf fell silent, then lowered his head to wipe the dust off his hammer. So what's your plan? Starting tomorrow, have everyone practice wrestling every day. Close enough, Li Wei said. But first we need to clean up this mess. He turned and walked back, his steps heavy as if his soles were caked with mud that had dried hard. Behind him several guards were dragging the enemy's abandoned wooden clubs and torn cloth back for collection. A young man stumbled as he bent to lift a broken ladder, and the person beside him quickly steadied him. Treat minor injuries yourself, Li Wei said as he passed. Serious wounds queue up at Alice's. The man nodded, grinning. Just a scratch, nothing serious. Li Wei grunted and kept walking. Alice was crouched by the medicine station, rummaging through her bag. It was empty, with only a few shreds of grass and a torn corner of paper left. She looked up as Li Wei approached, wiping her hands on her skirt. Mist powder is gone and the hemostatic herb is almost out. Write it down. Li Wei pulled a small piece of charcoal and half a sheet of paper from his pocket. Make a list tomorrow. See what we can forage and what we need to trade. Trade. Alice frowned. What do we have to trade? We don't even have extra salt. There's always a way. Li Wei folded the paper and tucked it away. First, save the people. We'll figure out the rest later. He turned and shouted toward the eastern high ground elf. Can you keep watch a bit longer? A figure leaped out from the shadows of the trees. The quiver hung empty at the waist, the bowstring loose. I can, but I recommend rotation. My right shoulder is strained. I'll need a rest after 3 more shots. Then switch shifts, Li Wei said. Take 2 people. Change the watch every half hour. Just keep an eye on the edge of the woods. No need to go deep. The elf nodded, jumped down from the cover and landed as softly as a cat stepping on cotton. Li Wei watched him walk away, then rubbed his neck. He hadn't drunk water all day, his throat was parched. But he didn't reach for his water skin. At times like this the leader couldn't drink first, couldn't sit first, even if his legs were already starting to tremble. From the gap in the western wall came the sound of hammering. The dwarf and 2 technicians were driving thick wooden stakes into a makeshift fence. The iron hammer struck again and again, making the ground tremble slightly. It must be sealed before dawn, Li Wei said as he walked over. I know. The dwarf wiped his sweat. The pit those bastards dug is too shallow. It won't last 2 days, but it'll hold for 1 night. 1 night is enough, Li Wei said. Tonight no one sleeps soundly. 2 shifts of guards. No sooner had he spoken than a cough sounded in the distance. A young guard was crouched by the pit, counting weapons, holding a rusty short spear. He coughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. What's wrong? Li Wei walked over. Smoke irritation, the man waved his hand. I just breathed in some dust from the mist residue. Stay back, Li Wei said. Later ask Alice to prepare some lung-moistening herb tea for you. Does she still have herbs? The man smiled bitterly. I saw her bag is empty. She does, Li Wei said. As long as we use them sparingly. He said no more and returned to stand by the bonfire. The flames crackled and jumped, illuminating a cut on his face that he didn't even know when he got. He touched it, then ignored it. People gradually gathered around. Some leaned on spears, others crossed their arms. Their faces were streaked with dust and sweat. No one spoke, they all looked at Li Wei. Everyone's tired, he said, but we still need to hold on a bit longer. The crowd nodded. First let's divide the tasks. Li Wei said first the battlefield cleanup must be completed tonight. Carry the enemy dead to the north slope and bury them. Sort the items by category. Second, treat the wounded uniformly. Minor injuries return to duty, serious injuries rest for 3 days. Third, repair the damaged fortifications, focusing on the western wall and the trap area. Fourth, he paused. Everyone assembles tomorrow afternoon. We'll review today's battle. Review, someone whispered. Review, Li Wei said. Which steps went right, which almost got us killed, everything must be made clear. The dwarf sat across the fire gnawing on a dry pancake. I say the first mistake was waiting until they were 50 paces away before blowing the whistle. The wind was just right then. Alice interjected. If we released the mist earlier it would have blown back. But they learned, another guard said. In the second half they used poles to probe the ground. They weren't afraid of tripwires at all. That's because we didn't reinforce enough, Li Wei said. The vines were coated with slime, but the knots weren't tight enough. Double twisting is fine, the elf suddenly spoke. The problem was the humidity dropped too fast. After 3 in the afternoon the air was too dry. Noted. Li Wei pulled out his charcoal and scribbled on the paper. Next time add oily plant juice to slow dehydration. The scene fell silent for a moment. You're actually writing that down? The dwarf stared. Of course, Li Wei said, pocketing the paper. Winning a battle depends on luck. Winning the next one depends on preparation. At these words the people around the fire straightened their backs a little. One more thing, Li Wei said, scanning the circle. Someone asked me, can we win next time? No one responded. I asked myself the same question. He said the answer is, not necessarily. If the enemy comes again with more men, better equipment and steadier command, we might not survive the first wave. The firelight flickered over silent faces. But we are stronger than we were today. His voice didn't rise, but it drowned out all other noise. Because we survived. Because we know where the leaks are. Because we now understand one person fighting desperately can only save a moment, but a group of people working together can live long. He paused, looking at Alice. Your timing on releasing the mist was as precise as a ticking clock. A second off wouldn't have worked. He turned to the elf. You fired 5 arrows in a row, each one hitting the joints, driving back the climbers. Your hand didn't tremble at the critical moment. Finally he looked at the dwarf. That one blow of yours that smashed the ladder, it broke their momentum. That kind of thing can only be done by you. He withdrew his gaze. So I won't say thank you, because this isn't a favor. It's your skill. And what I need to do is make these skills tougher and tougher. The bonfire crackled, sending a spark flying. Starting tomorrow, Li Wei said, we'll have physical training twice a day, morning and evening. It includes weighted runs, obstacle crossings and short sprints. 3 days later we'll test results. Those who fail will do extra training. Within 2 weeks organize a simulated attack and defense swapping roles. Today's wall defenders will be the attackers tomorrow. Will you train too? Someone asked. I'll be the first one up, Li Wei said. And I'll guide the training throughout. The dwarf grinned. Then don't collapse on the first day. I failed my college physical education exam, Li Wei admitted frankly. But I know how to keep people from taking detours. Alice suddenly spoke up. I can prepare restorative medicinal soups to help relieve muscle soreness, provided we have enough herbs. Put it on the plan, Li Wei nodded. You make the list, I'll coordinate the gathering. The elf stood up. The ranged unit needs more arrow reserves, at least enough for 3 volleys. Noted. Li Wei took out the paper again. Anything else? The trap area needs backup trigger points, someone suggested. Today several mechanisms were bypassed because the positions were too fixed. Change it, Li Wei said. Next week design movable tripwire supports. 2-person teams will be responsible for temporary deployment. The discussion began to warm up. Someone mentioned blind spots in the watchtower's view, another said the communication whistles were too easily confused, and someone else suggested establishing an emergency assembly signal. Li Wei noted everything down, interrupting no one. The firelight grew weaker and the night deepened. Dawn had not yet broken, only a few dying embers glowed faintly in the camp, their dull red hue reminiscent of fireflies drawing their last breath. Li Wei sat atop the western wall's half-collapsed palisade, legs stretched out, one shoe sole peeling at the edge, swaying gently in the night breeze. He had neither undressed nor slept, merely sat there, motionless, eyes fixed on the freshly tamped earth of the northern slope where bodies had just been buried. Alice approached, holding an empty bowl, its bottom scraped clean, not even a trace of broth left behind. She set it aside with a casual flick of her wrist and sat beside him, half an arm's length away, neither too close nor too distant. You didn't sleep? She asked. I did, Li Wei replied. Then woke up. Oh. Alice nodded. So did I. Just now I dreamed the mist powder grew legs and ran off. I chased it to the forest's edge, only to find it perched on a branch smoking. A faint twitch tugged at Li Wei's lips. Was it smoking the same blend we used yesterday? Even harsher, she huffed. It stung my eyes till tears streamed, but all it did was laugh. Silence settled between them. In the distance a stray dog barked once, then faded into stillness. Li Wei glanced down at his hands, black scabs crusted over palm fissures, flecks of dried grime lodged beneath his fingernails. He rubbed twice, nothing budged, so he let them be. Tell me, he said suddenly, what if the enemy returns, not with 8 ladders but 80? Alice did not answer right away. She knew this was no idle chatter. Then we'll need a taller wall, she said. Taller walls won't hold back attackers encircling us from all sides. Li Wei shook his head. This land is flat, ringed by forest, men can slip through anywhere. Today they stormed from the west, tomorrow they'll come from another direction, the day after a larger wave. Can we endure once? Twice? 3 times? Alice pressed her lips together. You're saying our handful of people cannot hold this place long, she observed, tone level, as though reciting a prescription. It's not just that we're few, Li Wei said, lifting his gaze toward the distant mountain silhouettes. No one stands with us. When they strike, it's many against one household. When we defend, it's one household facing many. That arithmetic collapses without calculation. Alice turned to face him. So you want allies? Not allies, Li Wei said slowly. Partners. Partners. Her eyebrows lifted. You've called this place your territory 4 barely days, and already you're forging alliances. I'm not convening grand pacts or exchanging formal pledges over wine and bows. Li Wei gave a wry grin. I mean, can we simply speak to other small settlements? Like the potato farming village to the east, the sheep herding family on the southern slope, even that eccentric old man near the northern woods who's always stealing rabbits from our snares. If enemies strike them first, we could throw them a rope. And when we're besieged, they might shout a warning, or at least draw off some pressure. Alice did not smile. Her fingers tapped twice on her knee, as if measuring out herbal doses. It sounds reasonable, she said. But the question remains, who will believe you? What? Do you think everyone's a fool? She turned fully toward him. Today you say let's unite. Tomorrow a neighbor sends scouts. Is this man bluffing? Is his grain sufficient? Are his soldiers battle-hardened? If they discover he has only half a sack of rice and 3 rusted blades, they won't aid him. They'll seize what little he has. Li Wei blinked. That's cynical. It's not cynicism, Alice murmured, voice dropping. It's survival. Here the weak dare not display wealth, the strong hunt only the vulnerable. So first I must pretend to be wealthy. Li Wei rubbed his chin. You may try, she said with a cold smile. Carry a sack of stones and tell everyone it's gold sand. No, that's too heavy. I'd collapse after one trip. Li Wei shook his head. Alice finally allowed herself a fleeting smile, then smoothed it away. I'm not opposing you, she said. I'm saying this cannot be rushed. You must show others you are neither a dying dog nor a rabid one. A dying dog bites no one, a rabid one bites friend and foe alike, no one trusts either. Li Wei nodded. Understood. So I must become a healthy dog. Something like that. She paused. Ideally one who digs burrows, guards the gate, and occasionally brings home game. Then I'll strive to be a property management style leader. Alice blinked twice. What? Meaning, I don't just survive myself. I ease my neighbor's burdens too. He scratched his head. For instance, standardized patrol routes, shared intelligence, pooling salt when someone runs low. Sounds like neighborhood group buying, doesn't it? Sounds like a dream. Alice rolled her eyes, but added, yet dreams aren't forbidden. Li Wei tilted his face toward her. You're relenting. I haven't agreed. She shot him a sidelong glance. I'm merely saying the idea isn't foolish, especially after today's battle. You saw it yourself, we won because the dwarf's hammer struck true, the elf's arrows flew sharp, and my powder detonated perfectly. Yet all that combined barely held off a band of thugs. Against a proper army, or several petty factions joining forces, we'd be less than footstools. Li Wei gazed toward the horizon where the sky began to pale, as if someone had wiped dust from a window. So the issue isn't training more soldiers, he said. It's the word alone. One person bears the weight until his spine snaps. 10 share it, each needs only bend slightly. Alice whispered, but how do you persuade anyone to bend that little? Seek those already straining under the same burden. Li Wei's gaze remained steady. As you said, don't seek the cruel or the powerful. Seek those who wish no trouble yet are forced nightly to repair walls and stand guard. They're like us, terrified that one day they'll collapse, and no hand will reach to lift them. Alice fell silent, then asked abruptly, do you know old Sheen of the southern slope? The shepherd. Yes. His son was slashed in the leg by highwaymen last month. He still walks with crutches. He tried reporting it but found no one to carry the message. Later he heard local nobles had tacitly permitted the attack, so he stopped speaking altogether. Then what? He moved his flock deeper into the hills, and forged himself an iron trident, standing watch each night outside his hut. Alice said he fears death less than starvation, for his entire family. Li Wei nodded slowly. Such a man will listen to me. But he won't trust you immediately, she cautioned. Alice reminded him, you must show him you're not dragging him into peril, but helping mend the boat we all sail upon. Then let's begin without mentioning alliances. Li Wei said, start with information exchange. Which roads see frequent bandits, which markets trade medicinal herbs, even whose daughter is marrying soon, and whether she'll carry goods along with her dowry. Planning a matchmaking service with diplomacy as a side effect. Alice eyed him askance. Information is currency. Li Wei spoke with solemn conviction. Wedding invitations double as covert signals. 8th day of the 12th lunar month. Honored presents requested actually means 3 p.m. That day, meet at Eastwood's Pass for delivery. Better ensure real weddings happen, she scoffed. If none exist, we'll organize mass matchmaking events, Li Wei insisted, growing earnest. Under the banner of boosting population growth, inviting youths from neighboring settlements. Over dinner they'll discuss weather and harvests, and casually ask, how stable is your region's security? Or, should external threats arise, would you consider mutual support? Gentle as spring rain soaking soil. Alice covered her face. You truly emerged from an advertising agency. Indeed, Li Wei grinned, arching a brow. I've already prepared the presentation deck, titled Feasibility Analysis for Building a Regional Security Ecosystem. Spare me. She dropped her hands, but softened her tone. Still, if you truly intend to proceed, I'll help compile a list. What kind of list? Profiles of nearby outposts, she said. I know who's destitute, who's ruthless, who's honest, and who has hidden backing. At least it'll keep you from walking straight into a den of wolves. Li Wei's eyes lit up. You're joining us. I said nothing of the sort. She rose, brushing dust from her skirt, not with haste but with quiet resolve. Rather than fretting daily over when the next enemy will arrive, I prefer considering how to make them hesitate, weighing the cost before they strike. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, she said over her shoulder. Don't lead with the word alliance. It sounds like rebellion. Say, mutual assistance group instead. Agreed, Li Wei smiled, nodding. Next meeting's banner will read, Welcome to the Shieling District Survival Mutual Assistance Alliance. Membership includes emergency rations. Alice shook her head and walked away, light-footed, yet each step landed with unmistakable weight. Li Wei stayed seated. He watched her vanish behind the tents, then lifted his gaze eastward. Daylight had breached the horizon, clouds glowed white at their edges, like the torn flap of an opened letter. He drew from his chest pocket a crumpled half-sheet of paper covered in notes from last night: training schedules, trap refinements, supply shortages. At the bottom in charcoal he wrote 2 words. Alliance. He blew lightly over the script, folded the paper carefully and tucked it back inside his inner pocket. From afar came the rooster's crow, hoarse yet piercing. The rooster's crow still echoed across the ridge when Li Wei stood before the old granary door. This place was originally an earthen room for storing winter wheat. Now the door planks had been removed to serve as stretchers, and several baskets of moldy grain were piled by the entrance. In the corner lay half a charred ladder. The mementos of last night's battle were more industrious than any person, occupying every space they could. He looked down at the charcoal scribbled note in his hand, which read 100 caddies of wheat seeds, 20 caddies of smoked meat, and 3 magical items. Below was a crooked frame labeled gift set with a note beside it: must not look like relief funds, should resemble an opening ceremony gift package. The dwarf blacksmith hummed a battle song slightly off-key as he walked over, carrying a hammer in one hand and a wooden box on his shoulder. He stumbled over the threshold as he entered, nearly sending the box flying. "Are you delivering a gift or staging a raid?" Li Wei asked. "I'm afraid mice might gnaw on the box on the way," the dwarf replied, setting the box down with a thud. "Besides which, alliance comes without a bit of armed intimidation. I call it the atmosphere team." The elf archer sauntered in from behind, the tips of her ears twitching slightly. Her gaze fell directly on the wooden box. "Did you carve runes on it?" "Yeah." The dwarf puffed out his chest. "Solid as rock, illuminating all directions, 8 ancient characters. Took me half a morning." "That's not ancient script," said the elf. "You just made it up." "Doesn't matter," the dwarf waved a hand. "The key is that it looks valuable. Look at this grain pattern. So majestic. Doesn't it resemble a treasure handed down from some lost dynasty? Looks like a lottery box from a market stall." Li Wei leaned in for a glance. "But it's fine, at least it doesn't look like it was just dug up from the ground." The 3 entered the barn. The light inside was dim, with only a few beams of morning sunlight leaking through the roof, illuminating a pile of burlap sacks and clay pots. Li Wei pulled aside a tattered cloth, revealing 3 palm-sized objects: a stone lamp, a pair of bronze rings, and a pendant hanging with a green stone. "These are the treasures you found in the cave." Li Wei picked up the stone lamp and shook it. "Can it shine for 7 days?" "In theory." The elf reached out and took it. "I've seen this kind of mineral vein on the northern slope. It's residual low-grade magic crystals. It can stay lit continuously, but don't drop it. One fall and it's done. Then wrap it tightly." Li Wei nodded. "For a small settlement without a mage, this thing is like having a stove that never goes out, extremely practical." The dwarf picked up the pair of bracelets and turned them over and over. "These things make your arms stronger, save energy when moving stones. But we have to warn them not to use them for fighting. At best they're a farming accelerator." "That's enough." Li Wei chuckled. "We're not selling weapons, we're building friendly, neighborly cooperation. If anyone really tries to flip the table with these, they're just delusional." He turned and grabbed a handful of wheat seeds from the burlap sack, spreading them in his palm. "This batch is from last year's first harvest, plump grains, drought resistant. Sending 100 caddies isn't too much, but we shouldn't make them think we're hoarding mountains of gold and silver." The elf crouched down, gently picking through the grain with her fingertips. "Uniform color, no insect damage, moisture well controlled. If we add a line like no reduction in yield for 3 months after sowing, it could serve as a slogan." "You know about advertising?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow. "I've lived nearly 300 years, seen too many tribes use a pretty stone to trick another group into surrendering an entire hunting ground." The elf stood up, her tone flat. "Trust is never earned by sincerity, it's won by appearing trustworthy." The dwarf clicked his tongue. "You two, one's from Earth, the other's older than a tree. Together you're a convention of con artists. Alliance building is essentially legalized persuasion." Li Wei poured the wheat seeds back into the sack. "The key is to make them feel that cooperating with us is more profitable than robbing us." The 3 began to divide the work. The dwarf was responsible for repairing the stone lamp base, which had a fine crack from a previous transportation mishap. He melted some scrap iron strips to weld it, then carved a few wave patterns with a chisel to conceal the repair. Finally he applied a coat of black paint, claiming it was a distressing treatment to give it a more historical feel. The elf meanwhile frowned over the dried meat strips. The original plan was to wrap them in oil paper, but when she opened the clay pot, several pieces on the edge were clearly damp and soft. "We can't send damp goods." The elf frowned. "They'll think we can't even manage storage, and the next step is to check our warehouse inventory. Then re-roast them." Li Wei was decisive. "Make a small fire, air dry them for 2 hours. They set up a simple shelter behind the camp, placed a wire mesh underneath, spread the meat strips over it, and lit a fire of pine branches below. The smoke was light, but enough to tighten the meat surface again. The elf personally tended it, turning the pieces every 10 minutes with movements as gentle as handling ceremonial artifacts." "Is it worth it?" The dwarf passed by with a blade of grass in his mouth. "It's not gold bars. First impressions determine subsequent attitudes. The elf didn't look up. When you deliver a gift with a hole in your pants, people won't say he's frugal, they'll say he's dirt poor. Li Wei was taking inventory beside them, numbering each item by category. Gift box 1 contained 20 caddies of wheat seeds, 4 caddies of smoked meat and 1 stone lamp. Gift box 2 replaced the lamp with a pair of bracelets. Gift box 3 included a poison countering pendant. 3 sets of combinations, each prepared in triplicate to be sent to Dongshu village Nanyangu in Beilinku. Are we really sending one to that old man who stole our rabbit in Beilinku? The dwarf asked. He's the most deserving. Li Wei wrote quickly. The more someone likes petty gains, the easier they are to tie down with small favors. Besides, he stole our rabbit, which means he's still alive, not wiped out without anyone knowing. By evening all the gift boxes were sealed. The wheat seeds were divided into coarse burlap sacks tied with red string at the mouth. The smoked meat was all transferred to new clay pots wrapped in 3 layers of oilcloth. The magical items were each placed in their boxes, lids sealed with wax and a small leather tag attached that read from West Ridge. During the final inspection, the elf insisted on checking the stone lamp one more time. What if it goes out halfway? It won't. The dwarf patted his chest. I added double protection, even rain can't stop it. I'm not talking about a physical problem. The elf stared at the lamp wick. I mean, what if they don't believe it can shine for 7 days and challenge us on the spot? The air froze for a moment. Then light it 5 minutes early. Li Wei said. Demonstrate it in person, focus on transparent operations. And someone needs to explain it. The dwarf stroked his chin. Better dress decently, no cursing. I'll go. Li Wei closed the inventory list. After all, I'm the property management style leader. The elf glanced at him. You're planning to negotiate an alliance in those boots with the soles about to fall off. Li Wei looked down at his own dusty old boots, the toe cap peeling up. He really did look like a farmhand who just finished digging potatoes. I'll change tomorrow, he said. I still have a pair of unworn leather boots stashed under the bed for moisture protection. And remember to wash your face, the elf added. Don't show up with a face full of ash and say, we sincerely hope for win-win cooperation. You two are especially sharp-tongued today. Li Wei scratched his head. You think I'm not fit to be a diplomat? You're pretty unfit, the dwarf grinned. But you dare to think and dare to act, that's better than most turtles who hide in their shells. As night fell, 9 gift boxes were neatly stacked in the dry tent beside the main tent, each numbered and categorized by direction. Li Wei sat on a small stool making the final check on the list, the tip of his pen scratching against the paper. The dwarf packed up his tools and was about to head back to the forge. He tossed a final remark over his shoulder, I'll leave with you tomorrow morning. If anyone tries to snatch the gift boxes, I'll give an on-the-spot performance of dwarf rage. No need for rage. Li Wei didn't look up. Just stand there, say nothing, that's scary enough. The elf made a final inspection of the packaging, confirmed everything was in order, then walked outside the tent and looked up at the eastern ridge. The moon had just risen, its cold light falling on her silver hair like a thin layer of frost. She didn't turn around, only said, don't set out too early, heavy do slippery roads. I know. Li Wei folded the list and tucked it into his chest. Wait until the sun dries the tips of the grass before going. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants and took a final look at the row of gift boxes. 9 square shadows stood silently in the center of the tent like 9 promises waiting to be delivered. The horses had already been fed in the adjacent pen and the saddles were inspected. They would depart at the first quarter of the next morning. Li Wei walked out of the tent and took a deep breath of the night air. The mountain wind carried the scent of earth mingled with a hint of burnt residue. But he smelled something else, not victory, not fear, but a faint forward creeping sensation like the stubborn warmth that refuses to freeze underground before winter ends. He walked toward his hut, his steps never pausing, but muttered under his breath. Tomorrow I'll have to remember to bring some small change. In case I need to buy water on the way. Hooves struck the dew-dampened ground, spattering fine specks of mud that soaked the front of Li Wei's boots. He glanced down briefly, said nothing and gently eased the reins half an inch to the left, avoiding a gnarled tree root jutting from the path. Alice rode slightly behind and to his right, her pace slow but steady, like her, sparing with words, each one precise and deliberate. Last night he had tossed and turned, his mind haunted by those 9 gift boxes. Now they were securely lashed to 2 pack horses, 3 at the front, 3 at the rear, and 3 nestled snugly against the flanks of their riding mounts. Cured meat jars were especially vulnerable to jostling, so before departure he had personally wrapped each with old cloth strips, tying double knots. The stone lanterns boxes were sealed tightly with wax, but when the party crossed a shallow gully just moments ago, a horse's hoof slipped, halting the column abruptly, and his heart leapt in his chest. It's loosened, Alice said suddenly. Li Wei pulled his mount to a halt and turned. Where? The second one on the right, she replied, pointing. A corner of the oiled cloth fluttered loose in the breeze. He clicked his tongue, swung down from the saddle and crouched beside the box. Sure enough, the oiled cloth had peeled back at one edge, revealing a hairline fracture along the earthenware jar beneath, not fresh damage but an old flaw previously concealed by tight wrapping. From his waist pouch he withdrew a small wax chunk and a fire striker, melting a dab over flame. He carefully sealed the seam, smoothed the cloth flat and resecured it with firm, even tension. You carried this too. Alice watched him tuck away his tools. Picked it up last time I patched a leaking roof. He brushed his hands clean and rose. After all, what would people say if our gifts unraveled halfway there? The Western Ridge folk can't even bind a jar properly, and our alliance would collapse before we'd even spoken its first word. Alice gave a soft hum, neither smiling nor praising, but her gaze softened just slightly. They resumed their journey. The sun-climbed sluggishly mist clung low to the mountain slopes, veiling the small outpost known as Dongshu village in pale gray haze. Li Wei squinted toward the horizon, confirming their course remained true. He had passed through this region twice before, once scouting, once delivering urgent news, never entering the main dwelling. Today marked his first formal visit. "I'll speak first, you listen," he said abruptly. "And then you add what's needed." He glanced sideways at her. "Don't interrupt, and don't let silence linger too long. If they ask why should we trust you, tell them distrust us now, but test us once. If enemies come and we fail to answer next time, you need not lift a hand." A faint twitch lifted the corner of Alice's mouth. "That's too blunt." "Then soften it," he shrugged. "Say you're a woman, their ears will find your voice easier to hear." "I represent no faction," she said. "I'm only here with you." "Exactly," he nodded. "You're here for tea, and perhaps to see if any eligible young men catch your eye. Marriage alliances are part of diplomacy after all." Alice shot him a sharp look. He grinned. For a breath the air between them lightened. At the village gate stood two lean guards, one leaning on a spear, the other arms crossed. As Li Wei and Alice approached on foot leading their horses, the two exchanged a silent knowing glance. Li Wei halted, reached into his robe and drew out a wooden token carved hastily the night before. Li Wei of Western Ridge bearing gifts, inscribed on one side, on the reverse a crude wheatsheaf motif served as makeshift seal. The guard with folded arms took the token, turning it over slowly as though searching for hidden treachery in the grain of the wood. At last he nodded and called back into the village visitors from the Western Ridge. "With gifts." A voice answered from within. With a metallic rattle the bolt slid free and a narrow gap opened, just wide enough for a single person to pass. Li Wei did not bristle. He knew well that in places like this the narrower the gate the deeper the wariness. They led their horses inside. The village was modest, dozen-odd rammed earth huts encircling a central earthen platform. Chickens scratched idly in the muddy yard unattended. Before the main house stood a middle-aged man, neatly dressed, a sword hanging at his waist, smile plastered across his face though his eyes remained unreadable. "A distinguished guest," he declared, stepping forward. "I am Zhao San, village elder. We heard you were coming. I've cleared the reception hall especially." "Your kindness honors us," Li Wei bowed, returning the smile. "We bring modest tokens, nothing lavish yet all genuine and useful." Zhao San's gaze swept over the gift boxes, expression neutral. "Ah, how thoughtful." Inside, an aged table stood beneath bare rafters flanked by three mismatched stools, one leg propped with a stone. Li Wei himself opened the first box and lifted out the stone lantern, placing it reverently upon the tabletop. He pressed the hidden catch at its base, the wick flared a light, casting a warm amber glow that washed across the walls. Zhao San's eyebrows lifted sharply. 7 days without extinguishing," Li Wei said. "So long as it's not dropped, even rain won't quench it." Zhao San ran his fingers over the lantern's cool surface, leaned close to examine the quality of its light and nodded. "Truly a fine piece." He gestured for the second box to be opened. It held wheat seed. Li Wei scooped a handful onto the table. "Winter wheat, first harvest, drought resistant and pest hardy. Last year our yields rose by 3 dough per mu." Zhao San pinched a few grains, chewed thoughtfully, spat them out. "Good quality." The third box held copper rings. Alice lifted one, speaking quietly. "Worn on the wrist, they ease labor, lifting stones, hauling sacks, without straining the back. Not weapons. Not battle enhancers. Just tools, so elders and children may still contribute." Zhao San settled back into his chair and sipped his tea slowly. "Your gifts are well chosen." Li Wei waited. "But this matter of alliance." He set down his cup. "Our village has always walked alone. Sudden partnership risks overreaching and spraining the spine. We ask for no tribute, no land, no granaries," Li Wei replied. "Only this: whichever side is attacked sounds the alarm and the other answers. Come if you can. If not, no blame falls. When peace returns we'll exchange seeds, herbs, fair trade, no loss to either side." Zhao San stroked his chin. "But what if you cloak conquest beneath the banner of alliance? We barely hold a crumbling wall." Li Wei spread his hands. "We haven't even sealed all the rat holes. How could we possibly covet another man's hearth? And if we truly meant conquest, we'd have brought battering rams today, not gift boxes." Silence hung in the room. Zhao San did not smile, but his shoulders relaxed just a fraction. "This matter," he finally spoke, "requires deliberation. Our elders must be consulted." "As it should be," Li Wei nodded. "We'll await your decision." "Very well." Zhao San rose, his smile returning warmer now. "We won't detain you for dinner, the mountain roads grow treacherous at dusk. Best you return while light remains." They took their leave. The gift boxes remained in the hall, neither returned nor accepted outright. As they passed through the gate the guard stood impassive, the heavy door grown shut behind them, its final thud echoing with quiet finality. Neither spoke as they rode. Wind swept down from the ridgeline, crisp and chill. Li Wei gripped the reins so tightly his knuckles whitened. Halfway home Alice broke the silence. "They kept the gifts." That means they didn't refuse outright. But neither did they agree. His gaze stayed fixed ahead. Delay is harder than refusal, it signals both fear of betrayal and hope of advantage. Alice offered no reply. He cracked his whip, his mount surged forward kicking up dust. She followed riding in disciplined formation, two figures moving steadily homeward beneath the brightening sky. Near the border of their own territory Li Wei reined in. He turned once more toward the road behind, mist had vanished, mountains stood sharp and clear, yet Dongshu village remained hidden in its valley, utterly silent. He murmured almost to himself, do you think they'll smash the lamp tonight, to test whether it truly glows 7 days? Alice did not answer. He faced forward again and spurred his horse onward. Sunlight had just dried the tips of the grass. The sun had just dried the tips of the grass when Li Wei's boots trod on the earthen path home, making a faint creaking sound. He didn't look back, but he could feel the village nestled in the hollow, still watching him from somewhere behind like a lizard hiding in a crevice, only half an eye exposed. As he entered the stronghold gate, the young guard on duty greeted him. Chief, you're back. Li Wei responded, casually handing the reins to a nearby villager. Take the horse to feed Add a handful of beans. Alice followed behind him, brushing dust off her shoulder. That whip you just lashed nearly sparked the horse's rump. It's thick-skinned. Li Wei said, I was light-handed. The two walked all the way to the meeting shed where a dwarf blacksmith was squatting on the ground hammering a crooked plowshare. Sparks flew onto his pant legs, but he paid no mind. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Sent it off. The gift was delivered. Li Wei parted his coat and sat down. The man didn't agree but didn't return it either. That's stringing you along. The dwarf spat. That's harder to deal with than a direct curse at your ancestors. So we can't wait. Li Wei pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, spread it flat on the stone table and pressed it down. They want to see if we really have the guts to survive. Let them watch all they want. Early the next morning, before the roosters had fully crowed, figures were already moving in the fields. Li Wei led several strong laborers turning the soil on the eastern slope. The newly repaired double-toothed plow harnessed to an ox cut through the earth in straight lines like a ruler drawn them. The dwarf blacksmith crouched on the ridge puffing his pipe. Watching the plow run steady, he grinned. The axle I welded last night didn't fall apart. Solid as rock. The ox driver shouted back, could run 10 more trips. By noon the elf archer returned from a patrol around the southeastern forest path, his boots wet with mud. He spread a rough sketch before Li Wei. Third day now. Footprints appeared again beyond the shrubs near the old oak. 2 entries, 2 exits, didn't cross the boundary. Still one person. From the tracks, yes. Slow pace, many pauses like he was recording something. Li Wei rubbed his chin. Not scouting, just sizing up our assets. Alice came over with a bowl of water. What a stage, a fake quarrel to scare him off. Quarrel about what? Li Wei took a sip. We're not a theater troupe that wins people over by putting on a show of temper. So you'll pretend not to know. No pretending. He set down the bowl. We'll let him see even more clearly. In the afternoon, the open ground on the west side of the stronghold suddenly bustled with activity. A dozen people lined up, dumping baskets of newly harvested wheat into the newly built granary. The granary was made of fired red bricks topped with thick thatch, and the doorframe was brushed with tung oil for moisture protection. A few children ran around shouting, we'll eat white steamed buns this year, and were playfully kicked by the adults. Li Wei stood on higher ground and nodded to the elf archer. The latter understood, blew a short whistle. The lookout hidden in a nearby tree immediately raised a small flag and waved it left and right 3 times, the signal someone was watching. Before evening work ended, Li Wei gathered a group for a trade drill. Villagers exchanged 5 caddies of wheat for a repaired hoe. The process was open, the ledger laid on the table, even the number of nails counted. No one wore weapons and everyone spoke amiably. Finally Li Wei had Alice write 3 copies of brief notes on spring farming management, clipped them with wooden clamps and hung them on the wooden post outside the boundary patrol post with a stone underneath to keep them from blowing away. The dwarf blacksmith leaned in to look. Writing it so detailed, aren't you afraid they'll copy it? Afraid of what? Li Wei scratched a wrong character on the paper. Our advantage isn't in a few sheets of paper. If they can't even farm, copying homework won't help. On the morning of the 3rd day, the elf archer brought back a handbook that had been thumbed through. The cover was damp with dew, the corners curled but not torn or defaced. Someone read it, he said. At least to the 3rd page, crop rotation and fallow method. Didn't take it? Li Wei asked. Put it back exactly as it was, except. He paused. He drew a small mark in the margin like a hook. Oh. Li Wei smiled. That's a reply. It means I know you're calling me. So what do we do now? Alice asked. Keep hanging him. Add a little more seasoning. Li Wei turned and walked toward the craftsman's area. Tell the dwarf that next week we fire the kiln, and I want to fire a batch of bricks with serial numbers. Serial numbers? Yes. Every 10 bricks is a set stamped with shilling 07. He brushed the dust from his hands. From now on, anyone who wants to build a house can trade for them. 1 brick for a bundle of firewood, 10 bricks for a lamb. Clear price, no cheating. Alice frowned. You want them to come to us voluntarily. Not one, Li Wei said, gazing at the distant forested hills. It's to force them to be tempted. People fear two things most: an enemy they can't defeat and a neighbor they can't keep up with. We're going to become the latter. In the following days the pace of the stronghold grew ever tighter. The green shoots in the fields were thriving, promising a yield increase of 3/10 per acre. The stone kiln fired 2 batches of bricks piling up like a small hill. Even the leaking herb shed had been re-roofed with new beams. At noon on the 5th day Li Wei was inspecting a newly dug drainage ditch when the elf archer hurried over. Footprints on the north side too, this time 2 people. Left on the stones by the stream heading toward us. How long did they stay? About half an hour. They looked at the brick pile and even squatted to grab a handful of soil. Li Wei nodded. It seems more than one house is watching. He didn't order them to be driven away. Instead he had the patrol team take the open route, marching in formation at fixed times each day with bright banners and steady steps. Meals were also moved to the square where everyone sat around a large pot of stew, their laughter carrying far. On the morning of the 7th day Alice found a new change on the wooden post. The handbook was gone, replaced by a thin booklet whose cover read Dongshu Village Grain Storage Records Remnants. Several pages had been torn out, but the remaining data showed they had suffered a nearly 40% crop failure last year. Is this a sign of weakness? She handed the booklet to Li Wei. It's also a probe. Li Wei flipped through the pages. They're telling me they're short of food, seeing if I'll take the chance to drive down the price. How will you respond? Starting tomorrow we open a barter day. He closed the booklet. Every Wednesday morning outsiders can exchange grain, animal hides or medicinal herbs for tools or bricks. No questions asked about origin, no limit on quantity. What if spies come? Then let them look all they want. Li Wei smiled. The more they see, the more detailed their report will be. I'm not afraid of them knowing how many bricks and how much grain we have. I'm only afraid they don't know. That afternoon he called his team together in front of the meeting shed to announce the next plan. The dwarf blacksmith, pipe in mouth, listened and snorted. You're setting a feast to invite thieves to dinner. Exactly. Li Wei nodded. But we need to make the thieves feel that stealing is less profitable than joining forces. After nightfall the wind blew in from the mountain pass, making the lantern sway. Li Wei climbed the watchtower alone and Alice followed shortly after. They stood shoulder to shoulder gazing at the distribution of lights inside and outside the stronghold, the workshop lamp burning bright on one side, the patrol torches on another, while the distant forest remained pitch black with only an occasional flash of light as if someone was holding something to record. Do you think they'll burn this grain storage record tonight? Alice whispered. No. Li Wei shook his head. They'll keep it as evidence. Evidence. Proof that Shilling isn't just making a fuss, it can actually survive. He pointed to a faint glimmer in the darkness. That person is still there. He's been watching for 7 days and he knows better than anyone that we're not bluffing. Alice was silent for a moment. Next step, are you going to make another trip? Wait until they've said their piece. Li Wei watched the faint glimmer gradually fade. The words aren't finished yet. The next morning Li Wei led the team down to the fields as usual. Passing the boundary he noticed that the handbook on the wooden post had been replaced again. This time it left a piece of paper with a simple map drawn on it marking 3 hidden paths leading to Shilling. One of them was circled with 2 words written beside it: passable. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket, then continued walking. The sunlight spilled over the freshly turned soil, glistening with moisture. A flock of sparrows fluttered across the ridge and landed in the newly fertilized furrows to peck. At lunch he announced to everyone the kiln will keep running next week, brick production doubled. Also clear out 2 empty rooms to prepare for visitors. Are they really coming? Soon. Li Wei bit into a steamed bun, chewing crisply. They're already on the way. Li Wei had tucked the map with the small path into his chest pocket for 3 days until the paper corners softened from sweat. On the morning of the 4th day, while squatting by the stove gnawing on a steamed bun, he suddenly said, "Prepare the horses." Alice was pouring water into the pot. Her ladle paused. Going again. Can't wait any longer, Li Wei said, swallowing the last bite and wiping his mouth. They want to see how badly we want an alliance. Now it's time to show them how bold we are in negotiating one. The sun had just climbed over the eastern ridge when the two set out. This time they brought no large entourage, no ceremonial gift boxes, only an old wooden box strapped behind the saddle. Alice rode behind, watching the hunched figure hurrying ahead. She couldn't help asking, what's in the box? Not bricks again, I hope. Harder than bricks, Li Wei replied without turning around. When they arrived, the same 2 bearded guards were at the gate. Seeing Li Wei, one of them turned and ran inside. The other blocked the entrance, his hand on the sword hilt, but he didn't draw. Li Wei was in no hurry. He tied the reins to a stone post and patted the horse's rump. Rest a bit. We'll have to go again soon. The council chamber was the same as last time, a wooden table missing a corner, animal hides on the floor, and a faint sour smell in the air. The small territory's lord sat in the main seat wearing a faded leather armor, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He glanced at the box behind Li Wei but said nothing. Coming here again, nothing special, Li Wei said, pushing the box forward. Just wanted to make sure you don't think we only know how to send gifts, not how to get things done. The Lord finally spoke. The wheat seeds from last time I tried planting 2 acres. Did they sprout? Li Wei asked. The seedlings are even the roots strong. The Lord paused. But I still can't believe one man can lead a group to survive unless I know how you did it. Li Wei nodded and lifted the lid. Inside were 3 items: a red brick engraved with shilling 07, a booklet titled Spring Plowing Management Brief bound with hemp thread, and a small cloth bag of wheat grains. He first picked up the brick and placed it on the table, sliding it over. This is from the 3rd kiln last week. Each brick is numbered. If there's a problem with any batch, we can trace it back to the person. 10 bricks for a lamb, fixed price. The Lord picked it up, turning it over his thumb, rubbing the engraving. You're not afraid others will copy you? Why would I be? Li Wei smiled. If they could make bricks farm and keep accounts, you'd have plenty of food and clothes already. The problem you're facing now isn't any of that. Then he pulled out the booklet and flipped to the first page. This is our farming schedule: which days to till, when to fertilize, how to rotate crops. You can copy it or send people to learn. No charge, just mutual recognition. Finally, the wheat bag. He untied the string, scooped out a handful, and spread it on his palm. This is from the first harvest this year. 400 gene per acre. If you don't believe me, send 2 men to count the stalks in the field. The room fell silent. The Lord stared at the grains, then suddenly asked, how many people do you have? 127 permanent residents, 74 able to work, Li Wei replied without hesitation. 1 blacksmith, 3 carpenters, 5 literate, including her. He tilted his chin toward Alice. What if there's a war? The Lord's voice dropped. The werewolves to the north have been active lately. They swallowed Blackstone Gulch last month. Currently I can field 20 fully equipped soldiers, Li Wei said, not flinching. Within half a month I can train another 30 reserves. If you fight, I'll bring my men. If you're attacked, I'll come to your aid. Not many men, but they won't run. The Lord stood up and paced the room twice. Finally he stopped by the window, looking out at the villagers working on the threshing ground. After a long moment he turned around. I want to know, after the alliance, who takes orders from whom? No one takes orders from anyone. Alice spoke for the first time. Things each can't handle, we don't meddle in. Things we can help each other with, we don't refuse. You lack grain, we have surplus. We lack miners, you have manpower. This isn't hierarchy, it's labor exchange. Labor exchange. The Lord frowned. Exactly, Li Wei picked up. Like your son helping a neighbor fix a roof and the neighbor helping him harvest wheat. Only we'll write it down so nobody can argue about it later. The Lord sat back down, tapping his fingers on the table. If I sign, what do I get? First, 2 material exchanges each year: spring and autumn grain, tools, medicine, allocated as needed. Second, mutual military aid in case of attack with no fewer than 15 soldiers. Third, no harboring fugitives or enemy spies. If discovered, we hand them over. Li Wei listed them one by one. You can add terms or change the numbers. But it has to be settled today. The Lord was silent for a long time. Finally he took out a sheet of coarse paper, dipped his brush and wrote 3 clauses, basically the same as Li Wei's. After writing he blew on the ink to dry it and pushed it across. Sign. Li Wei pulled out an ink pad box from his chest, the one he'd brought from Earth, leftover from stamping company seals which he'd never had the heart to throw away. He pressed his thumbprint and Alice did the same. The Lord dipped his brush in ink and drew a symbol on the paper, something like a curved knife. What's the name? Li Wei asked. Donshu Village, the Lord said. They used to grow a lot of sweet potatoes here. Shilling Li Wei gave his own side's name because the terrain was higher in the west, like a ridge. They looked at each other. Neither smiled, but both relaxed their shoulders. The Lord put the signed treaty into a cabinet, then took out the red brick and placed it on the table in a prominent spot. When you go back, take the marked path, he said. It's 3 li shorter and there are markers along the way. Li Wei stood up, dusting off his pants. Next time, should I bring some wine? Bring some beans, the Lord said, a rare hint of a smile on his face. I hear your bean paste is good. As they walked out, the sunlight was shining on the eaves. Alice took a deep breath. It actually worked. The papers signed. Li Wei patted the copy in his chest. When we get back, I'll have the dwarf make a few bronze plaques, engrave the treaty on them and hang them on the wall. They led the horses around to the back of the village and indeed found a hidden path. At the entrance a sharpened branch was stuck in the ground, crookedly pointing into the depths of the forest. Li Wei stepped on the ground. The soil was freshly turned, someone had just walked through. Quite thoughtful, Alice said. Not thoughtful, Li Wei said as he mounted his horse. It's so we don't get lost and make them look stingy. The two followed the narrow path, dappled light filtering through the trees. Halfway along, Li Wei suddenly reined in his horse. On a branch ahead hung a small cloth bag tied with a thin string, swaying gently in the breeze. He took it down and opened it. Inside was half a piece of smoked jerky and a small handful of salt crystals. No note, no name. A return gift? Alice asked. Consider it a welcome present, Li Wei said, stuffing the bag into his chest. We'll stew it for dinner tonight. The hoofbeats continued forward, crunching over fallen leaves. In the distance toward Shieling, several wisps of cooking smoke rose, a stark contrast to the silence here. Li Wei touched the bulge under his clothes. The treaty copy and the map were there, along with the paper corners soaked through with sweat. The wind rustled through the treetops, cutting off a sentence. Meteor, do you think next time they... When Li Wei pulled out the sweat-soaked copy of the Alliance Treaty from his bosom, the corners of the paper were already curled like the edges of a burnt pancake. He held it up to the sun, muttered, if this thing could be framed I'd have hung it on the wall long ago. Ai Lizzie was nearby, twisting cloth strips into leg bindings without looking up. You can hang it now if you dare to beat drums and gongs to call the whole village to come see. It's not about daring, it's about picking the right time. Li Wei folded the paper and tucked it into his inner chest pocket, patting it twice. Just got back yesterday and today I need to let them know our Shieling not only survived but we've also brought in a brother village. Just as the sky fully brightened, a large circle had been swept clean on the open ground in front of the Shieling Council Hall. A few literate villagers used charred branches to write on old cloth. The banner tied at one end to an old locust tree and at the other to a stone mill handle read crookedly, Shieling, Dongshu Village Alliance Founding Day. A child passing by read it aloud but misread Alliance as ally range, causing a burst of laughter from those nearby. Can't change it now, so let it be. Li Wei waved his hand. Anyway, the meaning gets across. Ai Lizzie stood by counting heads. The Dongshu village representative said they'll arrive at the sea hour. We need to set up the platform in advance. She pointed at the usual speaking platform, a slab of bluestone. Should we spread an animal skin? Make it look more formal. Spread animal skin. It's not a wedding. Li Wei crouched down, rubbing the stone surface with his hand. What's the most precious thing we have here? Your new boots, someone chimed in. This stone. Li Wei stood up. A place where anyone can stand and speak, that's the most precious thing. As his words fell, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. 3 riders on short-legged horses entered the village entrance. The leader was the representative sent by Dongshu village, wearing a faded white shoulder guard and carrying an old short sword at his waist. Li Wei walked up to him. Without shaking hands or embracing, he directly pulled out the copy from his chest and handed it over. Did you bring it? The other party nodded and took out a sheet of paper from his bundle. The 2 sheets were spread on the stone platform. The ink marks differed but the content was identical. Li Wei swiped his hand across. Read it out loud so everyone can hear. His voice was loud enough. He read each clause clearly. Exchange of supplies twice a year in spring and autumn. Mutual aid of no fewer than 15 people when encountering enemies. No harboring of fugitives or hiding enemy spies. With each clause, villagers below nodded. When you read if one party is attacked, both villages fight together, a voice suddenly cut through the crowd. What if werewolves attack? Li Wei paused, looking at the questioner. Then we fight back. If they come 10, we come 20. If they come 100, we call Dongshu village to join us. But we're few. Another voice rose. If we tie the knot, do we have to help them fight? What if it drags us down? The question was blunt. Li Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to the Dongshu village representative. Tell me, why were you willing to sign? The man was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. Last month Haishigu was wiped out. I didn't go to help. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't dare. One village can't hold the night alone. 2 villages can take turns keeping watch. I don't expect to live well because of you, but I hope that when my son goes to the outhouse at night he doesn't need to carry a knife. Those words silenced the crowd for a few breaths. Li Wei cleared his throat and stepped back onto the stone. Hear that? It's not about who rules who, it's about all of us living a bit more securely. Before walking alone at night you feared ghosts. Now walking together, even ghosts have to decide which one to bite first. The crowd burst into laughter. Before the laughter faded, Li Wei shot a glance at Ai Lizzie. She immediately led 2 young men carrying an iron bell cast from scrap armor and broken pots, irregular in shape but loud enough. Li Wei picked up a wooden stake from the ground to use as a hammer and handed it to the Dongshu village representative. Come on, you strike the first one. The man hesitated, then took the stake and slammed it against the bell's wall. Dong. The sound rolled through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. From now on the bell sounds the signal. Li Wei announced loudly. If one side rings the bell, the other must answer the call to battle. If one does not come, it is considered a breach of the alliance. The villagers began to applaud. Some even joined in shouting the slogan they had been taught earlier: stand together. Resist foreign enemies. At first the voices were uneven, but soon they grew synchronized. Even a few old men who had stayed stone-faced began stomping their feet. After the ceremony, Li Wei had several wooden tables set up at the village entrance with coarse grain cakes and light wine. The Dongshu village representative ate 2 cakes, drank half a bowl of water and rose to leave. Before leaving, he said in a low voice, "Your commotion here. I'm afraid the bell sound has reached every village for miles around." That's exactly what I want them to hear. Li Wei saw him onto his horse. Just signing secretly is useless. They need to know that Shieling now has backing. The representative mounted his horse and looked back at the newly raised flag, crossed wheat ears and a hammer embroidered on grey cloth fluttering in the wind. Are you planning to recruit people? We're letting them come to us on their own. The afternoon sun slanted, villagers gradually dispersed, but the conversation didn't stop. On the ridges by the well and the kitchens, everyone talked about today's events. Some didn't believe it. Can we really get food in exchange? Others said it looks serious enough. At least more reliable than that mutual aid society last year. Some quietly glanced toward the southern mountain path. Do you think other villages might want to join in? As evening fell, Li Wei and Ai Lizzie climbed up to the watchtower. This tower was built on the hilltop, offering a view of the 3 paths leading into Xiling. Wind passed through the woods, making their clothes flap loudly. There are people to the south. Ai Lizzie suddenly pointed to the edge of the distant forest. They've been standing there for almost half an hour, not moving, not leaving. Li Wei followed her gaze and indeed saw 2 vague figures under the tree shadows, as if watching or hesitating. He didn't order them to be driven away, nor did he send anyone to investigate. He simply said calmly, let them watch. Aren't you afraid of leaking secrets? Afraid of what? The secret was already written on the flag. Anyone who wants to look can look. Night gradually pressed down and scattered lights lit up in the village. Someone was stewing vegetables, the aroma drifting far. The 2 figures in the distance finally moved, turning and walking deep into the mountain path. Their steps were slow, but they didn't run. Li Wei patted the pocket on his chest. The alliance treaty was still there. He looked up at the sky. Tonight there were no shooting stars, no strange phenomena from meteorite fragments, only the sound of wind through leaves and a distant dog bark. Today's fire, he said in a low voice, doesn't just light up our land. Ai Lizzie didn't answer, just stared at the winding paths. On one of those paths there were several fresh footprints in the sand. The direction pointed outward, but the starting point clearly came from outside, heading inward. Li Wei took one last look at the southern mountain pass, now swallowed by darkness. He turned and descended the steps. At daybreak, Alisai on the watchtower shouted down the hill, 3 are coming, taking the south path unarmed. Her voice was just loud enough for Li Wei, sweeping the village entrance, to hear. Li Wei was squatting by the bluestone slab, gnawing on the leftover flatbread from last night. He didn't look up at the words, merely gathered the crumbs into his palm, patted his hands twice and stood. He had guessed someone would come yesterday. The bell had rung so loudly that even the old ox behind the slope had kicked up its heels. No one within 10 miles could have missed it. He reached the village entrance and saw 3 figures slowly emerging from the woods. They walked unhurriedly but without stopping. The leader was a stocky, sturdy man wearing a leather armor with frayed edges, and an old dagger at his belt. The scabbard was split along a seam, wrapped several times with hemp rope. Behind him were 2 men who looked like underlings, one carried a bow, the other a shovel. They didn't resemble bandits, but rather neighbors coming to borrow a stud bull. Li Wei neither walked up to greet them nor called for a defensive formation. He simply stood before the bluestone slab that served as a speaking platform, tucked his hands into his sleeves and waited for them to approach. The 3 stopped 10 paces from the stone platform. The stocky man cleared his throat. Are you the steward of Xiling? My name is Li Wei, he said. I'm the one you're looking for. The 3 exchanged glances, apparently surprised to have found him so readily. After another 2 seconds of silence, the man stepped forward. We are representatives from Baiwa, Shirtong, and Sangjigu. We heard you formed an alliance with Dongshu village. Li Wei nodded. The bell was struck yesterday to seal it. We'd like to talk to, the man said, stumbling a little as if reciting a rehearsed line. Could we also join? Li Wei grinned. Sure. Talk here or sit down and talk. He waved a hand, and Alisai, who had been waiting at the side, immediately brought 2 others to carry out 3 low tables and set them beside the stone platform. On the tables were 3 bowls of clear water, coarse earthenware without lids or decorations, plainly the same ones used for daily drinking. No wine, no meat, not even flatbread. But this was more reassuring than slaughtering pigs and sheep. The 3 representatives looked at one another, then finally dared to step forward. The stocky man plopped down, took a big gulp of water, wiped his mouth. This alliance of yours, does it have rules? Do you charge money? Do we have to pay grain? No money, Li Wei said. No grain either. Whatever you fear, we guard against. These words rang true. The men's ears perked up. Li Wei pulled a wooden chip from his pocket, then took out a small knife, carved a few characters on it, and tossed it into the fire pit where kindling was burning. You just said fear, so I wrote it down. If anyone else wants to speak, go ahead. No one answered. He added, afraid of werewolves breaking through the door at midnight. Afraid of large territories taking people. Afraid of drought leaving no water to plant. Speak up. Once spoken, it's no longer a secret, we'll figure it out together. With that, the floodgates opened. The representative from Baiwa spoke first. Our place is backed by the mountain in the shade. There are more beasts in winter. Last year we lost 5 sheep and the night watchman nearly had his heart torn out. The one from Shirtang followed. We're short of iron tools. When the plow broke, we couldn't repair it, and spring plowing was delayed by half a month. The man from Sangjigu was the most straightforward. We're afraid of being swallowed up. A small village without a name or title, one day it's there, the next it's gone, and nobody knows. Li Wei listened, recording each concern on a wooden chip and throwing each into the fire after writing. The flames crackled and jumped, burning the characters into black ash. I've accepted your fears, he said. Now let me tell you my rules. He spread the alliance treaty with Dongshu village on the stone platform. The paper's corners were curled, the ink slightly smudged, but the words were still legible. I wrote this together with another village. You can revise it, add to it, or propose new conditions. The only clause that cannot be changed is, whoever strikes the bell must answer. The three leaned in to look, their fingers tracing the paper. This clause can stay, the stocky man said. But can we try it for 3 months first? If it really works, we'll sign a long-term one. Fine, Li Wei said. 3 months trial, no deposit, no blood oath. Go back and tell your lord. If he's willing, send someone to sign. If not, no hard feelings, we'll still share a bowl of food. These words made all three breathe easier. Alisai then handed over several blank wooden chips and charcoal sticks. You can write down the clauses you want to change. We'll take them back to the village for discussion. They took the pens and bent over to write. One wrote about exchanging news once a month, another about borrowing grain in times of disaster and returning it after autumn, and the third carefully drew a symbol he said was their village's mark. Li Wei did not hurry nor peek. He just sat aside, basking in the sun. The wind blew, making the grey cloth flag on the pole flutter noisily. The crossed wheat sheaf and hammer pattern flickered in the sunlight as if blinking. Half an hour later the three men handed in their written proposals. Li Wei pocketed them and said, 3 days from now bring me your official answer. If you sign, the bell will ring for you. They rose to leave, their steps much lighter than when they arrived. Just before leaving, the representative from Baiwa turned back. Aren't you afraid we're spies? Why should I be? Li Wei patted his pants as he stood. A spy who watches for 3 days before daring to enter shows he has a clear head. Only a clear-headed man is worthy of alliance talks. The three left. Their figures disappeared around the bend of the south path, and the dust they raised slowly settled back to the ground. Alisai walked over holding the stack of wooden chips. We need to organize what they wrote. No rush. Li Wei gazed at the mountain path. More people are coming. I need a flatter place to talk. This stone is too small. Next time if 10 representatives show up, there won't be room to stand. You want to expand the meeting area? She asked. It's not about what I want, it's what needs to be done. He kicked a loose stone at his feet. Once the bell rings, someone must answer. When more people answer, the path must be wider. Alisai asked no more. She lowered her head, straightened the wooden chips one by one, and tucked them into the leather pouch at her side. The sun rose to its zenith. Smoke began to rise from the village chimneys. A child ran across the square holding a branch in his hand and shouting, "Ring the bell! Ring the bell!" He mimicked yesterday's actions, striking the air. Several adults laughed and called him crazy, but no one actually stopped him. Li Wei turned and walked toward the watchtower. The steps were built with gravel and wobbled slightly underfoot. He climbed step by step, steady, back straight. At the top he leaned on the wooden railing and looked around. 3 small paths were all quiet, only the sound of wind passing through the trees. But he knew it wouldn't stay quiet for long. In the afternoon 2 more groups approached from different directions. One came from West Cliff waving a handkerchief from afar, the other descended from East Slope walking slowly but not hiding. Alisai reported the numbers. Li Wei only nodded, neither ordering a welcome nor avoiding them. He had someone set up 2 more low tables in the open space at the village entrance and added 6 more course bowls. When work ended for the evening, he met an old farmer outside the kitchen. The man was squatting on the ground twisting straw rope. He looked up and asked Li Wei, "Will there be people coming every day from now on?" "Probably," he said. "Maybe 8 tomorrow." The old man grinned. "Then we'll need to boil more water." Li Wei laughed too. "Water's plenty. I'm just worried there won't be enough tables." Back in his quarters he pulled the copy of the alliance treaty from the bottom of his bundle. The paper was already crumpled beyond recognition, but he had no intention of framing it on the wall. He merely unfolded it, checked that the ink hadn't smudged, then carefully folded it again and tucked it back into the inner pocket of his jacket. Outside a dog barked, not the wary kind but the greeting of a familiar visitor. He walked to the window and saw torchlight flickering at the entrance of the south path, not a furtive skulking but a proper procession marching with torches. "First batch tries 3 months," he muttered to himself. "The second batch probably wants to sign for a year straight." He blew out the oil lamp and lay down to sleep. The next morning the watchtower sentinel reported Sangjigo sent a messenger overnight. "Their lord has agreed to the alliance. The representative departs today." At dawn, before the watchtower sentry could change shifts, a plume of dust rose from the southern bend of the road. He rubbed his eyes thinking it was wind-blown sand, but the commotion grew closer, mingled with a faint clinking sound like iron striking stone. "Someone's coming." He shouted down more than one, "and they're carrying something." Li Wei was squatting by the kitchen door gnawing on a flatbread. He didn't look up at the shout, just gathered the crumbs into his palm, clapped his hands and stood. This time it wasn't a representative or a lord but merchants. The peddler caravan from Sungji Gully took the main gate for the first time, neither hiding nor sneaking, swaggering into the village entrance. The leader carried a shoulder pole with cloth bundles on both ends, swaying 3 times with each step, humming some unknown tune under his breath. A.I. Lizzie came out of the accounting office just in time to see it, pausing for a moment. "That got some nerve." "Not nerve, the rules are set." Li Wei swallowed the last bite of flatbread, tossed the wrapper onto the stove. If people dare to come, it means they trust you to keep order. As he walked over, the peddler had already set down his load on the bluestone platform and was wiping sweat with his sleeve. The man recognized him, grinned, and said, "Chiefly, we've come for the early market." "The market hasn't opened yet. What early market are you after?" Li Wei smiled back. "If you won't let me open, then I'll set up my stall right here. Does that count as occupying land?" The peddler pointed at the ground beside his feet, his face full of cheekiness. Li Wei didn't answer but glanced back at Ai Lizzie. She nodded. "The spots are marked, the wooden signs are up, just waiting for you to say go." He turned back to the peddler. "All right, we'll try it for one day. If business works, come back tomorrow. If it doesn't, you'll know the reason." The peddler beamed, let out a loud cry, and the men behind him immediately began unpacking. Cloth spread out, clay pots, coarse salt, twine, small iron nails, each item laid out in order. Even a palm-sized bronze bell was hung on a string, swaying in the breeze with a ding like a firecracker going off in this broken-down village. News traveled faster than people. Within less than half an hour, local farmers from Shilling trickled toward the central slope. Some carried freshly sun-dried vegetables, others brought baskets of eggs, and one old farmer led a half-grown goat, saying he wanted to trade it for a good hoe. No one used money, it didn't exist here, but everyone had a scale in their hearts. 1 gene of salt for 3 gene of wheat, 1 iron shovel for 5 chickens. The prices were clearly marked on wooden slips hung in front of the stalls. Li Wei stood at the top of the slope looking down. This land had been barren before, with hard soil and sparse grass hardly worth plowing. But now a main path had been cleared down the middle with stalls on both sides like 2 lone snakes coiled on the ground. 3 merchants came from Dongshu village. The most conspicuous was a plump woman who spread out an oilcloth covered with all kinds of grain seeds, red, yellow, black, each plump and shiny. She had a booming voice. "These are my own saved seeds, double the yield per acre. If you don't believe me, ask about last season's harvest in Shilling." Someone immediately chimed in, "Those wheat stalks from Shilling are longer than my boy's arm." A wave of laughter burst out. Ai Lizzie was taking notes with a charcoal stick on parchment. 17 households here today, 9 from the village, 8 from outside. 43 transactions completed. The biggest one was Songji Gully trading 10 iron hose for 20 bags of our spring fertilizer. That spring fertilizer was saved from last year, right? Li Wei asked. Men piled behind the old warehouse, almost rotted. Then don't hold back, bring it all out. Anyone willing to trade with us shows they trust us. Those who trust us must not be let down. He walked down the slope inspecting each stall. There was no forced buying or selling, no arguments or jostling. The loudest was just haggling. A man from Baiwa wanted to trade a wolf pelt for 2 kitchen knives. The blacksmith from Dongshu village said no one pelt could only get 1 knife plus half a bag of coal cinders. The man got agitated, shouting that wolfmen were hard to kill and this pelt had been skinned only after his brother nearly died. The blacksmith was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Fine, 2 knives, but you have to haul a load of iron ore for us." They shook hands on the deal and the crowd applauded. At noon, with the sun high, the market bustled with activity. Even a few elderly people who rarely went out came leaning on their canes. An old man squatted by the grain stall, feeling the kernels, squinting as he pinched one. "Is this rice seed drought resistant?" "Yes." The Dongshu woman slapped her chest. "My family's grown it for 3 years. Even in a severe drought we still get a 60% yield." The old man pulled out a small cloth bag. "Then I'll trade for 2 handfuls. If it's truly drought resistant, I'll bring 10 more households next time." Li Wei overheard, didn't interrupt, just said to Ai Lizzie, "Make a note. This man is called Zhao San. He lives at the 7th house in the west end. At the next meeting, seat him in the front." By 2 in the afternoon more people had arrived. Xia village sent a batch of freshly woven bamboo baskets, sturdy and light, which were snatched up immediately. A young wife wanted to trade 3 hens for a pair of earrings, only to find that the other party was a peddler from Songji Gully and they had known each other as children. They stopped talking business and started chatting about whose dog got lost back home, which river had flooded, until finally the earrings weren't traded, but she ended up swapping a basket of wild vegetables. Li Wei watched with amusement. This isn't business, it's visiting relatives. Ai Lizzie rolled her eyes, but they did exchange things. That's why it's good. He said when people know each other they dare to trade safely. The fear is that strangers will reach for weapons at the first wrong word. To prevent trouble, he and Ai Lizzie had long established the 6 rules for mutual trade, which the patrol team read aloud in rotation 1. Stalls must not block the road. 2. Transactions must have clear prices in goods, no deception. 3. Fighting is prohibited, violators banned from the market for 3 days. 4. Market opens daily at 10 hour, closes at hour 5. Outside merchants may stay in the village camp but must not enter private homes without permission. 6. Anyone may post notices on the information post, but no one may tear down others' messages. At first some grumbled that it was too much regulation. But then 2 stall owners nearly came to blows over a spot and the patrol recited the 3rd rule on the spot. Both turned red-faced and voluntarily moved their stalls. After that even the children knew that fighting meant a 3-day ban, and it became a running joke. The liveliest spot was the central information post, a sharpened pine pole planted in the middle of the market covered with notices from every village. Dongshu village seeking 10 bags of quicklime can exchange with iron tools or grain. Songji Gully recruiting herb gatherers, daily pay of 2 meals. Shilling needs 2 carpenters, experience with window frames preferred. Li Wei made a point to read the post every day. Whenever a new notice appeared he jotted it down and later arranged for someone to follow up. One notice read lost one ox spotted horn left ear notched. He glanced at it then casually added a line below with his charcoal stick saw what looked like fresh ox hoofprints on the south slope yesterday deep and new worth checking. As evening fell the crowd gradually dispersed. The stall owners packed up their goods, some carrying them off, others locking them into wooden crates they'd brought. Local farmers shouldered baskets and carried loads, chatting about the day's takings as they walked. A child ran by holding a colorful glass bead he'd traded for chasing the light in the sunset. He collided with Li Wei's legs as he crossed the square. Ouch. The kid looked up, saw it was Li Wei, and immediately stood straight. Chiefly, I traded 5 eggs for it. Isn't it bright? Brighter than the moon. Li Wei tousled his head. Don't drop it when you get home, if it breaks it'll cut your feet. The child bounced away. AI Lizzie walked over holding a stack of today's records. All 17 households have packed up, 0 disputes. 12 new notices on the information post, 3 of which already have responses. Is the iron tool exchange settled? Li Wei asked. Settled. Dongshu village will deliver 8 hoes tomorrow and will give 3 bags of refined salt and 2 bolts of coarse cloth. The handover is set for 10 in the morning right under the information post. Li Wei nodded, his gaze sweeping over the now empty market. The ground was a bit messy, scattered grass, scraps of paper, a few stakes knocked askew, but no one was lazy enough to leave it unattended. Several villagers spontaneously picked up brooms and dustpans to clean up, and even the outside merchants stayed to help tidy the stall area. This place is getting better. AI Lizzie said softly. Li Wei looked at the distant mountain path. Before, people kept their doors closed, afraid of being noticed. Now they're willing to bring things out to trade. It means they feel there's someone backing them. He walked to the information post, reached out and touched the newest notice. The ink was still wet, the corner of the paper slightly curled. It was a request: urgently need 3 bundles of hemostatic herb, willing to exchange for 2 hunting knives. Urgent need. He didn't tear it down or change it, but took out his charcoal stick from his pocket and added a small line below: the Shieling pharmacy has 1 bundle in stock, can lend first, repay later. After writing, he stepped back and watched the paper tremble gently in the evening breeze. AI Lizzie stood beside him and said quietly, we'll need to send someone to the back mountain to pick more tomorrow. The hemostatic herb is running low. Li Wei responded, his gaze still fixed on the paper. The sun set and the lights in the market began to come on one by one. They weren't torches but simple oil lamps made from animal fat and cotton wicks hanging from the stall brackets, dim yellow but steady. The patrol members walked the main path with lanterns, calling out as they went, market closed now, opens again tomorrow at 10 hour, check the information post for new notices. The voice was plain and ordinary, but it fell on everyone's heart like a steady bell. Li Wei didn't move, still standing by the information post. AI Lizzie didn't leave either, looking down at the record book in her hands. A moth flew toward the nearest oil lamp, its wing singed at the edge of the flame, then fluttered away. At first light, Li Wei arrived at the intermarket. Last night's moth, drawn to the lamplight, still lay beneath the information post, one wing, charred legs curled inward. He did not kick it aside, instead he glanced down briefly, then raised his eyes to the notice. The paper remained affixed, its ink still fresh, the very line he had inscribed himself the previous evening: Shieling apothecary holds 1 bundle of herbs, available on loan, repayment later. Yet beneath that line the script had changed, bold black characters now blared: Dongshu village hoards medicinal herbs and refuses sale. Frowning, he reached out and peeled off the entire sheet. Scratches marred the wooden board beneath, evidence that someone had first dampened the surface to blur the original text before overwriting it. This isn't an argument, he said quietly. It's tossing a lit match into a keg of gunpowder. At that moment Alice hurried over, charcoal pencil and parchment in hand, ready, as always, to record today's merchant roster. She stared at the post, her pencil tip freezing midair. Who did this? I don't know, Li Wei replied, crumpling the torn notice and tucking it into his coat. But it wasn't anyone from either side. Dongshu village hadn't sent representatives yet, nor would any fool from Shieling dare slander their own neighbors at such a delicate hour. He turned and called out to a patrolling guard, go inform vendors from both villages, no stalls today. Wait until I've uncovered the truth. Hardly had the words left his lips when quarreling voices rose from the slope. 2 men stood face to face, Wu the blacksmith of Dongshu village clad in coarse hemcloth, and Zhao Er of Shielin's herb gathering team, a wicker medicine basket slung across his shoulder. You hoard herbs and refuse to sell, then plaster this notice to mock us, bellowed old Wu, his voice loud enough to shake leaves from the trees. Nonsense. Zhao Er shot back. I saw Headley write the supply notice myself last night. Zhao Er stamped his foot in fury. Li Wei dashed forward in 3 swift strides, stepping squarely between them. Silence. The notice was altered, not by anyone withholding herbs. Both men froze. Observe the ink, uneven in tone, strokes dragging and blurred, clearly written on damp paper. Li Wei pointed to the post. And if herbs truly were being withheld, wouldn't I know? After all, the apothecary key rests with me. Old Wu squinted closely, his expression gradually softening. Indeed. Zhao Er, still panting, demanded, then who did it? Someone who wants us to fight. Someone who wants this alliance to collapse, Li Wei said. The intermarket is barely taking root, a single thread could snap it clean in 2. And there are those waiting precisely for that moment. He turned to Alice. Replace the board. Post a fresh notice and add this clause: any individual caught tampering with posted information shall be barred from the market for 5 days and reported to their home village. Alice nodded, jotting it down, then asked, shall we open the market at all? Closing it would play straight into their hands, Li Wei replied. But vigilance must be doubled. Assign 2 people to guard the information post in rotating shifts, eyes never leaving it. At dawn's third watch the intermarket opened as scheduled. Stalls along the main thoroughfare unfolded one by one. A peddler from Songji Gully hummed his usual tune while unpacking bamboo baskets, clay jars, sacks of salt, all laid out methodically. A man from Baiwa arrived bearing wolf pelts, this time without his cleaver, squatting instead beside the blacksmith's stall to discuss or transport logistics. Yet as Li Wei walked the lanes something felt amiss. In past years at least 8 or 9 merchants from outside villages would have arrived by this hour. Today only 6 appeared, and 3 had already packed up and departed, their goods untouched. Li Wei intercepted the Songji Gully peddler. Where are the others from your village? Old Zhang said his pigs fell ill, he left early. The peddler scratched his head. Old Ma claimed urgent business too, so hastily he forgot even his carrying pole. Li Wei grunted non-committally, asking no further questions, but upon returning to the accounts office he retrieved yesterday's register of outsiders and began comparing entries line by line. 3 were expected from Songji Gully, only 2 had arrived. West Cliff Village reported 2 visitors, yet neither had shown. With charcoal he circled each gap and noted further Dongshu Village had pledged 8 hoes, yet not a single one had materialized. Alice sat at the desk cross-checking records. She looked up. Perhaps they were delayed en route. Delayed. Li Wei shook his head. They agreed to arrive by 10 o'clock, yet it nears noon. Besides, none of the 3 roads are flooded nor has any mountain path collapsed. He paused. I spotted a stranger just now. Who? A grey-cloaked figure, hood drawn low. He bought nothing, not a single item, yet paced repeatedly between Songji Gully and shilling stalls. When I approached and asked his affiliation he claimed only to be a passing trader resting briefly. Yet he refused to give his name and carried no identity token. Alice frowned. Without an identity token, how did he enter the village? The gate guard says he presented a letter of introduction stamped and sealed by Old Li's family of West Cliff Village. Li Wei gave a cold laugh. I've just sent word to West Cliff. Old Li's family wrote no such letter. The 2 exchanged glances. Someone slipped in. Alice whispered. Not merely slipped in, Li Wei said, picking up the charcoal pencil and drawing a circle on the parchment. He came to dismantle us. First he altered the notice to sow discord, next he frightened away merchants to erode confidence. The next move likely involves direct interference. Shall we detain him now? No. Li Wei set down the pencil. We hold no proof. If we act prematurely he'll vanish. He's counting on our rashness, on disputes erupting, so he can confirm the rumor this place is unsafe. He rose and paced twice across the room. We must watch him closely. Starting today log every outsider's movements every half hour. Especially the grey-cloaked man, where he lingers, whom he speaks with, record it all. Shall we assign more guards to the information post? Yes, but no uniforms. Select villagers, dress them as ordinary market-goers. Let them observe silently, follow discreetly, and note everything. Alice began drafting the list, then paused. What if he's an agent from the greater territory? The room fell silent. Li Wei leaned against the wall, gazing out the window toward the intermarket. Sunlight spilled onto the awnings of the stalls, setting dust motes aglow. Children chased glass marbles across the open ground, their laughter drifting faintly across the distance. If it were minor friction I might call it coincidence, he said slowly. But 3 things converging: altered notice, withdrawing merchants, uninvited stranger. This is no accident. It is design. He walked to the door, pulled it open and looked toward the village gate, where a new banner fluttered, wheat sheaves crossed with a hammer swaying gently in the wind. We ring the bell to summon help. He continued, but some hear the chime and think only of smashing the bell. At dusk 6th watch the intermarket closed. Patrol guards walked the main lane with lanterns, calling out that trade would resume at dawn's 3rd watch. Crowds thinned, vendors packed away wares, some locking chests, others bundling goods. Li Wei stood at the threshold of the accounts office, watching the grey-cloaked man depart last from the market zone. He did not head toward the camp outside the village, but veered toward the southern hillside woods and crouched as though tying a shoelace. Yet Li Wei knew he wore no such footwear. He's leaving a marker, Li Wei told Alice. Shall we send someone to investigate? No. Li Wei shook his head. Let him leave it. Watching his motions tells us far more than inspecting the mark itself. They returned to the accounts office. The oil lamp flickered to life, its flame burning steady and sure. Alice spread out the parchment and recited today's log. Information post duty 3rd watch to 6th watch. 3 personnel rotated. 1 new outsider registered, grey-cloaked, self-identified as a traveling merchant lacking formal identification. 3 vendors departed early. 1 cited domestic emergency, another cited domestic emergency, the 3rd cited failed negotiations. Dongshu Village's delivery of hose remains unfulfilled, communication severed. She looked up. Is this sufficient? Sufficient, Li Wei replied. These aren't mere figures, they're footprints. Invisible when trodden, yet unmistakable in hindsight. He picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote 3 words. Altered notice, scattered trust, probed weakness. He's conducting reconnaissance for whoever stands behind him. Li Wei explained. Altering the notice tests our speed of response. Scattering trust gauges the Alliance's resilience. Probing weakness seeks to measure our numbers and our alertness. Alice studied the 3 words, murmuring, so what do we do now? We remain still, Li Wei said, laying down the pencil. But we keep our eyes wide open. Effective tonight. Establish a provisional oversight unit, led jointly by you and me. Select 5 trustworthy villagers to rotate surveillance duties documenting all anomalies. Focus on 3 points: the information post, the main entrance, and the 4 intent district. He rose and stepped to the window. Night had deepened. The intermarket lay hushed, only a few oil lamps burned, tended by patrol guards tallying stalls. Once we feared no one would come, he said. Now we fear the wrong ones have. Alice closed her ledger. Tomorrow, I'll select the team. Li Wei offered no reply. His gaze remained fixed on the southern hills, where at the forest's edge a tiny spark flared once, like flint striking stone, then vanished just as swiftly. He narrowed his eyes. Tomorrow stay out of sight, he said. Let him believe we've noticed nothing. Alice nodded and extinguished the oil lamp. In darkness, Li Wei remained standing. Moments later he withdrew the crumpled fragment of yesterday's notice from his coat and unfolded it beneath the last fading light filtering through the window. The charred corpse of the moth fell onto the table, its single remaining leg twitched faintly. At dawn the door to the account room was pushed open. Alice entered carrying a bowl of hot porridge, only to find Li Wei already seated at the table studying the parchment covered in clues from the previous night without even lifting his brow. You're up earlier than the roosters, she said. Roosters don't know when someone leaves a mark. Li Wei drew a line under the words grey cloak with a charcoal stick. Yesterday he had crouched by the slope of the southern woods, not to tie his shoelaces. There wasn't even a path there. Who would wear shoes to that place? Alice pushed the bowl forward. The elf archer climbed the treetops before dawn and said that man hasn't gone far, he's still lingering around the 10 area. It makes sense that he hasn't left, Li Wei said, blowing on the porridge and taking a small sip. A real passerby would have left long ago. Someone who stays without reason is either waiting for someone or waiting for something to happen. As he finished speaking the curtain was pushed aside and a tall slender figure leaped onto the windowsill from outside, landing as lightly as a leaf. The elf archer balanced on one foot on the wooden frame, holding a half-burned straw stem in hand. He's among the herb-gathering team on the western ridge, the elf archer said, his voice low but every word distinct. He changed into coarse clothes, pulled his hat down to his brows and posed as a new helper. I watched him for half an hour. He didn't pick a single blade of grass, he was just counting heads. Li Wei set down the bowl. Counting heads. Yes. 5 people came from Dongshu village and he stared, and recorded 2 from Songji Gully, and he nodded as well. Not recording names but numbers, the elf archer said, jumping down to the floor. This doesn't feel like a traveling merchant, it's more like mustering troops. Alice frowned. And he still dares to blend in. It's not boldness, it's that he calculated we wouldn't search everyone. Li Wei grabbed the charcoal stick and drew a circle on the parchment. Changing notices, intimidating merchants, falsifying identities, and now counting people. This whole sequence isn't impulsive, it's been taught by someone. The 3 gathered around the table. Li Wei spread out last night's notes. Tampering with information, merchants withdrawing, Ho's not delivered, the grey cloak appearing, leading suspicious actions, infiltrating in disguise today. Every step targets our greatest fears, he said. Afraid of division he sows discord, afraid of isolation he scares people away, afraid of chaos he mingles in to stir trouble. This isn't mere mischief, it's a test. Someone is testing whether we can withstand it. Alice looked down at the handwriting sample. I compared the introduction letter from old Li's family. The seal has scratches on the edge as if an old stamp was ground down and recarved. The handwriting isn't old Li's either, he always hooks the last stroke of Li upward, but on this paper it's straight down. The elf archer took the paper and examined it. I've seen this technique before. When checking fake passes at border posts we often encounter this. The forger knows the rules but the details give them away. Knows the rules. Li Wei's eyes lit up. So he's not an amateur, he's been taught by someone with backing. An ordinary person trying to forge would just copy a name. But he knows to stamp a seal, write a place of origin, mimic the format. This means he's seen the real thing, maybe even received specialized training. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Who among ordinary people could access the identity documents of various villages? Alice asked. Only 2 kinds of people, Li Wei said. One is the village registrar in charge of records, the other is someone who can command that registrar. The elf archer sneered. Then he's no small fry. Of course not, Li Wei said, tapping the table with the charcoal stick. Small territories might exchange words, maybe a few curses. But this operation is too clean, unified talking points, forged documents, targeted infiltration, signaled movements. This isn't street thug work, someone is drawing up a plan behind the scenes. Alice suddenly recalled something. Yesterday you said the peddler from Songji Gully mentioned that old Zhang went home because his pig was sick. But I ran into old Zhang's daughter this morning. She said her father never went back at all. Their pig is fine, hasn't even left the pen. Li Wei's head shot up. Then that's a lie. More than one, the elf archer interjected. The hunter from Baiwa also said an elderly relative was unwell and he had to rush back. But I just swung by the shed where they were staying. The bedding was untouched and there was still meat stewing in the pot. All excuses. Li Wei stood up pacing back and forth in the room. Someone went around telling them one by one, don't come, leave quickly, make up a reason. And the reason had to sound plausible, not arousing suspicion. Alice said in a low voice, so it's not scaring them away, it's a retreat. Exactly. This is an organized evacuation. Li Wei stopped. Someone doesn't want the market to thrive, so they cleared the area in advance. When we eventually find no one coming to trade, we'll just think people lost interest, but the truth is they were called away. The elf archer squinted. What about the hose? The blacksmith in Dongshu village said they were ready long ago. I'll go take a look. Li Wei grabbed his coat. Might as well visit Old Wu on the way. Dongshu village isn't far, a little over half an hour's walk. On the road, Alice walked in the middle while the elf archer stayed half a step behind, his eyes scanning the roadside bushes and slopes. Do you really think he's still nearby? Li Wei asked. He won't leave today, the elf archer said. His mission isn't complete. He has to confirm whether we're investigating, whether we're suspicious, whether we waver. He needs to see the results. So he'll show himself again. Definitely. When they reached the blacksmith's shop, Old Wu was pounding a piece of iron plate, sweating profusely. Seeing Li Wei's trio, he wiped his face and grinned. Oh, the big shots come in person. We're here to check on the hose, Li Wei said bluntly. Weren't they supposed to be delivered by 10? Why haven't they shown up yet? Old Wu snorted. They were ready long ago. 8 hose, not one missing. The delivery boy had already left, but halfway there someone wearing a conical hat stopped him, saying, the market is about to turn chaotic, going will bring bad luck, and talked him into turning back. Talked him back? Alice asked. Just with one sentence. Not just that. Old Wu set down his hammer. That man handed over a bronze token, saying it was the higher-up's order to lie low first. The boy didn't recognize the token, but the tone sounded serious, so he didn't dare go. What did the bronze token look like? The elf archer suddenly asked. An unfamiliar pattern, a coiled snake wrapped around a sword with the character 7 carved on the back. Li Wei and Alice exchanged a glance. Territory 7. Alice whispered. The largest noble fiefdom nearby, Li Wei said slowly. It controls 7 affiliated villages, collects taxes, enlists labor, and manages law and order. If they feel that the alliance of small territories threatens their authority, then they'll send someone to dismantle it, the elf archer finished. On the way back, no one spoke. Back in the account room, Li Wei tossed the charcoal stick onto the table. This is no coincidence, no misunderstanding, and certainly not ordinary mischief. This is a standard operation, first spread rumors, then pull people out, next plant eyes, and finally wait for us to turn on each other. The whole process is clean, efficient, and well-trained. Alice spread out a blank parchment. Current clues: the grey cloak man entered using a forged identity, deliberately spread panic, blocked the flow of supplies, taunted personnel, used a token bearing a noble crest to command peripheral merchants to evacuate. The elf archer added, he also tried to leave external signals, most likely a method to contact his rear. Li Wei wrote 3 words on the paper: systematic, organized, directed. First, the actions have a sequence, not random sabotage. Second, there is coordination. Someone relays messages, someone forges, someone monitors. Third, the goal is clear, to break the alliance and prevent the market from growing. He looked up. If this isn't backed by a major territory, I'll eat this charcoal stick right now. Alice asked, what do we do now? Catch him? No. Li Wei shook his head. If we catch him, his master will know they've been exposed. They'll change people, change methods, and next time they'll be more covert. We need the root, not the branches. Then what are you planning? Let him keep moving. Li Wei's lips curled slightly. He wants to see us in chaos, so we won't be chaotic. He wants to see us panic, so we'll eat and sleep as usual. But he has to keep playing his role. As long as he's still here, as long as he's still acting, he'll reveal more flaws. The elf archer nodded. I can keep an eye on him. During the day I'll watch from high places, at night I'll stay in the shadows. If he sends a message, I'll hear it. You handle the ears, Li Wei said. Alice manages the handwriting and document exchanges, checking all suspicious files. I'll take the open route, continue patrolling, meeting, posting notices, so he thinks everything is normal. Wait until he lets his guard down, Alice said. Wait until he thinks he's won. Li Wei picked up the charcoal stick and drew a circle around the grey cloak's name. Next, I need to know who he communicates with, what method he uses, and how often he reports. Once we trace the line, we can follow the vine to find the person issuing orders from behind the scenes. At dusk, the market closing bell rang 3 times. The patrol team called out tomorrow's opening time as usual, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Wei stood at the door of the account room, gazing toward the wooded slope in the south. The grey cloak man appeared again at the forest edge. This time, instead of crouching, he pulled a small piece of cloth from his pocket, wiped it lightly on a stone 3 times, then tucked it back and turned away. Li Wei didn't move. Alice walked over. He's leaving a mark. I know. Aren't you going to check? If I check, he'll know we're tracking him. Li Wei looked at the stone. For now we don't move, so he'll keep moving. When he feels safe, he'll naturally reveal more. The night deepened and the light in the account room remained on. The three sat around the table reviewing the day's observations. At the top of the parchment Li Wei wrote a line, "The saboteur is not alone, there is a system behind him most likely belonging to a noble faction from a major territory." Below he listed the chain of evidence. 1. Advanced forgery techniques seal handwriting. 2. Knowledge of personnel information from various villages. 3. Ability to mobilize peripheral merchants for a collective evacuation. 4. Possession of a noble-specific token serpent sword bronze token. 5. Highly professional behavior pattern. The conclusion holds, Alice said. The elf archer closed his notebook. Next, let's see how he flies. The night had just faded and the sky was tinged with gray. Li Wei was already crouched by the edge of the woods on the southern slope, a scrap of cloth in his hand. Ai Lizzie approached from behind her boots, crushing a few dry twigs. The sound was faint, but Li Wei's ears caught it instantly. "You're even earlier than yesterday." She handed him an oil paper package containing a steaming meat pie. "If you keep this up, the stall owner will recognize your face soon enough." "That's perfect, saves me from greeting everyone." Li Wei took a bite, speaking without missing a beat. "Last night he wiped the stone 3 times and left the cloth behind. He wasn't careless, he deliberately left something for us to see." Ai Lizzie frowned. "You mean he's passing a message? Otherwise why wipe a stone with a rag?" "Not for cleanliness." Li Wei stuffed the remaining half of the pie into his jacket, stood up and patted his pants. "Look at the stone's position, sheltered from the wind against a tree facing the exit of the trade zone. Anyone passing by could glance at it, yet it's not too conspicuous. If it were just a random wipe, could it be so precise?" The two circled to the side of the stone. Li Wei pulled out a knife and gently scraped off some residue. A gray-white powder fell onto the paper. "Looks like some kind of mineral powder used for writing. Too bad it was half soaked by dew, or we could see more." Ai Lizzie crouched down, staring at the stone surface. "You said he always wiped 3 times. Could it be a code? Like 3 meaning evacuation? Or the 3rd batch?" "Possible." Li Wei nodded. "But I'm more curious, who comes to read it after he writes? How does it get out? It can't be carried by the wind to Territory 7. As the words left his mouth, a short bird call came from afar. It wasn't a local sparrow, the tune bent oddly as if deliberately imitated. Ai Lizzie immediately looked up. "Someone's making contact." "Easy." Li Wei sat down instead, casually plucking a blade of grass and sticking it between his lips. "If we rush in now, we'll only catch a lookout. We need to wait for the one who receives the message." They didn't wait long. As the sun climbed over the eastern ridge, a figure in a gray cloak indeed appeared at the edge of the woods. As before, he glanced around, confirmed no one was following, then slowly approached the stone. This time, instead of wiping with a cloth, he pulled a folded note from his chest and slipped it into a crack at the stone's base. Then he turned and walked away, his pace unhurried as if on a morning stroll. "Follow," Ai Lizzie whispered. "Of course." Li Wei grinned. "But first he has to lead us home." The two kept their distance, using the forest as cover as they tailed him. The man in the gray cloak took a winding route, first north around a slope, then west, and even stopped to tie his shoe mid-journey. This time Li Wei saw clearly the man hadn't loosened his laces at all, just bent down to fake it. "Bad acting." Ai Lizzie lowered her voice. "Too deliberate. But he thinks he's doing well." Li Wei squinted. "People like him panic most when no one chases. The calmer we are, the bolder he gets." Sure enough, when the man found no one closing in, his pace quickened and he finally ducked into an old iron mine cave beneath the western cliff. The entrance was half hidden by collapsed rocks overgrown with vines. Had they not seen him enter, no one would have noticed a passage here. "I've been here before," Ai Lizzie said softly. "The mine caved in years ago, killed 3 people. It was sealed off. Never thought it could be used as a hideout." "A hideout means it's not a spur-of-the-moment plan." Li Wei touched the mud at the entrance. There were fresh footprints, and he had been here more than once. "Look at the traces, different depths, different times." They waited outside the cave for half an hour until sure no one else was entering or leaving, then crept closer. The inside of the mine was more spacious than expected. Though there were many side tunnels, the main path had been clearly cleared, and even crushed stone had been laid underfoot to prevent slipping. Li Wei and Ai Lizzie pressed against the rock wall, breathing as lightly as possible. At a turn, a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. They dropped low, slowly peering around. A small room partitioned off with wooden boards was hidden in the depths of the cave, candlelight leaking through the door crack. The man in the gray cloak sat at a table, a charcoal pencil in hand, quickly writing something on a sheet of paper. On the table lay several maps, one of which was clearly a layout of the trade zone, marked with red dots showing gaps in patrol routes, granary locations, and the accountant's office. "Good grief, he's even drawn where I sleep," Li Wei muttered under his breath. But Ai Lizzie was staring at something else. A still unsealed letter was pinned under the corner of the table, its envelope stamped with a wax seal, a serpent coiled around a sword with a 7 engraved on the back. "That's the evidence." Her eyes narrowed. Li Wei nodded. "Now the question is how to get it." Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from outside. "Someone's coming." The two quickly retreated into the shadows. Soon a man dressed as a merchant entered the small room carrying a bamboo basket. The grey-cloaked man rose to greet him, took the basket, inspected it, removed a new envelope, placed his own letter inside and handed the basket back. The entire exchange took less than 2 minutes and not a word was spoken. After the courier left, the man in the grey cloak extinguished the candle, locked the newly written letter in a small iron box and hid it in a crevice in the wall. He's not alone. AI Lizzie waited a moment before speaking. There's someone outside helping him transport things. That makes it easier. Li Wei sneered. Now we know his hideout, his method of passing messages, and we have solid evidence. From now on we don't have to avoid him. You want to grab him directly? Not yet. Li Wei shook his head. He wrote a letter today, he'll have to send it tomorrow. If we keep watch on this spot we can catch the whole network. The two slipped out of the mine silently. By the time they reached the surface it was noon. On the way back, AI Lizzie suddenly asked, why do you think he drew the defense map? Does he really plan to attack? Not necessarily. Li Wei kicked a small stone. Sometimes making people fall into chaos is more effective than a direct attack. He marked the patrol gaps, maybe to create confusion. He marked the granary, to make people suspect we can't manage supplies. He marked the accountant's office, and maybe one day it'll accidentally catch fire. So he's here to sabotage, not to take over. Smart. Li Wei glanced at her. It's like in an advertising company, some departments always try to ruin a project team not because the project is bad but because they're afraid others will get too much credit. AI Lizzie was taken aback. You're really using that lousy company as an analogy. From experience. Li Wei shrugged. I've been the scapegoat before. This little trick is nothing. That evening Li Wei gathered a few trusted villagers and held a small meeting in the accountant's office. He didn't mention specific plans, only saying that night patrols needed to be strengthened, focusing on the southern slope and the western cliff area. Don't alert anyone, he instructed. If you see anything suspicious just note it down. Don't act. After the meeting AI Lizzie stayed behind to organize the list. She pulled out the merchant registration book from the previous day, comparing those who had returned, and found the addresses of stall owners who claimed to have family emergencies. Among them 7 households had no one actually returning home and 3 others had no sick elderly or livestock. All lies. She pushed the records toward Li Wei. These people were ordered to leave, not voluntarily. Add the bronze token, secret letters and defense map. Li Wei spread the clues on the table. Now we have 5 threads, forged documents spreading rumors, organizing evacuations, planting informants and drawing military maps. Each one alone can be a charge, together it's an airtight case. What's next? Wait for him to send another message. Li Wei stared at the trade zone map. Since he dared to draw the patrol gaps, he thinks we can't find him. Let him keep drawing. When he puts down the final stroke we'll close the net. The next morning the courier's figure appeared again outside the mine. Li Wei and AI Lizzie had been lying in ambush for some time. This time, instead of tailing, they split up. Li Wei approached the mine entrance head-on, deliberately snapping a branch to make a sound. AI Lizzie circled to the rear exit to block the escape route. The man in the grey cloak heard the noise and turned to look. In that moment of turning, AI Lizzie pounced from behind, one hand over his mouth, the other locking his arm, and pinned him to the ground with precision. Li Wei rushed into the small room, went straight to the crevice in the wall, pulled out the iron box and opened it. Inside was the sealed wax note inscribed with the words "Order No. 7 verified." Beside it was a hand-drawn detailed map which not only marked the trade zone's defenses but also listed the exact grain reserves of each village. Good grief, he even knows how many pounds of rice are in my pantry. Li Wei tucked the items into his jacket. When he walked out of the room he saw AI Lizzie had bound the grey-cloaked man's hands behind his back and stuffed a cloth into his mouth. Mouth gagged so he can't shout. She said. Well done. Li Wei patted her shoulder. Now we have the evidence. They escorted the prisoner back in silence. The sunlight fell on their faces, warm and a little scorching. At the door of the accountant's office Li Wei stopped and looked toward the trade zone. Stalls were already being set up, cooking smoke rose lazily and children chased each other in the open space, just like any other day. Do you think the person behind him is still waiting for news? AI Lizzie asked softly. Li Wei felt the envelope in his jacket and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Let him wait, he said. Let him wait well. As dawn's light first gilded the stone slabs of the assembly square, Li Wei stood at the edge of the raised dais clutching a sealed letter stamped with crimson wax. Elise stood half a step behind him, arms cradling a stack of papers, the evidence copies hastily transcribed overnight, each bundle sorted by village, their script deliberately rendered untidy to dispel any suspicion of premeditation. Lords from several allied minor territories arrived one by one. One still held a meat pie in hand, gnawing as he walked. An elderly stout man had donned mismatched boots, one too large, the other too small, limping awkwardly while cursing his servant's blindness. They had assumed this was yet another routine gathering, perhaps to hear new intermarket regulations, until they saw the scene: a long table set upon the dais spread with maps, cloth strips, an iron chest, and in the corner a grey-cloaked figure bound tight and gagged, eyes darting wildly. Instantly every mind sharpened. Li Wei, what game is this? The elder of Dongshu village approached on his cane, voice low. I've seen that man twice near our village gate claiming to collect old copperware. Li Wei did not answer immediately. Instead he withdrew the wax-sealed scroll from his breast pocket and placed it gently on the table, face up. Please examine this first. His tone was as calm as announcing today's vegetable prices, serpent-wrapped sword, 7-character seal. Does that stir memory? A ripple ran through the crowd. Several lords stepped forward, bending low for a closer look. The steward of Shieling Apothecary recognized it instantly. That is the official seal of Territory 7. Last year when we delivered herbs in exchange for iron cauldrons, this very stamp appeared on our documents. Precisely. Li Wei nodded. And this letter commands Inside Discord to collapse the intermarket. Beneath it lies another line: should villages descend into chaos, no troops need be deployed, profit may be reaped unopposed. Nonsense. A roar erupted from the square's entrance. All turned. A man in deep violet robes strode in swiftly, a silver insignia gleaming upon his chest, wind swirling about him. Two grim-faced attendants followed closely behind, their expressions as if owed money. He was the noble envoy stationed at the frontier by the Greater Territory, Lord Feng as all called him. Li Wei. Feng swept his sleeve aside and planted himself before the dais, towering down. How dare you, an untitled commoner, detain a noble courier? And forge official documents to slander your superiors? Do you know such a crime warrants 3 separate executions? Li Wei smiled faintly and slid the iron chest forward onto the table. Lord Feng, please, do not rush to judgment. Might you first inspect what lies within this chest? It may well help clarify the misunderstanding. Feng snorted coldly, opened the chest himself, glanced inside, and his complexion shifted subtly before he steadied himself. These are merely ordinary correspondence logs recording market fluctuations. You provincial folk simply lack decorum, overreacting to trifles. Oh. Li Wei lifted the intermarket layout map, unfurled it high. Then he asked Lord Feng, would you kindly explain why this map marks, in vivid red dots, the precise shift change times of patrol units, the gaps in granary night watch rotations, and even the nightly audit routes of the accountants? It's almost charted when I relieve myself each day. Laughter burst forth from below. Feng's face flushed deep crimson, preposterous. That is mere coincidence. Perhaps some idle soul sketched it for amusement. Play. Li Wei picked up a torn strip of cloth from the table and shook it lightly. This fabric was peeled from a boulder in the southern grove. 3 days ago someone used it to wipe powder from their hands, leaving 3 distinct smudges. When we apprehended this man, the same mineral powder was found tucked in his pocket. So tell us, Lord Feng, was this cloth meant for sketching, or for secret messaging? He paused, scanning the assembly. Incidentally, last night our scouts verified Territory 7's outer perimeter. No records show any herb gatherers entering or leaving over the past fortnight. And this man's letter of introduction, bearing the Oldley family seal, was forged. Its handwriting imitated its seal edge, bearing telltale scratches. Elise, please present the comparison. Elise stepped forward and handed out a sheet, 2 signatures side by side, one authentic, one counterfeit, so starkly divergent even the illiterate could discern the fraud. What else could this be but forgery? The elder of Dongshu village slammed his cane against the ground, furious. 7 or 8 households in our village were persuaded to withdraw, told the intermarket will unravel, and beware losses, all you're doing. Exactly. My son nearly stayed home yesterday, I kicked him out the door. Another lord shouted. Feng's brow glistened with sweat as he strained to shout, what do you understand? This is high-level strategic deployment to prevent frontier powers from growing too strong. Your petty alliances will inevitably breed unrest. So we conduct honest trade, and that itself constitutes unrest. Li Wei spoke softly, yet each word landed like a chisel strike. You feared our growth, so you sent agents to sow discord, spread rumors, and even plotted to burn granaries and destroy ledgers. Very well. Then let me ask all of you, if we had not uncovered this today and tomorrow the intermarket truly shattered, with lives lost, roofs collapsed, who bears responsibility? Is it our poor governance or your strategic triumph? Silence fell for several heartbeats. Then, as if on cue, a dozen voices rose at once. I demand redress. This must be reported to the Grand Territorial Court. That man loitered by my stall the very day it was revoked. Feng stood frozen, his face shifting from crimson to pallor to ashen green. He opened his mouth to speak, but the crowd surged with fury and even his own attendants instinctively retreated half a step. I hereby declare this assembly unlawful, by virtue of my authority as inspector. He finally choked out, turning sharply to depart. This matter shall be escalated to the Grand Territorial Court, you shall await trial. Safe journey. Li Wei called after him. And do remember to refund the protection fee. You collected 3 carts of grain from us last month under the guise of Frontier Mutual Defense Funds. It seems now you were defending yourselves against us. Feng stumbled mid-stride, nearly toppling. His attendants rushed to steady him and the 3 scrambled into their carriage, the wheels spitting gravel as it sped away, dust rising in an undignified ragged cloud. A hush settled over the square, brief, profound. Then without warning a single hand clapped. Applause swelled wave upon wave. One man slapped Li Wei's shoulder, grinning, not bad lad. Another pulled Elise aside, asking for extra copies of the transcripts. Others seized ink and brush on the spot, eager to transcribe the wax-sealed letter to hang proudly upon their walls. Li Wei remained at the dais center, still holding the original letter. Sunlight warmed his face. Glancing down at the phrase Insight Discord to collapse the intermarket, he gave a quiet sardonic laugh, then folded the letter neatly and slipped it into his pocket. Elise approached quietly. What now? What now? Li Wei shrugged. We wait for their next envoy. But this time we'll have experience, we'll set a decoy stall baited expressly for spies. Before he finished speaking, the elder of Dongshu village pushed through the crowd on his cane. Li Wei. We must institute a rule henceforth: any external official entering our village must register in advance and submit a portrait for identification. Yes. And require a deposit. Someone chimed in beside him. If another spy poses as a candied vendor, splash the syrup in his face first. Li Wei looked upon the clamoring animated throng and suddenly realized this was far better than shouldering blame at his old advertising firm. Back then defeat brought silence, now victory echoed with shared laughter. As he opened his mouth to reply, distant bells chimed. The intermarket had opened. Smoke curled upward from cooking fires, oil crackled, and wax children chased candy sculptors down winding lanes, their joy ringing clear across the square. Li Wei descended the dais and stepped into the heart of the crowd. Representatives from several minor territories gathered around him, debating urgently increased patrols, newly erected watchtowers, coordinated defense protocols. Listening, Li Wei slipped his hand into his pocket, fingertips brushing the cool, unyielding fragment of the meteorite, unchanged as always. Good enough, he thought. Now fortune yields to reason. Sunlight bathed the entire square. He tilted his head upward, sky vast and cloudless. Smoke from cooking fires still curled upward over the mutual market, mingling with the sizzle of hot oil and children's raucous cries. Li Wei had just descended from the raised platform when old village head of Dongshu village approached, leaning heavily on his cane, his voice booming as if hawking wares at a bustling fair. Li Wei. You mentioned setting up decoy stalls to lure out spies, so shouldn't we first hone genuine skills? Mere words won't shield us from the next face changer. Several other lords gathered close, speaking all at once. One asked when the patrol squad would be formed, another suggested forging 3 identical keys for the granary lest they never match. Alice stood slightly behind until Li Wei's right, cradling the stack of evidence copies in her arms. As she listened, a faint knowing smile flickered at the corner of her lips. At last they've stopped merely hurling accusations. Li Wei did not reply immediately. Instead he bent down, picked up a shard of broken stone and sketched a lopsided circle in the muddy earth beside the square, then marked 3 distinct points within it. Our mutual market lies at the trijunction of 3 villages, like a triangular board. He tapped the center point with the stone fragment. If enemies return, they won't attack openly. They'll trip us here, whisper warnings there, sowing chaos from within. We were fortunate last time, we caught them. But what of next time? What if a woman arrives selling candied hawthorns, weeping that her child has starved, and wins sympathy to slip inside? How then shall we respond? A hush fell over the crowd. Then Li Wei straightened and declared, merely posting sentries won't suffice. We need unified personnel, unified rules, and a unified mind. Unified, frowned the steward of Shieling Apothecary. Do you mean our village's night watch will now answer to you? No, Li Wei shook his head. They'll answer to the rotating patrol squad. Each village contributes 5 able-bodied youths, strong, quick, and capable of wielding a staff. They undergo uniform training and follow a shared duty roster. Command rotates monthly. 1 month my representative leads the next, yours, ensuring no single hand holds sway. And grain, interjected another lord. Men eat, horses graze. Where do the funds come from? From the mutual market surplus, Li Wei replied, prepared. Last month yielded 300 silver coins, enough to sustain operations for 3 months. Thereafter 1% of all transaction fees flows into the joint management vault, exclusively earmarked for joint defense expenditures. 3 keys exist, 2 held by you, 1 by me. None can open the vault alone. Sounds reasonable, mused the old village head, stroking his chin. But only if you truly train them well, lest they become a rabble who at the sight of fire drop their trousers and urinate upon it. Doubtful. Li Wei turned to Alice. Bring the sand table. She nodded, borrowed a low table from a nearby stall, spread fine sand across its surface and arranged twigs and beans to map the mutual market's layout. Her fingertip touched the southern slope woods. This is where the grey-cloaked figure left his mark yesterday. Then she shifted eastward, to the entrance of Dongshu village where the cargo carrier was detained. Finally she pointed toward the alley behind the accounting office, the last known location of the merchant who forged the introduction letter. Assume the enemy returns today. Li Wei lifted a slender grass stem like a baton from the southern slope. A messenger departs. Within half an hour Dongshu village begins evacuating stalls while ledgers in the accounting office are swapped. Now consider your own responses. How long before Dongshu village organizes pursuit? Who from Shieling Apothecary can relay news most swiftly? Does anyone know where to converge? Silence. I've calculated it, Li Wei continued. Dongshu village requires at least 45 minutes to muster. Shielding's courier must traverse 20 minutes of mountain paths. By the time the accounting office detects the anomaly, the intruders have long vanished. By the time you debate whether to sound the alarm, the thieves are already home eating dinner. Then what do you propose? Challenged the old village head. Centralized training. Li Wei explained 3-day cycles, teaching disguise recognition, covert signaling, and rapid assembly. Instructors won't be hired externally. Each village selects 1 core member to train. Once mastered, they return to instruct their own unit. The first cycle will convene on vacant land within my jurisdiction. No grain required from you. Water has already been prepared. What's your motive? The apothecary steward suddenly asked. Li Wei smiled. I wish only that none of us ever again burns to ash while pointing fingers at one another. Besides, he patted his pocket, I'd borne false blame before. I know the sting of being unjustly accused. Now I refuse to let anyone taste that bitterness again. At those words many lowered their eyes to their own toes. Alice timely handed forward a sheet. This is my draft, the preliminary charter of the rotating patrol, containing templates for personnel rosters, shift schedules and emergency contact routes. If approved we may pilot it for 1 month. Wait. The old village head suddenly raised his cane. I remain uneasy about command authority. My son leads his squad, if trained must he obey your orders alone? Will he be left commanderless? No one seizes your son's squad, Li Wei patiently clarified. Training fosters coordination, not annexation. Like left and right hands separate, their strength is slight, united they lift boulders. Your villagers remain under your command, only now they wield a shared methodology enabling seamless cooperation with others. Alice added, instructor rotation ensures relevance each cycle. Every village nominates one assistant instructor, guaranteeing curriculum aligns with local realities. For instance, Dongshu village excels in nocturnal tracking, thus they might teach stealthy approach techniques. Oh. The old village head's eyes lit up. May my son instruct how to dig traps with a hoe? Certainly, Li Wei grinned. So long as no one ends up buried alive. Laughter rippled through the crowd, easing the taut atmosphere. One final matter. Li Wei took another sheet from Alice, unfolded it and announced, I propose drafting a covenant of alliance, not a decree but plain binding stipulations, voluntary membership, equal voting rights, shared resources and collective risk-bearing. Major decisions require approval by 2/3 majority. Any party wishing to withdraw need only notify 10 days in advance, no hostages taken, no grain withheld. Shall we post it? Someone asked. First a 3-day public review, Li Wei affirmed. Those who read may check for errors, those who don't may still voice concerns. Once revised we'll sign and seal it together. Fingerprints, exclaimed the old village head, suddenly animated. I recall ancient oaths sealed with palm prints, it lends solemnity. Agreed. Li Wei drew his dagger, pricked his fingertip, watched a crimson bead well, then pressed it firmly onto the parchment. I'll go first. Alice swiftly offered clean water and cloth. Li Wei shook his hand, watching the vivid red imprint slowly bloom across the page. Next stepped the steward of Shieling Apothecary, gritting his teeth as he pressed down, muttering, let's hope we don't regret this. The old village head approached last, pressing his palm while murmuring, we'll give it a try, at least it's better than last year's drought season water wars. The covenant now hung on the west bulletin board of the assembly square, already drawing a cluster of onlookers gesturing and debating. Some counted signatures, others debated Article 1, prohibiting unilateral interception of inter-village goods, still others copied clauses with charcoal pencils, intending to recite them aloud to their wives back home. Alice stood at the registration desk archiving signed pages. Li Wei joined her, glancing skyward at the sun's position, not yet noon, remarkable efficiency. Because this time you're not fighting alone, she murmured softly. You've turned them all into oarsmen on the same vessel. Li Wei smiled, but said nothing. He lifted his gaze to the sky, sunlight fierce and unblinking, yet he did not flinch. Distant bells chimed, the mutual market surged, fully awake, the vendor of Rujiamo lifted his steamer lid, releasing billowing clouds of white vapor into the air. He turned toward the square's center, where several lords clustered around the sand table debating initial trainees. Dongshu village contributes too, decreed the old village head. My son, and my nephew, swift and nimble though somewhat blunt. Shieling sends one versed in herbal medicine, said the apothecary steward. Should injuries occur during training we won't be reduced to shouting for mothers. We'll supply a rider. Another lord interjected, though his horse is lame the man himself is agile. Li Wei listened, nodding as he noted names. Then, as if recalling something, he reached into his jacket and withdrew the meteorite fragment, rolling it thoughtfully in his palm. Cold. Hard. Unchanged. He slipped it back into his pocket and tapped the fabric lightly. If this thing could truly conjure tanks, we'd save considerable training time. Yet for now, human resolve remains the surest foundation. Li Wei patted his jacket pocket, the meteorite fragment remained there, cold and hard, pressing faintly into his palm. Warm sunlight bathed his face while the clamor of the bustling market gradually receded into the distance. He did not head toward the accounting office nor return to his lodging to rest, instead he turned sharply and followed the earthen ridge eastward. Spring plowing was in full swing, fields teemed with people. Several farmers bent low, hauling bucket after bucket of water from the stream to irrigate parched fields. A round trip took nearly half an hour, leaving them breathless with exhaustion. An elderly man squatted at the edge of a field, puffing on his pipe. Spotting Li Wei approaching, he broke into a broad grin. Masterly, come to watch the commotion. This drought's uncanny, we must divert water no other way. This won't suffice. Li Wei crouched down and traced lines in the damp earth with a twig. At this rate 10 men working all day can barely moisten 3 mu of land. What if we let the water flow on its own and the water obeys human commands? The old man asked, startled. And it heeds no command, but it follows the land slope. Li Wei sketched a gentle incline, then marked several points. Observe, our terrain slopes west to east. If we dig channels and construct troughs, gravity will guide the water downward, branching naturally along the way. Wouldn't that spare tremendous labor? The old man scratched his head. Sounds plausible, but who among us knows how to build such things? Carpenters only fashion cabinets, blacksmiths forge blades, and I'll ask around. Li Wei rose, brushed dust from his trousers and strode directly toward the blacksmith's forge. A dwarf blacksmith hammered a horseshoe, each strike precise and forceful, sparks flying like scattered stars. Keen-eared he glanced up at the approaching footsteps, and upon recognizing Li Wei snorted, "Well, look who's graced us, the busy master himself." "Heard you've just signed a covenant. Now what?" "Drafting new edicts." "Not edicts, tools." Li Wei cut straight to the point. "I need a water-conducting trough, bamboo or wood will do, lightweight, sturdy and modular." "Can you help?" And the dwarf paused mid-swing, squinting. "Do you take me for a deity? Wood joints leak. One gust and the whole thing falls apart." "I have a solution." Li Wei crouched again, sketching a U-shaped channel in the furnace ash, then added interlocking grooves. "See here, this side bears a protruding tongue, that side a recessed groove. Fit them together, bind tightly with vines, seal with resin, and watertight integrity is assured. Calculate the gradient precisely, and gravity alone carries the water, no lifting required." And the dwarf studied the sketch in silence for a long moment, then abruptly swept his hand across the ash, obliterating it. "How in heaven's name is your mind built? No wonder humans rise to stewardship. Yet these ideas remain untested. How do we know they'll hold? And then let us test them." Li Wei drew his small knife and carved 2 wooden slats from the ground, aligning them to demonstrate joint placement. "You lend your craft, I lend my design. Success belongs to all, failure to laughter." The dwarf stared at the slats, then grinned. "Very well. Let's see whether notions born on Earth can take root in the soil of the Delun continent." Without delay the two set to work. The dwarf unearthed seasoned hardwood logs, sawed them into segments and planed precise interlocking grooves. Li Wei guided angles and lengths from the side, arguing, adjusting, refining. Their spirited debate grew so animated that even the baker next door leaned out to watch. "Your channel's too wide, the current slows," bellowed the dwarf. "And too narrow, invites clogging. 2 fingers width suffices." Li Wei shot back. "And then add a filter screen, or fallen leaves will choke it solid." "Agreed, let's weave a bamboo sieve for the intake." And by late afternoon the first irrigation trough stood assembled. They carried it to the trial field, aligned it along the natural slope, and connected it to a feeder channel upstream. The dwarf crossed his arms, skeptical. "If this crude timber lasts 3 days I'll bow before you." And Li Wei ignored him, gesturing to 2 passing laborers to open the sluice gate. Water surged in, rushing smoothly down the trough, gurgling into the cracked, thirsty earth. For an instant all sound ceased. The old man, still puffing his pipe moments before, now slid headlong off the ridge, eyes wide. "The water, it truly flows on its own, and not merely that." Li Wei pointed downstream. "Observe, 3 plots are irrigated simultaneously. Previously they'd take turns, now all receive water at once." And the dwarf knelt, inspecting the joints closely, then ran his fingers along the seams and found them perfectly dry. "Ha, and it hasn't fallen apart," he muttered, then bolted toward his workshop. "Wait, I'll fetch my inclinometer. This design demands standardization." That very evening they turned their attention to improving the plow. Li Wei recalled a triangular plow from his childhood village, its blade angled more steeply, slicing soil with exceptional cleanness. He sketched it on the ground. The dwarf grasped it instantly. "Inefficient, yes, but in loose soil it'll sink too deep," the dwarf observed, pointing at the diagram. Li Wei gestured emphatically, then fit a curved moldboard to deflect loosened earth sideways, not pile it ahead. "And make the coupling detachable, broken parts replaceable, no need to discard the whole tool." The dwarf's eyes lit up. "Brilliant. In dwarven engineering interchangeability is sacred. I'll forge a prototype by dawn." And the next morning the new plowshare emerged gleaming. Li Wei borrowed an ox and tested the plow himself. The old plow required over an hour per move. This new one finished in under 40 minutes, digging deeper and turning soil more evenly. Even the old farmer watching nearby murmured in awe. "You're not plowing, you're combing the earth," the old man called out. And the third day brought the prototype of a foot-powered water lifting wheel. Li Wei mimed bicycle pedaling. The dwarf understood instantly. With wooden axles and cranks he assembled a simple mechanism, stepping on the pedals, rotated paddles that lifted water from low-lying streams to higher fields. Onlookers multiplied. "And one person pedaling does the work of 3 carriers," someone shouted. "And my wife would gladly use it if only it proves durable." Li Wei wiped sweat from his brow. "We'll produce 5 units first, distribute them to 5 households for trial, log issues refine accordingly." And the dwarf stood nearby, carving part numbers onto a wooden board with a chisel. "I'll oversee standardized production," he declared. "Each component bears its number, replace only what breaks, never guess." And comparative harvest data from the trial field soon followed. Same seed, same care, yet plots irrigated with the new system bore denser seedlings, broader leaves, and towered visibly taller within half a month. Li Wei recorded the figures on parchment and pinned it to the field's notice board, quickly drawing a crowd. "Are these figures real?" someone asked. "And don't take my word, count for yourself." Li Wei handed over a measuring rod. 10 paces per section, randomly select 3 plots, calculate average plant density. The numbers matched. And news spread like wildfire. By dusk farmers arrived unbidden, asking eagerly when they might receive their own set of tools. Li Wei stood atop the earthen ridge, gazing across the trial field bathed in sunset light. A breeze carried the scent of damp earth and tender green shoots. He touched his jacket pocket. The meteorite fragment remained silent as ever. He smiled inwardly. "If this thing could conjure a tractor I might clock out early. But as it stands, trust is earned, soil yields, and labor bears fruit. That above all is enough." The dwarf approached, handing him a blueprint parts list for the first 20 irrigation troughs, categorized and ready. "Production begins tomorrow, delivery within 10 days. Funds drawn from the communal granary." Li Wei accepted the blueprint committing to cost-price supply interest-free loans repayable over 3 years. And so you truly see yourself as quartermaster. The dwarf chuckled. And why not? Li Wei replied smiling in turn. The covenant is signed, we must show tangible benefit, and side by side they watched the last golden light dissolve into twilight. From afar came the tinkle of returning cattle bells and children calling home for supper. Just as Li Wei opened his mouth to speak, a shout erupted from the eastern field edge. Li Wei. The new trough's joint has split again, and he turned instantly and hurried toward the call. The dwarf followed close behind, muttering, I told you double-layered vines were needed, and Li Wei knelt examining the fracture. His fingers traced the ragged edge, then he looked up at the farmer. Not faulty material, the gradient is too steep, water pressure overwhelmed the joint. We'll revise the design tonight and deliver the improved version by dawn. Li Wei crouched on the ridge of a field, a piece of wood chip in his hand, measuring it against the newly replaced joint of the water channel. The sun scorched the back of his neck. In the distance a few farmers gathered around the experimental plot, pointing and murmuring. A child ran over and said the channel at the east end is leaking again, but this time it's only dripping, not cracked. Normal. Li Wei tucked the wood chip into his pocket, stood up and patted his pants. He had reduced the slope by 2 degrees, the water flow was slower so the pressure was lighter. I'll add another layer of rattan to reinforce it tonight and it'll hold by tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a group of children squatting by the square, drawing on the ground with twigs and humming an unfamiliar tune. A little girl sang a line and the boy next to her laughed, then the whole group joined in a chaotic hum, the melody wandering further off key while the laughter grew louder. Li Wei watched for a moment. These children came from different villages, before they would only nod in passing, but now they could mess around together. He smiled to himself, the work in the fields is going smoothly and people are loosening up. That evening he found AI Lizzie in the back room of the meeting hall, jotting down notes with a scratching pen. Busy? He asked, pulling up a stool and sitting down. Calculating this month's market accounts. She didn't look up. 3 households still haven't paid their stall fees. I'm about to send someone to collect. Hold off for now. Li Wei pulled a piece of straw paper from his chest pocket on which a few crooked lines were written. Take a look at this. AI Lizzie took it and read Spring Harmony Cultural Festival. What's that? Just something to let everyone have fun. Li Wei scratched his ear. I've noticed a problem, we've got the technology up, the grain is enough, but people from different villages still eat their own meals and talk their own talk. Listen to the market, the southerners speak with a southern accent, the northerners speak with a northern one, and the people in the middle resort to gestures. That's not sustainable. AI Lizzie put down her pen. You want to hold an event? Yes. Spring plowing is done, so it's time to catch a breath. Let's set up a stage and ask each village to contribute a performance, singing, dancing, storytelling, anything. Whoever has something to show can go up. No judging, just for the fun. AI Lizzie stared at the paper for a while, then suddenly laughed. You really dare to think. Last time you changed the plow, the old farmers said you were mad. This time if you make them twist and dance on stage, they'll curse your ancestors. Then I'll lead by example. Li Wei grinned. Tomorrow I'll do a dragon dance on the square, let them see something. The next day at noon the sun was high and the square was bustling with people. Li Wei carried a table to the center, jumped onto it and shouted, fellow villagers. Spring plowing is done, we should have some fun. The crowd stopped and looked up. On the 8th day of next month we'll hold the Spring Harmony Cultural Festival. He spread his arms. Each household shows off a skill, those who can sing sing, those who can weave those who can handle a staff. Children can go up, old women can dance. Anyone who performs gets a bucket of rice and anyone who participates gets half a pound of salt. A buzz erupted below. Sing a song for rice. An old man muttered. I crow every morning, why don't you give me grain? It's not for coaxing chickens. Li Wei laughed. It's for everyone to get to know each other. You southern villagers beat drums, northerners play flutes, westerners weave colored ribbons, eastern children can do somersaults, what's the use of keeping these things to yourselves? If they aren't passed on they'll be lost. No one answered. Li Wei knew the fire wasn't hot enough yet, so he rolled up his sleeves. I'll go first. He cleared his throat, raised his hands above his head, twisted his body back and forth imitating a dragon dance, and accompanied himself with drum and gong sounds. Dong dong song. Dong dong song. The dragon head lifts, the dragon tail swings, hey, see that? That's what cooperation looks like. The onlookers froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. A few children clapped and cheered. An old woman leaning on her cane stomped, this lad's brain is fried by the sun. But laughter loosened the atmosphere. On the 3rd day people began to sign up quietly. The southern village drum team said they would come, a pair of northern sisters offered to sing mountain songs, an old woman from the west wanted to showcase her woven baskets, and a group of eastern children formed a tumbling team claiming they could build a human pyramid. AI Lizzie with a few girls set up a notice board by the square and wrote down the program list one by one. Li Wei glanced at it as he passed by and read aloud, southern village drum music, thunder rolling over 3 rivers, northern village twin blossoms, picking ferns by the brook, western village skilled hands, 12 grass weaving styles. These names actually sound quite proper. I came up with them. AI Lizzie didn't lift her head. Otherwise should I write old lady weaving baskets? That's going too far. On the 8th day before the sun had fully set, the square was already packed. Each household had set up simple booths hanging their own distinctive cloth curtains and lanterns. Children in traditional vests from different villages darted through the crowd chanting nursery rhymes they had just learned from other villages. Li Wei stood at the edge of the stage watching the scene when suddenly someone bumped his elbow. "You did this." Ai Lizzie handed him a bowl of hot soup, her face flushed. "It's cold." He took the bowl. "The wind is strong." The first act was the Southern Village drum team. 8 men stood in a row. They had barely struck the drums twice when the rhythm fell apart. The drumsticks moved in unison, but the sound was like stepping on a cat's tail, erratic, now fast, now slow. Someone in the audience couldn't help laughing. The drummers' faces reddened and their movements stiffened. On the final pose, 2 of them stepped left at the same time, nearly colliding. The laughter grew louder. Li Wei put down his bowl and walked up onto the stage. The drummers stood with their heads down like children caught in a mistake. "Not bad," he said. "For your first public performance, not being stage frightened is half the victory. Come, let me help you find the rhythm." He stood at the front of the line, clapped his hands 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4, then marched in place, getting everyone to follow. The drums started again, much more together this time. The audience clapped along, gradually matching the beat. When the drum team finished and exited, the applause was 3 times louder than before. Next came the Northern Village sisters singing. As soon as they opened their mouths, the tune went off, one high, one low, sounding like a quarrel. Halfway through, the younger sister suddenly froze, her face turning crimson, and she turned to leave. Ai Lizzie, quick as a flash, grabbed her arm and softly hummed the opening melody. The younger sister paused, then hummed half a line. Ai Lizzie pulled the elder sister over too, and the 3 stood in a row and started again. Within 2 lines, someone in the audience who recognized the song joined in. More and more voices rose until the whole square was singing the little fern-picking tune. The younger sister glanced at her elder sister and smiled. That night a bonfire was lit. Li Wei announced the establishment of a mutual learning corner. Starting the next day, every afternoon for 2 hours, any resident could go to the tent to learn crafts from other villages. On the first day, the Western Village grass-weaving master taught basket weaving to a dozen or so young people. On the 3rd day, the Northern Village flutist gave a lesson. Li Wei sneaked in and ended up blowing his face red before managing a single note, drawing laughter from the whole room. On the 5th day, the Southern Village drum team volunteered to teach basic rhythms to other villages. Even the most opposed old man sat in the back row taking notes earnestly. By the 10th day, Li Wei noticed changes in the square that went beyond skills. Southerners and Northerners began visiting each other's homes for meals. The old woman from the west taught the housewives from the east how to embroider with grass stems. The children who used to merely nod at each other had now formed a cross-village acrobatic troupe, practicing stone throwing on the square every day. One moonlit night, he announced that from then on, every full moon, there would be a cultural night talk hosted by one village for half an hour to share legends, teach songs, and discuss traditions. That very evening, he was dragged into an impromptu jam session. 3 musicians came from 3 different villages, each playing a different instrument, one a bamboo flute, one a bone whistle, and one a bronze bell. No one discussed the piece. Li Wei played a simple melody on the flute. The bone whistle gently followed, and the bronze bell tinkled in the gaps. When the piece ended, thunderous applause erupted. On the final night, the bonfire blazed high. Everyone sat in a circle and sang together a new song no one had ever heard, a patchwork of nursery rhymes from different villages cobbled together by the children with nonsensical lyrics and off-key tunes, but everyone sang it with great earnestness. Li Wei sat at the edge of the crowd watching the flickering firelight reflect on every face. He touched his pocket. The meteorite fragment was still there, cold and hard, utterly still. He smiled and didn't take it out. The event ended and the crowd dispersed. He stood up and walked along the familiar dirt path toward his lodging. Behind him, the last bonfire crackled, sending sparks into the air, breaking into tiny points of light. His steps were steady. No burden on his shoulders, no blueprints in his hands. The wind blew, carrying the smell of grass, ash, and roasted sweet potatoes. As Li Wei walked toward the testing ground with morning dew on his feet, grass seeds clung to his trouser legs, pattering down with each step. He paid no mind, his mind still churning with the idea that had surfaced before sleep last night. The cultural activities were done, the people were getting acquainted, but the houses were still old, the fields were still vulnerable to wild boars, and mere merriment could not solve the real problems. The testing ground lay at the edge of the woods east of the territory, once a patch of wasteland, later set aside exclusively for magic experiments. The elven archer had arrived earlier, squatting before a stone slab and drawing runes, the tips of his fingers glowing with a faint blue light as if writing with invisible ink. At it again. Li Wei approached, picked up a twig from the ground and poked a hole in the dirt. Your drawing method is more serious than my last-minute cheat sheets before exams. The elf didn't lift his head. Can your cheat sheets withstand a charging adult bear? No, but they could get me a passing grade. Then if this rune is drawn wrong, the granary will collapse. Li Wei tossed the twig aside. Fine, I concede. He crouched down to look. Last night I thought it over. Could we develop some magic that isn't just for fighting? Right now all these spells either explode, burn, or flash blinding light. Using them to repair houses is a waste, and even scaring chickens is an overkill. The elf finally looked up, his ear twitching slightly. You mean civilian application? Exactly. Like how you draw a bow, you can hunt with it, you don't always have to go to war. Li Wei patted his knees and stood. Let's give it a try, see if there's any magic that can make wood stronger, stone crack-proof, or fences that can shake and scare off beasts on their own. The elf rose, brushing dust off his hands. The idea is good, but the execution is difficult. Low-level protective magic is stable, but its adhesion is poor. It won't last more than 3 days on a wall. Then we improve it. Li Wei grinned. There's a saying from Earth, where there are no conditions, create them. Let's start simple, break down the protection spell, keep only the pressure-resistant part, and figure out how to glue it onto building materials. They got to work on the spot. The elf handled the magical structure while Li Wei offered offbeat suggestions. His most frequent advice was try easing up, don't pour it all in at once. Like brewing coffee, first wet the grounds then steep. By the third round they settled on the wave-layered casting method, infusing magic in 3 separate pulses with a 5-second interval between each, allowing the energy to permeate gradually. The first attempt failed, a fine crack appeared at the corner of the wall as if sliced by a blade. The second attempt adjusted the rhythm, the crack did not expand. The third succeeded, when tested with a hammer only a shallow dent was left. It worked. Li Wei ran his hand over the reinforced stone pillar. It felt different, smoother on the surface, and the sound when struck was more solid. Barely usable. The elf frowned at his notes. Let's call it tough structure art, sounds like a proper term. Sounds like some kind of health exercise, Li Wei chuckled. What should we practice on first? That afternoon the outer wall of the granary was the first to receive the magical patterns. Then the foundation and main beams of the meeting hall were treated one by one. During the construction a villager passed by, peeked in and muttered, what are these two painting on the walls again? Ghost symbols. No one lingered long. After all, the things this group had been doing lately were increasingly incomprehensible, first modifying plowshares, then holding a party, and now casting spells on stones. They let them be. The real trouble came on the third morning. While reinforcing the north gate watchtower, the magical energy suddenly fluctuated and the wall emitted a dull crack. Li Wei reacted quickly, grabbing the elf's wrist. Stop. The casting halted. They stared at the new crack in silence for 3 seconds. The rhythm was half a beat too fast. The elf examined the rune chain. When you said 1 2 3 I couldn't keep up with your metronome. I'm not a metronome, I'm a human. Li Wei scratched his head. How about we don't use shouting, let's find a physical object to keep time. Like knocking on a wooden fish. What's a wooden fish? A hollow-headed thing monks use. In the end they used a drumstick with bells tied to it, striking every 5 seconds to ensure synchronization. After recasting, the watchtower wall not only returned to its original state but also increased in strength by nearly half. Li Wei struck it hard 3 times with an iron rod, his hand went numb but not a single piece of plaster fell off. This time it's really done. He shook his hand. Next step, the farm defense battle. What? I'm saying, can we make a magic fence? Li Wei crouched down, drew a circle with a twig. Look, wild boars and deer keep coming to eat the crops. We can't have someone guarding them every day. Better to set up a warning magic array, when animals get close it vibrates and glows, scaring them off. The elf stared at the circle for a long time. The idea is feasible, but the coverage area is too large, the mana consumption can't sustain it. Then simplify it. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Don't keep it active all the time, make it trigger sensitive. Use a few big trees as nodes, hang rune plaques and form a linked network. One animal triggers it, the whole network powers up, powers up with magic. You call that simplified. This is called cost reduction and efficiency increase. Li Wei patted his shoulder. You design the runes, I'll find the materials. The plaques were made of hard fur, the ropes from vines, and the insulation, or rather anti-magic leakage part, coated with tree resin. 2 days later the first test fence was built. That night they set up 6 nodes around 2 high-yield fields, forming a closed loop. At 3 in the morning a wild boar emerged from the slope. The moment it stepped into the boundary the nearest plaque hummed, and then the entire line flickered with faint blue light accompanied by a short buzzing sound like a bee. The boar froze, then turned and ran faster than if someone were chasing it. It works. Li Wei leaped out from his hiding spot, punching the air in excitement. This thing is more useful than a dog. The elf stood beside him expressionless. Where did you learn that buzzing sound? From the alarm at my hometown when I was a kid, it sounded just like that. Your hometown is quite advanced. The next morning the remaining farmland protective nets were fully deployed. Villagers heading out to work saw the new wooden plaques by the fields engraved with strange patterns, some still slightly warm to the touch. What's this? A farmer crouched and touched it. It's for keeping beasts away. Li Wei happened to pass by. It glows at night and sings. What song? For now only a buzz. Good, saves my son from having to get up at night to chase pigs. By noon all the set targets were completed. Back at the testing ground Li Wei and the elf recorded all the parameters, time and material usage, compiling them into a tough structure art application manual preliminary edition. The handwriting was messy but the entries were clear. Should we continue researching? The elf asked, closing the notebook. Rest first. Li Wei stretched his bones, cracking. Eat 1 bite at a time and take magic step by step. Now the houses are solid, the fields are safe. Next we need to think about how to trade. Trade what? Things like salt iron cloth. Li Wei patted his pocket. The meteorite fragment was still there, cold and still. We're producing more grain now, so we need to exchange it for other things. Otherwise it'll just feed the rats. He turned and walked away, his steps light. The sunlight fell on his face, warm but not harsh. The elf stood still, looking at the manual spread on the table. He added another line to the precautions section. During spellcasting it is strictly forbidden to discuss earth matters, easily leads to misunderstandings. Li Wei was already far away. He walked along the main road toward the center of the territory, passing a few children competing to see who could kick a stone the farthest. He stopped to watch for a moment. One child in patched trousers won and rolled on the ground with joy. Li Wei smiled and shook his head, then continued on. The wind blew, carrying the scent of freshly turned earth and wood shavings. Li Wei walked along the main road toward the center of his territory, the wind causing his coat hem to sway back and forth. The morning dew had long since dried, but a few grass seeds still clung to his trouser cuffs, rustling softly as he walked. The matters weighing on his mind were far more numerous than the grass seeds. The granaries were full of grain. The wild boars dared not come near the house, no longer had drafts yet. These things could not be eaten. They had to be exchanged for salt iron cloth and the ceramic bowls the children had been clamoring for half a month. Instead of entering the house, he turned directly into the open space in front of the meeting hall. Originally this was a patch of muddy ground where anyone could trample. Now a wooden shed had been erected with a crooked signboard hanging that read Mutual Trade Zone in 3 large characters, written by himself, the strokes as thick as if dug out by a hoe. Ai Lizzie was already there, holding a stack of wooden slips, flipping through them one by one. She looked up and saw Li Wei lifting the items in her hand. The first batch of registration forms is filled. 21 households with a variety of goods. Some want to exchange eggs for needles and thread, others want to trade old pots for wheat flour. Chaos. Li Wei took one and looked at it. This person wants to exchange 3 potatoes for half a foot of cloth. Does he think cloth is a cabbage leaf? So he didn't trade it out. Ai Lizzie put away the wooden slips. Everyone doesn't understand the rules yet. The fixed time and place you mentioned yesterday must be decided immediately. Then let's do it now. Li Wei rolled up his sleeves. Build a platform, demarcate zones. It must open today. The two called over a few idle young men, moved several thick planks to serve as counters, and used white lime to draw squares on the ground, marking them as local stalls, bulk trading, and a reserved area for external merchants. Ai Lizzie along with 2 young girls wrote on a large wooden board the items available for trade today and the exchange standards: 1 bag of finely ground wheat flour, 3 jean of coarse salt, 1 chi of linen cloth, 2 dried rabbit legs. Too detailed, Li Wei glanced. People will think we're running a shop. But it's clear, Ai Lizzie insisted. Merchants fear vague accounts the most. As soon as the words fell, dust rose in the distance. A 4-wheeled cart creaked and groaned as it approached, carrying 2 large hemp sacks. The driver was a middle-aged man in a brown robe, his face sunburned red with a ring of curly gray hair showing under the brim of his hat. The first one. Li Wei's eyes lit up. The man stopped the cart at the entrance, jumped down, patted the dust off his trousers, looked around and furrowed his brow into a deep frown. Is there someone in charge here? I am. Li Wei stepped forward, extending his hand. Li Wei, I manage this area. The merchant scrutinized him for a moment, did not shake hands but only nodded. Kuluan, I travel the northern route. I heard you have plenty of grain. Came to see if we can do some business. More than just grain. Li Wei gestured sideways. Come, let me show you around. He took Kuluan to first see the granary. The door opened and the aroma of wheat flour wafted out. Kuluan reached and grabbed a handful, rubbed it between his fingers and nodded. Fine, no impurities. Then they went to see the newly erected magical fence by the fields. The runes on the wooden posts were still faintly warm. He touched them and looked up in surprise. This thing can scare off beasts. Just last night it scared off a wild boar. Li Wei laughed. It ran faster than you. Kuluan grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Interesting. He then asked about the trading rules. Li Wei pointed to the announcement board. Prices are clearly marked: barter trade only, no credit, no debt. If you want salt we trade, if you want iron we trade too. If you can't bring it we can send someone with your caravan to pick up the goods at your place. Kuluan was stunned. You dare send someone with a merchant caravan? Aren't you afraid they'll run away? If you didn't want to cooperate you wouldn't have come in person. Li Wei patted his shoulder. We're both straightforward men. Playing tricks is tiring. That afternoon the first bulk deal was struck: 5 bags of wheat flour plus 10 bundles of rattan tools in exchange for 3 jean of coarse salt, 2 chi of linen cloth and 1 piece of raw iron. The goods were exchanged on the spot and both parties signed and pressed their thumbprints on the wooden board using Ai Lizzie's special ink, a mixture of tree gum and charcoal powder that could not be erased once dry. News spread faster than the wind. Early the next morning a long line formed at the entrance of the Mutual Trade Zone. Not only local villagers but also people from nearby small villages arrived, carrying baskets, leading sheep, and some even pushing wheelbarrows full of dried wild fruit. Problems followed. I came first. Why is he cutting in line? A short sturdy farmer yelled at another and the two almost came to blows. I'm not cutting in, I have a reservation. The other held up a wooden token engraved with a number. Miss AI Lizzie gave it to me. She said I can enter at the third quarter of the Chen hour today. Li Wei looked from a high vantage point and felt a headache coming. The space was too small, the stalls were crammed together so that even walking required sidestepping. What was worse, some outside vendors began undercutting to snatch business, 1 bag of wheat flour being shouted down to exchange for 4 gene of salt. Order was about to collapse. This chaos cannot continue. He found AI Lizzie. Expand immediately. That same noon the sound of axes rang out in the woods to the east. A dozen people chopped trees and sawed wood, and in less than half a day the area of the mutual trade zone doubled. 3 new zones were demarcated, local stalls with fixed numbers, rotating positions, weekly external merchant caravans uniformly placed in the northern tent area with water and rest spots provided, and a bulk trading platform in the center dedicated to large-scale exchanges. AI Lizzie also set up a reservation register which she managed personally. Caravans wishing to trade remotely could send a messenger ahead with a delivery order. After review they would receive a pass token and could directly connect upon entry. On the morning of the third day the new system was launched. Delun appeared again with 2 associates, this time pulling a full cart of good salt, cloth, pottery jars, iron nails, a dazzling array. He handed the pass to the young guard at the gate, who checked it and immediately guided them to the designated area. Efficiency improved. Delun said to Li Wei, when I go back I'll tell my boss that this place is worth running regularly. You're welcome to come often. Li Wei handed him a bag of dried fruit. Try it sun-dried at home, sweet but not cloying. At dusk AI Lizzie hung up the first monthly trading board at the entrance. On it were written in large characters: total monthly trade volume, 327 bags of wheat flour, 540 pieces of rattan tools, 89 baskets of dried wild fruit exchanged for 2100 gene of salt, 630 chi of linen cloth, 17 pieces of raw iron, and 45 pottery items. The crowd gathered around the board, pointing and commenting, some amazed, some delighted, others calculating. Did we really exchange for so many things? An old woman adjusted her glasses. That new pot, it was traded from outside. Not only that, her grandson jumped up. Sister AI Lizzie said next month we can exchange for candles and iron pots. Li Wei stood by the bulk trading platform watching the crowd slowly disperse, the setting sun stretching his shadow long. AI Lizzie walked over and handed him the register. The first week's data is all recorded, no mistakes. Well done. He flipped a page, smiled and shook his head. You're better at managing money than I am. You only think about the big picture. She paused. What's the next step? Next step. Li Wei gazed toward the distant mountain road. Wait for more merchants to come and sell our goods to even farther places. Before he finished speaking, dust rose again in the distance. A wide-wheeled carriage pulled by 2 horses was slowly approaching with an unfamiliar emblem painted on its side. The curtain was half lifted, revealing a cautious face. Li Wei straightened his back and brushed the dust off his clothes. Another one has arrived. Li Wei stood beside the grand trading counter watching a broad-wheeled cart bearing an unfamiliar crest draw to a slow halt. A narrow gap opened in its curtain, revealing half a face, cautious and watchful eyes scanning the exchange district as if counting pebbles scattered upon the ground. He did not move nor speak, only rested his hand upon the counter's edge and tapped his fingertips twice. It was the prearranged signal with Alice. A stranger had arrived, yet bore no air of hostility. Alice emerged from the small accounting hut, arms cradling a stack of freshly carved registration plaques. Without pausing she strode directly toward the public notice board at the entrance. She removed yesterday's trade rankings and affixed a new proclamation in their place, its ink still glistening, 3 bold characters blazing forth: recruitment notice. The merchant alighted from the cart, brushed non-existent dust from his sleeves and ventured hesitantly, do you, besides barter, also hire labor here? We do not hire hands, we seek mastery. Li Wei finally spoke, stepping forward and taking the opposite corner of the notice from Alice's hands. Together they nailed it to the granary's outer wall. We welcome those who can smelt iron, identify herbs, or weave cloth so seamless it never unravels. The merchant squinted for a long while, then read aloud: room and board provided, tools fully supplied, land granted after 3 months' service. He lifted his gaze. Where, pray tell, does this land come from? The wasteland on East Slope, cleared of boulders just last week. Li Wei grinned. What we lack is not land, but people capable of coaxing life from it. The man said nothing, only stared at the notice as though its surface concealed an answer. Li Wei did not press him, instead he turned and entered the council hall, with Alice following closely behind. The door closed behind them, leaving only the 2 of them and a potted green plant, its leaves drooping near exhaustion. Is it plain enough? Li Wei sat down, propping his elbows on the table. No flowery phrases, no illustrious recluses or aspiring scholars. What we need are men and women who can swing hammers and simmer herbal decoctions, nothing more, nothing less. Alice dipped her brush deep into ink. Your call, but I've added 1 clause: children admitted to the Foundational Academy. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. That's ruthless. Heart softened there, she murmured, lowering her gaze to the page. Adults seek stability, children seek destiny. Only when both are promised will roots take hold. That very afternoon the first arrivals came, not in groups but singly, like mushrooms pushing through damp earth after rain. An elderly man carried a medicinal basket, trousers rolled to his knees, feet bound with twisted grass rope. A lanky man hoisted a crooked iron hammer, claiming 3 days of blacksmithing training, and 3 women approached bearing dyed fabric strips, declaring their ancestral weaving technique yielded waterproof tent cloth. Li Wei greeted each, personally issuing numbered wooden tokens and guiding them to the repurposed warehouse, the former storage space now cleared and furnished with long tables and a central hearth. He ordered 5 sacks of wheat flour, 2 baskets of salted vegetables and a bundle of dry firewood placed squarely upon the table. Settle in, you'll eat your fill. Tomorrow at dawn show us what you do best. Let's see whose craft proves most enduring. The elder immediately brewed a bitter herbal infusion, so acrid the nearby laborer winced, yet after drinking it he declared his lower back pain gone. Li Wei nodded, noting medical skill verified. The apprentice blacksmith swung his hammer and drove a nail, crooked yes but unbroken as it bit deep into timber. The trio of weavers assembled a small loom on the spot and wove a full foot of cloth within half an hour, thick, dense and demonstrably moisture-resistant to the touch. Approved. Li Wei sealed the decision. Tonight, we add meat to the meal. News spread faster than any barter. At dawn the next day a line formed once more at the exchange district gate, not for salt or cloth but for registration. Alice sat behind the registration desk. Before her lay the newly compiled register of artisans. Her questions were direct: name. If forgotten, no matter. Proficiency. State clearly. Any dietary restrictions. Note them, we'll accommodate the kitchen. One replied, I set broken bones. Forging blades. I pickle 10 kinds of wild greens, guaranteed never to spoil. Li Wei, listening nearby, interjected suddenly, can you repair plowshares? The man blinked. When a plowshare breaks, don't you just replace it? Here we mend what breaks. Li Wei clapped his shoulder. If you can, your stipend doubles. By noon the foundation for the smelting workshop had been marked out on the eastern vacant lot, near water and aligned with favorable wind currents. The herbal apothecary was sited in the western shade, ideal for drying herbs. The weaving atelier occupied the southern building, bathed in abundant daylight. At each location a wooden sign stood upright reading leadership vacant. Self-nominations welcome. Yet complications arose. 2 blacksmith apprentices vied fiercely for leadership of the smelting workshop, standing chest to chest, eyes locked, neither yielding. One boasted, my master trained in the city, the other retorted instantly, was yours so affluent he could even afford charcoal. As tempers flared, Li Wei appeared holding a steaming bowl of soup, and set it down upon the ground. Who finishes first speaks first. They bent low, gulping furiously, scalded tongues forcing gasps, but neither paused. Once emptied, Li Wei observed, excellent, one endures heat, the other burns with urgency. Perfect complementarity. You'll manage furnace temperature, you'll oversee forging. Disagree. Tomorrow, a trial. Loser cleans winner's tools for 3 days. They exchanged glances, and astonishingly both broke into laughter. At dusk Alice arrived bearing the newly drafted artisan accord. 7 clauses, all written plainly. 1 6 hours of daily labor, 1 hour midday rest. 2 tool wear and tear replenished by communal stores, deliberate damage incurs grain deductions. 3 monthly assessments, passing earns 1.3 points, redeemable for 1 foot of cloth or 1 jean of meat. For 3 months of faultless service grants formal status and private lodging. 5 exceptional contributions earn half a mu of land, and 3 years tuition waiver for offspring at the Foundational Academy. 6 no artisan may withhold knowledge, each must train at least 1 apprentice. 7 brawling incurs 3 days latrine cleaning duty. Li Wei scanned it, then asked only, must the latrines truly be cleaned? Yes, Alice replied unruffled. A new pit has already been dug. He threw back his head and laughed, then signed and sealed the document. By the 3rd day applications had tripled. A one-armed elder could stoke bellows with singular precision. A married couple arrived, one skilled in pottery, the other in glaze chemistry, and a silent youth presented a metal disc claiming self-forged alloy, harder than common iron. Li Wei scraped it with a pocket knife, the blade curled, the disc remained flawless. Where did you learn this? The youth shook his head. Then how? Watched others while wandering. Li Wei held his gaze for 5 seconds, then declared, smelting workshop technical advisor. Compensation, top tier. The youth's eyes flickered, brightened, then dropped, though his lips betrayed a fleeting upward curve. By the 5th day the artisan quarters overflowed. Li Wei ordered demolition of 2 derelict northern stables to convert them into temporary dormitories. Alice led several women through a night of sewing, each receiving a coarse blue cotton blanket. Ugly yes, but clean. Each morning Li Wei made his rounds. Hammer strikes rang ceaselessly within the smelting workshop, sparks leaping like startled fireflies. Dried herbs hung in profusion before the herbal apothecary. The elder sat at its threshold peeling bark from roots while humming a melody unknown to any ear. The weaving atelier echoed with the rhythmic clack of shuttles as the 3 women taught dozens of young girls how to distinguish warp from weft. Li Wei paused before the council hall holding the latest roster, 87 names spanning 12 distinct crafts. Alice approached, offering a cup of hot water. I hadn't expected so many. Because we offer substance, not promises. She watched the distant figures laboring. Before they drifted, unclaimed, unrecognized as masters of craft. Here a finely woven cloth or a perfectly forged nail earns respect as surely as any title. Li Wei nodded, silent but deeply affirmed. His gaze drifted toward the central plaza, still empty, yet soon to be filled. Already plans stirred in his mind. Once settled, a grand craftsmanship contest would commence, judged by all honoring the sharpest blade, the most potent remedy, the most resilient weave. Sunlight glinted off freshly painted wooden signs, smelting workshop, its black lacquer still wet and luminous. A sparrow alighted atop the plaque, hopped twice, pecked at a splintered edge, and fluttered away. Li Wei stood at the edge of the square's elevated platform holding a half-sheet of rough paper on which the preparations for the Festival of First Light were scrawled in uneven script. The wind fluttered the paper's corner. He weighted down with a slab of iron, once red-hot now cooled, a gift tossed casually his way by the dwarf blacksmith the day before. "We can't wait any longer," he said. No one replied, but Elise approached from the west, arms laden with folded cloth strips, and nodded as she placed them upon the platform. The fabric was coarse hemp dyed an indeterminate hue between blue and gray, yet each strip bore the same emblem, a hammer, a leaf, and an ear of wheat, beneath which ran the inscription "Delun Territory Commemorative Festival of First Light." "You're already handing these out?" Li Wei asked. 51st, Elise replied. "Whoever works receives, not charity." "Right. Never charity." Li Wei grinned. "We keep no idle hands here, not even our festivals must be earned without effort." As they spoke, the dwarf blacksmith strode over, shouldering an iron rod trailed by 2 apprentices, each carrying a curved iron bar bent into an arc. He slammed the rod onto the ground, no spark flew. He'd swung his hammer too often these past days, even iron seemed weary. "The lamp frames have been redesigned. Wooden supports swayed like drunken elves in the breeze," he explained. "Now they hang from iron chains. I tested them myself. 10 lanterns and not a tremor." "Excellent." Li Wei slapped his thigh. "Can they be lit by tomorrow night?" "By tomorrow morning," the dwarf grunted, "if you don't suddenly demand 100 instead of 10. Before the words had settled, the elven archer emerged from the forest's edge, a long vine draped across his shoulder, the strongest, most supple one he'd selected from the woods. He laid it down before the platform. "This is for hanging banners, stronger than rope, fire resistant. Several of my kin who weave knots are already crafting garlands. The first batch arrives at dusk." "And the performances?" Li Wei asked. "Songs, dances, and an ancient ballad recounting the forest's first awakening," the elven archer replied, pausing. "It's gentle. Suitable for children." "We haven't any children here," yet Li Wei scratched his head. "Soon we will," Elise interjected, glancing down at her ledger. 3 new women arrived recently, 2 are with child. Li Wei blinked, then laughed aloud. "Then all the more reason to hold the festival. From now on, this day shall be our territory's day of birth." The 4 gathered around the platform, dividing tasks line by line. Li Wei oversaw all matters. Elise managed supplies and accounts. The dwarf handled every hard structure, lamp frames, stage hearts. The elven archer led the artistic efforts, teaching songs, rehearsing dances, designing decorations. Once decided, no further words were wasted. Each turned and set to work. News travels fast. Within an hour, figures began appearing in the square. First came the smelters. Upon hearing of the stage, they brought several discarded iron beams, declaring them destined for the furnace, but now perfect as main pillars. 2 apprentices vied to weld the base, hollering over the clang of hammers. "Mine holds firm. Mine goes faster." Li Wei passed by and tossed them a copper wire. "Whomever joins this without breakage earns the honor of lighting the first lantern tonight." The seamstresses didn't linger either. They emptied their stock of fabric scraps, cutting them into ribbons and re-dyeing them with plant juices. A plump matron shouted, "While tie-dyeing back home we wore red only during Lunar New Year. Now every day feels like celebration." Others teased, "Then you'll surely gain 3 gene." She shot back even heavier, "I'm still wanted. My husband says artisans are prized wherever they go." The kitchen buzzed loudest. Elise drafted the menu: stewed wild boar, roasted rabbit leg, sour cabbage, pancakes, honey sweet potato dumplings. Supplies were scarce, yet she imposed one rule: the harder you labor, the earlier you dine. Instantly, even the laziest men volunteered to split firewood. Li Wei himself mixed clay to build the hearth. Once accustomed to boiling instant noodles with an electric kettle during overtime at his advertising firm, he now knelt in mud, fingers cracked and caked. Elise passed by, handed him a pair of leather gloves. "Don't mortar yourself into the wall." "No need, I'm embracing life." He wiped sweat from his brow, smearing a dark streak across his face. "Back on Earth, clients praised me for execution. Now execution runs deep, even into my fingernails." By evening, the elven archer arrived with 6 kin bearing the first batch of garlands. They'd entered not by road but along a woodland path, each wearing a crown of woven vines adorned with wildflowers. Children, well, not yet officially children, though several 5 or 6-year-olds had accompanied their parents, immediately swarmed forward, leaping and reaching. The elven archer raised a hand, gently recite one festival chant, and it's yours. A boy strained, then burst out, "Festival of First Light, bright and clear. All who labor earn their cloth." Laughter erupted across the square. Even the elven archer's lips twitched, then he handed over the garland. At dusk, the first set of lamp frames rose upright. The dwarf blacksmith climbed the ladder himself, hanging lantern after lantern. Iron chains threaded through handles, clicking firmly into place. Below, Li Wei held aloft a torch for light. Elise logged time in her notebook, even noting wind direction. "All decorations must be in place by 8 tomorrow morning," she declared. "By noon suffices," Li Wei waved dismissively. "Let everyone sleep in. A festival shouldn't feel like an examination." Scarcely had he spoken when the wind surged. 3 newly hung banners from the east flapped wildly, then tore free, one soaring straight onto the roof of the herbalist's hut. Night watchmen scrambled after it, one stepped in dog-dung, cursing as he scraped his soul. Li Wei slapped his forehead. "I forgot to check the weather forecast. Does your Earth forecast winds here?" Elise rolled her eyes. It doesn't, but I recall spring brings frequent gales. He called out to the crowd. Men assemble. Reinforce the lamp frames. Women gather the fabric and remake the banners. Apprentices, into the woods for spare vines. No hesitation followed the command. Young men sprinted like soldiers. Women fetched reserve cloth and cut, stitched and resewed on the spot. Seeing the frame sag, the dwarf blacksmith fired up his portable forge, heated the joints, poured molten iron and welded them secure in moments. He even revised the design, doubling every suspension point for redundancy. Now that's durability. He wiped ash from his face. Next typhoon won't faze us. Meanwhile, the elven archer led his people into the forest for firewood. The meat hadn't finished stewing and the firewood supply dwindled. They carried loads in wicker baskets, lifted logs on poles, making 2 round trips in 20 minutes, hauling enough for 3 days in one go. Elise adjusted the plan. Instantly grill skewers first, 1 per person, just to whet appetites. The main pot waits until nightfall. Once the lights glow, no one will wish to leave. The tactic worked. As savory aromas rose, even 2 brothers mid-argument fell silent, turning in unison toward the grill. Li Wei seized a handful of spices and scattered them over the sizzling meat. Oil spat and crackled. He shouted, "Listen well. No one leaves tonight. We light the lamps first. Tomorrow is the official day, but tonight is the warm-up. Warm-up demands full bellies." Someone yelled. "Plenty to go around." Li Wei raised his skewer, "But line up by wooden token number. Break the rule, and you'll scrub latrines." "But the latrines aren't built yet." Another voice piped up. "They're underway." Elise replied, unruffled. "The excavation team has already departed." Laughter exploded, so loud a distant owl startled from its perch in the woods. When the final lantern was hoisted atop the central flagpole, darkness had fully fallen. Li Wei climbed himself, using a ladder the dwarf had extended to 12 rungs, each creaking underfoot. He secured the lantern, lit its wick, then slid down the iron chain, graceful descent yet stumbling awkwardly onto the freshly dug drainage trench. He rose, brushed dirt from his trousers and looked up. Lanterns bloomed one by one along the square's perimeter, circling the stage, winding through vine trellises, like stars descended to earth. The wind stirred them gently, none fell. Banners were rehung, snapping proudly in the breeze, emblazoned with 4 bold characters: "Every person bears light." Clapping began among the crowd, then cheers, then unbidden someone started singing the Elven ballad. The melody was simple, the lyrics few, but sung together by dozens it swelled with resonance. Li Wei stood at the platform's center, gripping a sheet of paper, the draft of his opening address still unmemorized. Elise approached, offering a steaming bowl of soup. "Drink this," she said. Later he replied, taking it but not drinking, only cradling its warmth in his palms. The dwarf blacksmith sat beside the forge tools strewn about, polishing a hammer with a rag. Gazing at the luminous square, he murmured, "In my homeland, festivals meant drinking and brawling. This place is different." "How so?" Li Wei asked. "Here the light is kindled by all of us, together." He glanced up. "I am no longer an outsider." The elven archer said nothing, only raised a hand toward the forest. Moments later, Morkan emerged from the shadows, bearing garlands and instruments. Li Wei folded the draft and slipped it into his pocket, flexing his wrists. "Tomorrow's affairs can wait. Tonight, the lights shine, the people gather, and hearts draw near." He surveyed the scene, light reflected in his eyes like 2 unwavering stars refusing to fade. The sky was just beginning to lighten when Li Wei squatted beside the square, gnawing on half a cold sweet potato dumpling. After last night's successful lantern trial, he hadn't returned to his room at all. Instead, he'd wrapped himself in a coarse cloth blanket and dozed fitfully beside the elevated platform. A chill wind nipped at his nose, turning it red, yet he clutched a half-memorized draft of his opening speech, the paper's corners frayed and curled from saliva and grime. When Alice arrived, she found him wiping his mouth with his sleeve, chewing absently while gesturing toward empty space, murmuring, "Esteemed villagers, no wait, there aren't many elders here." He paused. "Brothers and sisters who labor, yes, that flows smoothly. Keep rehearsing and your voice will crack before the ceremony even begins," Alice said, handing him a steaming bowl of ginger broth. The bowl tapped against his knee. "Warm yourself first. The dwarves say water is seeping beneath the stage, reinforcing the iron frame now." Li Wei accepted the bowl, blew twice, winced at the heat, and swallowed a gulp anyway. The warmth slid down his throat into his stomach, making his whole body shiver as if ignited. "Is it raining?" He glanced upward, the clouds hung low and leaden, nearly brushing the treetops. A brief shower passed, it stopped now, Alice murmured, flipping a page in her ledger. "But 3 lantern cords have dampened and loosened, the elven archers have gone to cover them with waterproof vine leaves. Also, the queue for roasted meat has already wound halfway around the square. Someone complained they haven't reached the first round yet." "That's expected." Li Wei wiped his face. "Who wouldn't want their share of hot food first? Let's add an incentive: those who finish eating may claim a paper lantern, to hang above their own door if they wish." Before the words had fully settled, a loud clang echoed from the east. They turned, and there stood the dwarf blacksmith atop a ladder, kicking aside the wobbling base of a lantern pole, cursing, "What grave did this timber crawl out of? It can't hold the iron chains. Switch to steel rivets." No sooner had he roared than 2 apprentices sprinted forward, toolboxes in hand, one gripping a hammer, the other wielding tongs, clamping a glowing red rivet. The crowd instinctively parted, even those waiting for meat craning their necks to watch. "You don't need to intervene," Alice closed her ledger. "They're more eager to act than you are." Indeed, Li Wei grinned. I promised, the one who welds the main lantern's mount most securely gets to light it tonight. The air hung thick and damp after the rain mud slicked the ground. Yet no one complained about the muck, rather the humidity seemed to deepen the glow of the lanterns. The canopy overhead was hastily erected from leftover heavy canvas and crooked wooden stakes, unimpressive to look at but sturdy enough against wind and rain. In the kitchen every stove blazed. Lids lifted to release plumes of white steam carrying the rich fatty aroma of wild boar straight into nostrils. A weaver woman paused mid-stride, clutching her child drawn motionless by the scent. Her husband tugged her away. We haven't been called yet. I'm only sniffing, she snapped over her shoulder. I never said I'd cut the line. Laughter rippled through nearby onlookers. Alice heard, and immediately called out, new rule: families with children receive meal vouchers first, but only upon personal attendance. No proxies allowed. At once the previously quiet dance area erupted in energy. Several young women pulled their husbands along. Hurry, let's dance. One dance earns 2 tickets. On stage the elven archer taught a group of children a festive song, simple melody, few lyrics, yet paired with rhythmic clapping it held a charming precision. He stood at the center, fingertips lightly plucking a string, its tone so clear it might lift the roof. Listen well, he raised a hand for silence. This isn't sung for me, it's sung for everyone. Loud voices earn prizes. Hardly had the words faded when a thin boy leapt up from the back row and bellowed, festival of illumination, bright and radiant. Everyone works with cloth strips. The crowd burst into laughter. The elven archer's lips twitched, then he nodded. You pass. Collect double rations. Li Wei watched from afar, drained the last sip of ginger broth, handed the bowl back to Alice and rose toward the stage. En route his boot stepped squarely into a pile of dog dung, with a wet squelch. He glanced down, then scraped his sole briskly across the grass before continuing onward. Hey, he called from below the stage. Can we revise the program? Start with something lively, otherwise the meat'll vanish before anyone notices the dancing. The elven archer peered down. You set the rules, but never said you'd oversee the performance schedule. It's not too late to amend. Li Wei climbed on stage and clapped sharply. Attention everyone. Here's a new challenge for the next 10 minutes. Whoever wins the loudest applause earns an extra roasted rabbit leg. No age limits, no species restrictions, no vocal range requirements. The crowd exploded. Within half a minute the stage was ringed so tightly no breath could slip through. A smelter stripped off his shirt and pounded rhythm on an iron basin. 2 weavers traded mountain ballads, accelerating faster with each verse. An old man drew forth a cracked flute and blew until his face flushed crimson, his notes soaring wildly, landing somewhere near the neighboring village. Most astonishing was the dwarf blacksmith. He produced a hammer from nowhere, leapt onto the freshly welded metal frame and struck iron pipes of varying lengths while humming a folk tune from his homeland. The ringing tones coalesced unexpectedly into melody. The elven archer's eyes lit up. He signaled his kin, who joined in tapping resonant wooden boxes with woven vines to anchor the beat. Li Wei slapped his thighs, laughing. Well now, that's a symphony forged in fire. The audience stomped, clapped and cheered until the canopy trembled. Alice stood at the periphery, tallying rapidly in her ledger, then suddenly lifted her head and shouted, roast meat distribution, halt immediately. Serve only after performances conclude. Or order collapses entirely. Though grumbling, the cued crowd resigned themselves to swallowing their saliva. Fortunately acts followed one another without pause. A little girl braided a tiny flower crown and insisted on giving it to Li Wei. He accepted it, placed it on his head, only for it to slip, instantly engulfing half his face. My spoils of today, he declared, holding it aloft. Whoever dislodges it earns the honor of lighting the main lantern tonight. No one dared touch it. By noon the sun finally pierced the clouds. Steam rose from the square, voices swelled like waves. Children chased one another with paper lanterns, women passed sour cabbage pancakes in clay bowls, men gathered around bonfires trading jokes. A cook accidentally oversalted an entire pot, rendering the broth briny enough to pickle radishes, yet declared it a festival-exclusive bold flavor, and people lined up just to taste it. Li Wei circled back and discovered his spot occupied. A boy of 7 or 8 sat swinging his legs from the platform's edge, sketching intently on the ground with a stub of crayon. Hey, Li Wei crouched. What are you drawing? The boy didn't look up. You yesterday climbing the ladder. You landed right in the ditch. That was a tactical retreat, Li Wei said solemnly. Understand. To test the drainage system. At last the boy lifted his gaze, eyes bright. May I touch your gloves? The ones you wore building the hearth. Li Wei removed them and handed them over. The child took them, reverently pressed them to his cheek, then declared earnestly, when I grow up I'll be a lord. No, I'll be the lantern lighter. Then you'll need to learn welding first, Li Wei laughed, tousling the boy's hair. And fear no dog dung. As he spoke the lantern atop the central flagpole flickered, then died with a soft pop. A single flame winked out. Smoke curled upward. For several seconds the entire square fell silent. Before Li Wei could move, the dwarf blacksmith barreled over, tool bag slung across his shoulder. In 3 bounding strides he scaled the ladder, muttering, damn oxidation at the joint. Should have used copper sleeves. Within 60 seconds light bloomed again. Yet precisely then Li Wei stepped onto the platform's edge, palms braced on its rim, and shouted, all eyes upon us, light may fade but the lantern lighters remain. So long as our hearts burn bright, darkness dares not approach. For a heartbeat the crowd froze, then someone lit their small paper lantern. Then another. And another, until countless points of light rose across the square like a fallen starfield resting gently upon the earth. Li Wei said nothing more. From his pocket he withdrew the crumpled speech draft, glanced at it once, and slowly tore it in half. He released the fragments to the wind. They drifted down into the crowd. "There's no need to recite today," he said. You are my speech." Thunderous applause shook the air. Alice stood slightly behind, and to his side her ledger closed, a faint smile lifting the corners of her lips. She recorded nothing more, only watched quietly this living moment unfolding before her. The dwarf blacksmith settled back beside the stage, hammer resting in his lap, tapping it lightly against his knee in time. His gaze swept over each lantern, each smiling face, then softly he murmured, "This place feels almost like home." The elven archer stood at the forest path entrance, still holding an ungiven flower crown. He watched the crowd, his gaze deepening, yet remained where he stood. Li Wei stood at the platform's front edge, hands braced on the rim, surveying the sea of faces. His expression held quiet joy, his eyes luminous clarity. He raised one hand, a small unhurried wave visible to all. Below cheers surged in relentless unbroken waves. Li Wei remained standing at the edge of the elevated platform, his hand just lowering from the air. Applause surged like a tide, unceasing, relentless, while cheers rose in wave after wave. Children dashed about brandishing paper lanterns, women passed around sour cabbage pancakes in earthen bowls, men gathered around bonfires trading jokes. One cook declared salted broth a festival-exclusive delicacy, spicy and bold, and astonishingly a line had already formed to taste it. Sunlight pierced through a rift in the clouds, striking the newly repaired main flagpole. The lantern, relit at last, swayed gently, casting flickering light and shadow upon the ground. He glanced down at his feet. The small floral wreath that had slipped down over his face still lay there askew in the mud, dusted with grass fragments and marked by faint footprints. The boy who'd placed it was long gone, likely already sketching some new mishap, perhaps another tumble into the ditch. Li Wei bent down, picked up the wreath and moved to toss it into a nearby wooden bin, but the moment his fingers brushed the woven vines, a horn blared from the mountain path far to the west. Short. Sharp. Piercing the air like a blade. His motion froze mid-gesture. It was not the ceremonial bronze horn used for festivals. Those he knew well, dwarven smiths had tested them several times, their blasts sounding more like bovine bellowing, clumsy yet oddly cheerful. This sound was different, cold, direct, as if rising from the marrow itself. The entire square fell silent in unison. A man chewing a pancake halted halfway, jaws slack. An elven archer teaching children songs lifted her head, fingers suspended over the lute strings. Even the boisterous crowd clustered around the roasting pits fell mute, turning as one toward the northwest horizon. Dust began to rise, not the soft haze stirred by wind nor the gentle trail of a slow-moving caravan. It was a towering wall of dust, ochre brown and churning upward, raised only by countless marching feet moving in tight formation. It was no more than 3 li away, and closing fast. Then a black speck tore free from the dust cloud, a scout. He wore coarse linen armor issued by the territory, his belt half undone, boots caked thick with mud, his whole body swaying with exhaustion as he ran. Waving wildly as he sprinted, his throat raw with shouts too indistinct to decipher, yet his mouth clearly shaped a single phrase: "Something's wrong." Li Wei dropped the wreath and vaulted off the platform. His heel struck a loose stone on landing, twisting his ankle, but he ignored it, surging forward without pause. Elise, who had been verifying ingredient lists behind the kitchen, looked up at the commotion, and seeing Li Wei rushing toward her, snapped her ledger shut and stepped forward briskly. They met at the center of the square. The scout arrived moments later, collapsing onto the stone steps, chest heaving violently. His words came in broken gasps: "West, northwest, 3 li, armed, many, approaching." Li Wei locked eyes with him. "How many?" "Can't make out, dust too thick, but at least 200, maybe more, all armed, shields, pikes, no banners." Elisa's face paled. She said nothing, but her hand had already found the ledger at her waist, knuckles whitening. Li Wei asked no further questions. Instead he turned and swept his gaze across the square. Where laughter and bustle had reigned moments before, silence now reigned, so profound that the wind fluttering the canvas awnings was audible. Children were pulled behind adults, women stood frozen clutching their bowls, men instinctively edged toward the tool stacks. Whispers began, first startled, then tightening into anxious murmurs. He knew hesitation would be fatal. A shouted order to retreat indoors would spark chaos instantly. Panic would arrive faster than any army. Drawing a slow, steady breath, he leaned close to Elise and spoke low: "Seal every entrance and exit immediately. Issue my command corps personnel to assemble here, now." Elise nodded and turned away, walking swiftly, not running. As she threaded through the crowd, she tapped 2 patrolling guards on the shoulder and murmured brief instructions. They scattered, instantly vanishing down separate alleys. Li Wei himself raised no alarm. He leapt down from the platform and bounded to where Elise had stood moments earlier, seizing the copper bell she'd left behind, and rang it twice sharply. Clang. Clang. 2 clear resonant tones, heard by everyone. Then he spoke, voice calm but unwavering: "The wind's picked up, it'll snuff out the lanterns. Area supervisors remain. Everyone else, take your families home first. Check doors and windows. And bring in your lanterns, don't let the wind break them." For half a breath the crowd stood stunned. Then an old man called out, "Blast. Mine's not even hung yet." "My girl was set to dance," cried a woman. "Dance tomorrow," Li Wei replied. He smiled faintly, pointing skyward. "When the clouds part we'll resume the celebration. For now, just go home." And while you're at it, check your neighbor's roof for leaks. The words sounded ordinary, but meaning bloomed beneath them. Several seasoned organizers exchanged glances, then stepped forward silently, taking positions at key intersections to guide the dispersal. No screams. No shoving. Order returned, not as before, but transformed. Laughter vanished, footsteps quickened, hands gripping children tighter. Li Wei stayed rooted in place until the last residents cleared the square's perimeter. He surveyed the emptiness, the half-eaten pancakes, the overturned pot lid still exhaling faint smoke, several crushed floral wreaths trampled into the earth. On the main stage, the freshly welded iron frame trembled faintly, as if breathing in the wind. He raised a hand and wiped his face. Only then did he notice his palm slick with sweat. He turned back to the scout still kneeling on the stone steps, head bowed, breath gradually steadying, yet his body remained taut as a drawn bowstring. "What is your name?" Li Wei asked. "Zhang." "Zhang Ergo," the scout replied, lifting his face streaked with grime and sweat. "Third watch post. West line rotation." "Zhang Ergo," Li Wei acknowledged, nodding. "Well done. Rise, no need to kneel." Zhang Ergo hesitated, then stood slowly, ramrod straight. "From now on follow my orders," Li Wei said. "Go to the north watchtower. Tell those relieving duty to stand fast, no handover, no departure from post. At the south gate dispatch one man to alert the sentries, seal the passage. No one enters or leaves without my personal writ." "Yes, sir." Li Wei paused. "And change out of uniform. Go in plain clothes. Don't let outsiders know you're delivering orders." Zhang Ergo's eyes flared with understanding. This was to conceal their heightened vigilance from prying eyes. He gave a simplified salute and bolted, this time silent, steady, light-footed, vanishing around the corner in seconds. Li Wei stood still for several seconds, a chill creeping up his spine. The surge of adrenaline, from sprinting, commanding, calming the crowd, had sustained him. Now with the people dispersed, cold seeped inward from beneath his clothes. He looked down at his hands. Steady. Good. He rolled his shoulders, twisted his neck, crack, a sharp clean sound. Then he walked toward the old granary on the square's eastern edge, the temporary command post. A map hung on the wall, supply manifests covered the table, in the corner sat half a pot of cold tea. The door stood open. As he reached it, Elise arrived from another lane, clutching a leather satchel that clinked softly. "Seals and authorizations most likely." "North and south gates sealed," she said upon entering. "Patrols have shifted to covert surveillance, watchtowers doubled. I've kept the general populace unaware, only the technical cadre recruited last time has been alerted. They've volunteered support for emergency coordination." "Good." Li Wei stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Artisans and physicians, concentrate them in the foundry's basement. It offers shelter if things turn dire. Civilians remain on standby, for now no speculation." "Already underway," Elise replied, placing the satchel on the table and drawing out a blank edict scroll. "Shall I issue an emergency assembly order? Recall those working outside." Li Wei shook his head. "We don't yet know their intent. If we panic first, we reveal weakness. Maintain normalcy, at least outwardly." Elise nodded, lowered her gaze and began writing. Li Wei approached the wall map. 3 li northwest, that's the narrowest stretch of mountain road, steep slopes flank a single path, ideal for defense, terrible for offense. Yet the problem remains, we have no soldiers. No trained guards. Not even proper arms. His finger pressed against that sector. "Do you think they're after resources? Or merely passing through?" Elise paused her pen. "If they were passing, the dust wouldn't be so thick, and they'd have sent envoys ahead. No banners. No announcement. Just advance, this is no friendly force." Li Wei gave a dry, humorless laugh. "What friend approaches unseen? Either bandits or vanguard of some faction." Elise lifted her gaze. "Whichever it is, we must prepare for the worst." Silence settled for 2 heartbeats. Outside wind rattled the rooftop canvas, snap snap snap. Li Wei turned, opened the door. The square was nearly empty, only patrolmen moved like shadows along the walls. The main lantern still burned its flame, dancing gently within its glass casing. He stood in the doorway watching that solitary light. Moments ago joy had flooded this space, now only stillness remained. Suddenly the boy's voice echoed in memory, "When I grow up I'll be Lord, but no, I'll be the lamplighter." Li Wei closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had changed, not the festive warmth nor the soothing calm he'd worn for the crowd. Something deeper had settled within it, like stone sinking soundlessly into water, silent, immutable, commanding. He turned to Elise. "Call everyone you can rely on, regardless of title. Anyone capable, trustworthy. 10 minutes. Assembly Hall courtyard." Elise slid her pen into the satchel and picked it up. "I'll go." At the threshold she paused. "You might want to change clothes, stepped in something back there." Li Wei glanced down, his right sole bore a dried, crumbling smear. He quirked a faint smile. "Leave it. A good luck charm. Stepping in dogshit means fortune won't abandon you." Elise didn't smile, but her eyes crinkled faintly at the corners before she turned and walked away. Li Wei remained where he stood. He listened toward the mountain road. The wind had ceased. Yet the dust continued its slow, ominous ascent. The wind ceased but the dust and smoke still crawled. Li Wei stood at the entrance of the old granary staring at the towering yellow wall in the northwest. The main lamp which had been bright moments ago now looked like a candle stuck on a grave mound. He did not move nor did he speak. He simply stood there until footsteps approached from behind. Ai Lizzie arrived. She carried a leather bag in her hand, walking with a gust of wind, her soles splashing mud with every step. She stopped beside him, asked no questions, said no greetings. She simply handed him a piece of paper, the patrol roster arranged as he had previously instructed, only corps members, 4 shifts rotating 2 hours per shift. Li Wei took it, glanced over it and nodded. Good. Have the first group take position immediately. Set up a lookout at the edge of the woods on the western slope. No noise, no fire. Use whistle signals for communication. Already arranged. Ai Lizzie put away the paper, pulled out a copper nail from her leather bag. Zhang Ergo just reported back. The guard change at the north tower is complete. The southern exit is also sealed. He said. Their speed hasn't slowed. At this pace they'll reach the mountain pass before dark. Li Wei snorted. In such a hurry to attend a feast. Haven't they checked if the invitation was written? Ai Lizzie did not laugh, but her eyelids flickered. The two of them turned and entered the house. As the door closed, the room was left with only the map, the tables and chairs, and the scent of half a pot of cold tea. The hand-drawn terrain map on the wall was sketched by the dwarf blacksmith last month when he was drunk using charcoal. It was crooked, but the key locations were marked clearly: a narrow path 3 li northwest with steep slopes on both sides and a narrow road in the middle. Wagons could not pass, horses could not gallop. It was an ideal choke point. Li Wei reached out and tapped the location of the mountain pass. Place the first line of defense there. The goal is not to kill, only to trip them up. The second line goes at the edge of the woods below the slope. Set traps, scatter caltrops and leave hidden sentries. The third line guards the outer perimeter of the settlement. Everyone arms and stands by, awaiting the signal to act. What about trap materials? Ai Lizzie asked. We don't have ready-made animal traps. There are mine carts. Li Wei said, push out the abandoned ones. Dismantle the wheels, saw the iron bars and make them into triangular spikes. Pull sharp wooden stakes from the fence. Burn the tips to harden them. Use the leftover hemp threads from the weaving workshop to twist ropes. Bury the tripwires halfway, leaving only an inch exposed. If they trip, we win. Ai Lizzie lowered her head and took notes, the pen scratching against the paper. The artisan team can work through the night, but we don't have enough hands. We don't need to make everything new. Li Wei walked to the table, picked up half a dried pancake and took a bite. Old ones can still be used. Dismantle the leftover colored lantern frames from yesterday's festival. Twist the iron wires into barbed nets and hang them on tree branches. If anyone hits their head, they'll remember the last color they ever saw. Ai Lizzie looked up at him. You can still laugh. If I don't laugh, who will keep everyone steady? Li Wei swallowed the pancake, brushed off the crumbs from his hands. What scares me most right now isn't how many enemies there are, but whether we panic ourselves first. Word spreads from one person to another. They say the kingdom's army is coming, they say the village will be slaughtered. Children cry, adults run. The doors won't even need to be kicked down. Ai Lizzie closed her notebook. So we still have to act like nothing's wrong. That's right. Li Wei walked to the door, pulled it open a crack and looked outside. Cook as usual, feed the pigs as usual. For the centralized training of the able-bodied, issue a notice under the name of emergency drill, say it's to prevent wild beasts from entering the village. Under no circumstances mention the word enemy to the old or the children. No sooner had he finished speaking than a chaotic clatter of footsteps came from outside. The two exchanged a glance. Ai Lizzie went to the window and looked. It's the first batch of able-bodied adults. About 40 of them gathering at the edge of the square. Li Wei grabbed his jacket and headed out. The square was mostly empty, the remnants of the festival not yet cleared, a knocked-over pot lid still smoking, trampled wreaths piled in a corner, a child's graffiti still on a wooden board depicting the Lord riding a pig on patrol. Now all of this was buried under fresh mud footprints. The 40-odd people stood loosely, some holding axes, some carrying hunting spears, and an old man clutching a kitchen knife with green onion residue still on the blade. Li Wei walked over. He did not stand on a high platform but remained on the ground at eye level with them. All here, he asked. No one answered. Some nodded, some rubbed their hands. A young lad twirled a sling around and around, almost hitting the person next to him in the face. I know what you're thinking. Li Wei said, that cloud of dust out there, it looks terrifying. But we aren't afraid because we are not a flock of sheep waiting to die. He pointed behind him at the old granary. I've already sent people to scout. Those aren't regular troops. Regular troops march with banners, scouts and rhythm. This bunch charges headlong, not even their face coverings or uniform. They're most likely bandits or cannon fodder from some faction. Someone in the crowd exhaled in relief. But since they dare to come, it's because they think we're weak. Li Wei raised his voice. They think we're few, have no soldiers, no walls, that they can grab what they want and leave. Today I'm going to tell them, if you want to rob, go ahead. But you'll have to leave something behind, like a hand or a life. The crowd was silent for a few seconds, then someone chuckled softly and soon more laughter followed. Li Wei grinned too. That's right. The worst thing in battle is to be too serious. The more serious you are, the faster you die. If we want to survive, we need to be smart. From now on, whatever I say to train, you train. Get it down and you'll have more ways to stay alive. He beckoned to a retired militiaman who had once patrolled the outskirts. Lao Zhao, you take them. First teach them 3 moves: crouch and conceal, crosscover and signal response. Use the simplest method. 2 knocks on a stone means safe, 3 means danger, 1 long knock means assemble. Whatever you hear, that's what you do. No questions. Lao Zhao acknowledged and began dividing into groups. Li Wei stepped aside. AI Lizzie followed. For the trap team, I've put the artisan leader in charge. The first batch of finished products will be ready within 2 hours. The patrols will be staggered with 2 communicators per group using whistle signals to relay messages. What about the dwarf? Li Wei asked, mentioning him. AI Lizzie said some people said if only the dwarf blacksmith were here he could make iron spikes. But no one went to find him and he didn't come on his own. Li Wei nodded. Don't force it. The key now is not to let anyone feel that everything depends on him. We rely on the system, not on any individual. He looked again toward the other side of the square. Several women were quietly peering in their direction and a mother holding a child was pressed against the wall, her eyes tense. Send the families back, he said. Don't let them watch here. The more they watch, the more they fear, the more they fear, the more rumors spread. AI Lizzie immediately went and said a few words and those people silently dispersed. The sun was slanting westward, its light striking the main lamp at an angle, the glass cover reflecting a blinding glare. Li Wei squinted at it for a moment, then suddenly said, turn off that lamp. Ha! AI Lizzie was stunned. Turn it off, Li Wei repeated. Replace it with small oil lamps hung separately. The main lamp is too conspicuous. If the enemy has archers, 1 arrow could shatter it. AI Lizzie snapped to attention and immediately arranged for someone to do it. Li Wei himself headed toward the smithy. Passing a crossroads, he saw several abandoned mine carts piled by the roadside, heavily rusted, their wheels collapsed. He stopped, kicked one. The axle groaned. Still usable, he said. By the time he returned to the old granary, dusk had fallen. AI Lizzie was checking the final roster. All patrols are in position, she said. For shifts, 6 people per shift equipped with whistles and short sticks. Any abnormality triggers a level 3 alert immediately. The trap team has completed the first batch: 30 iron caltrops, 15 tripwires, 8 animal traps. They are being transported to the western slope. The able-bodied training continues. They are expected to master basic formations tonight. Li Wei took a sip of cold tea, grimacing at its sourness. Notify everyone, no alcohol tonight, no leaving posts. The kitchen is to prepare hot porridge for the shift changes at midnight. Don't let the brothers stand guard on empty stomachs. Already arranged. AI Lizzie paused. Someone asked. Should we contact the elf archer? He knows the terrain in the woods. Li Wei shook his head. No need. Just mentioning him is enough. No one can count on outside help now. We can only rely on ourselves. He stood up, rolled his shoulders, and his bones cracked with a sound. Come on, let's go to the watchtower. The tower was built last year, originally used to observe the weather and track wild animals. Now it served as the eyes of the command center. The ladder was a bit wobbly, but Li Wei climbed steadily. AI Lizzie followed behind, still clutching the leather bag. When they reached the top, the view opened up. To the northwest, the dust cloud was closer, now almost pressing against the mountain pass. The wind had shifted, carrying a smell of earth toward them. Li Wei pulled out his whistle and blew 3 short blasts and 1 long one. This was the signal to confirm all posts were in position. From the edge of the distant woods a response came. Then a second from the southern slope. A third from the hidden sentry on the eastern wall. All 4 groups had responded. AI Lizzie took out flag signal cloths, red and blue, waved them gently twice in the twilight, then lowered them. All posts confirmed in position, she said. Li Wei nodded, pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, the draft of the general order he had written during the day. He read it once, then tore it up. No need to recite it, he said. Let them remember just 1 sentence. AI Lizzie looked up. There is no order to retreat, Li Wei said. Only the duty to stand firm. He threw the torn paper off the tower. The wind scattered it. Below on the square, the last batch of trained able-bodied adults was being dismissed. They still held their weapons, but their posture had changed, no longer slouching but with weapons close to their bodies and their eyes alert. Li Wei gazed at the darkening land. The wall of dust in the distance was still advancing. He stood very straight. The wind ceased, yet the dust and smoke continued to climb. Li Wei stood at the entrance of the old granary, not venturing further inside. He fixed his gaze on the rolling yellowish-brown wall of haze, squinting slightly as if counting the distance to the mountain pass. 3 li, neither too close nor too far. If the opposing force was on a forced march, they could press to the territory's doorstep in half an hour. If they were probing cautiously, they might halt halfway to observe. What was most feared now was not their arrival but their failure to come. If they didn't come, he couldn't gauge their true strength. He turned and entered the house. AI Lizzie had already spread the map across the table, securing the corners with 4 pieces of roasted meat used as weights. She looked up at Li Wei, said nothing, and pointed a finger at the entrance of the northwestern mountain path, narrow with slopes on both sides, barely enough for 2 horse-drawn carts to pass side by side. If they're really coming for us, this is the best place to set up defenses. Then let's not make their journey comfortable. Li Wei walked to the table, grabbed a firewood stick as a pointer, and drew 3 horizontal lines on the map. The first line of defense was on the perimeter, primarily traps intended not to kill but to slow their advance. The second was a patrol zone for covert observation and real-time intelligence. The third ring guarded the core area with personnel concentrated awaiting orders to act. AI Lizzie nodded, casually pulled a sheet of command paper from her leather pouch and began to record. The nib scratched across the paper with a rustling sound. The trap team is yours to arrange. Li Wei said use whatever materials are available, caltrops, tripwires, animal traps. Block the intersection with minecarts, sharpen wooden stakes and bury them in the ground. There's still leftover scrap from the dwarves welding right. Cut it into fragments and scatter them on the slopes. Step on one and you'll scream for your mother. Got it. AI Lizzie finished writing one item, looked up and said, I've already assigned 4 patrol teams, staggered shifts, 2 hours per watch, ensuring someone is on duty all day. Retired militia lead the way, technical specialists coordinate, no chaos. Good. Li Wei walked to the corner, picked up a half-empty pot of cold tea, took a gulp and grimaced at the bitterness. What about the able-bodied adults? 137 registered. They've been notified to assemble at the square. The armory is open, axes, hunting forks and slings are being distributed per head. Old Zhang is in charge of on-site training, he used to guard the city gate at a border town. Tell him to speed it up. Li Wei set down the teapot. Don't waste time on formation evolution. Just teach 3 things: when you hear the gong, drop to the ground; when you see a torch, retreat eastward; when the flag goes down, everyone blocks the intersection. AI Lizzie's lips twitched slightly. You really know how to compress the curriculum. Who has time for a military drill? Li Wei rolled his shoulders with a crack. This isn't a movie, we can't spend 3 months practicing marching first. The two stepped outside. The sky had grown darker than before, clouds pressing low as if it might rain. The square had been cleared, leaving only a few patrol members moving along the walls. The main lamp still burned its flame, dancing inside the glass cover, casting flickering shadows on the ground. Li Wei headed straight for the eastern watchtower. AI Lizzie followed behind, clutching the command papers and the seal. Halfway there, a young man ran over, dressed in coarse linen clothes, an axe tucked at his waist, his face pale. Li Wei. I got a hunting fork, but I've never used one. How do you use this thing? Raise it and thrust it at whoever charges you, Li Wei said. Don't be afraid. They're afraid of you too. The more you hesitate, the more they'll dare to come closer. Remember, you're not alone. Your brothers are all around you. The young man swallowed hard, nodded and ran off. AI Lizzie said quietly, a lot of people are nervous. Normal. Li Wei didn't break stride. No one is sharp the first time. The key is to give them something to hold and something to do. Idle hands breed panic. They climbed the watchtower. The view opened up. The dust cloud from the northwest was closer now, having passed the foot of the mountain. The outline of the force was faintly visible. There were indeed quite a few, at least 200, maybe more. No banners, equipment was miscellaneous, but their movements were orderly, clearly trained. Not bandits. AI Lizzie narrowed her eyes. Bandits don't walk in such neat lines. Li Wei stared at the moving shadow. Bandits also wouldn't raise this much dust. This is deliberate. They want to intimidate. Are you afraid? Of course, he grinned, but I can't let them see it. He took the copper whistle hanging on the wall and blew 3 short blasts, followed by 1 long. This was the assembly call. Shortly after, several figures ran from different directions toward the square. There were craftsmen, physicians, retired militia, and a few warehouse clerks who usually just managed the stores. They were dressed in civilian clothes, but their eyes were sharp. The moment they reached their positions, they stood still, waiting for orders. Li Wei descended from the tower and stood before the crowd. You've seen the situation. His voice was not loud but clear enough. A force from the northwest, identity unknown, fully armed, is less than 2.5 li from us. Current assessment, hostile intent outweighs goodwill. No one spoke. I'm not surrendering, nor am I striking first, he said. We hold our ground and protect our people. Traps are set, patrols are in position, weapons have been issued. From now on, follow orders. Don't wander off, don't speculate. Each of you has a task. Do your own job well, that's the greatest help. An old militia member asked, what if they break through? Then we fight back, Li Wei said. We have the terrain advantage, we've prepared, and we have united hearts. What do they have? A bunch of brute strength and a few rusty blades. If it comes to a real fight, the outcome is far from certain. The crowd loosened a little, some nodded. Li Wei turned to AI Lizzie. How's logistics? The smithy's basement is fully assembled. The physicians have their medical kits ready. Food and water are stocked for 3 days. Casualty evacuation routes are also marked. In an emergency the wounded can be transported to shelter within 10 minutes. Good. He turned back to the crowd. Now return to your posts. Trap team do a final check on all mechanisms. Patrol teams move to concealment positions immediately. Able-bodied adults group by area and stand by. No unauthorized action until new orders. After the meeting, Li Wei didn't leave. He stood in the center of the square looking up at the flagpole on the watchtower. The flag wasn't hoisted yet but the ropes were already in place. He had AI Lizzie prepare a red cloth. When the signal to engage came it would be raised. Do you think they'll stop? AI Lizzie walked over and asked softly. Hard to say. He rubbed his chin. If they're smart and see we're prepared they might hesitate. But if they're reckless or if they're here specifically for a fight then we'll have to see it through. Do you regret organizing the festival? No. He shook his head. If not for everyone being gathered today we wouldn't have reacted so quickly. The people are united and that makes things manageable. Look at those people, even the warehouse clerk picked up a shovel. Isn't that a good thing? AI Lizzie smiled. You always find a silver lining. What else? He shrugged. Should I go crouch in a corner and cry? That'd be just as good as opening the door and inviting them in for tea. He sent AI Lizzie to the northern sentry tower to confirm the communication link while he stayed in the square to patrol. Passing by the tool shed he picked up a wooden stick weighted in his hand, found it too light and swapped it for a short hammer studded with nails which he tucked behind his waist. This thing is heavy to swing but it's a hell of an intimidation tool. He walked to the perimeter to inspect the traps. The first batch of caltrops had already been scattered on the slopes mixed in with the gravel, impossible to spot without close inspection. Several tripwires made of black rope were tied between tree trunks 30 centimeters off the ground designed to catch shins. Animal traps were buried in the soil covered with a thin layer of grass waiting for a foot to land with a snap. Not bad. He kicked a patch of loose earth. If someone steps on this in the middle of the night they'll be hopping and cursing their ancestors. One of the craftsmen stayed behind to guard the area. Seeing Li Wei approach he quickly reported the sharpened wooden stakes on the eastern fork are also buried to 12 in total, angled outward. The minecart has been pushed to the middle of the main road, wheels locked solid. They'll have to smash into it if they come. Good. Li Wei patted his shoulder. Don't be a hero. If you see something retreat immediately and blow the whistle to alert. Back at the square AI Lizzie had also returned. Communications are normal, she said. Flag signals, whistles and runners, 3-point linkage all operational. Then we wait. He looked up at the sky. Wait for them to come, wait for the order, wait for this battle to begin. Nightfall had fully settled. The wind rose again, not strong but enough to make the canvas tarps flap and crackle. The main lamp remained lit, its firelight reflecting on every face, bright one moment, dim the next. Li Wei climbed to the top of the watchtower. He stood at the railing gazing northwest. The dust cloud had stopped moving. About 1.5 li from the territory it neither advanced nor retreated. Like an arrow knocked on a bowstring, uncertain whether to be released. He knew that the other side was also observing. He was waiting for a signal, whether it would be a war drum, a horn, or the first shout. Below the tower AI Lizzie stood at the entrance of the old granary holding the command papers, looking up at him. Li Wei nodded at her. She turned and went inside, sat at the table, the tip of her pen hovering over the paper ready to write the first battle report. The wind on the tower grew stronger. Li Wei unbuttoned his coat and tucked the short hammer closer to his chest. His right hand rested on the railing, his left hand pressed against the whistle at his waist. His eyes remained fixed on the motionless dust cloud. Suddenly a dog bark came from afar. Short, sharp, tearing through the night. Then a second bark, a third. It wasn't just one dog, a whole line of dogs was barking. Li Wei jerked his head up. Dogs don't bark like that for no reason. Unless someone was approaching. The barking persisted. One after another, short and urgent, it came from the edge of the woods to the west, merging into a continuous chorus. It was not a single dog barking, a whole line of them had been roused, their voices strained as if something was creeping along the ground toward them. Li Wei's hand was already pressed against the railing of the watchtower, his knuckles pale. He did not move, his eyes fixed on the motionless cloud of dust 1.5 miles away. What had stood still like a wall moments ago was now moving. Inching forward. Not a charge nor a retreat, just a tentative advance. Their footsteps were low, but on the dry slope they still stirred up fine dust. The wind carried it floating in the air like a thin mist drifting over. Here they come, Li Wei murmured, though he was not sure to whom he was speaking. As soon as the words left his lips, the sentry below the watchtower blew a copper whistle, 3 short blasts and 1 long, clear and piercing, cutting through the night. Instantly the hidden sentry posts in all 4 directions responded, their whistles rising and falling like a net that snapped taut in an instant. A red cloth battle flag rose with a whoosh up the pole, flapping loudly in the night wind. Torches around the square were lit all at once and the main lamp that had been half extinguished reignited. The firelight swept across the outer defenses, illuminating the crooked minecarts, the sharp wooden stakes buried in the ground and the dense carpet of caltrops scattered on the slope. Alice rushed out of the old granary clutching an order paper and a seal and ran to the foot of the watchtower, looking up and shouting, "Trap team confirms trigger mechanism. Patrol enters second level alert." Everyone stay in position. Before her words faded, a dull thud came from the northwest. Someone had stepped into an animal trap. Then a scream tore through the night only to be stifled immediately, leaving only intermittent sobs. The first wave is on its way. Li Wei grabbed the short hammer hanging on the wall, tucked it back at his waist and turned to descend. As he stepped onto the second platform, a flash of fire bloomed in the distance. A dark mass exploded in the middle of the main road and the smell of oil mingled with scorched air rushed toward him. It was a burning oil pot thrown by the dwarf blacksmith. The fuse had ignited and it rolled down the slope, landing right at the feet of the enemy vanguard. A wall of fire rose 2 meters high, forcing the front ranks to recoil only to stumble into tripwires and collapse in a heap. Some tried to get up, but their calves were pierced by caltrops and they writhed in pain on the ground. Now's our chance. Li Wei stood firm and roared into the woods loose arrows. The shadows of the trees shifted. Elf archers emerged from their hiding spots, drew their longbows and shot a specially made flare arrow high into the sky. The arrow had burst open, white light as bright as day instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. At that moment the archers hidden in the woods released their bowstrings in unison. A rain of arrows fell, not aimed to kill but targeting joints, shoulders and backs. Several enemies staggered back after being hit, their formation crumbling. Alice seized the moment, raised her hand and gathered the air currents. 3 low-grade wind blades howled out, grazing the ground and knocking 2 enemies who were trying to stand back to the ground. Retreat! Li Wei shouted. The elf archers immediately stowed their bows, flipped back into the thick forest and vanished without a trace. The wall of fire still burned, blocking the enemy's pursuit. On the battlefield 7 or 8 wounded enemies lay groaning on the ground, some clutching their legs, others holding their shoulders. The remaining soldiers dragged them back in a panic, their movements frantic, clearly not expecting these civilians to execute such a coordinated strike. They brought no medics, Alice said, climbing onto the watchtower, breathing hard. The wounded are all being pulled back by their own people, no one is treating them. That means this isn't the main force, Li Wei replied. He stared at the enemy force regrouping in the distance. They're scouts testing our strength. Sure enough, a stir ran through the enemy rear. Several horsemen galloped out, circled the wounded and quickly retreated. Then the main force pulled back 100 meters, assumed a defensive formation and halted. They're assessing us. Alice lowered her head, flipped open the order paper and quickly scribbled, probing attack casualties, unknown reaction time approximately 2 minutes, countermeasures include physical traps, ranged arrow strikes, elemental magic and composite use of thrown weapons. You write it like a recipe, Li Wei remarked, glancing at it. Next time add taste spicy. You still have the mood for jokes. She shot him a glare but did not stop writing. How else would I survive? Li Wei flexed his wrist. If they really broke in, I wouldn't even have time to cry. As he spoke, movement came from the outer defenses. Several young men poked their heads out from behind the barricades, looking at the mess on the ground, their faces a mix of tension and excitement. Li Wei. Did we win? A young man raised his hunting fork and shouted, that volley of arrows just now, awesome. Win my ass. Li Wei jumped down from the watchtower and strode over. That was only the first wave. They haven't even drawn their swords properly. But they retreated. They retreated because they don't know how many of us there are or what cards we have up our sleeves. Li Wei patted his shoulder. Now they're going back to hold a meeting. Next time they might come with fireball spells clearing the way and heavy armor in front. Our little tricks won't fool them twice. The smile on the young man's face froze. But that's okay, Li Wei said, looking around at the gathered crowd. What they don't know is that we don't know how capable we are either. That wave just now, good coordination, good rhythm. We hid what needed hiding and showed what needed showing. Now it's their turn to make mistakes. Some of the people below laughed and the atmosphere relaxed. Alice walked over and said in a low voice, the dwarves say there are 3 oil pots left, fuses are sufficient. The elves used 7 flare arrows, 12 left in stock. The archers suggest changing positions, the last group might have memorized the firing angles. Let them change positions, Li Wei nodded. Notify all posts to rotate shifts, 1 hour per shift. Don't stare too long, tired eyes will only cause trouble. He turned toward the square. Is the medical team ready? The physician is on standby in the basement. Medical kits are divided into 3 batches ready for transport at any time. Alice flipped a page of the order paper. Food and water can last 3 days. If the fighting continues, we'll have to ration from the 2nd day. All right. Li Wei looked up at the sky. This won't end tonight. He returned to the top of the watchtower and found the dwarf blacksmith already there, crouching in a corner and inspecting the edge of a battle axe, muttering, these people are dressed all over the place but their boots are all issued, definitely not random rabble. What do you make of it? Li Wei asked. Either they're some lord's private soldiers or a mercenary company, the dwarf spat. But whoever they are, if they dare use lives to test our traps, don't blame us for getting cruel. With that he hoisted the axe and slammed it into a crack in the floorboards, indicating he was not leaving. Li Wei smiled and said nothing. In the distance the enemy main force remained stationary, their fire sparse, revealing no sign of their next move. But Li Wei knew this was only a pause. He stood on the tower for a while, then suddenly remembered something and touched his chest. There hidden against his skin was an irregular black stone, cold heavy. He had not parted with it since the day he picked it up on Mount Tai. He did not know what it was, only that carrying it made him feel more grounded. But this was not the time to think about that. He unbuttoned his coat, resecured the short hammer at his waist, rested his left hand on the whistle and held the railing with his right, staring unblinking into the darkness. The wind blew from the west, carrying the scent of earth and blood. Suddenly a faint sound came from the woods, like a twig snapping underfoot. Li Wei jerked his head up. A dark figure flickered across the treetops, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for the backup sniper position. It was an elf archer. He knew they were coming again. The barking ceased. The wind still blew, leaves rustling as if someone was treading softly through the forest. Li Wei stood at the top of the watchtower, his hands resting on the railing, his eyes unblinking. The dark shadow that had swept across the treetops moments ago moved so fast that the sentry didn't even have time to raise an alarm. It was the elf archer returning, but to a backup sniper position, not the original one. He knew the probing was over. The enemy had retreated, but not far. Fires flickered sparsely on the slope 100 meters away, like a few stubborn stars refusing to die out. 7 or 8 wounded soldiers lay on the ground, some dragged away, others still prone unattended. This didn't look like a rout, it seemed like deliberately abandoned casualties. They wanted to see how we would handle the wounded. Alice climbed up the stairs holding a writing board and charcoal stick. As she spoke, her breath misted in the cold air. I told the medical team not to show themselves. I only sent 2 able-bodied men to extend a hunting fork on a long pole, making a feint as if to carry someone. Li Wei nodded. Well done. If we actually went to rescue them, it would tell them we're soft-hearted, and next time they'd dare to dump the severely wounded at our doorstep. The problem now was that they had memorized our rhythm. Alice flipped a page. Arrow of illumination ascends to the rain of arrows, 11 seconds. Oil vat lands to wall of fire, ignites 7 seconds. The timing is too fixed. Next time they can scatter earlier. And the positions. Li Wei pointed northwest. The archer was last time on the 3rd branch fork, 15 degrees to the left. There must be an observer in the enemy ranks who used a grass stem to gauge direction. If we shoot again, they'll trace the line back and counter. So I suggest switching to mobile sniping, Alice said. 3 hidden positions in rotation, moving every 2/4 of an hour so they can't pinpoint us. Agreed. Li Wei made the decision. Notify the elf archer to execute Plan B. No sooner had he spoken than the dwarf blacksmith thumped up the tower, boots caked with mud and iron filings. He plopped down on a wooden crate in the corner, panting heavily. Have you two finished your chat? I can't hold it in anymore. Go ahead. Li Wei turned. We have 3 oil vats left, the dwarf counted on his fingers. We can't throw them anymore. Throwing them not only exposes our position but wastes the fuses. I changed my mind, dig pits, bury them on both sides of the road, pull a rope to ignite and let people yank from the shadows. Remote ignition? Alice asked. Yes. The dwarf grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Under the ramp leading to the main road I had 2 young men dig 3 shallow trenches that lead to the cover on the side slope. As soon as the whistle blows I pull the rope here and the oil goes boom. They won't even see a silhouette. What about the barrier? Li Wei remembered something. Already added. The dwarf slapped his thigh. There was a collapsed pile in the middle of the ramp. I used abandoned mine carts to build a movable wall, covered it with earth and grass so it looks like the ground. When they charge halfway we release the latches from behind and crash down to seal the path ahead, then scatter caltrops on top so they can't even crawl. That's ruthless. Alice lowered her head to write on the board. I suggest naming it Operation Broken Leg. Call it whatever, they'll be limping back anyway. The dwarf grunted and stood up again. I'll go back to the workshop and check the cables one more time. Can't have them jamming at the critical moment. He thudded down the stairs, his footsteps making the tower tremble slightly. Li Wei glanced at the sky. The east was already turning a pale gray, the darkest part of the night had passed. He touched his chest, the black stone was still there, cold against his skin. He didn't know what it was, only that every time he touched it his heartbeat steadied. Aren't you going to sleep? Alice asked. Can't sleep. Li Wei shook his head. That last wave was too smooth, which feels wrong. The enemy's vanguard wore all sorts of ragged clothes, but their boots were uniform, their belts identical, clearly trained as regulars. Yet their attack was utterly chaotic, like a bunch of greenhorns charging blindly. That's not probing, that's feeding us meat on a platter. The purpose was to make us relax. Alice picked up the thought. They want us to think they're nothing, so next time we'll rashly advance. So we can't defend by the old rules. Li Wei stared at the distant enemy camp. We have to change. He turned and descended the tower, Alice close behind. In the square the patrol was changing shifts. The able-bodied men clutched hunting forks and axes, faces still flushed with the excitement of the first victory. Someone muttered, that volley of arrows was amazing. The oil vat explosion was gorgeous, I could smell the scorch. If they come again we'll just set up a wall of fire and burn them to a crisp. Li Wei walked past the crowd without interrupting or smiling. When he reached the entrance of the old granary he stopped and raised his voice. Listen up, last night's victory was luck, not strength. The enemy wasn't serious and we weren't fighting for our lives. Next time they won't be this stupid and we can't be this cocky. The laughter gradually died down. Traps will be remembered, arrow trajectories will be predicted, and oil vats won't land on their toes again. He swept his gaze across the crowd. From now on, all defensive positions rotate. Orders will be issued uniformly by Alice. No one is to act on their own without receiving instructions. Anyone who plays hero and messes up the big picture will be personally assigned to clean the latrines for a month after the battle. No one spoke. Dismissed. Return to your posts. The crowd dispersed quietly. Inside the granary, a map lay on the table with charcoal marks indicating 3 lines of defense. Li Wei pointed at the northwest main road. Mobile sniping for the archer rotating among points A, B and C. Change positions every 2/4 of an hour. Illumination arrows will be fired randomly, no longer as attack signals, only to disrupt vision. The trap zone is to be reset. He crossed out the old marks. Move the sharpened stakes 10 paces into the woods on both sides away from the main path. Bury the caltrops deeper, cover them with grass. Replace the bear traps with smaller ones, scattered, not concentrated in one pit. Alice recorded, rapidly muttering to herself. Notify the patrol to adjust their routes, avoiding fixed paths. Medical team to prepare mobile stretchers, no fixed aid stations. Armory to distribute backup tools, each person gets an extra short axe. And the dogs, Li Wei suddenly said. Dogs. The dogs barked too early last night. Li Wei recalled. Before the enemy even showed themselves, the dogs were already going wild. That means they sensed movement before we did. You mean? Use the dogs as early warning. Alice frowned. No, it's the opposite. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Since the enemy uses hounds to scout ahead, their advance will always have dogs in front. We can exploit that to send 2 men with signal flags to hide at the edge of the woods, specifically watching the dogs. Once they see a pack agitated signal with the number of flashes, 1 flash means approaching, 2 flashes means entering the woods, 3 flashes means about to appear. That's brilliant. Alice nodded. Farther sight than human eyes, and no need to risk approaching the enemy camp. I'll pick the personnel, Li Wei said. Choose 2 who can squat and endure, and pair them with the elf archer to set up an observation post. The position must be low, not bright, just lying behind the bushes like a stone. He wrote out the orders and handed them to Alice for stamping. After she stamped, she looked up. When does the reconnaissance team set out? After dawn, before the fog lifts, Li Wei said. Visibility is poor then, but animal activity is high, best time to learn their patterns. The 2 walked out of the granary. Morning light had already climbed to the top of the watchtower. Alice went to the square to dispatch supplies while Li Wei patrolled the defensive line. He stopped at the ramp, watching the dwarf direct 2 young men to adjust the barrier mechanism. An iron chain passed through a pulley connected to a thick rope, its end tied to a hook at the workshop window. 1 pull and the minecart wall will crash down. Tested it? Li Wei asked. Tested 3 times. The dwarf patted the mechanism. First time jammed, second time too fast, third time perfect. Now we just wait for them to bump their heads. Li Wei smiled and continued walking. Passing the edge of the woods, he saw the elf archer bending over to adjust a sniper position. The archer wore a gray-green cloak, mud and ash smeared on his face, almost blending into the tree bark. He looked up at Li Wei, gave a slight nod and said nothing. 3-point rotation, don't get attached to a position, Li Wei instructed. Shoot and leave, don't look back. The elf archer made an okay gesture, then realizing the other might not understand, quickly changed to a thumbs up, the universal sign in the Delun continent. Li Wei returned the thumbs up. He reached the watchtower just as the sun rose over the mountaintop. Alice was already on the tower, holding a bowl of hot broth. Some. She handed it over. Li Wei took it, blew on it and took a small sip. It was a broth of wild herbs mixed with bean dregs, bland but warming to the stomach. The reconnaissance team has set out, Alice said. 2 able-bodied men with the elf archer leading. They should be at observation point 1 by now. Signal agreed upon. Light flashes, 3-second interval repeated twice to confirm. If contact is lost, automatic retreat after 2/4 of an hour. Li Wei nodded and placed the bowl on the railing. He looked toward the enemy camp. It was still quiet, the campfires nearly extinguished with few figures visible. But at the entrance to the main road, several neat piles of equipment had appeared like a temporary depot. They're waiting, he said. Waiting for us or waiting for themselves? Alice flipped open her writing board. All defensive positions have been rotated, traps reset, weapons distributed. The patrol uses staggered shifts, 1 hour per watch. Medical team on standby, food rationing plan has been announced. Good. Li Wei flexed his wrists. Now it's about who loses patience first. He took the short hammer hanging on the wall and tucked it into his belt. His left hand rested on the whistle, his right hand gripped the railing, his eyes fixed on the woods. The wind blew from the west, carrying the smell of dirt and the lingering scorch of the previous night. Suddenly a soft sound came from the woods, like a branch being snapped. Li Wei jerked his head up. A dark figure swept across the treetops, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for sniper point 2. It was the elf archer. Li Wei knew the enemy was coming again. The wind had barely swept across the watchtower's railing when Li Wei's hand was already on the whistle. A dark silhouette flitted over the treetops heading straight for the second sniper point, not patrolling but sprinting. Without waiting for a confirmation signal, Li Wei raised the whistle and blew a sharp 3-short-too-long emergency call. The sound was piercing like scraping a metal sheet against a pot, and the entire stronghold tensed in an instant. The fire trench mechanism activated almost simultaneously. The oil channels buried on both sides of the slope exploded with a roar, flames spreading along the shallow ditches, forming a wall of fire that cut across the main road. A wave of heat surged forward so intense that even Li Wei on the watchtower felt his eyebrows singe. He squinted ahead. The enemy vanguard had just reached the edge of the forest and crashed into the firewall unprepared. 7 or 8 men in the front row fell instantly, some rolling on the ground, others clutching their legs and howling. The formation broke into chaos. But this time they did not retreat. A second wave immediately emerged from the rear, holding wet hides and wooden shields, pressing forward through the flames with gritted determination. Several heavily armored figures even charged directly over the still smoldering embers, their boot soles smoking but never slowing. They deliberately avoided the central area dense with traps, advancing instead along the soft terrain near the forest edge. "Alice!" Li Wei shouted. "Got it!" came the reply from the granary roof. She grasped the flagpole with one hand and waved a red cloth signal flag with the other, 3 short 1 long then 2 short 2 long, the launch command for mobile sniping. Almost at the same second, a flare arrow shot from the bushes at point A, tearing through the morning mist and bursting into bright light in the sky. Immediately after, a bowstring hummed softly from the branches at point B and 3 frost arrows whistled out, precisely piercing the shoulder blade of an enemy soldier who was about to leap across the fire trench. The man screamed and fell into the fire trench, struggled a few times, then lay still. But the enemy reacted swiftly. Someone in the ranks raised a horn and blew a rapid tune, and the vanguard immediately scattered, moving in a serpentine pattern along the edge of the fire trench. Clearly they had memorized the rhythm of the defensive fire and no longer clustered together. Li Wei spat. They learned fast. He turned, grabbed a short hammer hanging on the wall and snatched a bamboo pole wrapped with cloth strips, his makeshift command baton. Just as he was about to descend the tower, his peripheral vision caught movement near the western cliff. Several enemy soldiers were crouching and climbing up the steep slope, moving stealthily, clearly attempting a flanking ambush. "Elf archers!" Li Wei shouted into the communication tube. "Point C. The cliff." Before the words faded, a flaming arrow shot from the crevice at point C, landing exactly 5 steps ahead of the climbers, exploding into a ball of fire with a bang. Fragments of rock tumbled down, forcing the team to retreat hastily. But the enemy did not give up. They quickly dispersed into groups of 3 and changed routes to continue advancing. Li Wei gritted his teeth and turned to the messenger stationed at the stairway. "Tell the dwarf blacksmith to prepare the main road barricade for contact. Send all the able-bodied axemen to the front. Don't let them touch the minecart wall." The messenger dashed off. Li Wei rushed down the tower in a few strides and hurried along the defensive line. All around faces were taut fists clenched tightly around their weapons. A young man crouched behind a cover, his teeth chattering. As Li Wei passed, he kicked him. "What are you trembling for? Are you sifting flour or about to fight?" The youth jolted and straightened up. "Report." "I'm not trembling anymore." "Then keep your eyes wide. If you see anyone in black leather, throw stones. Don't wait for orders." He moved on. Just as he reached the middle of the slope, a loud crash echoed. The barricade had been struck. Not a full collapse, just a probing impact. Then came 2 more blows, heavier this time. The minecart wall began to shake and dirt trickled down. "Steady." Li Wei leaped onto the high point of the barricade and thrust the bamboo pole into the ground. "They haven't fully committed yet. When the real charge comes, the rear axemen must immediately reinforce. Remember, don't bunch up. Take turns." His words had barely settled when a long horn blast came from the enemy side. Over a dozen heavy armored soldiers charged in unison, shoulder to shoulder, crashing into the center of the barricade. Boom! The entire wall shook violently. The central minecart was dented deep and the iron chain screeched with a harsh grating sound. 2 able-bodied men guarding the rear were knocked to the ground by the tremor and struggled to get up. "Hold the line!" Li Wei roared. "Replace them! Replace them!" The dwarf blacksmith charged up from the flank with a double axe, kicked over an enemy soldier trying to squeeze through a gap, and yelled back, "If my mechanisms are ruined, I'll use your heads as hammerheads." Cursing, he checked the latches, found a jammed pulley and smashed it with the back of his axe. With a crack, the mechanism resumed. He panted, 3 more charges like that and the wall will collapse. Li Wei stared at the enemy reforming their ranks and knew the next wave would not be just a charge. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, over a dozen torches were thrown from the enemy rear, landing on the dying embers of the fire trench, reigniting the flames. Taking advantage of the thick smoke obscuring vision, a large number of enemy soldiers bent low and advanced, some assaulting the barricade, others using long hooks to pull at the sharpened wooden stakes on the flanks. "Alice!" Li Wei looked up again. "Already on it!" She shouted from the granary roof, her hands quickly forming seals. A pale blue magical barrier began to take shape above the gap in the barricade. Though it lasted only a few seconds before being shattered by a thrown stone, it was enough to buy time for the 2 axemen groups to complete their rotation. The elf archers were also rotating. The archer at point A had just finished a volley and immediately withdrew. Point B took over, firing 3 arrows in quick succession, suppressing the enemy engineers who were dismantling the tripwires. Pointsy kept a constant watch on the cliff direction, shooting an interference arrow every few moments to prevent the attackers from coming within 10 steps. The battle was reaching a fever pitch. On the main road, both sides faced off across the barricade. The defenders thrust long spears through the gaps, the enemy hammered the wall with warhammers. Some tried to climb only to be knocked down by rolling logs. A defender who peeked nearly lost an ear to a flying axe. The air was thick with the smell of burning sweat and blood. Even the wind felt sticky. Suddenly the northern shed caught fire. A stray arrow had ignited a haystack and the flames spread rapidly, thick smoke pouring back into the defensive line. Several people coughed uncontrollably, their vision blurred. Cough. Li Wei. Alice waved from the roof. The north gate is blind. Then clear it out. Li Wei wiped the grime from his face. Have the archers concentrate fire to clear the 30 steps in front of the gate. Dwarf, hold the flank. The rest shield bearers push forward. He personally strode forward with his hammer standing on the damaged barricade and shouted, listen up. Behind us is home. Not one step back. Anyone who dares to retreat, I'll bring their parents to the front line to watch them run. At these words the crowd fell silent. No one laughed, no one cheered. But everyone straightened their backs and tightened their grip on their weapons. A man missing a front tooth silently handed his hunting fork to a weaponless youth nearby. Another old soldier, his hands covered in blood, tore apart a tent rope and lashed two broken shields together to make a makeshift shield. The enemy's third wave began. This time they did not probe. Nearly 100 men charged straight down the main road, war drums thundering, their footsteps shaking the ground. On the cliffside 7 or 8 men had already climbed halfway, scrambling up with hands and feet. The fire trench had long gone cold, the barricade was tottering and the north gate was temporarily blind due to smoke. Multiple points along the defense line were in crisis. Li Wei stood on the crumbling barricade, his short hammer planted on the ground, watching the dark tide surging toward him. His throat was parched and aching. He reached into his chest and touched the black stone, still there, cool and smooth like an old friend. He took a deep breath and roared into the communication tube, everyone listen, no retreat orders, only duty to hold. He took a deep breath and roared into the communication tube, everyone listen, no retreat orders, only duty to hold. The barrier shattered with a sound like a rotten wooden door kicked violently apart. Li Wei's foot slipped and he nearly tumbled into the smoldering trench. He thrust out a hand to brace himself against a crooked, sharpened timber post, splinters instantly piercing his palm, drawing blood, but pain was the last thing on his mind. 100 meters ahead the enemy host surged forward like a black tide, war drums drowned the wind and their marching feet made the earth tremble. The makeshift wall, cobbled together from more carts, had collapsed halfway down the main road, gaping breaches yawning open as heavily armored soldiers forced their way inward, warhammers whistling through the air. Li Wei straightened up, gasping for breath, his throat parched and burning. That earlier shout, issued without any formal retreat order, now struck him as absurd, almost comical. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. Thick smoke still clung to the north gate, where several defenders knelt, coughing, faces flushed and necks straining. A dwarf blacksmith swung an axe one-handed at the flank, his other arm drenched in blood from shoulder to elbow. Whether his own or an enemy's no one could tell. An elven archer crouched deep within the fissure at Pointsy, bowstring snapped, now binding the broken bow to a rope to fashion a crude short spear. And Ailey sat slumped at the edge of the granary roof, palms braced against the tiles, head bowed low, her magical reserves utterly spent, her exhaustion more profound than anyone else's. No slogans were shouted, no one nodded in acknowledgement. All were drained, drenched as if hauled, dripping from water, clothes clinging damply to their bodies, eyes hollow, even their breathing ragged and coarse. A young man leaned against the splintered remains of the barrier, teeth chattering, not from fear but sheer physical collapse. Li Wei wanted to kick him, yet his legs felt leaden, refusing to lift. He glanced down at his chest. The black stone remained there, pressed cool and clammy against his skin, like a shard of ancient ice. He picked it up on Mount Tai, thinking only that it was a curious meteorite, only to awaken inexplicably upon the continent of Delun. He still hadn't grasped the mechanics of this transmigration, let alone the stone's true origin. Yet in that fleeting instant a sudden thought pierced his mind, had light accompanied his crossing. A silver radiance that tore open the heavens, and pulled him whole and helpless into its maw. He stared at the fragment, fingers slowly pressing down upon it. If I could do it again, he murmured, not to send me away, but to bring them. His words cut off as the ground lurched violently. A boulder crashed onto the ruined barrier, splintering timber in all directions. 2 able-bodied men were hurled flat, lying stunned, unable to rise. The enemy vanguard had already crossed the scorched trench line, less than 30 paces from the defense line. Men began scaling the cliff face using human ladders, movements practiced efficient. Li Wei gritted his teeth and pressed the fragment hard against his heart, closing his eyes. He uttered no incantation, traced no sigil, only poured every fiber of will into memory, the awe of watching meteor showers atop Mount Tai, the visceral gut-wrenching sensation of falling, the first breath of alien air upon waking, sharp, metallic, alive. He asked for nothing, only one desperate, unshakable thought: hold the line. Then agony detonated, not from blade or flame but as though his body were ripped down the center and brutally fused back together. He choked back a groan, knees buckling as he dropped to the ground. Yet in that very instant the fragment at his chest vibrated, a low resonant hum, and a slender thread of silver light seeped forth from its fissures like the first spark igniting a welding torch. Then, boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from him. The earth cracked with sharp spiderwebbing fractures, scorching gales burst outward, coalescing into a brief but impenetrable barrier. 3 enemy soldiers mid-climb atop the barrier were flung backward as if struck by a colossal mallet, flying 7 or 8 paces before crashing down, bones snapping with sickening clarity. Others staggered, thrown off balance, their formation shattered. Li Wei lay prone, ears ringing, nostrils filled with the coppery tang of blood, surely his own. He raised his head just enough to see the silver light fading, while heat still rose in shimmering waves from the fissures, pushing the enemy back another dozen paces. Damn, he wiped his face, blood and grime streaked his palm. It actually worked. Now at last the defenders stirred. Ailey lifted her head sharply, eyes locking onto the vanishing silver light and blazing with sudden fierce illumination. Bracing herself against the rooftop's edge, she rose shakily to her feet, hands trembling as they wove intricate seals, lips forming not full incantations, but fractured resonant syllables. Yet she seized the lingering elemental resonance in the air and drew it forth with a single commanding pulse. Ignite! Dust suspended in the superheated currents burst into flame, coalescing into a blazing curtain spanning the main road, brief but blinding enough to blind the enemy's advance. The firelight danced across her pallid face, like a final defiant flare of life. The dwarf blacksmith spat a crimson fleck, then grinned. Fine woman. Still got fire in her. Snatching up his twin axes, he kicked aside a fallen timber blocking his path and roared, I'm not dead yet. Who dares claim my ground? Before the echo faded, he charged forward. The elven archer wrenched the arrowhead from his left shoulder, bound the wound hastily with a strip of cloth, then seized his repurposed short spear, the broken bow, and followed hard on the dwarf's heels. 2 young men, seeing this, snatched up hunting forks and stones and joined the surge. One ran so recklessly he tripped over a corpse, rose without brushing off the dust, and sprinted onward. Li Wei remained kneeling, watching the tide of bodies rush past him, stunned, disbelieving. Hey! Wait, he cried. Wasn't the plan to hold? No one answered. He looked down at the fragment resting against his chest. It lay quiet, once more indistinguishable from ordinary black stone. But he knew with absolute certainty what had just occurred was no accident. Slowly he pushed himself upright, retrieved the fallen short hammer, its head slightly bent though he didn't bother straightening it, and took 2 steps forward before shouting again. I said, now is when we advance. This time every voice heard him. On the main road the fire curtain had just guttered out. The enemy had not yet reformed their ranks when a ragged smoke-streaked wave burst forth. At its head strode a red-bearded dwarf, twin axes spinning like whirlwinds. Behind him came a one-armed elf driving his makeshift spear into enemy flanks, then a rabble of townsfolk brandishing hunting forks and stones. Yes, even the youth who moments before had trembled uncontrollably now wielded a charred timber, jabbing wildly at enemy faces. The enemy froze, bewildered. They'd assumed the defenders were spent, barely clinging to collapse, only to face this sudden frenzied counteroffensive. Frontline heavy infantry hadn't even locked shields before the dwarf blacksmith split one shield apart and buried an axe deep into his shoulder. The second rank barely turned to meet the charge before the elf circled behind and drove his spear through a thigh. Several officers attempting to rally resistance never voiced their commands, crushed under flying stones, collapsing mid-shout. Li Wei did not lead the charge. He held position in the midst of the surge, his short hammer striking down those who slipped through the fray. One enemy soldier turned to flee. Li Wei brought the hammer down hard on the hollow behind his knee. The man crumpled, howling. Li Wei looked down at him, did not finish the blow, and simply said, crawl away. And never let me see you again. The man scrambled off, limbs flailing. The tide had irrevocably turned. Within 10 minutes the enemy withdrew entirely, abandoning over 20 corpses and heaps of shattered gear, leaving even their wounded behind. The last stragglers vanished into the woods, so terrified they dared not sound a single horn, fearing an arrow would find them in the back. Li Wei stood atop the shattered barrier, short hammer planted like a staff, chest heaving violently. He was coated in ash, a raw scrape bleeding along his right forearm, his trousers torn at the knee, one shoe missing, though he didn't bother searching for it. Ailey remained seated atop the roof, this time truly seated, back leaning against the flagpole, eyes closed, her complexion paper white. The dwarf blacksmith leaned against a broken or cart, his right arm freshly bandaged, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, his private hoarded spoils too precious to light often. The elven archer squatted at the exit of point C, left shoulder wrapped, still clutching the broken bow, eyes fixed unwavering on the tree lean. The survivors scattered across the broken lines, some seated, some kneeling, silent. An old man cradled his fallen comrade's head, gently patted his cheek, then laid him flat upon the earth and covered him with his own coat. A gap-toothed man passed his hunting fork to a nearby boy, murmured something soft, and the boy tightened his grip, knuckles white. A breeze drifted in from the north gate, carrying the stench of char and iron-rich blood. Li Wei lifted his gaze to the sky. A rift parted the clouds, and slanted sunlight fell precisely upon a black stone at his feet. The fragment rested there silent, yet its surface bore a new hair-thin crack as though strained beyond endurance. He stooped, picked it up and tucked it back against his chest. Then from deep within the distant woods a bird called. Not native to this land, the call was strange, oddly cadenced, as if offering greeting. Li Wei narrowed his eyes. The bird call from the distant woods was peculiar, its notes twisting and turning like someone scraping a pot bottom with a twig. Li Wei squinted, fixing his gaze on the treetops for a while, but saw no movement and heard no second call. He looked down at the black stone fragment by his feet. It had been scalding hot moments ago, but now it was cool, no different from an ordinary piece of broken rock. He bent down, picked it up and tucked it back into the chest pocket of his coat. The fabric rubbed against his skin, prickling slightly. He straightened up, his legs were still weak, the abrasion on his right arm stung fiercely, and one of his shoes was missing. He didn't look for it. Barefoot he stood on the rubble of the barricade, leaning on his short hammer, catching his breath. This mess before him needed sorting out. Wanger Zhu Zhao Sanwa Li Daniu. He shouted, his voice raspy as if scraped by sandpaper. Don't just stand there. Carry the two lying by the north gate to the open ground. Gently, don't jostle their heads. 3 young men with dust on their faces responded, crawling out from the pile of broken wood. They helped each other up and ran over. Li Wei watched them move briskly, relieved for a moment. He moved his own legs, slowly stepping down from the rubble onto the scorched earth. Every step felt like treading on red-hot iron. On the roof of the granary, Alice Ai Lizzie still sat her back against the flagpole, eyes closed. Li Wei walked over and looked up, shouting, Alice. Can you move? Her eyelids fluttered, then opened into slits. She glanced at him and nodded gently. Good. As long as you're alive. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Someone will carry you down later. Don't be stubborn and try to jump. The corner of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to smile, but she had no strength. Li Wei turned and walked toward the medical tent. The so-called medical tent was nothing more than a few intact door panels propped on stones covered with a torn oilcloth. The village's old physician Dr. Zhang was crouching there, chewing medicinal herbs and applying them to a man's missing finger. Nearby, several women ran back and forth with basins of water streaked with blood. Dr. Zhang. Li Wei approached. How much medicine is left? The old man looked up at him, wiped his sweat and said, the cattail pollen for stopping bleeding is almost gone, and there's enough wild chrysanthemum root for 3 more people. You're injured. Come over and get treated first. I'm not in a hurry. Li Wei waved his hand. Take care of the seriously wounded first. Who can still move? Organize people to carry the wounded, don't let them lie on the ground too long. It's already been arranged, a woman interjected. I'll handle bandaging with Sister Lu. Xiao Mei and a few girls are boiling ginger soup to prevent fevers tonight. Li Wei nodded. Good. You've organized it more carefully than I would have. He then crouched in a corner, tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and hastily wrapped the abrasion on his right arm. No sooner had he tied the strip than he heard coughing outside. The dwarf blacksmith was being helped toward him, his right arm rebandaged, the bleeding stopped. A half-smoked cigarette dangled from his mouth, though the ash had gone cold. I say, old man, Li Wei walked over, smoking with a wound like that. Not lighting it, just holding it for the feel. The dwarf grinned, his teeth black with soot. Besides, we won, don't we need to celebrate? This is far from over. We didn't even see what the enemy looked like. Li Wei shook his head. First, get your arm fixed. Otherwise you won't be able to swing your axe and I'll have to chop firewood for you. Hey, you're getting pretty sharp with your words now. The dwarf slapped him on the shoulder, nearly sending Li Wei to his knees. As they spoke, the elf archer Alice also emerged from the rock crevice at point C. Her left shoulder was bandaged and she still clutched the short spear made from her broken bow. She walked up to Li Wei and nodded. The wounded are all gathered. The medical tent is sufficient. Well done, Li Wei said. Your left shoulder can't move, so don't take on any heavy work. Keep an eye on the forest. If you hear any more bird calls, notify me immediately. She nodded again, turned and sat on a rock nearby, her gaze returning to the tree line, though not as tense as before. Li Wei looked around and saw that everyone who could move was already working. Some were clearing the barricade debris, others dragging charred wood aside to sort, and a few children carried broken pottery jars of water. The entire settlement seemed to be slowly waking from a nightmare. Movements were slow, but they never stopped. He walked to the center of the main road and shouted, listen up. Now assign tasks. Carpenter Old Joe, take 3 men to inspect the beams and pillars of all houses, see which can be repaired. Stonemason Ahai, take 2 men to clear the main road obstacles and push the minecart wreckage to the eastern open ground. The women's group continues cooking and delivering water. Everyone must have a bowl of ginger soup. The able-bodied men will take turns moving things, switching every 2/4 of an hour. Don't exhaust yourselves. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then responded one after another. No one asked if they could rest and no one complained. The young man who had been trembling with fear yesterday was now carrying a charred beam, his face flushed red, but he didn't put it down. Li Wei joined in himself. He bent down to lift a piece of wood trapped under the barricade. As he raised it, his right arm twitched, nearly losing strength. He gritted his teeth and bore it, moving step by step to the pile. Just as he set it down, he saw the dwarf blacksmith carrying an even larger piece, walking steadily. I said take it easy, Li Wei said. Same to you. The dwarf threw down the wood and clapped his hands. But speaking of which, that move of yours just now. I really don't know how you did it. Which move? The one with the silver light, it sent everyone flying. Li Wei touched his chest, the fragment pressed against his skin through the cloth, ice cold. Maybe luck. Perhaps I shouted so hard that I woke up the gods. Bullshit. The dwarf spat. When have the gods ever listened to your shouting? Then what do you want me to say? That I suddenly turned into a superhero? Li Wei forced a smile. Let's get back to work. I'll make up a more believable story later. As they spoke, a dull thud came from the granary. Turning around, they saw that Alice Ai Lizzie had accidentally bumped into the doorframe while being carried down. She frowned but made no sound. 2 young men gently laid her on a straw mat in the medical tent and covered her with a blanket. Li Wei walked over and crouched down. Is it very painful? She shook her head. Just dizzy. My mana is drained, I need to sleep. Then sleep, Li Wei said. Don't worry about anything else until you can stand steady. She closed her eyes and her breathing gradually steadied. The sun was slanting westward and the wind had died down. The smell of smoke still lingered but the scent of blood had faded. On the main road the first newly sharpened wooden stake had been erected and several people were tying ropes to secure the base. The defensive fortifications along the cliff edge were being rebuilt, crude but at least taking shape. Li Wei stood in the middle of the main road watching the people come and go. An old woman sat on the threshold holding her grandson, feeding him water. The child's face was pale but his eyes were bright. A man missing a front tooth handed a hunting fork to a teenager, said something and the boy nodded, gripping the fork tighter. The elf archer Alice sat at the exit of point C, her left hand immobilized while her right hand slowly unwound the old bandage to change the dressing. Suddenly he felt a bit hungry. Just then a woman came over with a bowl of hot soup. Li Wei, have some. This is the last bowl, saved for you. He took the bowl, the bottom was hot to the touch. A few vegetable leaves and a trace of oil floated on the surface. He blew on it and took a large gulp, scalding his mouth and making him gasp, but his stomach warmed instantly. He stood there neither sitting nor moving, just holding the bowl, watching the sunset cast long shadows of the people repairing the wall. The shadows stretched long, their movements were slow but they never stopped. From the distant woods came another bird call, still with that strange twisted tone as if greeting him. Li Wei didn't turn around but simply raised his right hand and waved gently. A few people ahead saw him, some nodded, others raised their hands in response. He lowered his head and took a sip of the soup. It was a bit salty but it tasted good. The slanting light of the setting sun gilded the vacant ground before the granary, casting a pale gold hue upon the grey dust still faintly warm beneath bare feet. Li Wei drained the last sip of broth from his bowl, a thin film of oil clung to his lips, leaving a faint greasy residue. He glanced down at his feet, one clad in a tattered cloth shoe, the other bare, its sole blackened as though freshly scraped from a hearth. A woman passed by, cradling several worn fabric scraps in her arms, and without pause slipped him a pair of coarse hand-sewn cloth shoes. Thanks, he muttered, squatting to pull them onto the rough fabric, chafed his heels with an insistent itch. He rose, clapped twice, and watched fine ash and dried mud flake from his palms. The crowd continued their separate labors, some dragged timber, others piled stones, movements sharper now than in daylight, yet weariness weighed visibly upon every face. He cleared his throat, his voice remained hoarse but less so than at dawn. Stop work 15 minutes before dark. He called out. Gather before the granary, form a circle. I have something to say. No one moved immediately. A young man hauling timber halted mid-stride, breath ragged. Chief, what's happened now? Nothing's happened, only that we must sort things out. Li Wei replied. We survived, not because our enemies blundered or fortune smiled, but despite them. Next time they arrive with a battering ram, shall we hold it off with our skulls? A few chuckled, softly, but the tension eased slightly. One by one people set down their tools and drifted toward the open space. Li Wei stepped to the center, turning his back to the granary wall, where a charred scar still marked the signal pit he'd struck there yesterday with his short hammer. Elise arrived, supported by two young men who held her gently beneath each arm. Her face was as pallid as undercooked dough, she walked as if suspended, light unmoored, ready to drift away at the slightest breeze. She sank onto a smooth stone, the hem of her robe brushed against the dust and she lacked the strength to brush it clean. Can you manage? Li Wei asked quietly. I can listen. Her eyelids lifted slightly. Speak, I'm not deaf. The dwarf blacksmith limped over, leaning on a broken-handled shovel, his right arm bound tightly across his chest, the stub of an unlit cigarette still clenched between his teeth. He dropped onto a heap of shattered bricks and shook his shoulders. You humans hold meetings standing up. My back aches. If you lie down, I'll assume you've fallen asleep. Li Wei said. Then I won't lie down. The dwarf rolled his eyes, but I warn you, talk too long and I truly will sleep. The elven archer approached alone. Her left arm remained swathed in bandages, her shoulder held a subtle rigidity as she walked, but her stride was steady, unwavering. She did not sit but leaned against an upright wooden post, her gaze sweeping the assembly before settling once more on the treeline, as though still on watch. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces from earlier labor: old Joe the carpenter, Ahai the stonemason, several strong youths who'd hauled supplies, and two women representing their kin. They formed an uneven circle, some crouching, others standing, silent, waiting for him to speak. Li Wei coughed twice, then cleared his throat. I've called you here for no other reason. The battle is over. Wounds are dressed. Now we must think how to live longer, not merely survive but endure. This meeting permits no shouting, no interruptions. Whoever has thoughts, speak one at a time. He turned first to the elven archer. You stood furthest, you saw most clearly. What felt wrong? She blinked, her voice level as a drawn bowstring. The treeline warning came too late. 17 seconds passed between the first shadow's appearance and your response, I counted. So precisely. Li Wei frowned. I count breaths when I draw my bow. 17. She said. Next time if enemies sprint or charge straight for the breach, we won't have time to ignite the fuse. Li Wei nodded, picked up a charred stick and drew a line in the damp earth, noted. From now on sentry posts will be manned in triple shifts, 2 per shift, each covering a sector. You set the rules, I'll assign personnel. She gave a slight silent nod. Let me speak. The dwarf blacksmith slapped his thigh. Weapons. My axe bears 3 nicks. Every miner's pick is ruined, and not a single thrusting weapon remains. They wield iron-bound wooden shields, while we clutch firewood. That is absurd. You mean our equipment is inadequate? Li Wei asked. Inadequate. It's ludicrous. The dwarf glared. My forge holds enough iron to craft 20 war axes, but no one hauls it, no one forges it, no one oversees it. Every tool was shattered against the barricades. Next time, don't weld every decent weapon into fortifications. Leave some mobile, something we can lift and swing. That's sound reasoning. Li Wei traced a mark in the mud. Henceforth defenses use only reclaimed materials, newly forged weapons stored separately. No dismantling homes during combat. Old Joe the carpenter rubbed his hands together and interjected, and the barriers. We held because they lacked a ram. If they'd brought one with an iron head, 3 strikes would have shattered them. I propose structural reinforcement, deep-set pilings, mortised crossbeams lashed tight with woven binds, stronger and shock-resistant. Agreed. Sketch the design, I'll assign builders. Elise spoke then, voice soft but distinct. Magical support lagged. I am alone, my reserves finite. I could cast arrow, rain barrier or fire curtain, but only one at a time. With 2 apprentices to handle foundational incantations, I could unleash greater spells. Apprentices. Li Wei looked at her. Can you teach? I can instruct perception and elemental guidance. She replied. The challenge lies in practice. It demands quiet and willing students. Once the granary is restored, reserve 1 room as a classroom. Li Wei said. You select pupils, 2 hours daily credited as labor points. Labor points. The dwarf grinned. You're reviving that system. Or should work be unpaid? Li Wei countered. Labor earns points, redeemable monthly for meat or salt. Everyone works with purpose. The group murmured, laughter easing the air. A woman delegate raised her hand. We face another crisis, too many wounded, insufficient medicine, scarce water. Only 2 cauldrons boil ginger teeth, 30 souls share them. If another assault comes, some may not last until the healer arrives. This weighs on me too. Li Wei said. Tomorrow dig 2 new hearts, water boiled in rotation. Master Zhang will draft a herbal list, weekly foraging coordinated. Also dedicated bearers must transport the injured, no more ad hoc assignments. I'll organize a team of idle grandmothers. The woman said, they possess both strength and patience. Agreed. Li Wei nodded. You appoint them, I'll approve their labor points. He scanned the circle. Anything else? Silence lingered. Then Ahai the stonemason spoke. I believe we rely too heavily on your command. Each crisis begins with your whistle, your shout, your orders. What happens if you're absent or gravely wounded? His words hung unanswered. Li Wei paused, staring at the scribbles in the mud. You mean we need a deputy? He asked. Not just one. Ahai shook his head. We need procedure, who reports sightings, who ignites the oil, who leads the breach defense. We cannot hang everything on a single voice. The dwarf grunted. True. You're tough, but if an arrow finds your backside tomorrow, do we all kneel and surrender? My backside isn't a target. Li Wei's mouth twitched, but no smile emerged. After a pause, he picked up the stick and drew a circle in the dirt, writing Li at its center, then marking 4 points around it. Henceforth I oversee overall coordination. Elise manages magic and intelligence relay. The dwarf commands weaponry and close quarters tactics. The elf handles perimeter vigilance and long-range suppression. Ahai, you draft emergency protocols. Old Joe maintains fortifications. Each role has a designated successor. If one falls, the next assumes command. Daily drills follow fixed schedules. Wartime actions obey pre-established plans. He paused. This isn't distrust, it's refusing to stake every life on one person. Nods spread slowly through the circle. Elise murmured, I agree. No objection from me, the dwarf said, so long as I'm spared teaching literacy. You won't teach it. Li Wei said. You'll teach wood splitting, practically identical. This time laughter rang louder. Li Wei sobered. 2 final matters. First, military training must begin immediately. 2 mornings weekly, sunrise sharp, for stamina, coordination and reflexes. The dwarf oversees physical conditioning. The elf instructs watch rotations. Elise teaches foundational defensive incantations. Attendance is mandatory, all participate or forfeit labor points. Sunrise. A youth grimaced. Then my mother must boil porridge earlier. Miss training, miss breakfast. Li Wei said. Second, we must do more than raise walls, forge steel and haul timber. To live is to hope. I propose a library, night classes and literacy open to all who wish to learn. Festivals matter too, year-end bonfire gatherings, songs, dances, no more grim faces like debtors awaiting judgment. A library. The dwarf stared. Who reads? Does literacy fill bellies? No. Li Wei replied. But it lets you read danger ahead and step back rather than walk blindly into ruin. Ha! The dwarf grinned. You really do speak boldly. Culture is no luxury. Li Wei met Elise's gaze. People endure hardship, but not emptiness within. We build walls to protect people. If hearts fracture no fortress stands. Elise nodded faintly. I will teach. Then it's settled. Li Wei said the library will occupy the granary's west corner, partitioned once repairs conclude. Books will come, we'll find them. For now, begin. The meeting dissolved without fanfare, no applause, no slogans. One by one they rose, brushed dust from their trousers, exchanged quiet nods or glances, and dispersed. Old Joe walked while turning a splintered wood chip in his fingers, already sketching in his mind. Ah Hai gestured animatedly with another man debating sentinel spacing. The women delegates whispered plans for tomorrow's hearths. The dwarf blacksmith stood, stretched his shoulders, and called to Li Wei. Your meeting wasn't bad, just too long. If I truly slept, don't blame me for not warning you. Next time, we'll shorten it. Li Wei said. Heading to the forge. To see which axes can still be salvaged. He took 2 steps, then turned back. Salvage means rescue, not showing off foreign words. I know. Li Wei said. Just walk, and keep quiet. Elise departed, supported, pausing only to glance back. What you said, I remember it all. Rest well first, he said. Lessons can wait. Her lips curved faintly, then fell still, as attendants guided her slowly toward the infirmary tent. The elven archer was the last to leave. She did not walk away, instead scaled the granary roof and settled once more at its edge, gazing toward the tree line. Her silhouette stood rigid, a shaft of arrow that refused to bend. Li Wei remained rooted where he stood. His new cloth shoes pinched his toes. Evening wind stirred, carrying the scent of scorched timber and damp earth. Far off, the first new timber post had been erected, several figures securing its base with ropes. To the east, wreckage from the ore cart lay heaped, awaiting disassembly. He touched his chest. The fragment rested there, cool, silent against his skin, indistinguishable from an ordinary broken stone. He withdrew his hand and brushed dust from his tunic. Dusk deepened. Stars pierced the violet sky. A meteor streaked across the heavens, brief, brilliant, gone. Li Wei awoke at daybreak. Not because someone called him, nor because he had something to do, simply because he had lain in bed too long and a restless energy seeped from the very marrow of his bones. He turned over and the straw mat crackled as if snapping a dry twig. Sitting up, he felt the chill of the ground against his bare feet and shivered. Outside, someone was already moving about. Their footsteps were unhurried, punctuated by casual chatter. That post on the east side needs another ramming. The wind yesterday was strong, it's wobbling badly. I know, I'll check it on the way. Is the stove lit yet? My mother said we're steaming bean cakes today. Lit long ago, smoke's been rising for a while. Li Wei listened, the corner of his mouth twitching. How long had it been? Just a few days ago everyone was wounded, walking unsteadily, afraid to even breathe too hard. Now they spoke with vigor, even planning meals. He looked down at his own hands, ash still clung to the crevices of his nails and a fresh callus pressed against his palm, hard and rough. He seemed less like a leader and more like a bricklayer just off work. He slipped on his shoes and pushed open the door. Sunlight struck his face, not hot but blindingly bright. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and squinted as he walked forward. The open space before the granary was already bustling with activity. Several women crouched by the herb-drying rack, flipping leaves with practiced ease, chatting as they worked. 2 children kicked stones at the edge of the clearing, chasing each other, their laughter bearing all their teeth. At the north gate, sentries were changing shifts, clapping each other on the shoulder as if betting on who could sleep longer today. Li Wei stopped and took it all in. The walls were higher, the wood replaced, no longer makeshift planks but solid thick boards nailed firmly together. A tool rack stood in the corner with axes, hammers and shovels hanging neatly in place. Beside it a wooden sign read "Return after use." A bulletin board was nailed to the wall, the paper old but the words fresh. On it was a duty roster: AI Lizzie for intelligence transmission, the elf archer for perimeter patrol, the dwarf blacksmith for the morning drill team, and Li Wei's own name at the bottom, general coordinator, with a small hammer icon drawn beside it, added by someone unknown. He neither smiled nor spoke. He simply stood there watching for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward the central square. On the way he met a young man carrying a bundle of wooden planks who nodded. "Morning, Chief." Li Wei acknowledged. "How's the foundation of the West Corner Library coming along?" "Almost done, first wall can go up this afternoon." The man grinned. "My wife said she'd donate a book even though she can't read." "Then let her learn," said Li Wei. "From now on the first kid who can write his own name gets half a piece of meat." "Really? Have I ever broken my word?" "No, never." The man was so delighted he nearly dropped the planks. He spun around and ran off. "I'm going to tell old Joe, let him teach his son to write." Li Wei continued on his way. The sun climbed higher, warming the back of his neck. He reached the center of the square and stopped. Once a muddy pit, it was now covered with crushed stone that crunched underfoot. He looked up at the distant mountain forest line, lying quiet and still, trees unmoving, wind unhurried. Before long people began to arrive. AI Lizzie was the first. She still walked a little slowly, her complexion not fully recovered, but her back was straight. In her hand she carried a small cloth bundle bulging, likely magical notes. "Morning." She stood beside Li Wei, her gaze sweeping the square. "Nice weather today." "Good for thinking big," Li Wei said. Like, now that we've defended our home, the next step is to make it bigger and better." The dwarf blacksmith appeared next. A worn rag was draped over his shoulder and he held an unlit cigarette stub in his mouth, purely out of habit. You two posing for a statue. He walked over, hands on his hips. Just came from the workshop, refurbished 3 old axes good as new. New materials haven't arrived yet, but I've sketched a design. Once the first batch of ore comes in, I'm going to forge a battle axe that can be passed down for 3 generations. 3 generations. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. How long do you plan to live? My son will carry on, my grandson will swing it, what, not allowed? Fine, then I'll engrave on the tombstone, this axe cures all kinds of disobedience. That's a good one. The dwarf slapped his thigh. Engrave it right there. The elf archer arrived last. She didn't take the main road but came around through a crevice at point. See her steps light. The bandage on her shoulder was fresh, and though her left arm could still lift, it was not very agile. After stopping, she didn't speak at first. She scanned the forest line to confirm no anomalies, then turned her head. Training is on schedule. No false alarms from the sentry posts. Last night 3 shifts rotated, no one was late. Good, Li Wei nodded. But we need to do more than defend, we need to go out and explore. Can we open roads, build outposts, connect with other villages? I can scout the way, said the elf. I can lead a team, advance 5 li a day, mark safe zones. Don't rush, AI Lizzie cautioned. My mana can't sustain long-range warnings for long. We need supply points. Then build watchtowers, the elf said calmly. 1 every 10 li, stone base, wooden roof with signal bonfires. Sounds like we're founding a nation, the dwarf grinned. I thought we were just a village. A village can become a city, Li Wei said. As long as people are united, nothing is impossible. No one replied immediately, but the atmosphere shifted. Not excitement, not fervor, but a solid steady warmth, like a handful of dry kindling just pressed into a stove, flames not leaping high but burning steadily. Li Wei looked at them and suddenly asked, what do you think this place will be like in 5 years? No one answered at once. AI Lizzie looked down, thought for a moment and said softly, I hope there's a library, not just a single book room. With lamps, tables, chairs, and someone sitting inside reading, even if it's just a child. I want a real blacksmith's forge, the dwarf said, stroking his chin. A red furnace, a big bellows, apprentices hammering, the master drinking. Every weapon forged has a name. 30 li beyond the forest, the elf gazed into the distance. Our footprints must be everywhere. No blind spots, no dead zones. And you? Li Wei looked around. Voices rose from the crowd. I want my kid to go to school. I want to not freeze in winter. I want a meal without chaff. The voices were not loud, but one after another, like raindrops falling on roof tiles crackling. Li Wei smiled. He raised his hand, pointing at the rising sun. The light shone warmly on his hand. Then let's walk in that direction, he said. Step by step we'll get there. The crowd echoed, laughter rippling across the square. A child ran by holding a whittled wooden sword, shouting, slay the demons and vanquish the monsters. He crashed headlong into a pile of lumber, fell on his backside, then scrambled up and ran off without even crying. The dwarf watched the retreating figure and muttered, that kid's going to cause more trouble than I ever did. Then you'll have to teach him how to fight, said Li Wei. Bah, I'll teach him how to forge. Same thing, both are about swinging something. AI Lizzie let out a soft laugh. The corner of the elf's mouth twitched too. Sunlight bathed the entire territory. The walls were new, the roads were flat, cooking smoke rose straight into the sky. No alarms, no roars, only the sounds of everyday life flowing. Li Wei stood still, unmoving. The fragment against his chest pressed against his skin, cold and quiet like an ordinary piece of stone. He reached out to touch it, then withdrew his hand. The day was now fully bright.